What are you, 12?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Faction War. We are back in business. Let's take a look at the brackets here for today, and we are going to be jumping right into the first match here. So let us go ahead and switch on over. Where are we? Perfect. With the power of technology, you can see the brackets. The first round of the game is going to be Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. We were going to do Beastmen and Ogres first, but the players needed a little bit of a break, but we'll be doing Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Counts, and then Beastmen versus Ogres, Dwarfs versus Nurgle, Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings, Greenskins versus Khorne, Tzeentch versus Wood Elves, Kislev versus Norska, Cathay versus Vampire Coast? Yes, not Counts. Vampire Coast. And that's going to be all the first round matches. Super hyped for this. And then on the second row of matches, you're going to be, we had to have some buys, you know, with 24 factions being played today. We have 2 Skaven, by the way, to even out the numbers. But yeah, there are a lot of matches today. So for anybody who hasn't seen Faction War before, it's best of 1 land battles, a single elimination. It's a very fun showcase event where you get to see every single faction. So no matter what faction you really enjoy, you have a good player representing that faction. So it's very, very hyped for sure. So anyways, we'll get the first match going. It's about time, man. We're jumping right into it. No games. So let me just update the scorecards. We don't need these anymore. Perfect. Outstanding. And we have the Vampire Counts versus the Demons of Chaos. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a true treat. It is the dreaded Red Ogre, the Prince of Slaughter, being brought in the first match here by Outer Region. Oh my god, it's Red Ogre, the anti-large destroyer of worlds. He is here. No more games. So it's going to be Red Ogre backed up with a Bloodthirster, and then also a Nurgle character, which is kind of cool, so we can heal with the Vampire Counts. But it's going to be Red Ogre with a Nurgle caster with Fleshy Abundance to heal those Khorne demons, which is one of the strengths of the Demons of Chaos, right? We do also have Nurglings in the front. In the secondary row, we have Blue Horrors to get a little bit of shooting, and that's pretty much it. I mean, this kit of leadership here for Outer Region and the Demons of Chaos is extremely expensive. I mean, Red Ogre, Bloodthirster, Nurgle character, like that means his main army is just going to be super haggard, right? So this entire game is going to fall on Red Ogre's back. He's going to have to carry this game into the Shadow Realm and hopefully be able to banish the vampires for his sake. Now, for the Vampire Counts, who are going to be helmed by Alfredinho. Alfredinho, an incredibly skilled player, especially in land battle. He got 2nd place in the last World Championships for Total War Warhammer. The very close series against Evenstar. He's going to be here with the Blood Dragon Lord. He has Vargeist, a bunch of Fellbats, and his ground core is going to be zombies, backed up by Graveguard. Oh my god. Well, I mean, Red Ogre, in theory, should be able to trade pretty well into the Blood Dragon Lord. Red Ogre also does heal in combat, so if you don't know about him, what he does is he's an anti-large beater and with fire damage, which is really good against vampires, actually. But he has Gore Feast as well, so he can heal himself. He's relatively sustainable, especially for like a Khorne character, and he gets some work going for sure. So let me tell the players, start whenever. No need to wait for me from here. All right. Perfect. You let the players know they can start whenever they're ready. They're waiting on me. And the first battle of today's Faction War is on, and you guys have been blessed by the dreaded Red Ogre. He is here. His axe is thirsty. And he's going to be going straight at that Vampire Lord. The Vampire Lord's like, God, screw this shit, man. I'm going home. Now, on the ground, we do have some Blood Knights, actually. I do like the Blood Knight inclusion. I did miss them. They were hiding in the trees. I was kind of looking at this army. I was like, it feels a little bit bare bones. I feel like he doesn't have a whole lot. But, you know, the Blood Knights, if the Vampire Counts can get this battle to the ground, Red Ogre is going to have a really bad time. Oh, my God, the Gaze of Nagash does so much damage. The Plague Ridden here gets popped in the face by that. And, yeah, the Demon characters are just going to go for it. But, you know, now that there's a landing feature in Total War Warhammer, you can land your units on the ground. Oh, my God. No, he's not going to go for it. Oh, no. Oh, no, the Bloodthirster. No, don't throw like this, Red Ogre. Oh, my God, the Bloodthirster's trying to get away. And the rest of the Demons of Chaos, of course, are waddling up. And it looks like the Bloodthirster does have enough mass to get away. He's like pulling through the units and being chased by the Blood Knights and taking damage in the process. Okay, we do have some mobility as well. Looks like Seekers and Fleshhounds are going to be coming around the flank to try and get that fight going. And the Bloodthirster is able to escape the wrath of Alfredinho for a hot moment. But is he going to be turning to take this fight? It looks like Chad Ogre and the Bloodthirster with the Locus of Virulence active. That's kind of a cool combo. Are going to be going after the Blood Dragon Lord, and are they going to get any damage in there? It kind of looks like it's just going to be death for the demons, because we do see them get surrounded by a bunch of Blood Knights. So unfortunately, Chad Ogre puts themselves in a very, very bad situation now. Fleshy Abundance could be active here pretty soon, and it looks like the Blood Dragon Lord is going to be trying to get away here. There's a little bit of blue shooting in the background, but it's not going to do a whole lot of damage. And, you know, engaging into Blood Knights is very scary, but we do have a little bit of a resurgence coming in. We got Seekers and Fleshhounds moving into the back. Maybe they could help kind of free up these characters and give a little bit of buffering, but Red Ogre escapes! And he is after the Blood Dragon Lord, although he's not really able to make great contact. And here in the middle, we do have the other Bloodthirster, and some magic's going to be going down. Stream of Corruption going to be hitting some of the Vampire units. Oh, that was a nice overcast, actually. Took out some Fellbats, did a little bit of damage against those Blood Knights. Not too much. And yeah, the Blood Dragon Lord is just not ready. Red Ogre gets a nice shot, does a little bit of damage to him. And it looks like, yeah, he's just on the run. You know, you gotta put some respect on Red Ogre's name here. So they do get their support in the back. They get the Fleshhounds, they get the Seekers, but the Fellbats are able to intercept them. The Seekers and Slaanesh are almost already dead. As far as the value goes, Alfredino's ahead by quite a bit. This Bloodthirster being surrounded by Blood Knights is really, really unfortunate. The Blood Knights with their anti-large bonus going to be able to bring down the demon despite having the decent armor values. We also see the Plague Ridden is almost dead. So really this, even though Red Ogre is a pretty heavy meme, this has really just been a poor engagement for the Demons of Chaos. Like engaging into the Blood Knights, you know, while their Chaff and Fleshhounds were kind of angled in a weird way was not good for them. But Red Ogre, he's going to be going out like a true Chad. The gaze does go down here and he's trying to escape. Blood Knights still have that nice surround. Now, in the front line, we do see Blues and Nurglings kind of grinding against Graveguard, and obviously they're going to be losing this fight for sure, as the giant Blood Dragon Lord just kind of cackling up in the sky. But Red Ogre, at least he was able to establish dominance. He did send the Blood Dragon Lord kind of packing and running a couple times, but you know, honestly, I feel like there was some elements of this game that could have gone okay for the Demons of Chaos, despite it being a relatively heavy meme build, but the Vampire Counts just basically lured them into a Blood Knight surround, and I mean, that's basically just kind of throwing the game there, and not intentionally, of course, but you're going to pay the price if you just let your big monsters get surrounded by the Blood Knights there. So Red Ogre still going like a champ, 870 value. We should have an honorable duel between him and the Blood Dragon Lord. That'd be pretty interesting. But the Blood Dragon Lord is able to cackle, should be able to get away here, and he is going to be running for the hills, while the Prince of Slaughter is going to be fully trapped by a Vampire Count Blob. Blood Knights didn't barely take any damage at all. Just so many things went really, really poorly for the forces of the Demons of Chaos. You know, that big flank with the Fleshhounds and the Seekers coming in, just getting screened out by Fellbats and zombies, and then just having the poor Prince of Slaughter and his other companions get karate chops. And obviously, the entire Demons build was centered around the big monster mash, and that didn't go well for them. I mean, Nurglings are obviously going to do nothing against Graveguard. They'll just bounce off them. And Blues are okay. I like Blues. They can get some nice shooting in some of the squishier targets for sure. But Red Ogre going in, the true Chad of Khorne. Let's get a round of applause in chat for Red Ogre. Let's get a salute to those who have fallen. He tried his best, you know, and at least he was not killed by any vampires. He actually beat the hell out of this Blood Dragon Lord. So big props to Red Ogre. He tried, but in the end, Alfredino is a very elusive foe, and Red Ogre is going to be paying the iron price. Our Demons of Chaos have fallen. GG, well played. It was just a little too aggressive. Just a little too aggressive. Probably should have just waited for the Fleshhounds and the Seekers and done a big flank overload and tried to get a fight going that way. But it happens. It's obviously favored for Vampire Counts. And that is going to... And Red Ogre is overpriced. He costs like 500 more than he should cost. It's just silly. But it was super fun. At least we got to see it. It's a great way to kind of kick off the day, ladies and gentlemen. And let us go ahead and get the next players up. So we'll do Dwarfs versus Nurgle now. Dwarfs versus Nurgle. You two are up. Tip of hat to Red Ogre, baby. That's right. Oh, never mind. Let's see. Ogres are ready. Okay. We will do that. How's the temperature? It's not too bad today. Yeah, there's like a tropical storm on the coast, so it's like it's been raining and stuff, so it's actually quite a bit better. Anyways, we'll update the brackets, make it official here. So head on over and do this. And the first game was won by the Vampire Counts. Submit that. And Vampire Counts versus Warriors of Chaos in the second round. That's going to be interesting because it's not old Warriors of Chaos. It's Warriors of Chaos now that can go Festus and a Slaanesh War Shrine and bring a double Mortis engine against Vampire Counts. It's a very, very different beast now. So I'm quite interested to see how both players play that. I mean, nobody really knows. A lot of these players have also been, you know, some of them play land battles still, but a lot of folks are kind of getting back into the swing of things there. So should be very interesting for sure. Hey, we tried, man. We tried. Red Ogre, he came in and he sacrificed himself for the good of the people. Don't you ever forget that. When you go to bed at night, you have to remember that Red Ogre sacrificed himself for your entertainment. And he's laying there lanced by Blood Knights. For all of you, just remember this. Now, this is a hype one, guys. We have the Ogres versus the Beastmen. Okay, so this is going to be Umais versus Razel. Beastmen have done pretty well in Faction Wars. They've never won one. as far as old world factions. And the winner of this event is going to be going into the Hall of Fame as well. So we have a nice little Hall of Fame on Total Tavern that kind of keeps track of all the faction war winners. So the individual who wins today's event is going to be basically landing themselves a spot in Ye Old Hall of Fame, which is very, very exciting. Hype for this one. Turin, it is so great when these streams are announced a day early. Yeah, we tried. Time to listen to some handsome Turin commentary. Thank you, Connor. Appreciate that. 1 second of silence for Red Ogre. It's okay, Outer Region. We'll invite you back. That game, honestly, I liked your build. I was like, oh, maybe he can win this. But yeah, when you took that engagement and charged in there and the Blood Knights just trapped you, it was kind of just the worst thing that could have happened for you, man. Don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us. Yeah, you know what I think could have caught vampire counts off guard is bringing some of those armored demon cav, the blood crushers. Even though they don't have anti-large, they're still armored and they trade pretty well in the Blood Knights from my experience. All right, guys. Here we are. We're taking it back to the Bone Zone, baby. So this is an old school Warhammer 2 map. And usually when we have two very fighty factions, I love to throw them on this map because it's like fast and furious and they just kind of get down to business. So this one is going to be a pretty fighty Beastmen versus Ogre Kingdoms matchup. So very, very hyped for this. It's going to be great. Yeah. Platypus was playing in the faction war, but he dropped out. I think he had some stuff going on. So he was going to play Slaanesh, but Loopy is now playing Slaanesh. And Loopy is obviously a very, very strong player. So it's going to be great. Don't you worry. We have good players on every single faction. So everyone has good hope. Everyone has a good hope for sure. Would Village be good against vampire counts? Potentially. You know, he does regenerate shields. You could go for like... The problem with Village against vampire counts is that he's not going to be able to help kill a Mortis Engine. Although Tzeentch does have shooting, but vampire counts can usually shut down shoot. They're one of the best factions of the game at shutting down static shooting with like zombie summons and all those different kinds of things like that. So we'll have to see. Now, get in my belly. We got the Slaughtermaster. It's going to be the Ogre Kingdoms led by Yumai's the Mountain King. Now, Yumai's, of course, got second place in a faction war a long time ago with the Dowie. He was one of the first to ever get far with the Dwarves in faction war. And now he's going to be taking the Ogres with the Manticore summon. Front line is going to be Noblar Trappers. You know, decent. They can shoot at spawn. They have a little bit of DACA. I do like that inclusion. And the rest of the army is going to be Man-Eaters with great weapons being mixed in. All right. We got some big, big hammers. I love this. I mean, against Minotaurs, I like having these, just like one or two of them, just to deal with some large threats. Like if they're able to get their big clubs on Centaurs or Chaos Spawn or anything like that, or Toroks, had he been brought, would have been very strong. On top of that, we do got Noblars, and the whole army is basically an Ogre Bull rush. So it's just going to be Ogre Bulls, some with dual weapons, a couple Man-Eaters, Saber Tusk packs to trade with the Beastmen mobility, and last but not least, it's going to be Morinfang Cav with the Iron Fist. So these guys are great. They have good armor. They hit hard. Very, very tough to kill, especially if you do have the Lore of the Maw, but it looks like he's going to be going with Beast. If you have Lore of the Maw, you can give them healing, and they can really, really just kind of run things over, for sure. So, looking here at the army of the Great Razel, I'm going to be representing ODM here today. He does have Morker the Shadow Cave, a Brave Shaman of Death with Spirit Leech, probably just to snipe the Ogre Lords. Frontline's going to be Ungor Spears, which I like. You know, they're going to trade relatively cost-effectively into the big Ogres. And it's going to be Spawn, Archers in the back to take down more Ogres, Centaurs to throwing axes in case your opponent goes with like Stonehorns or something really big that you need to drag down. The Centaurs with throwing axes are your pick. And they can also just kite regular Ogres because they're pretty quick with 84 speed against the 54 speed of the basic Ogre unit. So the Ogres going to be chilling in the bushes here. They better move out right away, that is for sure. So they're going to have to kind of parade out of the bushes here and engage against the Beastmen. Obviously, you can't force camp. And hopefully we don't have to have a rule break this early on. I don't think that's going to be the case. So you scared for the Beastmen? It should be fine. It should be totally fine. He'll move out and, they'll scrap and should be A-okay. Morker the Shadow Cave's chilling here. He does have a stave of Ruinous Corruption. I think this would actually penalize this would be better for the Beastmen to fight here. This would be a mistake, actually, from Yumai's if you were to do that. But you're not allowed to force camp anyway, so. Because Ogres are monstrous infantry, which do take a penalty fighting in the trees. So if you were fighting in the trees with monstrous infantry, you would actually be hurting yourself pretty substantially for sure. It would not play well into your hands. So something to consider for sure. Good luck to Morker. Yes, Morker's here. Let us know in chat. Who are you rooting for? Do you have some anxious moves, some concerned moves, some happy moves? Let us know. Are you a Beastmen fan, or can all you embraces the Great Maw here? So the battle is on. Ogre's going to be moving out, I would imagine. Let's see, where are they at? So here they are. hanging out in the bushes. I don't know if Humais knows the battle has started quite yet, so he will most likely need to move out, and there he goes. He does give the attack order. I was getting really concerned for a second. I literally told the people in the Discord, I was like, do not have rule breaks today. No rule breaks. Just fun gameplay. But yeah, it looks like he's going to be moving out, so it should be fine. So he's going to move out into open field here. Yeah, it's a pretty big penalty. They take a speed penalty, and then like it lowers their melee attack. It's really, really big. So fighting in the bushes would not have been great for them. So the Ogres are moving up. It looks like they're going to be kind of drifting on over to the west side of the map, maybe looking to do a bit of a flank overload. So I think the Ogres were coming here to try and like hit the weaker side of the formation. And then since the Beastmen have all their mobility coming this way, what he could then do is form like a wall and just kind of like wall that out while overloading the weaker part of the Beastmen formation here. So the Ogres are going to pull the trigger, and it's going to get violent really, really fast. I mean, these guys are just going to be slamming into the Beastmen lines. And Ogres, with the support of Noblars on the ground, will actually kill Ungor herds very, very quickly, especially the dual weapon variant. So trying to get those Noblars in. Ogres just kind of chilling here a little bit, eyeing their opponent, moving forward ever slowly. While the Centaurs at Throwing Axes is going to be moving into position, but Throwing Axes at Noblar is not going to be great. They don't have any shields, but, you know, still you don't want to be wasting ammo into those guys. So here they come, baby. The big fight is on. The Ogres are going to be moving in. It looks like the Spawn and Spears engaging, letting the Noblars take the initial charge. But those Ogres need to get in there and help out a little bit. Okay, it looks like now maybe they're going to think about it. Taking a lot of Daka from those Ungor Raiders in the back. Man, look at the damage coming in from those like cheap skirmishers. And Humais is really being very conservative here and hasn't pulled the trigger on the main engagement yet. But this fight is going very badly. I mean, it's basically like a whole Beastmen concave here. We got like 3 or 4 archers in this nice little semicircle, and they're just like shooting into the you know, unshielded Ogres here and really giving them the dirty. Now on the other side, we do see Noblars moving in. Saber Tusks, ooh, nice catch here. So on this side, it's going a little bit better for the Ogre Kingdoms. Here we see Humais get in there, and the old Centaurs, the Throwing Axes, are caught a little bit. Here, Saber Tusk packs are tearing apart Chaos Spawn, or excuse me, Chaos Warhounds, and then trading effectively into the Centaurs as well. So we're seeing them being a pretty useful asset. But as far as the mainline fighting goes, it looks like the Ogre Kingdoms are being buckled pretty hard, although some of them do penetrate through. And the Man-Eaters with great weapons are able to get into contact with the Chaos Spawn, which is normally would be decent, but considering they're being shot by Ungor Raiders, is really, really not good for them. We need to see some sort of a Manticore summon or something to move in there and shut down that Ungor shooting, because that's basically just punishing that entire Ogre flank. Now on this side, not going terribly for the Ogres. We do see the Saber Tusk packs and the Mournfang Cav kind of dominate that engagement. Now they're going to be crashing into the backfield. Ogres here fighting, just kind of wearing down Ungor Spearman herds. But man, that main Ogre engagement is very, very rough. And it looks like right now they're targeting Ogre Bulls. They definitely should be going after the Man-Eaters. Those are one of the bigger threats. But the Beastmen have, for the most part, collapsed this entire flank. So here you can see the Noblar Trappers and Saber Tusks are broken. A lot of routing Ogres, but again, Ogres can come back into the battle pretty quick with their high speed. But it does look like the Beastmen are getting a little bit of a better jump right here. So Mournfang Cav with Iron Fist getting into the backfield, chasing down some of the Ungor Raiders. But for the most part, the Beastmen army is looking very, very cohesive. That entire engagement we had like right here, which is so bad for the Ogres, I think they should have just abandoned that engagement and like wheeled their forces up and around and tried to hit that flank a little bit, because man, oh man, the shooting from the Beastmen, the Ungor Raiders, and the Throwing Axes was able to absolutely melt them. And right now we see the bounce of power going pretty heavily in the favor of the Beastmen. Now that is partially because Morker is just crazy weight on the bounce of power, and also he has summoned a couple units of Chaos Spawn. But the Ogre Kingdoms are looking a little bit bare bones here. Yeah, we see the Saber Tusk packs are on the run here. Ogre Bull's going to be coming across, going after the Chaos Warhounds, but really not going to be yielding much fruit. We do see a Manticore summon coming in. Is there any way that the Ogres could pull this one back? It really looks like they're kind of coming from the pits of hell here, as we do see Ogre Bulls coming back from their route. We have a couple on the edge of the map, as well as some Saber Tusk packs, which are going to be engaging against Warhounds. But really, Ogres just look like they're basically on death's bed. I mean, they do have a couple summons, or at least one summon on the battlefield, which is getting a good engagement, mind you, against the Bray Shaman. But overall, I think that that engagement on the side where the Ogre Bulls just got karate chopped was a little bit too much. And the Slaughtermaster, the Great Maw, I'm not sure where he's going. Looks like he's going to chase down some archers, but I can assure you this is not going to go well. The two Centaurs, the Throwing Axes, can just pick on him while the Hounds just out, run away from him, and he's not really going to be able to do anything. So that's probably it. GG, well played. I don't see any comeback. It wasn't, the Great Maw is not going to be filled today. As a matter of fact, the Beastmen are going to be the one feasting, and they certainly are going to be eating well, as the Ogres are quite hefty for sure. And the Ogres are going to be getting pushed back to the Shadow Realm. GG, well played there. Slaughtermaster getting Spirit Leeched, just to kind of be the icing on the cake there, as the Beastmen continue to circle about. Centaurs, the Throwing Axes, is going to be hunting that bad boy down, and I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else. I think the Ogre build was capable of winning. I just think the engagements are a little bit awkward. and where we had that fight with the initial concave of the shooting, it just kind of, it wrecked the man-eaters. It just crushed like all the good units, basically. Doom and Darkness going down, it's going to be tanking the leadership of these units. Not that you really need to, but they are shaken now. Rear charge in the back, probably going to lead them to break, but it will be army losses in a second. Surprised we haven't seen army losses quite yet. But no, it looks like that is going to be it. GG, well played, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be game 1 going to Razel with some very, very solid Beastmen play. And GG to you mice. You know, people are, you know, getting their hands on the old Ogres in land battles. A lot of folks haven't played a lot of those, so don't worry. All in due time. Ogres are actually pretty good in land battles. They can do very well. Maybe some Blood Belchers would have been decent. Like sitting back with Blood Belchers, some shooting. I don't know. Hard to say. Gorgers could be good too. Gorgers did just get rebuffed a little bit. Maybe some of those to kind of peel. But really the big thing is you got to shut down the shooting. The Ungor Raiders were able to get, you know, really, really good value. Centaurs also did good. 900 here, 700 here, 500, 700. You can see really good performance from the Beastmen shooting was going to lead to the end of days. So ladies and gentlemen, let's make it official here as we head on over to the brackets. And we have the Beastmen and Razel advancing. So Skaven with Hadri's versus Razel's Beastmen. That'll be a really, really fun matchup. Hadri's, of course, multi-time faction winner with the faction war winner with the Skaven. Next, we have Dwarfs versus Nurgle. So that's going to be our next matchup we got coming up here. So let's fasten them seatbelts and go find that lobby. And one thing I really, really like about this event is how quick the matches go, for sure. It's very, very nice. So let me see if they made the lobby. They should have. So let me check. All right, where are they at? And perfect. So did he make the lobby? All right, he did. Perfect. So he just did it a little bit differently. Didn't listen to my instructions. Okay. There we go. Nurgle versus Dwarf. Keeping it simple. I love it. Okay. So this one is going to be pretty hype. Nurgle has a lot of great tools against Dwarves. Chariots, great weapons. But Dwarves, of course, can really punish the faction that's actually slower than them, which is pretty hilarious. So we have Panza versus Gron Brindle. All right, let's make sure the names fit. Since they both have very powerful long names, I'm going to have to shrink them down. And we're all set. Thank you guys for joining. It's the next round, baby. Yes, we have King of the Dead on the dreaded Tomb Kings. We have. Oh, it's very lore friendly too. It's Kugath versus Kugath versus Thorik. Oh yeah, I love it. It's pretty hype. This is pretty hype. In lore, this is like a very, very I believe in the lore, Kugath actually gets karate chopped by the dwarves, if I'm not mistaken. They're like the eternal nemesis. So we had to make this matchup happen here. Slowest battle in the history of Warhammer, for sure. It's gonna take some time. Yeah, Nergal has Horsemen, they got Furies. They have a lot of things that can certainly dive in there and do some work. Now, let's see what the players brought. I'm excited for this. This battle is, yeah, I mean, a lot of the players in today's tournament are in ODM and RTK. Not all of them, but I mean, the thing is, those two clans have some of the best players in the entire world, so obviously they're going to be in this event. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. No Soul Grinders. I was expecting maybe a little bit of Soul Grinder action, but we will have to see. Make sure there's no battle time limit. I think we're okay. The Nergal build is interesting. It's going to be using SEMs on chariots most likely, but Kugath better watch out. If he gets close, he can get punished. But yeah, it's like mass hounds with furies, and we are on the Iron Sand Desert. So you can see a lot of the maps got reworked. They're actually very, very cool looking. If like we could just get this map in domination with like 3 objectives in the middle, like that's all we need. Just things like that, man. That would be so, so nice for sure. Yeah, once we load in, we'll take a look at the armies. Thank you guys all for joining today. It's been a lot of fun so far. The old Faction Wars is going. By the way, if you guys don't know, when we run Faction Wars, if you are in our Discord, we run something called Faction War Match Madness, where I give you guys the bracket the day before, and you guys can fill out the bracket before the event starts and basically give your predictions on how it's going to go, much like they do in college basketball here in the States. And whoever gets the most correct predictions on their bracket is going to be winning a cash prize. So we're running that right now. How many of you guys in chat are actually participating in Match Madness? And if so, how are you doing after your first 2 picks? I'd be curious to know. Tyler, thank you. Angry Beardy Boys, taking it all today. Thank you so much for the $99. Tyler, thank you. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Dude, it's on, baby. It's on. The Dowie are here. It's going to be Thorik Ironbrow taking it to Kugath. Yeah, this map is so nice looking. The only problem is sometimes people will camp the back of the map, but, you know, the players know not to do that. And I'll give them warnings if they do. Yeah, Hopefully not. Dude, the Cathay match today is going to be super hyped. So we have Anticity on Grand Cathay facing off against Random Nicks on Cathay. That's going to be a crazy one. It's going to be It's going to be Crane Gunners versus Deck Gunners. I'm really, really hyped for that. All right, so for the Nurgle build, it is going to be Kugath Plaguefather. Obviously, he's just going to be healing. He's a damage sponge. Like what Kugath is basically, if you guys ever played tabletop Warhammer, he's a giant distraction card effects. Like 15,000 HP, the ability to heal. He's really tough to kill. We got Chosen of Nurgle in the back. Wow. So we got some elite boys. Shielded Chosen of Nurgle, and then we also have some Chosen of Nurgle with great weapons. So there's going to be some very, very elite Nurgle infantry, which are going to be trying to come in and kind of sweep things up a little bit, which is very, very cool. On top of that, we do also have Exalted Heroes of Nurgle, so there's going to be 2 of them. 400 with their weapon strength, bonus versus infantry, chariot characters, hard to kill. These things are just great against dwarves. Some kind of, hey, Turin land battles, 5 of my finest English pounds for the steel chair reference. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Philip, faction wars are the best wars. They are. I love faction wars. It's my favorite. It is my favorite for sure. Now, looking around, we got Furies up in the sky. Hounds deployed in the corner of the map. Going to be trying to collapse in on that Dwarven missile formation. And for the Dwarves here, it is going to be Thorik and Gron Brindle coming in with Mass Rangers, front line of Longbeards, blasting charges in the back row, Slayers to defend. A very, very nice, well-rounded Dwarf army. But look at this. Kugath is attacking here. Yeah, okay. Kugath throwing his toilet seats here at the Longbeards. Actually getting a little bit of damage. So this is kind of interesting because the Dwarves are going to need to advance up to deal with Kugath, right? And Kugath can just kind of sit back and cackle and enjoy himself. And, you know, we do see the Fleshhounds coming in. Not Fleshhounds, but the Chaos Warhounds, just basic ones. And they're moving in, man. 1, 2, and I believe there's 2 other hounds on the other side. So it's going to be a full envelopment of this Dowie army. Chariot's also getting ready to come in as well. So the Dwarves are going to be kind of angling to deal with the pressure coming in. They see the Fury, and they do also see the Hounds coming in as well. So the guns are going to be moving out to attack these. And they're going to have some line of sight issues. There's a lot of weird hills on this map for gun. You have to be very, very careful. So you can see here there's like a weird terrain piece. And of course, some of the Rangers could shoot in, but Kugath is going to continue bombarding here. So he's just throwing his bombardments in. He's honestly getting some really good damage in. You can see these Thunders get a little bit beat up. 200 value already for your boy Kugath. The guns are shooting in, and a couple of Hounds get hit. It looks like for the most part they take it pretty well. You're going to have to move your Rangers back there to get a little bit of shooting going as well. Nickelback, it's bittersweet to see my 2 favorite factions fighting so early. Hey, at least it's happening early, so you get to see it quickly. You don't have to wait too long here. So anyways, Thunder's turning about face, going to be shooting into the Chaos Furies, and the Chaos Furies getting poked a little bit, but I'm sure that the Nurgle players more than happy to just kind of waste the ammunition of the Dwarves with some of these baiting attacks, and then just like use Kugath to bombard the Dwarven army until he's, you know, fully happy with his ammunition expenditures. But the guns are moving up and going after the Chaos Furies. I do agree it's a little bit of a misplay from the Dwarves to not advance. I think moving up and going after Kugath would be pretty good, because you could just park like 15 missile units like right here on this like nice little straightaway and just like blast him with all those bows, and it would be really, really devastating. But, you know, the Nurgle player is doing pretty good harass. Meanwhile, Kugath is just going to be accruing value, but the Dwarves still get a little bit of return fire. They're able to kind of poke into the Exalted Hero, but the Exalted Heroes can be healed by Fleshy Abundance very, very easily for sure. Yeah, Kugath did get an ammunition buff a while back. It was one of the Warhammer 3 launch patches. Not launch patches, but one of the ones before Immortal Empires. Kugath got a pretty big ammunition buff, so he's able to just kind of sit and throw with his bombardments and do pretty well for himself. But the Dwarves are moving back, maybe to go after the Hounds. I'm not sure. I definitely disagree with this. I think they should just move up and start punishing the Nurgle position. Get in range, start shooting at the Chosen, start shooting at the Nurgle great weapons back here. All of these things I think would be very, very good for you. So Exalted Heroes are cackling and running about. We do have the Hounds encircling as the bows continue to shoot in. So shooting right there and getting a little bit of damage, but the Thunders also get a huge volley. So slight misplay here as he charges in with the Exalted Heroes. But it looks like the Furies are going to be committing here, and there's going to be, the Master Rune of Slowness is going down. Okay, so the Exalted Hero of Nurgle is slowed and could potentially get punished pretty bad here. The Thunder is going to be shooting in, Slayers are coming up, and this guy's certainly taking a little bit of a hammering, but nice play here by man, his name's so hard to say, Pantalonade. He moves in, and he just hammers these Thunderers, man, with the Hounds, and now they're going to be broken. Kugath is continuing to get good value. And the Exalted Hero got very, very beat up, with the Master Rune of Slowness being a great tool for slowing down the already very slow unit. And is he going to kill this character? I mean, if he kills the Exalted Hero here, it's 100% worth. It might even potentially shatter. It's at negative 46. Man, that rune lasts like 10 years. Oh my god, it's still going. It must have been overcasted. Well, at least Dwarves have some magic now. And guys, one Exalted Hero of Nurgle is in the trash can, as the Dwarves have satisfied that grudge. That is for sure. So that bad boy is going down. And now the Dwarves are going to continue skirmishing with the Hounds here. And yeah. You know, one slight thing is, if the if the Warriors of Nurgle pull back with all the Chaos Warhounds and stop harassing the Dwarves will be forced to advance. Which you can see is what they're doing now, because by moving those units up, he's allowing the Dwarves to just shoot at them, which is obeying the attacking rule. So, yeah, so he obviously might want to just pull back and maybe just let the Dwarves advance up. Although, honestly, I think his game plan is to try and pick apart the Dwarves like this. So maybe he doesn't want the Dwarves to advance, because then it threatens Kugath a little bit. But that hero, he got dunked on pretty hard. You don't want to get too close to the angry Dwarves, man. Thorik is, he's going to give it to you, and he'll slow you down for a long time with that overcasted runes. So you can overcast runes, and they have, augmented effects, but that grudge is settled for sure. So here they come, Thorik Ironbrow and company, taking a very, very cautious approach towards the giant greater demon of Nurgle, as they are being encircled here. So you can see here the Chaos Furies and the Hounds are just sitting around the back. Kugath is happily just throwing, and the damage value is actually pretty even. I would say the Dwarves got the better of that, though. The fact that they were able to kill a really, really annoying SEM is pretty important. Ammunition is still doing well, so they shoot back into the Furies. And you can see that, the Nurgle forces are just looking for an opportunity to get in there and pick something right. They're just waiting to get in, isolate a missile unit, chase it off here. And it looks like the Chosen of Nurgle are going to be advancing up, but they're going to be advancing into a pretty bad situation, just being shot to pieces most likely. There's going to have to be a big alpha strike coming in from the forces of Nurgle. Like, they'll need to move in as one consolidated block and just hammer the Dwarves all at once. With all their Furies and all their Hounds, and just trying to overwhelm the shooting while the melee gets in. Because if you can shut down all the shooting, like, these Nurgle warriors will solo pretty much all the Dwarven infantry, especially with Kugath there. Kugath does have his Mortis Engine. He should be. Yeah, he's got the Pestilent Decay. I think Kugath might have one of the best Mortis Engines in the game after Festus got nerfed. I'm not 100% sure. He should. I mean, Kugath should have a stronger Mortis Engine than Festus. He's literally a greater demon of Nurgle. He's massive, and he costs like 3 times as much. So, the Dwarves are just shooting here. We see the bows moving up into the harassing Chaos Furies. I honestly think maybe Nurgle should have just gone with Great Weapon spam, just like cheap Marauder Great Weapons with chariots and kind of more the traditional style of play. I feel like that would be a little bit more proven and steady here, because that's how Warriors of Chaos used to beat Dwarfs in Warhammer 2, is you would just bring 10 Great Weapons, so you max out on Great Weapon Warriors and Great Weapon Marauders, you surround the Dwarves, chariots, and Furies, and you just call it a day, and maybe bring a character like, I don't really know who would be a good choice, honestly. Festus is decent, but he's a really big target. You could bring like a Rotfly character to move in there, but the missiles are just shooting into the Furies here, and Kugath is continuing to use all of his bombardments, and he's almost out of ammo. Kugath has, wow, he's got 11 shots left, so I guess that the forces of Nurgle are just content to use their bombardments with Kugath, which, totally makes sense. Here in the back, we see them shooting in, so we see the Rangers blasting into the Chaos Warhounds, which are circling about, blasting charges, the Ekron's Miners. No, mere blasting charges coming back here, trying to harass, and now the Dowie will be moving forward once again. So they're slow waddle towards Kugath, the slowest battle of all time. Who would have expected Nurgle to play such a harrying build like this? Like a build that's just going to be kind of poking and prodding and not really committing to like a big mainline fight. So Kugath sitting in the back. He's going to be throwing his bombardments. There he goes, downtown. And does he get it? Thorik is just waiting with a full chub to cast another Rune of Slowness. You know he's just waiting. You just know it. So here comes the Furies. The Furies going to be swarming in, and it looks like the Chosen are moving up. Got to really dodge. Did he just do like a landing dodge? That was kind of slick for sure. He could do a big alpha strike on the Slayers, but that's a little bit risky. So we get the blasting charges, which are going to be interrupted by the Furies. And now he's actually going after Slayers with Hounds, which is going to be a little bit precarious. And the 2 Chosen are moving up. The Chosen, of course, being shot pretty heavily, and we get the Exalted Hero moving in. Kugath is going to have to move in as well. You can't have Kugath sitting back here and shooting. That's a big misplay. Kugath needs to come in here and drop his Mortis Engine in these fights. It's going to be super essential. But the Hounds do get a nice little push here, but blasting charges coming in, probably going to be breaking the leadership of the Hounds. And we see the Exalted Hero of Nurgle once again getting hit by the Master Rune of Slowness. So this bad boy is going to be very, very slow. He's running for the hills, and I think Nurgle realizes they're like, oh shit, this isn't going well. You can see all the Nurgle stuff is like breaking or routing. They did do a little bit of damage against some of the Slayers, and the Furies were able to shut down a couple of the Quarrelers for a moment, but Quarrelers do have 80 armor. They're not squishy, so things like Hounds aren't really going to be doing super well to them. So moving in here, we see the Chosen of Nurgle as well as your boy Kugath Plaguefather getting ready to engage into the front. So here they come. Chosen of Nurgle are in, and maybe they'll get a decent fight. Longbeards will trade okay. I mean, they'll lose pretty badly, but it's going to take a long time for that to happen, allowing the Dwarven shooting to really cackle. But at this point, I don't really see how Nurgle can win it. I mean, not Festus, but Kugath is strong, but there's a lot of things that can kill Kugath here. Although, how's ammunition? Looking at ammunition for the Dwarves, they seem to be pretty good. Maybe that's kind of your last bet for Nurgle is that you just are like, okay, man, I'm just gonna hope that Kugath can carry with the Mortis Engine and hope that the Dwarves run out of ammo. We'll have to see. We will have to see. So here in the back, Chaos Warhounds of Poison circling. It's pretty funny. In the Discord before this a couple days ago, Nergal was saying they knew all the Dwarven tricks because he's also a Dwarf main apparently, so pretty fun. Exalted Hero of Nurgle running in. Blasting Charge is going to be coming in and saturating into the Chosen. These elite units love it. And the Grey Opens will be great. I mean, they're going to punish pretty hard. This is like one thing he's going to wish he had brought more of these, although there are Thunders to shoot them, but those Nurgle Grey Opens are going to put some serious hurt. Now the Mortis Engine's going to be moving in. And see, I like this. Like, if the Alpha Strike with all the ranged units had been coincided with the attack of the Chosen, I think it could have been a completely different game, right? The fact that he moved in with his main army, like, if he hadn't engaged with the Exalted Hero early, engaged with the Chosen, with all the range units at the same time, like, he could totally beat this Dwarven army. I just think the engagement angles of the forces of Nurgle were very, very off here. Very, very off. Anyways, Kugath is Mortis Engineing, draining down the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, and the Exalted Hero still causing problems. Could we see a comeback for Nurgle? I mean, maybe the Chosen are going to be able to carry it. The Dwarf army doesn't have a ton of tools against them, except the Thunderers. You know, maybe we could actually see the Chosen carry this, guys. Kugath does have some crazy healing, and if he stays together with his blob, he's going to be able to get some big heals. The Chosen, still just bouncing back and forth, going after the Dwarf Warriors with Great Opens right now. But yeah, man, the Chosen are doing very, very good. Holy shit. Kugath getting karate chopped by a lot of shooting. The Exalted Hero also getting blasted. And I would imagine Kugath is going to have to overcast the Fleshy Abundance right now. I would probably do that myself, just to get a big heal on all these characters, right? So it's going to be healing up the Chosen here. It'll be healing up the Great Opens. And, like, look how well this is going. There's many aspects of the fight that are going very, very well. We got the toilet seat fight, ladies and gentlemen. It is Kugath versus Thorik. The Duel of Fates. Thorik does not stand alone, though. The king, not the king. He's not a king, right? He's like just a rune lord or a runesmith or something, right? Gets the Fleshy Abundance on himself. It's going to be healing him quite a bit, but there are some Slayers in the back, and the Exalted Hero of Nurgle is going to be getting punted by all the shooting. So it looks like the Dwarves are most likely going to be advancing on to the next round, as Kugath is being sent to the Shadow Realm by this absolute Chad of a Dwarf, a very angry, old, grumpy Dwarf. Thorik Ironbrow does also do magic damage, so he's pretty proficient at banishing demons. But the Nurgle Warriors are doing so good. I mean, just imagine if there was like a whole army of these guys, right? If you had coming in with Chosen and Warriors, it would have traded very, very well. The Blasting Charges have something to say about it, but they don't do a ton of damage against the 120 armor. Blasting Charges have very low armor piercing values, so typically they don't do super well here. And oh my god, Kugath gets taken out. The giant toddler of Nurgle is punished. And he is destroyed by Thorik and all that shooting. And now it's basically just a couple Nurgle units. These big boys here, they are going to get punished pretty badly by all the Dwarf shooting. And they have plenty of ammo to do so, and Thorik's going to be able to, you know, for sure put some hurt on them. Thorik has good armor piercing, so he can actually kill Chosen of Nurgle with relative efficiency. But man, these Nurgle warriors, even like being heavily outmatched, were still able to fight very, very well in the pits. And again, I just think I think the matchup's totally winnable for Nurgle. I just think the build was off and the execution was a little bit off. Like, I think the Nurgle build was capable of winning as well. I just think the execution was a little bit inefficient there. And the Dowie are going to be advancing on. I'm sure you guys are happy to see that. GG, well played. That was a fun one. At least it was lore accurate. It was. It was indeed. It was indeed. So let us take a look at the breakdown. Let's see what these scores looked like for both sides. Kugath did pretty good. He got 2,800 value. The Exalted Heroes were a bust. Yeah, and the Furies and Hounds didn't really do much. Pretty good defense there by Gron Brindle. He was able to kind of hold those bad boys back. So let's make it official. Head on over to the scorecards. And where are we? There we go. That is going to be a Dwarf victory. Hey, so Game 2 and Game 1 are certainly taking it to the Old World factions, or the new factions right now. You can see the Dwarfs, Vampire Counts, and Beastmen are all winning. So now we have Slaanesh versus the Tomb Kings. Okay, this is going to be very interesting. We have King of the Dead versus Loopy. I'm hyped for this one. King of the Dead, the OG Tomb Kings guy. Playing them when they were considered bad, which is certainly fun. Now let's go see if they named it correctly. It looks like they didn't, so I need to go find the lobby. Come on, guys. You got to put the FW in front. So let me see if I can find this lobby here manually. Okay. Khorne, Tzeentch versus Wood Elves. King of the Dead, man. You better get that lobby up and get me an invite there, yeah? All right. So next up, we have these two gentlemen. All right. So where are you? We have Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh. Lobby name and password, please. All right. So we'll get the lobby name and password from these players, and we should be able to jump in there soon. Should be good. Nurgle's Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh. I think I found it. Okay. I would wager this is it down here. We will see. We will see. We need a new faction emoji. We do. We do. We need new faction emojis. All right. So we're on Galbaraz. It's going to be the Tomb Kings versus the Ogre Kingdoms. And this match is going to be King of the Dead. Okay. We'll just do the shortened version so it fits nicely versus Loopy. Best of one, single elimination, baby. Galbraz is the map. How is everybody doing on their faction war predictions, by the way? Let me know in chat if you guys are playing Match Madness. How you guys are all doing? Is anybody 3 for 3? This is going to be an interesting one. Slaanesh is obviously an unholy terror in domination mode, but some people are saying in land battles they're pretty overpowered too. I'm curious how this will go. Sorry if I missed your donation. Let me check it real quick. Thank you so much, Alagard. Super excited to see Gromby. It took a while for me to forgive him for the Felix Copter box, but I missed the face of the dwarves. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Alagard. And the Jawi are ready, man. They're apparently good to go. Dispatch these faithless barbarians, these petty thieves, and tribute to Jaf, the god of war and death. Anthony, thank you. Let us know in chat. Who are you rooting for? The Tomb Kings or Slaanesh? You want them Bone Daddies to win? The Ancient Empire. Random Nix is 3 for 3 so far, doing pretty good. There you go, Random. Well, I figured. You know the meta very well, so I figured you do well here. The Dowie have gotten to the next round. Oh my god, is it a Boner Giant? Holy shit. It's a Boner Giant box. Oh, dear god. So for the forces of King of the Dead, he's going to be going with a Boner Giant just to snipe Slaanesh Lord. That's basically it. He does have a Tomb Prince. He does also have Ark in the Black. A Tomb Guard box with Ushapti to kill warriors, and spears in the back, a little bit of chariot pressure to run through things, and that's pretty much it. Very interesting build here from King of the Dead. Pretty fun. I mean, he brought a Bone Giant, so that's already a win in my book. Now, for the forces of Slaanesh, it's going to be a Herald of Slaanesh just to get that lore passive. If you guys haven't seen the lore passive, it's so damn good. What it essentially does is, it's kind of like the Bonewood Staff from Wurzag. Every time you cast a spell, your entire army gets 12 melee attack and leadership. It's crazy. I do like the warriors here. I think that the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh will decisively defeat some of the Tomb King's infantry, even Tomb Guard. Kepler Guard might win the fight, but aside from that, it's going to be Slaanesh favored. We do also have Hellstriders, the anti-large, to kind of deal with Nehekar Horsemen and mobility. We have the Bringers of Beguilement, which are the ROR exiled demonettes. Yeah, they might as well be exalted demonettes. They're very vulnerable against chariots and are pretty squishy themselves, but if they're able to get into infantry and not get run over by chariots in Ushapti, they should do pretty well for themselves. And a bunch of Marauder Horsemen. So it's going to be 4 Marauder Horsemen looking to poke into the Tomb King's army. And they don't have a ton of AP, but certainly nice to have that mobility to focus down any bigger targets. But we will have to see how it goes. Let us know in chat. You think the Boner Giant is going to be able to pull out the W, or is it going to be the decadent forces of Slaanesh? The Prince of Pleasure, Bringers of Beguilement, Waiting in the Wings, Hellstriders and Hellstriders. Horus Heresy, 1982. Thank you for the tenor. I don't know about the Bone Giant. The Bone Giant's a little bit of a risky one. There's not too many great targets in Slaanesh, in my opinion. Like, Slaanesh is often going to go for Sigvald. I would have maybe preferred to have seen the Ushapti RR, like the Chosen of the Gods, to try and take out the infantry effectively. But, I mean, come on. We can't fault him for bringing just such a cool unit here in the Bone Giant. So the Bone Giant is going to be surveying the battlefield. I mean, shooting at warriors isn't the worst thing in the world. You could shoot at warriors. You could shoot at, some of the Exalted Demonettes. There's plenty of targets for sure. Tomb Kings are Slaanesh. I know, it's great. Let's go Khorne. Well, Khorne is probably not upset about fighting Tomb Kings, right? There's a lot of skulls to be taken, and they don't have to really work too hard to get to the skull, right? It's just it's already there. So it's a win, but there's no blood. So I suppose Khorne isn't that into it. All right, so the Bone Giant, just waiting. Both players are deploying here, and if you guys are waiting for me, no need. Let me just double check and make sure they are. Nope. Looks like they are not. I'm just gonna have some water. The Bone Giant is just the Lord Snipe, I think. Slaanesh does have very squishy Lords. Like, for example, if the Slaanesh Lord isn't paying attention, it gets close. Ark in the Black can Spirit Leech it, and then suddenly a Bone Giant shaft hits it in its face and just flies right into its mouth, and then the Herald of Slaanesh is just straight up dead, right? It's very squishy. They have like 3,900 HP, no armor to speak of, and definitely can pay the price pretty heavily. So let's see where he shoots with the Bone Giant first. Bone Giant, still a decent fighter in melee. It's still a big monster that you kind of got to drag down. So if there's no anti-large, it can help kill warriors. So the first Bone Giant shot's going to be going in, and it does take out, wow, that's not bad. Took out actually 7 or 8 horsemen there. It does accrue only 70 value, but not the worst thing in the world, as the Bone Giant's going to be circling about, and the Slaanesh army is going to be moving in. Coming in aggressively, obviously. We have the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, the Bone Giant shooting. Still getting decent damage against some of the skirmishers, but it's going to want to switch probably onto the Warriors, I think. I feel like the Warriors are a little bit of a problem. King of the Dead with the little bit of sloppy micro here on his Skeleton Chariots. He does let them get a little bit isolated. Spears are going to be moving in to help out, but taking that damage on those Chariots, you're going to really need those Chariots to kind of deal with some of these threats here. In the meantime, the Bone Giant putting some hurt on the Marauder Horseman, which I don't hate. You know, it's doing some decent work. If you could break off one of those skirmish units, that would feel pretty good. And we do see the Hellstriders of Slaanesh kind of cackling here. As the Lash of Slaanesh overcasted does go down, but now that does open up the opportunity for the Tomb King's Chariots to get into the front line. So the Tomb King's Chariots are going to be running through the Warriors, not doing a ton of damage because they're armored, and these Chariots have pretty poor armor-piercing values. But overall, it's not a terrible situation. Now, Arkin the Black is going to be coming back here. He really needs to use that Faded Bune on the Bringers of Beguilement, by the way. Arkin maybe going to be using a Skeleton Summon here, I would wager. It kind of looks like that's what he wants. And is a Skeleton Summon going to be coming out? In the front, we see a big collapse as the Kepler Guard are going to be engaging against Chaos Warriors, being rear charged by the Hellstriders. And we do see the Ushapti also piling into the front, as some of the Warriors are actually getting punished very, very badly here. In the meantime, King of the Dead's formation is holding relatively firm. Some skeletons against Chaos Warriors on the side isn't going to be good. King also needs to make sure he doesn't overextend and let Slaanesh pick him apart. He needs to keep these units a little bit high and tight there, as we do see Skeleton Spearmen buffering out against those units. In the front line, Kepler Guard going to be winning against the Chaos Warriors, and we do see the Chaos Warriors as well as the Hellstriders here getting punished a little bit. Chariots trying to push through. Arkin and company haven't really been able to find a place to go quite yet, as we do see the Bringers of Beguilement come in on the side, and is King of the Dead going to be using Bune on them? He definitely should. Now the Bone Giant throwing another giant shaft down here, and man, look at this! The Herald of Slaanesh is somehow dying. What the hell? The Herald of Slaanesh is so beat up. It must have been Spirit Leeches coming in from Arkin, and King of the Dead does see this. He smells the blood in the water. So King is going to be grabbing Arkin the Black and company and going after that Herald right there. In the meantime, we do see these Skeleton Spears coming to protect the Boner Giant, and the Ushapti front line doing really, really well. The Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh getting punished by that Ushapti line. And the Tomb Guard, Kepler Guard, of course, going to be winning their fight. And you know, I honestly really didn't expect to see the Tomb Kings winning in the front line like this. We see the Tomb Guard and the Ushapti combo trading very effectively. And now we get the Cackling Fate of Buda going down on the Bringers of Beguilement. That's going to skyrocket the value here for the Tomb Kings. Meanwhile, the Spears in the back are kind of just screening things out. And it looks like there's going to be the Portal Glyph. So that's going to be a summon coming in from the Herald, which is going to summon some Furies. Not really sure what they're going to be doing, but the Chariot's still running through infantry relatively effectively. It looks like Loopy is going to be using the Hellstriders to go after the Skeleton Chariot here. And Arkin the Black's little goon squad is still very much online. Is that the Ushapti summon? It is not. It is not the Ushapti summon. How are the Hellstrider numbers? That's going to be something that's really, really important here for the forces of Slaanesh. And we do see the Bringers of Beguilement stabilize with still having, you know, close to 100 models. So they're fighting, you know, prowess is still going to be very strong. Boner Giant surrounded by the fake Furies. And the value trading is pretty even at this point. Tomb Kings do have access to some healing, remember, from the Realm of Souls. Kepler Guard did recently get nerfed, because if they hadn't, Loopy would be in a lot of trouble. But the Kepler Guard have just absolutely crushed these Slaanesh infantry for sure. Now, taking a look at the Lord of Slaanesh, the Boner Giant's a little bit surrounded, being attacked by the Demonettes. That's pretty unfortunate here for King of the Dead. You can see it's kind of pulling the value back for Loopy a little bit, and we do see the Tomb Prince as well as Arkin Black maybe looking to come in here and help a little bit. Nice Ushapti summon. That was probably exactly what I was going to be suggesting. Another Spirit Leech on the Herald is a very, very good choice. You got to wear down that squishy target, and I think at this point, like, Tomb Kings going into a bit of a box formation is going to be the way to do it. And if they can keep that Boner Giant alive in the box, then they can just kind of sit and shoot at whatever they want. Arkin the Black and the Tomb Prince going after the Herald. We see the Herald of the Tomb Kings is in here, not the Herald, but the Prince. The Prince and Arkin are going after that Herald of Slaanesh and really, really are putting a lot of hurt on that character. If Slaanesh were to lose its caster here, I think that would maybe be the way the Tomb Kings get the W. Now, in the meantime, Marauder Horsemen are going to be pulling back. King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion being dragged through the mud, but their Silver Shields are more than happy to absorb that ammunition. That's like really inefficient ammunition use. If the ammunition were to circle around here and park right here and just, you know, throw at the Boner Giant or any of these bigger targets, the Bone Giant would probably be dead right now. But Arkin and company still fighting, recharging that Tomb Blade. Kepler Guard still going like Chads, but now starting to take a little bit of damage as they start to fight a little bit of a stronger foe via the Bringers of Beguilement. And the Marauder Horsemen getting in position as we do, a giant shaft right in the face of those Horsemen here. And did the Herald live or did the Herald die? Okay, it looks like Arkin and company did actually kill the Herald of Slaanesh. That is really, really big. That's going to be putting a pretty substantial penalty on this Slaaneshi army. And dude, the Boner Giant is getting in there, man. This thing's doing work, I guess. I don't know. It's at the very least a big distraction. No, the Herald lived. Okay, the Herald did manage to get away here, but I would imagine the Bone Giant will probably target that Herald. And Kepler Guard are proving to just be unholy raid bosses. Big whip going down right there. The whip goes down to the Tomb Guard and the King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion. And honestly, it's looking like it's over. Like, Slaanesh doesn't really have much left to actually fight in melee. Arkin is full health. You know, the Tomb Prince is more or less full health. I guess there's still some Chaos Warriors fighting here. We are going to be seeing another Portal Glyph coming out. And the Bone Giant needs to just put a giant shaft into the face of this Herald of Slaanesh, 100%. Just like guard mode, shoot, and live your best life. Right now, Slaanesh is looking to be in a little bit of danger. Oh, Arkin the Black's on the hunt. The evil cackling necromancer sees his prey, and he is going out here. This is a little bit risky. It does allow Arkin to maybe get a little bit isolated by Slaanesh, which is not what you want, but I think that Slaanesh should potentially be okay. We'll have to see. Oh, nice bait there. I don't know if that was intentional by King of the Dead, but that was pretty solid. So he does get the Skeleton Summon right on top of a bunch of Marauder Horsemen. It looks like the Locust of Grace coming in, and the Bone Giant might finally die. It's hard to say. Dude, Kepragard is going like raid bosses too. They're still fighting. 99 models. They're almost at their healing cap. Still, even after the nerfs, the Kepragard are just such a powerhouse of a unit, especially against Slaanesh. Yeah, they're going to do some work. I mean, they still have... Kepragard have 70 armor, so, like, you need armor piercing to kill them, actually, which is, you know, a lot of people aren't ready for it. Oh, my God, the Bone Giant Shaft! Oh, the blue ball! It looks like he was about to get the shot there on that Herald, but wasn't quite able to tickle the pickle. So, looking here, Skeleton Warriors doing the job, and that is a victory for King of the Dead and the Tomb Kings. Slaanesh has been conquered by the dreaded Boner Giant build. Oh, my God. Only 490 value on it, but the Bone Giant sent a message. Yeah, Arc in the Black was great. Big value. Chariot Play was decent. But really, the Kepragard plus the Ushabti breaking that front line was huge. And also, the Hellstriders couldn't really find any good engagements. That was another thing. Like, the really... Well, I guess still 1,000 value on that one, 700. But yeah, there wasn't too many great targets for them. GG, well played. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's make it official. That was a great game. Very, very scrappy. And now, it is going to be the Tomb Kings advancing on. Well played to King of the Dead and to Loopy. It's going to be Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves in the next round, which will be very, very fun. Now we're getting all the Warhammer 2 land battle matchups on the top row, you can see. So next up, we have Vicious Satsuma on the Greenskins versus Khorne. Yeah, the Horsemen weren't very, very useful, actually. Yeah, they seemed kind of inefficient. The Horsemen were definitely the weak link in that build. Well played to Loopy, well played to King of the Dead. It was a really, really fun match, and thank you guys for putting aside time in your day to entertain us. All right. So, let us go ahead and find the next match. So next up... Let's see what we got. Gonna go check. We have Khorne versus Greenskins. Okay. See if we can find it. See if they named it correctly. Yes. Finally, somebody listened to the instructions. I love it. This is one of the ones I'm the most excited for. Just like a fighty scrap. Although it's probably going to be a kiting build from the Greenskins, actually. That's what I would do against Khorne. I would try and pull them apart a little bit. So, Hanadins versus Vicious Satsuma. So Vicious Satsuma has won Faction War before with Greenskins. He is a Faction War champion. All right. With his Greenskins. Hanadins, I don't know if we've had Hanadins in Faction Wars, but everything's kind of new now. Yeah, no, the old world is putting up a great fight against the new factions, that's for sure. But, you know, I've been following land battles a little bit, and we've seen, you know, it go back and forth. It's pretty fine. Instinct, what was my main in StarCraft? I played Terran and I played Protoss mainly, yeah. I would say Protoss a little bit more, but I played Terran quite a bit as well. When I was really grinding the ladder, though, I would play Protoss. Yeah. Chad Turin, yeah, I'm playing a guild campaign, yeah, just on my own time, just for fun. It's so much fun. All right, guys, we got the Greenskins versus Khorne. It is the fightiest of matchups. I should have put them on, like, the Thunderdome map, where it's just, like, a cage, like, with, like, nowhere to move, and they just have to fight. That would have been fun. Hey, thank you again for the donation, by the way, Tyler. I really appreciate that one. Can't not root for Vicious Satsuma, that's right. Yeah, red is very fast indeed. I bet you Satsuma goes with a big skirmish build and Gron the Punch. That would be my guess. Like, old school Warhammer 2 land battle stuff. You know, a bunch of skirmish cav, Grom the Punch, just getting in there. By the way, we're going to be having a faction war for domination soon as well, too. So what I'm going to do in the next week, sometime not this weekend, but the following weekend, I'm going to have a faction war qualifier for domination, since it's a little bit easier to kind of, you know, balance, make sure there's no rule breaks for a bigger domination qualifier, and whoever gets the furthest with each faction into the domination tournament will represent them in the domination faction war. So that'll be very fun. That'll be very fun. I might want to wait till we get the map pack done for that. So we're going to be having a contest to create domination maps, and then we're going to have a multiplayer map pack so people can play with those in tournaments, so we have more maps. So yeah, a lot of fun stuff on the horizon, guys. It's going to be great. So we got Khorne versus the Greenskins here. Hyped for this one, man. Let us know in chat. If you want Khorne to win, you can spam Blood for the Blood God, or, you know, you guys know what to spam if you want the Greenskins. Just a big old happy wah. Interesting. Triple Black Orc. Wow, that's a meaty army right there. Double Minotaur coming in from Khorne. Wow. Okay, weird builds. I was not expecting the Minotaurs. This is going to be pretty cool. Is Warhammer 3 going to get shut out across the entire first round? So we still have Kislev, Cathay. Yeah, we have Kislev, Cathay, Khorne, and Tzeentch still to play. So there's still plenty of opportunities for them to advance on. Map pack, yeah. Where can we see Sigmar's glory in a head-to-head? I'll do that soon, yeah. The thing is, our previous head-to-head campaign we were doing, the free-for-all one with Karl Franz, it got corrupted by the patch, so we have to restart it, unfortunately. So, how do you know if the created map is good? Well, we would playtest it first, of course. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the forces of the Greenskins. It's going to be Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet. I feel like Vicious Satsuma is like the embodiment of Wurzag. I don't know why. I just feel it in my bones. He's got the Bonewood Staff, so going to be giving a huge melee attack buff. We got Orc Boys. We got Boys, backed up by Black Orcs. So very, very heavy duty. This is a serious Greenskin fighting line. Squig Herds are also pretty good. They can kill armored infantry and can kill demons alike. They don't really care. They kill infantry quickly and they have good armor piercing, so I really like that. Got a lot of skirmish cav. Going to be Spider Riders, you know, to get a little bit of poke. You got to punish Khorne for not having ranged a little bit. But for the most part, this Greenskin build isn't here to play mobility. It's here to fight. And there is a lot of fighting in the build. Now, looking here at the forces of the Blood God. It's going to be Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are amazing. They can outtrade a lot of the Greenskin mobility for sure, with the exception of War Boys. We got Khorne Minotaurs with Great Weapons. Kind of an interesting choice, the Great Weapons. I'm curious what they're brought against. Maybe like a Spider, Rogue Idol or something? I don't really know why you would bring the Great Weapons. I feel like the dual wielding variant is just exclusively better here, but he does have the dual wielding variant as well. The Hellforged Toast. If you want something that is going to be smashing Black Orcs and sending them back to the Shadow Realm, these are your boys. If they can actually get an engagement versus Black Orcs, the Hellforged Toast is going to be a terrifying foe. And we have a Herald of Khorne on the ground here for Hanadins, a very, very small target, but still a pretty good fighter and can buff nearby units, which is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Also some Khorne Marauders. Khorne Marauders are there just to absorb the shooting, so they do have the shield, so they're able to kind of block some of the firepower coming in from the Goblin Wolf Riders. And the rest of the Khornate army is just going to be moving up. So obviously both sides will be advancing. Khorne isn't going to be looking to hang out in the trees. You guys remember that Everchosen when we had the grand finals with the Forest Camp? Oh my god, that was like one of the worst ones ever. That battle, not that Everchosen. That Everchosen was quite fun, actually. But the Marauders are here, going to be engaging against Night Goblins, so they're going to be taking the fight. Oh, look at the Fanatics coming out! The Fanatics are loosed! They actually did some good damage. Wow, holy shit, those Fanatics did some work. Yeah, it took those Marauders down pretty substantially. And now we do have the Throwing Axes coming in, so Marauder Horsemen and Throwing Axes here. I like that. They're a pretty good choice. They do have great, you know, armor piercing with their ranged attacks against, like, Black Orcs. Now the first wave of Marauders has engaged against the Orc Boys, and the Hellforged Host is going to be collapsing on the flank. Now the big thing here for Khorne is to make sure that we do get the Hellforged Host jumping on top of the Black Orcs. And for the Greenskins, it's going to be avoiding that, shooting the Hellforged Host, engaging against them with Squigs. I really like that Vicious Satsuma is kind of pulling his army back this way and avoiding this big engagement with Khorne while they win this center engagement, right? Marauders of Khorne just get absolutely smacked by the Orc Boys and some of the shooting here, and Satsuma's going to be pulling back with these Orc Boys while the Khornehound's going to be looking for an opportunity to get in. And the Khornehounds do go for a big Alpha Strike on the Orc Boys, so it looks like they're going to be going there to engage. The two Minotaurs able to crump some Goblins, but the Minotaurs now going to be going after a bigger prize. Minotaurs are a great counter against Black Orcs for sure. They have armor piercing. Granted, you know, the Minotaurs do have some armor piercing themselves, and they do get a little bit of support from Squigs to give them a little bit of buffering. But the Minotaurs of Khorne, with the Herald of Khorne buffing them as well, he does have that AoE buff. Yeah, he's got the Locust of Wrath, so that would be actually very, very strong here. And yeah, look at that. The Black Orcs are getting pounded a little bit, and so too are the Squig Herds. That is a very, very good fight there for Khorne. Now, Black Orcs going to be enveloping, looking around the battlefield. We see the Khorne mobility just kind of hanging out. Throwing Axes not really doing anything. Throwing Axes should be maneuvered up and around here, away from all the Greenskin shooting, or they could just chase if they want to. Squigs are large, so the Marauder Horsemen won't trade super well until they're melee with their bonus versus infantry. Now back in the middle though, we do see the Squig Herds broken. These Black Orcs are being pounded by the Minotaurs, but the Minotaurs are also being shot pretty effectively by Satsuma's Daka. Satsuma has set up a missile line in the back, so you can see the Goblin Wolf Riders and all the shooting here, and they're going to be putting a lot of hurt into this Khorne melee army. The Horsemen, no, nice engagement though. So Hanadins gets a nice clean fight there, and he does shut down a lot of the Goblin Wolf Rider archers using his Horsemen. And Khorne Horsemen are actually really scary in melee. They have 44 melee attack, a great charge bonus, and you can see they're really able to tear these guys apart. So the Khorne Horsemen just giving the absolute business there to those Wolf Riders. Looking around though, Khorne has formed kind of a Death Star, so they have these Hellforged Hosts, they have their Minotaurs all kind of fighting shoulder to shoulder, and they're just trying to push through this Greenskin army. The Balance Bar is pretty damn even right now. A little bit of a value lead here for the forces of the Greenskins, but one blunder and that could go either way. So Marauders have made their way back in, so the routing Marauders of Khorne going to be saturating back into the battlefield while the Hellforged Host continues to value trade. It's going to be a nice brain buster, or no, Ed butt right there on the Hellforged Coast. Does a little bit of damage there. As another unit of Black Orcs does move in. Spider Riders on the flank, going to be engaging against Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. A little bit of a dangerous gambit, but he does get the charge, so maybe he breaks their leadership. It's hard to say. Those Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are pretty fighty for sure. Now looking around the flank, Fleshhounds are starting to cause some problems for the Greenskin army. We do see the old squig herds being taken to town here by the Marauder Horsemen. And look at this. Who let the dogs out, baby? It must have been Hanadins. The Fleshhounds are going to be coming into the backfield, chasing down the Black Orcs, making sure they don't come back. Very, very clean stuff for sure. Back in the melee grind, we do see the double Minotaurs going after the Black Orcs, and more Fleshhounds are starting to shut down a lot of the Greenskin shooting. And if the Greenskin shooting goes offline, the Hellforged Host is going to be very, very tough to finish. And the Minotaurs are also going to be running pretty rampant as well. So you do see 12 Minotaurs right here and 9 Minotaurs, so pretty good fighting capacity for sure. Fleshhound's going to be hunting down the Morgul's Mangy Marauders, and the Greenskins have kind of formed a little bit of a battle line over here with Wurzag. Du Bois getting in there against them Marauders, getting some nice crumping, and we haven't seen a Waaagh, I don't think, in a while. Maybe the Waaagh is not appearing, who knows. I've heard of bugs where the Waaagh doesn't appear, but hopefully that's not the case in this game. But Marauders of Khorne, they are getting dragged down. Khorne does have its effective Death Star here. And the Fleshhounds are really causing a ton of problems. They're just, wherever they go, there's problems. Although maybe, just maybe, the sheer number of Greenskins back here is going to be able to take out these Fleshhounds. There are only 18 of them, and there's like 100 squigs here, so I think that the Fleshhounds probably lose that one. More Fleshhounds over here are going to be chasing down the scraps. You can see many of these Orc boys are being routed off the battlefield. But honestly, even though the value is really close, I was going to say, even honestly, though the value looked good for the Greenskins, this battle is just very, very scrappy and very tight. And is he going to be able to finish off the Minotaurs? Wurzag does get the charge into these guys, and does have some Orc boys coming over to help him out a little bit. Fleshhounds chasing down Orc boys here. This is such a good game. This is so scrappy, man. Great play on both sides. Getting those Fleshhounds into the back line was pretty big to shut down that Daka, right? Because the Daka was really, really hurting that Khorne army pretty badly. Orc boys get Ere We Go. Would imagine they'll be piling in to fight here, so maybe they're going to be going after the Minotaurs and just kind of being sacrificed to Gork and or Mork. Fleshhounds on the hunt. We do have 95 speed against 78. Oh man, the fact that Spider Riders only have 78 speed is not good. Khorne's chosen hounds are on the hunt, man, and these guys are just getting chased into oblivion. What a crazy one here. So yes, we see the Forest Goblin Spider Rider archers being caught. That's another pretty cost-effective unit for the Greenskins, which is going to be disappearing here. But the Greenskins do have a big rally. They have a lot of their units coming back. They have their squig herds. They're consolidating their forces. We have Black Orcs. We have some more Orc boys who've been talked into fighting once again by Wurzag. Wurzag got the crew hyped up for sure. And both players are going to be consolidating their forces. So we do see the Marauders. We do also see the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne kind of gathering here. The Hellforged Host is at the ready, ladies and gentlemen. They're standing by. And on the other side, Fleshhounds of Khorne able to take down those Forest Goblin Spider Riders. And man, oh man, this is looking to be a real scrappy one. Squig herds tumbling across the battlefield. And both players, again, just going to be consolidating their forces, chasing down what they can, and preparing for one big final engagement. Now, value is pretty much dead even. We see a slight value lead for the Greenskins of about 400 gold. It's pretty much going to be nullified here in a second with a little bit more chasing. The forces of the Greenskins have some routing units that have come back on the edge. Some Wolf Rider archers could be a little bit useful. Fleshhounds on the wings just kind of waiting to fight. And yeah, it's just going to be a grind here, man. I think maybe it slightly favors the Greenskins, just the numbers. But the leadership is also really bad. There's nothing for the Forces of Khorne here that causes terror, I don't think. I think the Minotaurs all cause fear. I don't think there's any special trait for Khorntaurs, even though they are pretty terrifying. And yeah, it's just going to be a gathering as the Greenskins are going to be skirmishing. Might as well use all that ammo, get a little bit of Daka going. And it's going to take a big Greenskin surround. They're going to have to get us around on the Khornate forces. So Marauder Horsemen moving in. Got to be careful with those guys. Squig herds do get the countercharge. Minotaur is going to be given an attack animation there, or attack order, I should say, not animation. And the Hellforged Host is going to be probably just piling in to fight Black Orcs. They just want to be on the center mass. I would probably stack some Minotaurs on top of the Hellforged Host just to kind of increase their durability, because that's hands down your best fighting unit. And the Hellforged Host, 180 kills for the Blood God, man. Oh my goodness. And this Greenskin army here is going to get crumped in the front line by the Minotaurs and by the Hellforged Host. These Black Orcs, even though they're very resilient, are not going to last very long. They're going to get pounded. I know Ere We Go is going to be going down, which is going to be triggering a huge 89 melee attack on those Greenskins, dude. It's so metal. And now the Waaagh is going to be moving in. Squig Herd's moving in as well. The Khorne Blob still fighting pretty well. We got 60 models here on the Hellforged Host. The Herald of Khorne. Oh my god, Locust of Wrath, dude. Look at that. And the Horn of Khorne. 121 melee attack here on the Hellforged Host. That is a thing of beauty right there. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And that's going to be cutting right back through that Greenskin army. And we actually see The Greenskins maintaining a little bit of a value lead, breaking the leadership, with these kind of flanking charges. And Edbutt's going to be coming down as well from Warzag, so that's going to be hammering into the Hellforged Host, who only have 44 models left. The Greenskins are looking a little bit fickle in terms of leadership as well, though. And we do have the Fleshhounds who are going to be piling in. These Fleshhounds could perhaps be the straw that breaks the back. You have to remember, too, the value can be a little bit deceptive because many of the Greenskin units might have routed off the battlefield, which denies Khorne the value, right? So that might not always be the most accurate metric. The balance of power is actually pulling back a little bit. Khorne looks like they might be able to kind of scrap this game out as we see the Hellforged Host still going with 1,400 value, and then the Fleshhounds of Khorne coming in with the Steel Chair, having chased something off in the endgame. Might be able to do it. So Warzag does have some Black Orcs moving back in. Black Orcs going to be attacking. Minotaurs of Khorne coming back in as well. Pure rage indeed. And the Orc boys are here. We have some Morgreb's Mangy Marauders who need to make their way back in. But man, I feel like the Greenskins aren't able to kind of reconsolidate their forces because of the prevalence of all these Fleshhounds. The Blood Gods hunting hounds here, making sure that nothing's going to be coming back. Black Orcs being heavily outtraded by the Hellforged Host. Minotaurs with dual weapons, also a great tool against them. They have a ton of armor piercing and bonus for infantry, which is quite nice. The Fleshhounds over here moving in and just ripping apart these Orc boys, showing no mercy. They're huge, huge weapon strength. You can see the Herald of Khorne also still very, very active. And even though he's beat up, I still think he's doing quite well. Warzag is surrounded, and the Blood God has won. He has come back. GG, well played. Man, what a crazy match between those two players. That was so close. It was such a good scrap. I really thought the Greenskins were going to take over that game after that initial engagement, but the Fleshhounds hunting down all the Greenskin scraps around the battlefield was so big. Even though they didn't get good value, they chased a lot of stuff off. Minotaurs actually did pretty well too. The Grey Open variant, I guess, did better, but 1,000, 1,400, 1,800 on the Hellforged Host, who they carried this game hard. And yeah, that was a crazy, crazy good game. Very well played to Satsuma. We'll see him back in the next faction war, I am sure, representing his beautiful Greenskins here. And that was a crazy, crazy match. GG, well played, ladies and gentlemen. So let's make it official. Game 3 is on the scoreboard. So it's going to be a Khorne victory. And now we have Khorne versus Empire in the next round, which I'm very excited for. I secretly wanted to see Khorne versus Empire. So now we have Tzeentch versus Wood Elves. Okay, this should be kind of interesting. So let's go ahead and switch back to that. Go get in the lobby here. See what they do. And yeah, great game. So Wood Elves versus Tzeentch. I feel like if there were going to be a rule break, it would be in this matchup. So we'll have to see what they do. But I'm ready. We're on the Southern Chaos waste here. Yeah, Warzag, he ain't going to be dancing anymore today. Well played to Satsuma, man. A true Chad of the Greenskins. That was a great match, dude. That was so incredibly scrappy. That was so scrappy. All right, pretty hyped for this one. We have Tzeentch versus the Wood Elves, Zyphos on the Wood Elves, and Moffat on Tzeentch. Moffat, of course, has been doing really, really well in both domination as well as land battles. So we'll have to see what Moffat's going to be bringing to the table. I'm getting fancy with the UI thing. I know, man, we are. It's true magic. It is true magic indeed. Yeah, so Khorne is advanced. They're going to be facing the Sons of Sigmar in the next round. The Blood Penguin awaits. And now we have Tzeentch versus ye old Wood Elves. So let me tell the players I'm here. Sometimes they might not notice since they're kind of waiting here. All right, so Wood Elves and Moffat. Go look, have fun. And if you're already in the next round, set up them builds, please. Pace is great. We're getting through this pretty well. The pacing is very, very good. All right. So Zyphos going with a pretty heavy mobility build. Ooh, look at that. Triple Stag Knight. Oh, yeah. I got to change the nameplates too, so my apologies here. Moffat versus Zyphos. All right, one sec here. Perfect. And there we go. All right. So this is going to be Tzeentch versus the Hardwood. Wood Elves are going to be going for a big missile build, which I certainly like, backed up by Triple Stag Knight, which is going to be very, very strong. Stag Knights are very good against armor and chariots and things like that, so they can kill all those sort of targets, but they're also very, vulnerable to being focus fired by Tzeentch, missiles. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, that type of stuff, so we'll have to see how this kind of plays out. Now for the build of our great French Wood Elf champion, it's going to be Triple Great Stag Knight to deal with armor, and, Tzeentch does have a lot of armor now. Warriors and Knights, as well as Doom Knights and, chariots, so you need to be able to deal with that. We have Eternal Guard with shields, and a massive Jackal-line, so it's going to be Starfire Shafts, just trying to put giant shafts into the face of the Tzeentchian army. Now for the spells, Dwellers Below and Earthblood. Very, very standard fare. Now for the army here of Tzeentch and Moffat, it is going to be Marauders of Tzeentch with some warriors mixed in as well. You know, obviously they're silver shielded, they do magic damage, so they can trade pretty well into any ghostly units, maybe if you wanted to bring the big, great ethereal stag knights. But even still, magic damage isn't like super pertinent here, although I think dryads have a little bit of physical resist. I can't remember, but anyways, Chaos Warriors, we have the Big Bird. The Big Bird's going to be there with Final Transmutation and Searing Doom. We got Marauder Horsemen and Furies on both sides to play the skirmish game against the Wood Elves, and that is going to be that. So let us know in chat, who do you think is going to be winning this one? Is it going to be the dreaded Hardwood, or is it going to be the forces of the Changer, Tzeentch? Is the chicken going to do it? Let us know who you're rooting for in chat. So great Stag Knights, and great Stag Knights all over the place. Spellweaver of Life hanging out with the Earthblood, as well as the Dwellers Below. I guess, you know, I think either build can win. I feel like both builds have some great tools against the other. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the execution in terms of the micro with the Cav. Like, Xiphos is going to have to micro like a madman. Those great Stag Knights have a lot that they have to deal with. And, of course, protecting your missiles is going to be pretty substantial, especially considering there are a lot of horsemen here on the battlefield. And, you know, if Moffat were to potentially screw up and get caught in a big Dwellers Below with a lot of his units, like, that could be GG as well. But Moffat has been absolutely just doing great work lately in tournaments. Moffat has been doing great in domination tournaments, and also I believe he won a big land battle tournament, which was hosted by Human Boy as well. So Chaos Knights of Tzeentch also included. Oh, that's pretty cool. I wonder how Chaos Knights of Tzeentch trade into the Great Stag Knights. I feel like the Chaos Knights would win in like a pure grinding fight, but of course they have the speed disadvantage, so they're going to be generally losing out on the charge. So it's going to be a little bit hard to say. So the bird is here. The Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch waiting in the shadows. The Chariot's also sitting back. And I'm curious how they're going to take this fight. Like, obviously both sides have to advance up. The Tzeentchian Warriors will move. And the Big Bird is going to be dropping some blue fires. And does he have an Infernal Gateway? No, he doesn't. Oh, just Searing Doom. That's right. He's not a blue fire bird. I always thought that the Lore of Tzeentch would be really good here. Like, blue fire spam on Wood Elf Lords and then using the pink fire to just do damage against light. But Final Transmutation is really good against blob spells. And, you know, sometimes you will see those type of blobs in land battles, more so than in Domination, where people have like a Jurthu, Death Star, or something like that to try and catch you off guard. So that can definitely do pretty well. Anyways, both armies are moving up, and Tzeentch is going to be getting this around. You see the Marauders of Tzeentch, you know, hustling up. They're ready to take some shots for the Changer, for the bird. I feel like when you're playing Khorne, you can really emphatically yell like "Blood for the Blood God," but with like Tzeentch, it's kind of like for the Changer. It's not as exciting, you know? Yeah. Like I think nobody can compare to Khorne there. Nurgle's kind of got a little bit of hype going with him, but yeah, for the most part, it's definitely easier to choose there. So archers are moving up. For sure going to be getting some Daka in, and the Big Bird is also on his way, and it looks like they're moving fast. Yep, the Tzeentchian army is full speed marching, looking to get an envelop on this Wood Elf army. Some of the archers in the back are relatively vulnerable, but Xiphos does, of course, have the great Stag Knights at the ready to get a little bit of hammering into those units. Xiphos, of course, was an ECL champion back in Warhammer 2. This was a long time ago. Xiphos is one of the true OGs of Total War Competitive who has like been good through all three games. There's a lot of players who were very good in Warhammer 1 who fell off in Warhammer 2, didn't quite keep up with the times or stopped playing. But Xiphos was a top 16 player in the world in Warhammer 1 Competitive, back in the old Dark Ages when balance was pretty wild for sure. But Xiphos was also an ECL champion in Warhammer 2, winning, you know, at the time, which was one of the biggest competitive events out there. And also in Warhammer 3 was top 16 in Season 1 of Total Tavern, and is currently, I believe, I don't know how much he's competing with this current season yet. I'm sure he will be soon. But yeah, he's been like a true original competitive player. Yeah. So Tzeentch is over here, getting shot by some of the bows. You can see they're kind of poking back and forth while the Tzeentchian infantry kind of prepare to get in there. Moffat with very, very clean micro, though. He's basically bouncing back and forth while his infantry move in, so you can see all these Marauders kind of marching after the Wood Elf army. And the Wood Elves are just moving back and forth and kiting a little bit, trying to take down some of the skirmishers. But Moffat is able to micro them very, very well. And he's getting a little bit dangerous, though. If Moffat gets too close to the edge of the map here, then what's going to happen is he might just get shot and leadership might break and they might run off the map here. And we do see the Summon Furies coming in, so, is this going to be a bait? Yeah, I see some sort of witchcraft going down here. These are only Summon Furies. That was a Searing Doom, and it was a swing and a miss, so Xiphos was able to dodge that. The big chicken is going to be landing here. Now, will Xiphos go for the chicken snipe? It's a little bit dangerous because the chicken, of course, can Final Transmutation itself, but we do get Chariots moving in, so Xiphos needs to get the Chariot shut down by the Stag Knights here. It looks like the other Stag Knights may be thinking about taking a fight versus those Chaos Knights, but in the meantime, the fighting is now on. And we see the big chicken being hit a little bit as the Chariots continue to penetrate into the battle lines. Chaos Knights do get screened out by some of the spears right here. And over here, we have some sort of a spell going down. I'm not sure what it's going to be. Looks like an Earthblood going down, as this is going to be a very cost-effective fight for Xiphos. Great Stag Knights just punishing Chariots as well as Marauder Horsemen is very, very good. But the Big Chicken is causing a lot of problems. His shields are down. The Great Stag Knights have killed the Chaos Fury summons, but now the Tzeentchian melee has gotten in. And in the backfield, we see Chaos Furies really pressing into the Archers. The Archers are kind of struggling to protect themselves. We do have some Eternal Guard trying to help them out, but most of the Stag Knights are very focused on this side of the battlefield. And they are getting good engagements. I mean, Stag Knights here taking down the Marauder Chariots has got to feel pretty good. And the Big Chicken also being taken down by the Stag Knights could potentially be a game-winning play, but Xiphos could also lose the game on that same note if he surrounds this thing and lets himself get caught in bombardment spells, but it looks like he's not going to. Now, Stag Knights bounce out. They get a pretty nice charge on the Chaos Knights. Over here, Archers are still pretty functional. It looks like somehow he managed to kind of stabilize those Archers there, and Xiphos is getting some really good shooting into the Marauder Horsemen here. In the meantime, the Spellweaver of Life going down to try and help shut down those Chariots. But the Chicken being trapped here is pretty solid. Xiphos has to make sure these Great Stag Knights don't eat a fat charge to the face, and it looks like they might. Probably pulling the spears over here would be the prudent idea. Granted, Great Stag Knight should trade relatively well in combat here, as Stag Knights are coming back in here to free up the Archers. And man, look at that. The Archers actually able to somehow deal with those Chaos Chariots. Warriors piling in from both sides. Archers are being moved into a little bit of a mobile kite game here as they're pulling back. Marauder Horseman on the edge, really good play from Moffat. Going to be hunting down loose Archers he can find on the edge of the battlefield. And the value trading is honestly really dead even. Both players are playing incredibly well. You can clearly tell that this is a battle between two very high level players. But these Warriors are causing a lot of problems. Eventually, you know, what you want to do as the Wood Elves is you want to just save them for late game and run them down with Stag Knights with cycle charging. And for Moffat, yeah, this is what you want to be doing. It's just chasing Archers and keeping them from shooting. Eternal Guard into Marauders, a little bit of a wet noodle contest here. Portal Glyph going down, going to be another Fury summon. We see the Marauder Horsemen moving in. They're shaken. And since they're fighting a little bit close to the edge here, they could potentially just get broken off. Stag Knight's going to be coming in with a big Christmas charge, delivering Christmas a little bit early, and they do. And those guys are going to be broken, potentially running off the edge of the battlefield. The Eternal Guard, of course, able to pile in there and get a nice little stable engagement. As the Stag Knights, it looks like they're going to be able to finish off these Chaos Knights, although they are retreating, trying to take advantage of their 90 speed. There still are 20 Stag Knights here. Xiphos needs to be careful not to let them get broken on the edge. And look, he pulls back and then refreshes the fighting situation with more Stag Knights there. Very nice. He might as well move in and fight. I don't know about the Winds of Magic situation, but I guess Final Transmutation is something that you have to put some respect on for sure. Moffat doing a good job using those summons to clear off the some of the missiles here, but it looks like the summons will be disappearing in about 20 seconds. As far as the Archers go, it looks like Chariots and Horsemen have come back, so pretty much the entire battlefield is super tattered. Both players are just trading dead, even on value. More and more Marauder Horsemen moving in, Eternal Guard trying to hold here, while the Spellweaver of Life may be looking to get another little Dacus spell. And the Stag Knight's able to do the work of Kurnus here as they do finish off those Chaos Knights, but they're all very beat up. I think the Stag Knights fighting the Big Bird is a little bit of a dangerous play right now. There is going to be some magic coming down. That's going to be a beautiful Searing Doom from Moffat. Really nice play. That's going to be hitting a lot of those guys, and is it going to break their leadership? Looks like those ones are barely holding on 3 leadership. Man, really tight. The Stag Knights probably need to come over here now and try and stabilize all these missile pieces if they can, because these Chariots, even just a couple of them, like 2 just beat up old Chariots, are really causing a lot of grief. Now, Great Stag Knights running into Marauders of Tzeentch while these missiles are back online. They are Hagbane tips, so they don't have like great armor piercing, and both Stag Knights do kind of get broken here a little bit. We see the value lead has been taken over by the forces of Tzeentch, the Exalted Lord of Change being chased down by a couple spears. And, you know, the Spellweaver isn't as hard of a carry character as like a Giant Chicken, right? The Giant Chicken's a little bit more scary. That's a beautiful Dweller's Blow, though. That's going to be karate chopping those Warriors and maybe actually killing them, as the Great Stag Knights are able to chase down those Chariots here. And Archers are looking to be kind of stable around the battlefield. The Chariots are starting to get pushed off a little bit. Moffat does pull a little bit ahead in the bounce of power, but it's kind of negligible. It's a very close amount. And yeah, having those 2 Stag Knights get chased off the battlefield here has got to hurt pretty bad here for Xiphos. He really needs those guys to deal with the Big Bird in the late game. Bird still has 5,000 HP. Granted, there still is 1 healthy Stag Knight, which is going to be doing a lot of work. Marauders here are getting busted up a little bit. Looks like there's going to be an Earthblood going down. Very cost-effective Earthblood. You have to remember, too, the Wood Elves have access to some healing, so the value can be a little bit deceiving in that regard. Marauder Horseman coming out. Man, Moffat is like squeezing every morsel of value he possibly can out of all these units. It is absolutely insane. Spears fighting, Warriors are broken, the Dweller's Blow proving to be very good, and the Stag Knights are just MVPing it, man. It looks like they've earned a couple of chevrons in battle with 1,200 value, and their armor piercing should be very good here. But the Stag Knights really need to make sure that the Big Chicken doesn't get to them. Looks like the Chicken is going to be trying to shut down some of the Archers right now, while Xiphos tries his best to get the Warriors off the battlefield. He does have a fair amount of spears, but, you know, one thing that could lose the game for Wood Elves is a big Final Transmutation if you get caught there. Oh my god, the Earthblood is so good by Xiphos there. It hits everything. And looking around, like, Chaos doesn't really have much left. They have a couple Warriors here, which I think finishing the Warriors before you go for the Chicken is probably the way. to leave the chicken isolated, and then it's going to be forcing the chicken to kind of sit in a blob and just get, you know, beaten down by all the different wood elves. But yeah, this battle is just razor close. Zyphos does pull a little bit ahead in the balance of power. Looks like there's going to be a Searing Doom. Oh no, Zyphos got caught in the final transmutation. I had a feeling that might happen. And the Stag Knights do get hammered. Was it overcasted though? It was not overcasted, but still very good. And that does give the bounce of power back to Moffat, in which he was actually losing that bounce of power right there. So blobbing into the big chicken, I think, was a little bit of a mistake. He's still getting some decent DACA. The Stag Knights, they need to come back for sure. He really needs those. Moffat using a couple of these loose horsemen to go after these archers right here. And I had a feeling that final transmutation was going to be a big factor, and he did kind of blob into it with those Stag Knights. I think going for all of the you know, the warriors first and cycle charging them into oblivion. But guys, the Spellweaver is sick of this bird's shit. The Spellweaver has been getting a ton of damage against Big Bird. Big Bird is very beat up, and you can actually see it's pulling the bounce of power back for Zyphos, who is going to be casting something here. Looks like there's some sort of witchcraft going down. I'm not sure. Is that a Dwellers? Oh, and the Dwellers below, baby. That's going to be killing the warriors. Those warriors are going to get karate chopped. Dwellers below is probably one of the best spells in the entire game. Zyphos does have a lot of spears around the battlefield, and honestly, I think the French King is taking this one. I think Tzeentch is going to be banished to the Shadow Realm in the first round here by the Wood Elves in an incredibly back-and-forth matchup. Incredibly back-and-forth. So we see the Exalted Lord of Change here dropping a nice bombardment. It is dodged by Zyphos. Zyphos has to be careful, though. If he allows Moffat to kill his Spellweaver of Life, he could just lose the game. I think the Spellweaver of Life maybe needs to kind of escape the situation and back up and go join the Spears. And it looks like that's what's going to be happening. So the Spellweaver of Life does pull back. Archers moving in on both sides. And more Spears coming in. Okay, maybe Moffat is not out of this yet. Will the Warriors of Tzeentch be able to clutch this? Maybe so. Eternal Guard are on their way in, so we see 2 units of Eternal Guard, both of which will be pretty good. It depends on the magic situation for the chicken. We have the Arcane Surge active, so that's going to give him a little bit of Winds of Magic as the Spellweaver of Life does charge in. Hits the Warriors, but yeah, Zyphos has to be careful not to throw with this character. So, because that's like all he really has that's going to be good against the Big Bird. Like, that's it. Glade Guard are pretty terrible fighters. They still do have 28 melee defense, so it's not the end of the world. We get more Glade Guard Starfire Shafts moving in. Spellweaver of Life needs to pull back 100%. Oh man, the villainous Tzeentch might be able to get back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. I think Zyphos might have thrown a little bit with that Spellweaver. The Eternal Guard here, you know, a little bit susceptible to being terror routed. Moffat does actually have some horsemen back online, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, Zyphos might have thrown by having that Spellweaver fight for a little bit too long without support. And now the 63 Eternal Guard, they need to put this game on their back. They need to get in and just start killing those warriors. And Zyphos needs to start running with the old Spellweaver. Dude, what a crazy game. It really just came down to the micro there at the end. And I think Moffat got the slight advantage there, beating down that Spellweaver. So Eternal Guard moving in. And we see Eternal Guard moving in from all sides. Hopefully no one disconnects there. That would be a pretty unfortunate way to end this one. Terrified from the big chicken. Spellweaver is trying to get away, but Spellweaver probably going to be hunted down. We still do have a ton of Eternal Guard. Oh my god, what a scrap! The villainous Tzeentch cackling in the night, and Zyphos withdraws! Oh man, he had that game. That was just a throw with his character. If Zyphos had been more careful and just ran his character back to the spheres and moved up with his Spellweaver, I think Zyphos wins the game. Because that barrier wasn't as much HP as you would think. It was only probably like 200 HP on that barrier. Because when you're low life, the barrier scales with you to your life, so it's very, very little. GG, man. Oh, that character. The character getting tossed was rough. That was a really close game. GG, well played. Man, what a nice comeback. Well played to both players. Either one of them could have won, man. Well played. Great game to Moffat. Great game to Zyphos. That was really close. So, ladies and gentlemen, Tzeentch is going to be advancing. And I'm sure Bretonia in the next round is like, God damn it, I have to face Alberts now. All right, guys. So now we have Kislev versus Norska. Hype for this one. Now, if you don't remember, Kislev won the last faction war. Random Nicks played them. Now, that was before Immortal Empires, but still shows that they got some potential in land battles. So let's go ahead and find the next one. All right. So this is up. Very hype for this one. Dude, GG, well played. That was an incredible game. Incredible game. Now, Moffat and Zyphos are both top-tier tournament players. Wood Elves are very good, trust me. It's just, yeah, it just came down to that little play at the end. And Trader. All right, guys. So now we have Norska versus Kislev in this next match. This is very exciting. All right. So, next round. Folks, get them lobbies up. Start on your builds. Cool. So just letting the players know to get their builds ready for the next round. Toss a coin to your streamer. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I know. We might have to start having Faction Wars twice a month, huh? Would you guys like that? I think it's my favorite format. Nothing beats it. You know what's really good about Faction Wars is from a viewing perspective, it's so good because everyone has their builds ready, so we get to skip all the nonsense of waiting for people to do their builds for the most part, except the grand finals. Because now the players in the next round are like preparing their builds, right? So it's a lot of hype. It's a lot of hype for sure. We even got to see the dreaded Red Ogre today. I know. Who would have thought, man? Red Ogre coming back with the steel chair. All right. One sec here, guys. Let me set this up. It is, wow. Oh my God. I did not look at the deployment zones for this map. Well, okay. It doesn't really matter. It should be enough. But wait, what? Oh, they got to restart. Whoever's hosting this lobby had it on small unit size. Okay. Yes. Rehost. Same armies. Trader. Oh my God, dude. It's the quest battle one. Yeah, I mean the map would be fine, I guess, but they just accidentally so I'm gonna take a screenshot of their builds so they can't change it up. Alright. Cool. So go ahead and rehost that, guys. small unit size. Man, oh my goodness. And the quest battle version either. Very good. Cool. All right, so the players should get that fixed, and we'll be starting in a second. You got to screenshot it, man, to make sure that everything's clean. Yeah. SEMs are OP. Oh yeah, and that small. If we were playing a tournament with that size, for sure. I was playing a Guild campaign. Yeah, I have one going on my own right now. It's just fun. I'm just experimenting with the tech tree and stuff to see what kind of stuff you could do. Wheel of Fortune tourneys are also awesome. Yeah, so I'm going to be having a stream in the next few days with now that the weather's actually cooling down, I can stream longer without suffering. I'm going to do a Wheel of Fortune tournament where we re-roll for the players. Yeah, it'll be fun. Kale, keep up the good work. Enjoying Warhammer 3U. And Gray, more, dude. You got more coming. Don't worry. All right, let's see. They haven't remade it yet. Okay. Great, thank you. I need to wait for the lobby to fill up before I try and join, or else it'll cause some problems for sure. Here it is. We're all good. Excellent. If this is, as long as they have enough, I guess, to deploy, it should be fine. This is the quest battle variant, but I don't know if there is another one. Let me see. Troll Country? No, there's only Troll Run. Okay, so we'll try Troll Country. If the deployment is really bad and the players can't deploy, I'll let them choose another map. But we'll give it a try with the proper army sizes and see if it's a problem. So we will see, ladies and gentlemen. Small hammer. Oh my god. Small hammer is pretty funny. Yeah, small unit size. Do you have a standing or sitting desk? Standing, yeah. So the thing, I have a standing desk, and it's been really good for my lower back. Like, my back feels exponentially better. Then like sitting, I used to, like, your back hurts. But the only thing about a standing desk is since I stand every day for like 5 or 6 hours, my knees do start to hurt, actually. Because what happens at a standing desk is you get a little bit lazy and you start to like put all your weight on one knee, or you hyperextend your knee to like lean on your desk. And I've actually like developed some slight issues with that, but it's just, I just got to correct it and it'll be fine. Yeah. All right, so, oh shit, oh never mind. Okay, we got to do a different map. So it literally deploys the Norscan army like right in front of them, and Kislev like on the edge of the map. Okay, so we'll just switch it up. It's fine. Yeah, we'll switch it up. Okay. Norska. My bad. Let's switch map to Troll Run. Reload one more time. This one is bad. My old Warhammer 2 habits. All right, guys, so we have to switch maps real quick. Sorry about that. So we'll jump out. Yeah, because this one is like Kislev is like on the edge of the battlefield, and Norsko is like literally enveloping them already. It's for a quest battle. Yeah, that used to be a great map in Warhammer 2, but apparently they didn't port it over. So all right. So we should be fine. Just go to Troll Run, and we'll be all set. It's a shame. That was one of my favorite maps. I used to love Troll Country. It was really fun for small, fast engagements. But we'll do Troll Run. Troll Run is a good map. It's got, it's basically a little bit bigger, but it's got some terrain and whatever, I know, I love Troll Country. That was one of my favorite maps. It's just, I have so many good memories of that one. Yeah, so many good memories. Lying down desks, just lying in bed, monitor strapped to the ceiling. I think I've seen screenshots of people actually doing that. Yeah. Yeah, sorry guys, no more Troll Country. It is what it is. I'll remake Troll Country as like a domination map, and we'll give that a try. It'll be pretty fun. All right, so they paid the troll toll. Yeah, they did pay the troll toll. All right. So yeah, there's not as many good land battle maps as there was before, I guess, or maybe there is now. They added a bunch back, I guess, but they're still like on battle, like quick battles. Like look at this like weird ravine. So Kislev will probably just like deploy like over here or something. Yeah, like both armies are just going to do like a cross deploy pattern, something like this, which I suppose is totally fine. I think this village you can actually move through it, or is it like terrain blocking? It's hard to say. Map pack Troll Country, yes. It's always a good time. So Kislev's going to be setting up their army. Now, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the forces of Kislev, it's going to be a move hacker. A very different playstyle as to what we saw in the previous faction war. If you saw the previous faction war, which was won by random, pretty much every game was won by like patriarchs and elemental bears and these really nasty SEM chariot blobs, which were just so foul, but I loved it and hated it at the same time. But it's going to be Zargard in the front. Zargard should outtrade Norscan Berserkers, and against Marauder champions with shields, it's a pretty even trade. Great weapons will obviously defeat them, but yeah, Zargard are just very meaty and hard to kill. Aside from that, we got Kossars with spears on the flanks, which are somewhat, durable with 30 melee defense, so they can fight off Marauders if they have to. And then in the secondary line, we have Ice Guard with Glaives. Oh my god, that is a lot of Ice Guard. That is a lot of Ice Guard. In the back, we got Winged Lancers to run down some of the filthy barbarians, and that appears to be it. Now for the Hordes of Norska! We're going to be helmed by Trader GG. It is going to be Marauder champions, Marauders, Javelins to deal with any large threats. We got Marauder Horsemen, no throwing axes, which is very, very suspicious. Because, like, if Kislev had come in right now, okay? If Kislev had rolled in and brought like 4 bear chariots, this build would just be dead. There would be no way that Trader could win. There's literally nothing in Trader's build that's good against chariots. But thankfully for him, the Kislev enjoyer, aka A-Move Hacker here, did not go that route, so should be A-okay. Anyways, the battle's going to be on in a second. Players will begin fighting. Let me make sure they don't have any questions. And good luck, have fun. It's going to be good, man. A cool Cathay domination map would be cool. Yeah, a lot of potential for sure. A Legendary Lord tournament? Yeah, I'll do that someday. That one takes a lot of organizing. And like, oh my god, it's a lot to run. There is a lot to run. So Marauder's going to be moving around the wings. The Kislevite army is going to be moving up. We do, of course, have the Kossars with spears here on the wings. And the Ice Guard, which will decisively defeat the Norscan skirmishers. Norscan skirmishers cannot even engage in melee because the Kossars have spears themselves, so it's a little bit problematic for them. Kislev taking a little bit of a bath here. They're hanging out. They're just like, that must be very unpleasant. But I guess the Kislevites are quite used to the cold, literally in like freezing temperatures, and they're just standing in a pool of water. So very, very hardy people. So Norska will be engaging in the front. As far as magic goes, we have Tempest, and Tempest is going to be bringing Blizzard to just punish blobs of probably infantry. So looking to really just wreck those Marauder champions and those different units. No Elemental Bear this time. A-Move Hacker, if you guys don't know him, he's a longtime veteran of Warhammer. He was a very good Dwarf player in Warhammer 2. So you can see his kind of dwarvish habits have extended to Kislev here. Whereas Random played Kislev in a very different manner in the faction war. He was using them more so as like a chariot SEM blob kind of strategy there. So yeah, should be good. Archer's going to be shooting in, probably just go after the Marauder champions initially. Ice Guard definitely need to start unleashing some damage. And the Ice Guard actually all have glaives, so they all have the halberds there, shooting into the Marauder champions. Marauder champions, of course, do have shields and good armor, so they're going to be somewhat durable against this. And we do also get the Winged Lancers coming in, so when the Winged Lancers arrive, Kislev for sure, one of my favorite factions. Here they come, the Winged Lancers getting a big charge into the Barbarians. It's going to do a decent amount of damage, and one unit of Marauder champions is already taking a ton of damage. So that's a very, very good start for A-Move Hacker. Granted, here on the side, Trader's going to be getting some nice penetration into the battle lines as Kossars with spears are going to start getting hammered a little bit. Winged Lancers for sure need to come in and try and clean this up. Marauder Horsemen circling around the back. probably what you do as Kislev is you just ignore the Marauder Horsemen. You're like, ah, screw you guys. Because like every one of the Kislev missile units has pretty good stats as it pertains to dealing with large units. Now this could be a throw by Kislev Enjoyer here, aka Amu Packer. We see a big Tempest going down in the Marauder champions, but I mean if you let your Ice Witch just get, oh my god, Throg is giving the dirty. You're gonna have to send some of those Ice Guard Glaives in, like send them into melee and have them help, because you can't just lose your caster like this to Throg. And looks like Throg's just having a field day. Like aside from this, Kislev is playing very clean, but losing their Lord could potentially be a throw that would hurt pretty bad. It looks like here in the front we do see the Marauders getting pounded. Javelins to the back could also be run down by some of those Winged Lancers. Oh my god, Throg is getting focused by all of the Ice Guard. Oh my god, and Throg! The reverse steel chair. So Throg gets pounded by the triple Ice Guard focus fire in guard mode. Oh my god, Throg getting dunked on by that. Kislev certainly not taking any prisoners here, and of course the Kislev passive keeps that Ice Witch fighting. Now here in the front we do see the Zargard. Final Transmutation is going to be going down. Really, really good cast by Trader GG. That's going to be hitting the Ice Witch, and it looks like the Ice Witch is going to maybe go down here. She's got 190 HP. She's broken, probably going to shatter, and most likely not come back. And we do see a big envelopment as well. So we do see the Marauder Horsemen on the flanks pushing in, causing some problems. But it seems that the Chad Kislev infantry are trading very well. Wherever the Zargard go, they're just winning their fights, and Kislev is a little bit ahead on the balance of power for sure. Throg, though, is beat up, but he might come back. The thing is, the Troll King is a troll, so he's going to be able to heal. So he might just like route to the edge of the battlefield and come back. Kislev has, of course, lost its Lord as well. And, you know, Throg is still very much functional. He's got 2,000 HP, and he's healing. He's a troll. He's got passive regeneration. So that might be the doom of Kislev. We'll have to see. Ice Guard with Glaives holding it down here. We see the Beast of Tashnar in the backfield, and the Kossars coming up to try and support against some of these other Marauder Horsemen. And I still think that Kislev has got some strong tools, like the Ice Guard ladies are going to be a problem. Also a couple unit of Zargard causing huge problems. Like, talk about cost effective, like one unit of Zargard, just farming these two range units that could potentially be running back and kiting them is a really, really big value play. We do also have the Winged Lancers running around the battlefield still, which are getting good shock damage, and it looks like they're going to be going after the Javelins here, which you for sure need to shut those down. Maybe a little bit too much of a dive here, considering there's Marauder champs, and you know, the Javelins are pretty numerous here, but the Winged Lancers still do get a nice impact. Would have been really nice to get like a Tempest or some sort of a Frost spell right there. We'll have to see. Throg Daddy hiding in the bushes, and it looks like the Kossars and the Ice Guard, I think they probably carry this. I think even with Throg healing, the Ice Guard are really, really good fighters, and I'm so happy to see them being used. They're actually used pretty frequently in Domination. 33 and 41. They have anti-large, of course, so they can fight against any of the mobility and any of the melee units. You know, they can actually, like, this Ice Guard unit could trade reasonably well into the Marauder champions. It wouldn't be a great one, but they still do have armor piercing and could punch through them. Now, Throg playing the right play. He's just going to be going after the Winged Lancers here. Winged Lancers, of course, are broken. The Buy Our Blood passive has procced, and these Winged Lancers are going to be trying to break off the Marauder Horsemen. But Throg coming in with the Steel Chair should pretty much seal their doom. So these Winged Lancers are going to be sent back to Ursen's warm embrace here. As the Ice Guard Glaives do pile into fight, so they're going to be going into the Marauders. And here we have Ice Guard Glaives fighting Mass Horsemen, which is a good fight for them. They'll kill these Horsemen pretty easily, but the Beasts of Tashnar circling in around the back, these Hounds, who are infantry-sized, are going to be a really, really good boon against them, and it could actually give Norsca the tools they need to get back in this. Now, Zargard finishing off these Marauder champions. Ice Guard pulling back here, more Ice Guard engaging as the Marauder champions continue to move in, but that was a really, really nice push there. Granted, Kislev's durability is really shining through here, as the Buy Our Blood trade allows them to just maximize value. If any of you guys have ever played on tabletop, it's very much like a faction that fights on death, where even if you get the good jump on them, Kislevites will still kind of fight to the bitter end and accrue what value they can, even in the face of dire circumstances. So here we do see more Marauder Horsemasters coming into fight, but the Ice Ladies are ready. They got their halberds out for Ursen, and they'll certainly be shanking these guys. You can see they draw their weapons, and a nice surround there, but yeah, these horsemen probably going to get crumped. There's a lot of Ice Guard there, and now some... Oh my goodness, is that a Final Transmutation? Nice one, dude. Trader GG with the Steel Chair. We see the Ice Guard Glaives here getting pounded a little bit, and the other Ice Guard are pulling back, and suddenly it's looking like Throg's healing is going to be enough. I think that Final Transmutation might have done it as well, and there's Marauder champions. Like, these Zargard are not quite in the right position. These Zargard are also being kited across the map. They would have been super essential back here. We see the bounce of power going to Norsca relatively heavily. But in the back, if the Ice Guard can snipe Throg right now, that could for sure be a comeback. We do see the Zargard here fighting against Marauder champions. And is Throg going to get sniped? He's in a little bit of danger. He's frostbitten, which means he's slowed. And the Ice Guard, of course, have pretty good damage. I guess only 24 missile damage. It's not like a ton, but they do some... they don't do fire damage, I don't believe. Yeah, it's just magic and frost here. So the Horsemasters are coming in. They're going to get popped in the face. Zargard here, finally able to clean out these Marauder Champions. Dude, the Marauder Champions are basically like Zargard. Jesus, dude, look at them fight. They're just insane. Their leadership is insane. They're finally going to break, and these other Zargard of Kislev are going to move up to kind of intercept these Marauders here. These Ice Guard fighting with 14 seconds left on Buyer Blood. They're doing the best they can. And these other Zargard just running across the map after Javelins has got to feel pretty bad for sure. Now, Plague of Rust going down from the Metalcaster. Very, very good stuff. I think these Marauder Champions probably sealed the deal, though. 100%. The Marauder Champions with 77 models left. I don't think anything's going to be able to kill them. Like, the Ice Guard are also going to get jumped on by Throg. It looks like Throg's coming in. He's on the hunt, man. And the Ice Guard, did they draw their glaives? It looks like they're thinking about going into melee. And, oh, Throg threw up on them! I forgot he could do that. He's a troll. The Troll King is going to definitely just take these guys to Pound Stretcher, Poundland in the UK. And that's going to be GG. Well played. Norska just barely wins. Just barely wins. What a scrappy game. I agree. I think Kislev most likely would have won that game if they didn't lose their caster. Because they could have used Blizzard to kill these Marauder champs, and then they would have just won in the grind, probably. But losing their caster early against Throg is pretty inexcusable, for sure. Like, the caster should probably be on horseback in the first place, because characters like Wulfric and Throg are going to be very prevalent. So, yeah, you're going to want to do that. GG, well played. What a great game. What a great game. That's a wild one, dude. That is a wild one indeed. Good comeback by Trader. Honestly, he was on the back foot, but killing that caster of Kislev, I think, was the straw that broke the Kislev's back. All right. Now it is time for a very, very hype match. We have two former Faction War champions. All right, there we go. Two former Faction War champions. We have Cathay versus Vampire Coast. Random Nix, who just won the most recent Faction War, versus Anticity, who's a multi-time winner with the Vampire Coast. I'm super excited for this. This is one I've been looking forward to all day. So let's get hyped, man. Let's get hyped. So Faction War, and now we have, is it Coast? Is it Anticity? You gotta have it here somewhere. I will find your lobby. Okay. Where you at? Let me go see. Those two are ready. So now we have Anticity versus... Okay, Anticity is going to be sending me the lobby information. Perfect. Let's get them in there. Players should have their builds nice and ready. All right, so there it is. They named it correctly, and I couldn't find it for some reason. It wasn't appearing in my search. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The time is now. It is going to be Vampire Coast versus Grand Cathay in a shootout of the ages, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be super, super fun. I have no idea what's going to be happening here. I think it's going to be wild. And I think it could go either way. I think Sirens are really good here. I think that Crane Gunners, Deck Gunners, you know, Queen Bess, probably not Queen Bess. Queen Bess is a little bit sus, as the kids would say, because it could be focused by cannons, and Cathay Magic could snipe it very easily. So we'll see. We'll see, man. We'll see. Let us know who you're rooting for. Is it going to be the Coast, or is it going to be the forces of Grand Cathay? So Anticity going for a rush. Wow. That is a rush build, ladies and gentlemen. It is double Depth Guard, Penta Siren. And then we do also have Animated Hulks. Oh my god, that is a heavy-duty rush. And now for Grand Cathay, it's going to be... Are those Fire Rain rockets or cannons? I think those are cannons. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be triple cannon. I could be wrong, though. And then it's going to be Crossbows, Jade Warriors, Peasants, and a Dragon-Blooded Lord of Yin. Now, dealing with those Sirens is going to be very, very difficult. This is where I think you need to bring, like, one magic damage unit, like maybe the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, to just kind of sweep them off the battlefield. But, yeah, this is going to be... Oh, those are Fire Rain rockets! Oh, my god! They are Fire Rain rockets! Oh, dear god. I love it so much. I love it. Just bring me all the goodies. I really don't know how he's going to be killing the Sirens, though. Okay, he does have Talons of the Night and Ancestral Warriors and the Cloak of Jet, which is going to give him stock. So you bring Cloak of Jet, and that allows you to kind of sneak up here. Yeah, those are triple Fire Rain rockets, which are actually better against this type of a build. But, again, I think Anticity Sirens might be a little bit too much to handle. We'll have to see. We will have to see. The Ethereals are just going to trade super well. They can still be focused down by crossbows and things like that. Random Nix is just a master schemer with coming up with good builds. So I'm sure he'll be fine. Grand Cathay does have to worry about one cannon, so there is one Carronade, which is probably just going to instantly be killed by Grand Cathay. We're going to be seeing the Dragon-Blooded Lord run in and probably just drop a Talons of the Night on top of it and kill it, so I don't think the cannon's going to go very well. A Bloaty Boy? No. Anticity's here. He's playing for keeps. I don't think he's going to want to throw this game. Ancestral Warriors do magic damage, but the thing is, what you do is you summon Ancestral Warriors, okay? And then your opponent sees them and just runs. Because Sirens are much faster than the Ancestral Warriors, so they can just kite them while they die. It's not a good play. You want to use the Ancestral Warriors behind some Depth Guard who are fighting Jade Warriors and have them concave in and get that good surround. That's how you would do it. Oh, we need to update the UI. Did I forget to? Okay. Anticity. No, it's random. Anticity, I think. Okay, thank you for the UI. I was just so excited for the matchup that I didn't quite see it there. All right, very cool. It's on, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Queen Bess would probably ruin this build, yeah. Like one Queen Bessie, but like it's kind of a mind game thing because Cathay's cannons are very good. So if you bring Queen Bess, you could get wrecked pretty bad. You could get wrecked pretty bad. Do I have the names on the right side too, by the way? No, I don't. I need to switch them. Okay, one sec, guys. We'll get that going. All right, so 2 faction war winners going at it here in round 1, which is technically, you know, a little bit later in the tournament because it's like our what? How many games have we played so far? 8 something? I don't know. Something like that. So the crossbows do well. Jade Warrior crossbows, they pack a punch. With Harmony active, Cathay is actually a very, very scary land battle faction. It does give them reload speed and, you know, other good things like that. So if you look at that, yeah, you can see it gives you, well, actually, that is the battle harmony. Let's see that. Reload skill, yeah, 12, and then also gives you a little bit of leadership to help you hold. Now, the Cloak of Jet is active, so that's going to be giving Snipe, Stock, and Unspottable. The Fire Rain Rockets of Grand Cathay are going, and immediately the Gunnery Mobs are just going to get crushed, which Anticity doesn't really care about that. Those things cost next to nothing. But where is the Dragon-Blooded Lord going to go? It's probably going to go shut down this cannon, I would wager. Yep, looks like Random Nix just going straight for the kill. He's like, you cannot have a cannon. I am the Lord of Artillery, and I'm going to make sure it stays that way. So I really like the tech by Anticity, though. If he had come in with an artillery build, I think that Random would be able to kind of cheese them with some of the magic and spells and whatnot. But we are going to probably see a Talons of the Night coming down, or maybe a summon. We'll have to see. So yeah, there's going to be a summon coming in, and the Dragon-Blooded Lord is not going to be engaged in the main fight. The Fire Rain Rockets need to switch on. Oh, big volley there. Oh, just barely misses. Just barely misses. But the Fire Rain Rockets need to start shooting into the Sirens. They need to start shooting into the Depth Guard and going after those high-quality units. So now, it looks like they're going to be engaging here in a moment. In the backfield, we do see the Ancestral Warriors going after the Carronade crew. Should be able to defeat them. So I think the Carronade is pretty much offline. And as is expected, the Fire Rain Rockets are accruing decent value on the approach. You need to kill the Depth Guard. I would probably grab all 4 crossbows and methodically focus down Depth Guard in guard mode. Really nice play from Count Noctilus. He's going to be dropping a zombie summon on top of the Jade Warrior crossbowman here, so the crossbows are going to be temporarily shut down. And now the Depth Guard are being focus fire, while the Sirens do get pounded pretty badly by those Fire Rain Rockets, man. But is Anticity going to be able to kind of find his way through? That's the question. The crossbows are shooting. 1 unit of Depth Guard is almost dead. We get the Dragon-Blooded Lord moving into the Gunnery Mobs. And Anticity, just an absolute sneaky get here, is going to be moving into the Sirens, and he does get into the back line. And really, Grand Cathay doesn't have a whole lot back here to actually like fight this with. So the Sirens do slip in through the armor, and the Jade Warriors are fighting pretty well. But even though Anticity is behind on value, I think this is where he comes back. We see Jade Warriors in the backfield who are going to be pulled up to fight those. We see Spears moving into the animated Hulks. And the Fire Rain Rockets still generating good value where they can. None of the Fire Rain Rockets have been shut down quite yet, but it looks like there's going to be another summon of Ancestral Warriors coming out, who most likely will attack these Depth Guard here. Crossbows are still shooting, most likely in guard mode, and the Fire Rain Rockets getting decent value, but also doing a little bit of friendly fire. And the Jade Warriors have now moved up. So right now, Random needs to move these crossbows back like right now and get those back online, because those Sirens will eventually accrue good value. So Depth Guards, I think 1 unit of Depth Guard is crumbling down, probably going to be dying here. We got Spears chasing animated Hulks. The Fire Rain Rockets putting a lot of hurt in this situation, shooting into what appears to be a little bit hard to tell at this point, but the Crossfire is certainly adding up. And yeah, there's a lot of bunched up units here. It looks like he's going after the Gunnery Mobs, which I don't agree with. I think you need to definitely go after these Depth Guard here. But nice invocation going down from the Kraken King. Value lead is going to be favoring Grand Cathay, but remember, Vampire Coast has a lot of healing, so they could definitely cause problems. And Anticity is now starting to get into the backfield to shut down Sirens. So the sneaky Sirens have shut down one of the Fire Rain Rockets, which is being pulled by Oxen, so certainly could maneuver. And look at this! Anticity, he juked the Spears with the Haggard animated Hulks. Oh my god, I love it. So he ran all the way around, and now he's going to be getting into the Jade Warrior crossbows, while the other Fire Rain Rocket, probably honestly, you take your Fire Rain Rockets and you run up through here, and then you just try and escape if you can. It's kind of devolved into a big, ugly blob fight. 1 unit of Depth Guard is on the way out. Now the question is, has Grand Cathay done enough damage to win with their infantry and just kind of grind it out here. The Jade Warrior crossbows also need to find a way to escape. Like, reposition them, find openings, move through here, because he's going to be losing these fire rains here, and that is going to hurt pretty bad. So this fire rain rocket's trying to get away. Noctilus dropping another summon back here. Bounce power is very, very even. Fire rain rockets are on the break right here. Spears fighting. And it looks like there's going to be a Talons of the Night going down to try and finish off these Sirens, and he does get a really, really good Talons of the Night by random. That's going to be hitting both Siren units, which might crumble them, allowing this flank to maybe stabilize. Looking around, though, the animated Hulks and all these bad boys doing very, very good work. And we see Count Noctilus and company causing tons of problems. Honestly, there's not much in this build that can actually kill Count Noctilus effectively also. That's going to be a big problem. And just like I said, you know, it's obviously going to look like doom and gloom initially on the advance when 3 fire rain rockets are pounding you, but I think you really need like one big heavy hitter unit here to kind of sweep for Grand Cathay, and they just seem to not have that. Sirens for Anticity going to be hunting down the fire rain rockets. It looks like they're going for it, so they're going to be chasing here. And they're shaken and stirred. We do have the Dragon-Blooded Lord going to be looking for some engagement. Spears fighting here. Dragon-Blooded Lord itself does do magic damage, so that helps a lot against the Sirens. Cathay do have a fair amount of infantry left. Jade Warriors are very, very durable. They are basically like human dwarves. They don't have quite as good leadership as dwarves, but when the Harmony is active, which it is right now, they I guess, do in that case. But crossbows coming back on the edge of the map. This is going to be very crucial for Random to get those firing again, even in their very tattered state. Those crossbows could be killing animated Hulks and finishing off Sirens. He really needs to have good presence of mind to make sure he deals with that. There is one Death Guard still alive. It looks like they are going to be reaching their healing cap relatively soon. Jade Warrior's kind of saturating out. And is he doing a good job of getting his crossbows back online? It looks like he's shooting at Sirens. Those Sirens are such a problem. Such a problem. Random going to be moving over to the Dragon-Blooded Lord, probably to go after Sirens, I would wager. Oh, that's going to be a nice one. Talons of the Night going down. Is Anticity going to be able to dodge that? I don't think so. That's going to get him. And boom! He gets the Death Guard. The Death Guard getting karate chopped by that magic is going to be super strong. And here on the edge of the battlefield, the animated Hulks are surging across, going after the Fire Rain rockets. And Siren's going to be hunted by the Dragon-Blooded Lord, of course, which does magic damage. Might be able to eventually get the kill on them. We'll have to see. But man, this is a really, really scrappy match. We still have a center pocket of Death Guard, which we're able to survive that. Actually, the Talons of the Night didn't really do that much to them. They're still holding on like champs. Noctilus is, of course, a big problem. He's going to be tough to kill. The Cloak of Jet used by Random on the Jade Warriors here, which is a pretty funny one. But it looks like Grand Cathay's going to get it, ladies and gentlemen. If we look around, we see the Jade Warriors collapsing into the Sirens, and their durability of Grand Cathay is really showing through here. The Fire Rain rockets just barely did enough damage on the approach. And it looks like the Sirens here are critical binding as well. So the attacks from the Dragon-Blooded Lord have been pretty good. Only 600 value, so really the magic from Grand Cathay hasn't been as good this game. I do think the Lore of Fire would have been a little bit better, but on that same note, had Anticity gone with an artillery build, the lore of this lore would have been better, because he could like one-shot the artillery pieces. So Death Guard's still grinding here. Kraken King is fighting, but the Bounce of Power is actually much worse than it looks for Vampire Coast. And the reason why is because Noctilus is kind of like, he's not bugged, but his Bounce of Power weight is way more than it should be. So he basically counts for like 1,000,000 Bounce of Power. So another Talons of the Night going down in the Sirens, trying desperately to finish those off. But Anticity doing a good job routing some units off, making sure no missiles come back. It looks like there are some missiles here, and we do have some animated Hulks kind of making their way back to the battlefield. Granted, there are peasants. I don't know about the summon situation, but we do still see Death Guard. I mean, Death Guard could carry. Maybe. Only 700 value on those Depth Guard. It looks like there are a lot of Jade Warriors left. We have a more or less full health unit of Jade Warriors here. So basically, it's going to be the Dragon-Blooded Lord cycle charging, big Noctilus here and kind of giving them the grief. Spears fighting against the Animated Hulks. Animated Hulk's going to be getting the old shanks. We have the Invocation going down, so Invocation's going to be healing those bad boys up. And on the back, the Dragon-Blooded Lord, proven to be one of the big sources of magic damage. Random Nyx is going after the Sirens, and he is able to do the job. Very, very well played. The Pride of Poland continues to carry on. Looks like here he's going to be crossing the battlefield here, going after the Animated Hulks maybe. I don't know, probably just getting back to the main battle and helping to finish off the Death Guard would be the way. But the Death Guard are just being worn down. Just absolutely worn down. -1 leadership, they're going to start crumbling. The Death Guard rush was pretty cool though, man. I wonder how a gunline Coast would have done too, though. Like, if Coast came in with, like, 3 cannons and, maybe, like, a Luther Harkin type character to fly over and do a little bit of cheesing and sniping of the artillery. And, yeah, there's so many different ways you could play this matchup from Coast. Like, Coast could have come in with deck gunners, but I think Fire Rain Rockets would have given him the dirty for sure. Nice summon there from Anticity. That's going to be kind of a rear shot. Now, if Random loses his Dragon-Blooded Lord to a blunder, that would be a way for Anticity to get the game, maybe. Animated Hulks just being dragged down by 1,000,000 unwashed spears right here. So you can see here these spears able to kind of shank those guys. And now they're moving into the zombie pirate gunnery mobs. Yes, they are indeed. So looking around the battlefield, we got some crossbows coming back in. Crossbows here. And the Dragon-Blooded Lord is going to be able to punish these deckhand mobs. Animated Hulk's crumbling down, negative 13 leadership. I think this is the end of the road. This is the classic. If you guys haven't experienced Warhammer, Warhammer 2, if you're new and you just came in during Warhammer 3, Noctilus, there's a bit of a meme about this character, Count Noctilus here. Like, almost every single battle where he's used and in games where he loses, he basically takes like 45 minutes to kill. He just stands there, he heals himself, and it's just like, it's just unholy. And it looks like Anticity is going to be making his opponent work for it. He's actually going to be like, all right, dude, I'm going to make you grind against Count Noctilus for 45 minutes. Now, does Noctilus have Pit of Shades? Oh, I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I think a Pit of Shades could have been pretty good. Yeah, although the zombie summons are nice too, but Pit of Shades against Grand Cathay overcasted even after the nerfs is probably pretty good. I could be wrong. Anticity would probably know, but he's going to spare us the suffering. GG, well played. In Grand Cathay, the Dragon Emperor smiles, and Random Nyx able to claim victory over multi-time champion Anticity, and he is here to defend his Faction War belt, ladies and gentlemen. Very well played to the Kraken King. Looking forward to having him back in the future. He can play whatever faction he wants. He has earned that. Oh, Random's name was too big there. Oh my god, I'm sorry. That looks terrible. Jeez. Just like flying over the top of the screen. All right, guys. GG, well played. All in harmony. So let's go here. Update this. Get this reported. And now we have the tail of the tape for the next rounds. So let's take a look. That's going to be Random claiming victory there. That was just, I thought Anticity might have pulled that out. When he had that excellent penetration with his Sirens and got into the backfield, dude, that was really nice. That was really, really nice. They both played very well, honestly. The rush build was cool. I don't know. I think there's a lot of, Anticity's been focusing mainly on domination. Same with Random. They both almost exclusively play domination. So I think they haven't had the opportunity to fully explore the meta in land battle. So I think it's like very, very different. Yeah, like the builds could be optimized either way. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Hadri's, the great king of Skaven, multi-time faction war winner, playing against Razel and the Beastmen. Razel with a very solid victory against Ogre Kingdoms earlier. We have Warriors of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. I'm excited for that because it's new Warriors of Chaos with Mortis engines. We got Lizardmen versus Dwarves, Dark Elves versus Tomb Kings, Empire versus Khorne, Bretonnia versus Tzeentch, Skaven versus Norska, and High Elves versus Grand Cathay. All right. I invited Falcon to the event, but he dropped out last second for some reason. Bit of a shame. I would have loved to see him on High Elves, but it is what it is, man. I don't know if he's playing the game as much anymore, so. All right, so now we have, let's check here. The dreaded Beastmen versus Skaven. Yes, we have two Skaven. We also have Chosen One on Skaven today. We have two Skaven. Super hyped for that. I wanted to bring it up to an even number. So we have two Skaven players, which is super hype. So let's do Skaven. I'm sure Gron Brindle in chat is like, oh god, please don't win Skaven. We all know how much Dwarves love playing against them. Look at that. We're 2 hours in. We've gotten through a lot of great matches, which is great. Oh, wait. I should probably put the actual players' names. That would be fine. All right. So the players can start whenever they're ready. They're on the Flats of Kislev. Good luck. Have fun. Let's do it to it, man. Yeah, Cathay is much better in land battles. They can be beaten for sure, but they're much stronger there. I actually don't mind playing Cathay in land battles. I feel pretty comfortable against them, but I know some people don't. Great tournament. Hey, I'm glad you're having fun. The animated Hulk's juke was pretty sick by Anticity. Yeah, when he like maneuvered around and dodged those spears and shut down the fire rain rockets. Yeah. There's two Skaven players. Yeah. What if we have a Skaven grand final? The two Skaven players just crush everybody and make it to the grand finals. That would be pretty funny, actually. That's a mirror match I wouldn't mind. I think I would actually have some fun with that. We're in the second round, Nathan. Yeah, second round. The great Hadri's a good friend of mine. He's a great guy. Going to be facing off against Razel here. Razel proving that he's got some serious Beastmen chops, doing ODM quite proud in the first round. It's a lot of fun hype here on the Flats of Kislev, which is one of my favorite maps. Or no, is this Flats of Kislev? Yeah, it is. It's a great map. Are there any free-for-all tournaments in the works? No, probably not. Those ones are weird. Yeah, those are hard to do. Why are some players already in round 2? So if you are running a competitive tournament, which is based on brackets, and you have to have like the right number of players to have everyone get a round 1 match. So with 24 players in the tournament, you have to give some people a bye round. So basically what I did is I put players in the first round. There was no real reason why they would be in the first or second round other than having new factions versus old factions in the first round. So we could get some like really new and fun engagements right out of the gates. That's like the only thing. Yeah. Razel, not a good friend. I don't know Razel. I've never talked to him before. Hadrius and I voice chat all the time. Hadrius is one of my main sparring partners who I train with. So yeah, he's a very worthy foe for sure. So, coming in for the Great Skaven King, it's going to be Ikit Claw. Ikit Claw has made a huge comeback. Warp Lightning, Howling Warp Gale, and he's got Storm Demon. Dude, if you guys haven't seen Storm Demon, this does so much work. On top of that, we're going to be seeing Globadiers. So the Skaven going to be coming in triple Globadiers. We do have some Skaven Slave Slingers, and then a bunch of Chaff units. So it's basically Chaff, Globadiers to kill infantry, Night Runners to deal with anything big, Warp Lightning Cannon to help out, and Ikit Claw just to roll around on the Doom Wheel and just get nasty. So that is it. Now for the Great Razel here, it is going to be Ungor Spearmen, Raiders of the Back, Chaos Spawn, classic stuff. This is like old school. You just rush Skaven using Monsters, Infantry, and Terror, and Manticores, and you live your best life. So Chaos Spawn. Up in the sky, we got Harpies, we got Hounds, and a Jabberslythe. Oh my god, we got the dreaded Jabberslythe in the back with Mork of the Shadow Cave and what appears to be a Doom and Darkness caster. So we're going to be trying to leadership bomb this Skaven a little bit, which is pretty hype for sure. And some Tuskor Chariots on the wings with some Hounds and Vanguard. So Razel really showing that he knows the Beastmen. These deployments are quite scary. I'm a little bit surprised Hadrius is deploying his Warp Lightning Cannon so forward like this. I feel like it's a little bit risky, like this position. I feel like it could be a Game of Thrones situation where you deploy your artillery and the White Walkers just overrun your entire artillery position in like 2 seconds, instead of literally deploying them behind the keep that you had. Yeah, a lot of fun stuff. I'll show you the brackets in just a second after the game. Don't worry, my friends. But I mean, maybe it'll work out. He does have this like nice little terrain feature to kind of protect the artillery from being rear charged. He's got Storm Vermin. Oh, he's got some elite rats actually. Check that out. Okay, he's got Storm Vermin holding there. I kind of like that. Globadiers, Night Runners getting in position as well. Hadrius being very methodical. And if you're a Skaven player, you have to be very cautious with how you deploy your army. It's very, very important because everything is so flimsy and low leadership and instantly just runs that you really need to make sure you do it. You got a Chieftain as well, so the Chieftain is a pretty good fighter. Hadrius is one of the first players to really popularize the Chieftain in land battles. So they do have Scurry Away. I love that Skaven get speed when they're running. It's so funny. Leadership is wavering. Okay, so even if Skaven are wavering, they get a speed buff. That's kind of interesting. I always thought it was a little bit different. I always thought it was only when they break. So, ladies and gentlemen, the dreaded Jabberslythe is here, and I know you might be laughing about it, but Jabberslythes are actually very decent against Skaven. They cause terror. They have a Mortis Engine effect against low leadership, which is the definition of Skaven. And on top of that, their animations make them very tough to hit because the way they move is very like strange and elusive. So you can definitely get punished pretty badly here. Rats in the back, rats in the front. Chaos Warhounds from Razel deployed on the wings of the map. I do like that. I think that's going to be pretty nice. Night Runners, of course, going to have a lot of work that they got to do. Hadrius doing the dreaded. Oh, I love it. Yeah, he's doing the dreaded line formation. With the Globadiers here. Yeah, pretty cool. Little pike and rat shot there. So the rats are going to be able to kind of shoot down the formation and not be as obstructed. And Ikit Claw, I'm telling you, is a big problem. Ikit Claw is an unholy terror. Oh my god. I've been caught off guard by Ikit Claw so many times. I really thought he was kind of a suboptimal Skaven Lord compared to some of the other choices, but then like I played a couple games with Hadrius and in Domination actually, and against other Skaven players, and man, Ikit gives you the dirty, dude. Absolute dirty. So Ikit is here. He's waiting in the wings. He's eyeing the prize. And we do, of course, have the Gutter Runners waiting as well. Look at the little rats sitting, posturing, pondering their little rat lives, wondering if they made the right decision coming here to fight the Beastmen. Let me make sure the players aren't waiting for me. No, looks like they're not. Perfect. All right. So Random Nix just sent me a message. It's pretty funny. Random Nix said, I did not expect to win that game. He thought he was going to lose to Vampire Coast. Crazy stuff. Dude, Random he is a really, really good player, man. So, before the battle really gets heated, I can give a little anecdote. When I was playing in Early Access, I consider myself to be a pretty good player. And, I was playing against Houseplant and Platypus and a lot of these really top players, and I was able to win games here and there. But, man, when I played against Random Nix, it was a serious struggle to win games, like a serious struggle. He is, something about the way he plays really counters my playstyle. So, Gutter Runners shooting in, poking into ye old Ungor Spearman herds. And now the Night Runner's going to be circling about, looking to get a little bit of poke in the front lines. Hounds in the back have emerged. Skaven do have this nice little rock to protect their Warp Lightning Cannon, which I love. The only dangerous thing about this position is the Warp Lightning Cannon is very close, but oh my god, the Butchers of Kalkengard are getting zapped! Look at that, they're getting zapped into the Shadow Realm. Razel's Butchers are not having a good time at all. And Ikit Claw is just rolling dirty dirty through these Ungor Spearman herds and instantly routing them. Man, Hadri's really has a good mastery over this game, and that is for sure. So, Storm Vermin with swords and shields, going to be getting ready to fight in the front line. Butchers of Kalkengard going to be surging in, but not before they're already brought down to a very low amount of health. But will the Storm Vermin be able to hold back the mass of these guys? It's a little bit hard to say. It looks like there's going to be some witchcraft going down here. Okay, Death Frenzy used, which does give immune to psychology to the Storm Vermin. What an MLG play. The Beastmen are going in pretty heavily, and it looks like Hadri's is going to be losing his Ikit Zap cannon, so maybe the positioning of that was a little bit too Game of Thrones. It's hard to tell. In the meantime, we do see Hounds moving around, and it looks like there's going to be a beautiful Warp Lightning going down there, which does hit those Beastmen infantry. Harpy's also diving in. Maybe it's a little bit of a bait, like a Flensing Rune's going to be coming in or something. The Beastmen backfield is being ravaged, though. You can see these Raiders and Spears are being punished. Ikit Claw's going to be moving in, and all the Globadiers seem to be alive. Was this Warp Lightning cannon situation like a bait to try and lure the Beastmen into like a big blob or something? Kind of interesting. I mean, it still did do some good work. Razel gets in there and does shut it down, but now Ikit Claw is going to be trying to run over that Deathcaster, but there's not really anything here that can kill Ikit effectively. The Jabberslythe kind of can, but Jabberslythes are anti-infantry monsters, so they're not like super good at killing SEMs. And here we see Spawn being tar-pitted into what appears to just be Skaven Slave Spears, which is very cost-effective, and Hadri's using his Night Runners to pretty good effect in the backfield, just tearing through these different units, while Ikit Claw cackles all the way to the bank here as he just kind of kites around these different units. But the Beastmen able to feast. You know, they did get through the Storm Vermin. We're able to kind of clean up the Warp Lightning Cannon. I don't think that Warp Lightning Cannon is going to be coming back anytime soon. And now Hadri's has to kind of reorganize his formation as the Beastmen do start to kind of pull the bounce power back a little bit. Spears into Spawn, very cost effective though. The Beastmen have kind of devolved into a little bit of a blob situation. Chieftain needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught fighting all these SEMs and get his butt kicked. Spears still holding here, and the Globadiers are now online. He's got all three globes, not terribly active at the moment. Those globes probably need to get a little bit busy and start giving attack orders onto the Ungor Spears and different things like that. A couple Spawn getting into the backfield, but it's only one Spawn. Ikit Claw with his little laser beam, dude. That thing actually does a ton of damage. Harpy's going to be attacked by Night Runners, and the Chieftain is actually doing an okay job of holding back the Bray Herd, while Skaven Slave's holding back the Bray Shaman as well. I think the Warp Lightning actually got completely broken off. Nice Globadier fire. Dude, Skaven Globadiers, the melee, not melee Globadiers, but the short range ones, are actually much better than the Mortars in my experience. For like a much cheaper price point, they just seem to do more damage, and honestly I think are the way to go. Not in every matchup. I think the Mortars have their place still. Ikit Claw's going to be going for the snipe on the Bray Shaman, which is a great call. The Bray Shaman is infantry. Doom Wheels are bonus versus infantry, so running over that Bray Shaman is going to be an incredibly good play. Slinger's throwing pebbles into the Butchers of Kalkengard. Ikit needs to make sure he doesn't get caught by those guys. The Doom Wheel still limp biscuiting around, doing some solid work. A nice unit of Chaos Spawn here, really good play by Razel. You get some Tuskor Chariots into the Globadiers. A couple idle rats back here need to get busy, so these rats need to kind of move up and get some spheres and kind of hold them in position. And the Chieftain is on the run right now, being hunted by Morkur and this big scary blob of beasts, all of whom are in a pretty fickle position. We see the Brass Orb come down. It looks like Ikit is going to be able to kind of cackle and take down that Shaman if he decides to do so, but how is he going to be able to defend these globes? He needs to keep these globes online. It looks like Night Runner is going to be sent into melee, perhaps? Globadiers have a weird, they had an attack order on some of those running units, and they do get forced into combat with Hounds. Granted, Globadiers, even though they have a low model count, they still have 100 armor, so against like basic Hounds, they can last a long time. Hadri's going to be piling in with Spears, while Ikit Claw continues to cackle around the battlefield. Now, the Skaven still do have the Bounce of Power lead. They still have Night Runners. Many of the globes are still online. It looks like the Hail Spawn have gotten a little bit trapped up. Hadri's needs to make sure he doesn't lose his Chieftain, but the Chieftain actually gets in there and beats down the Butchers in the Chariot, and now Ikit and his pet Chieftain here are going to be getting in after the Jabberslythe. So the Jabberslythe trying to claw and fight to the best of its abilities, but man, oh man, it is in a little bit of danger here. 6,700 HP, Ikit Claw with unlimited power. I love it. Ikit Claw with the Palpatine reference. Looks like Jabberslythe's getting its butt kicked. The Death Frenzy on the Chieftain is going to make it a very formidable fighter. 84 melee attack, 400 plus weapon strength at the moment. Very good indeed. Now, have the Globadier stabilized? Hard to say. It looks like one unit of Chaos Spawn getting in there. Butchers of Kalkengard are on the comeback here. And I think it's time for Skaven to kind of kite back a little bit. They need to get their spears saturated back into the battle, run away with these guys, start using their Globadiers, get more spears saturated into the Beastmen army, because the Beastmen still have the Butchers of Kalkengard and some pretty scary assets for sure. Globadiers for the Skaven being super nasty. Obviously, they're not following any... they're committing some crimes here as they throw Globadiers into the Ungor Raiders. Nasty stuff. Bray Shaman to Death is just trapped by a bunch of Night Runners, little assassins. That's another thing that's going to be tough for the Bray Herd, is dealing with all these assassins here. Ikit Claw continuing to ram into the big old Jabberslythe. It looks like there's going to be a Doom and Darkness on Ikit trying to break him. And Ikit Claw might break here. I mean, the Jabberslythe's pretty scary. It looks like he might be able to get away. Negative leadership. And he does break. No, Ikit just barely stabilizes, dude. That was super close. Killing Morkr is going to be a problem. Ikit Claw really needs to live, because Ikit can kill Morkr, but if Ikit's gone, I don't know if there's much that can actually deal with Morkr effectively. So that's going to be very tough. We do have like a million Skaven Slave Spears, but Morkr the Shadowcave could solo a lot. I guess the Chieftain still being alive is a pretty big one. So it looks like Hadri's going to be looping back around to the Spear, so the Clan Rats will be moving up to go after the Butchers of Kalkengard. So here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The Clan Rat Spears, they do screen and talk about cost-effective Clan Rat Spears into a bunch of large targets. What's not to love? Now, Chieftain's on his way back in, probably going to be jumping in after the Jabberslythe, I would imagine. In the backfield, we have a couple Ungor Raiders. Globadiers are still in line. Globadiers are not throwing at the moment because they do a lot of friendly fire damage as well, but I still think throwing into the Butchers of Kalkengard is probably worth. And now the Chieftain's going to be going after the Jabberslythe. If the Jabberslythe breaks, I think that's going to be game blouses, in the words of Chappelle. Jabberslythe has 2100 HP, still has Morkr the Shadowcave helping. Yeah, Morkr is a very, very difficult presence to uproot, that is for sure. The Chieftain, ooh, gets a big punch on Morkr, though. It actually did a lot of damage there. Ikit maybe has to come in there and help a little bit. Looks like the Gutter Runners with poison going to be moving in. Applying poison to these big monsters is very cost effective. Jabberslythe's down to 1200 HP. Ikit Claw coming in with the Steel Chair. The Mad Inventor Rat doing some serious work. It's pretty cool that like a lot of the Skaven Lords except Tretch are viable. Like Skrulk is good. Ikit is good. You know, Throt is pretty good. Like Skaven have a lot of great Lords. Like a lot of really, really good viable Lord choices, which suit different styles. But the Beastmen are looking so tattered over the battlefield. We see like pretty much every unit of theirs just being broken. Ikit Claw has accrued only 1500 value, but still a very, very good performance. And the Chieftain, what's going to happen now is the Chieftain's going to chase down the Jabberslythe, make sure it doesn't come back. Ikit will chase off the remnants of this caster, and yeah, it's basically just Morkr versus the world. Razel has 100% lost this game. He maybe he just doesn't know it yet. I mean, Morkr cannot carry against all this. The Chieftain and Ikit will kill him 100%. Like, they're both designed to kill these type of characters. It's more about just making sure the Jabberslythe doesn't come back and give the Beastmen some hope, right? Hadri's being very methodical, making sure he doesn't throw the game, which I really do like. You know, he's hunting down these scraps, and that's going to be a victory for our Skaven King Hadri's. Coming in with the Steel Rat Chair. So his rats with their tiny little rat hands grabbed the tiny little rat chairs, and they gave it to the Beastmen. GG, beautiful game. Even with the Warp Lightning Cannon dying very early, mind you, he still was able to win. Beautiful play. That whole flank control with Ikit and the Night Runners and Gutter Runners was just so clean. Razel played like an absolute champ too. Razel, a true testament to the Beastmen, to the Bray Herd. All right, that is Morkr's classic fate. Now let's show you guys the brackets for the day as we get ready for our next match. That is going to be the Hadri's advancing on. The Dwarves are probably weeping sad dowie tears right now that the Skaven advanced and not the Beastmen. They may have to meet them later. So here's the brackets. Now we have Warriors of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. This is going to be a heavy-hitting match. It's Subutai, who's a great player, and if you guys don't know Subutai, he's hosting weekly tournaments now. So he's doing a great job for the community as not only a tournament host, but a player, and veteran of Warhammer 2, all sorts of stuff. And he is on Warriors of Chaos against Alfredino, one of the goats for sure of Warhammer 2. And, just getting into Warhammer 3 as well. Alfredino's a very scary player. Got second place in the World Championship. Really close series. He's just a beast of a player. No matter what he plays, he's good. So, should be fun. I'm hyped for this one, ladies and gentlemen. We got Lizardmen, Dwarves, Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, Empire, Khorne, Bretonnia, Tzeentch, Skaven, Norska, and High Elves and Grand Cathay on the bottom side. So, pretty hyped for that. It's going to be good. Hadri says, next part of the plan, die to Crypt Horrors. Hey, it's okay, Hadris. It's okay, man. It happens to all of us. At least they got a cost increase, so that is that. All right, so next up we have Warriors of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. I'm excited for this one. Been curious if you have any opinions on Skaven versus Khorne. You know, I haven't played that matchup, but if Hadri's is in chat, he could probably answer that for you, so do let me know. And now we have Alfredino versus Subutai. Subutai and I had some great practice games last night. We played some really good Nom games that were super fun. They'll be coming up on the channel soon. Really epic matches. All right, good luck, have fun. Very cool. All right, just checking here. And it seems like everything's going smoothly so far. They can start when ready. Players are building their armies out. Once again, I want to thank you guys all for joining. It's been a really fun event. Always good to do Faction Wars. It's hands down my favorite thing on the channel. The pacing of the games is so much better. It's so much better. Hanedin says it's terrible for Khorne. That makes sense. I feel like Khorne can do fine against Skaven in domination mode, but in land battles, I feel like it'd be pretty Skaven favored. Yeah. Because the Globadiers, like, Khorne is only melee, right? So Skaven just comes in with a shitty infantry and then a bunch of globes, and I feel like they just annihilate you, right? Ooh, that is a nasty, nasty Warriors of Chaos build. Oh, Be'lakor and Warshrine of Nurgle for the AoE heals. Oh, Be'lakor, the Dark Prince, baby. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. How are the brackets set up? Why aren't players like anticipating? Because everybody here is a top tier player, Mariusz. Like, everybody in this tournament has won tournaments, is top tier. We have like 5 or 6 people in this tournament who's won Faction Wars. You know, so yeah, like it's based on matchups that are fun. And let me tell you a little bit about how we do the matchups. So when we get into the Faction War, and when I get everybody in the Discord together, the Faction War Discord, I'd be like, okay, all of you guys have 2 vetoes. You can veto these 2 factions, and I guarantee you won't play them in the early rounds. And each player did that, so that's how I do the matchups. So neither Random Nix nor Anticity in that example are going to be banning out those factions, right? So, yeah, it's going to be fun. All right, so for the forces here of Chaos, it's going to be Be'lakor, the Dark Prince. And Be'lakor is extremely oppressive in land battles. But Vampire Counts, you know, if anybody deserves it, it's probably Vampire Counts. So it's also going to be Marauder Horsemen. Going to be 4 of those playing the skirmish game. We have Chosen with Halberds, Aspiring Champions, Chaos Warshrine of Nurgle, which this thing actually gives AoE heals. So it's going to be healing the entire army. And then Chaos Warriors with Halberds. So what's going to happen is the classic stuff. Yeah, he's going to be harassing the Vampire Counts with the Horsemen and just harassing with Be'lakor while he waits in the corner. And there's no Mortis engine, so this is going to be able to do some good work for sure. Hey, Chad Stagg, thank you for the fiber. Greatly appreciate it. Oh my god. That shrine, the healing on the Chosen Halberds is going to be nuts. And Be'lakor is like, he is unholy. He's got 3,000 more HP than that Blood Dragon Lord. His stats are better. 44, 36, 70, 55. Be'lakor also has a ward save ability, the Shadow Shroud, like, and Pit of Shades, dude. Be'lakor is such a tyrant. Oh my god. He is such a tyrant. Hey Dries, would you rather play Vampire Count Crypt Horror spam, or would you rather play against Be'lakor? Let us know in chat. So yeah, no Mortis engine. I'm surprised we didn't see the Slaanesh Shrine. I felt like that was going to be a thing, but I guess it's mostly chaff units. So the zombies are going to be moving up, and Be'lakor is probably going to... Is he going to attack? Probably not. We got the double Vargeist up in this guy, so I don't think that's going to be the case. And vampires are going to move up and get ready to move into ye olde box here. This is like classic land battle stuff here, like builds like this. Just like these gnarly linebacker lords, right? Which is going to be pretty crazy. I like how these zombies took 5 casualties, but the value metric still says 0. It's like, you know, you still haven't deserved 1 value yet. You get nothing. So he does get a little bit of damage on the Crypt Horrors. Oh, wait, shit. He's actually using Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch because they do fire damage. That's kind of a cool tech here by Subutai. So he's able to get some nice value there for sure. Now, what's going to be really big for Alfredinho is if Alfredinho can get breath attacks down the line on the Chosen, then that could just win the game straight up. The Chosen are really the backbone of this build, so getting the breath attacks on them is going to be pretty foul. So obviously, Warriors of Chaos doing a little bit of skirmishing, a little bit of poke and stroke as the old Vargeist move up. Somebody in chat, this will be the last question before I focus exclusively on the game. Do I like New Domination? Yes, I vastly prefer New Domination to the old one, because I felt like the old Domination was just about mouth breathing and sending cost-effective units on objectives, where I'm more of someone who likes to value trade and have objectives be like a secondary thing. That's just more me. The objectives are still important, but I like that like slow factions like Empire and Cathay and Dwarfs can now focus on trading a little bit and have a chance, whereas before they all had like 20% win rates. So yeah, it's way better now in my opinion. All right, guys, back to the battle. We do have the Chosen with Halberds standing ready for the Crypt Horrors. Graveguard Great Weapons are a really nice tech by Alfredinho. I would have actually liked to have seen some Tzeentch Chosen. That could have been kind of a cool build, but I don't know. Using the marks in the Horsemen is pretty cool, but yeah, marked Tzeentch Halberds might have been better because they have regenerating shields, which in a long game could have been a little bit stronger. So Be'lakor actually gets hit with the Gaze of Nagash coming in from your boy Blood Dragon Lord here, which is very strong. And now, oh my god, Be'lakor just giving the dirty here to these Vargeist. So my goodness, Be'lakor is such a scary fighter. But Gaze of Nagash is actually a really nice tech. And look at this, a little bit of sloppy control from Subutai for a second. And the Direwolves of Alfredinho are able to catch his skirmishers. So that's a pretty unfortunate situation. I don't know how long it's going to take for him to notice that. But it looks like he's getting his frontline engagements going. And he does lose 1 Horseman, but it's only 1, and it wasn't one of the marked ones. So Be'lakor is still online. Be'lakor needs to come get a Pit of Shades over here. It looks like he's going to do it. And will Alfred be able to dodge this? It's a little bit hard to say. That probably is an overcasted Pit, which is going to do some really good damage against those guys. In the meantime, the Warshrine of Nurgle Going to be healing up the Chosen. We see the Cryptors getting beaten up. And the value trading's pretty even, aside from that one blunder with the Horsemen. Subutai is playing a very, very clean game here. Pit of Shades does a good job against a lot of these units, but these Chosen Halberds are a little bit unsupported. Problem is they're fighting away from the healing shrine, right? So the shrine, I don't know if they're in range. Let's go ahead and double check. Nope, they're just out of range. Yeah, those Chosen aren't being healed. But Be'lakor is coming in to fight the Blood Dragon Lord, ladies and gentlemen. The Dark Prince is going to be showing the OG Duelist Lord what's up, and he does move in. It's a little bit of work in there. We have Chaos Warrior Halberds coming to kind of screen out some of the Hounds, while the Horsemen are trying to survive. It's Vampire counts. It's very tough to have Skirmish Cav out in the open field for sure. They are a problem. So Dark Prince going to be getting in here. It looks like he does use the Enfeebling Foe to debuff some of these Cryptors, while the Chosen Halberds continue to bump and grind. Value trading is very, very even, but what's scary is normally Vampire counts wouldn't care about that. They'd be like, oh great, I'm healing, I'm trading evenly. But the Warriors of Chaos, the new kids on the block, they actually have access to healing now as well, right? So the Chaos Warriors with Halberds going to be grinding through these units. Marauder Horseman Azinch still in line. Zombies moving in. But, big breath attack, and it does okay damage to the Warriors. Not crazy. Aspiring Champions are giving some nice buffering as well, and, should be able to put some hurt on some units here. The big Be'lakor a little bit surrounded. I think going after Be'lakor is a mistake. I think Vampire counts need to deal with that shrine somehow. Nice concave engagement, so we do see the Hounds coming into the back. Or not concave, but flank engagement. As here we see the Blood Dragon Lord going to be trying to jump into some of these Chaos Warrior Halberds. But man, Be'lakor is so nasty, man. He's so hard to stop. Like, literally nothing here is, like, good against him. So Blood Dragon Vampire Lord fighting. I mean, the Blood Dragon Lord could duel Be'lakor with proper support. Like, him and, like, a Cryptor and him and a Vargheiz could probably take Be'lakor, but aside from that, it's going to be tough. So the Chaos Warshrine just healing these Chosen, man. They are just getting such fat heals right now, because the Warshrine is maxed out, most likely. No, it's not, actually. Wow. But it's not even the healing that much yet. So it's based on the amount of units that die nearby, so it looks like not a whole lot has been dying nearby. Anyways, going in for the big kill. I don't know, does the Warshrine still give leadership? It does. Wow, that's really good. Giving 10 leadership to all these, like, mortal units is so cost-effective against the fear and terror that the Vampire counts bring to the table. But the blob fight is on, and here we see the Direwolves moving back after the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. So we see that Alfredino has successfully cleared out all of the mobility of the Warriors of Chaos. Be'lakor, in the meantime, just kind of fighting here, cackling, being, the Prince of Darkness as he is. Halberd's continuing to bump and grind. Nice cycle charging, though, from Alfredino. He's been moving in, picking off units wherever he can. Aspiring Champion still trading okay, but we still have the, pretty healthy Cryptors and whatnot. And the Warshrine is up to 0.6 now, so the Warshrine's healing is going to be quite a bit more substantial. Is he going after the Necromancer? It doesn't look like it. I'm having a little bit of trouble telling what Be'lakor's trying to fight. Maybe just having him kill some of the Cryptors would be a little bit more cost-effective. But Alfredino has pulled ahead in the value. His cycle charging and his control with his units is super clean. On top of that, the fact that he killed all the mobility, got rid of all the horsemen, is a pretty big power play. And big breath attack coming in from Alfred as he does punish the Chaos Warriors with halberds. And honestly, even with the healing, I feel like maybe the Mortis Engine would have been the right play to go. Because the Chosen are basically dead. The Graveguard Great Weapons do kill Chosen very effectively, right? Chosen will beat them head-to-head, but from a cost perspective, it's going to be a losing fight for you. And now we see the Warriors of Chaos starting to falter here a little bit, and it looks like your boy Alfredino showing why, he was a grand finalist in the Warhammer 2 World Championship. He's got these land battle mechanics down. He really knows how to use these characters like the Blood Dragon Lord, even against a stronger foe like Be'lakor, right? He is doing very, very well. Be'lakor beating down that Necromancer, but now being rear charged by the Blood Dragon Lord. We got the Warshrine of Nurgle, which is steady. A couple Chosen still fighting, some Aspiring Champions, but that's basically it. I think maybe a Pit of Shades over here, like an Overcasted one, if Be'lakor still has it in him, could be really good on these Graveguard Great Weapons. The value differential is pretty substantial. Be'lakor is getting healed by the Shrine, but probably not going to be enough. I think the Blood Dragon cycle charging is going to be, it's going to probably get there. Like, Alfredino would have to blunder super hard and just let his Blood Dragon Lord here die for sure. Yeah. Adri says, remember, Be'lakor gets a buff if he loses here. Them's the rules for the faction wars. Yeah. GG, well played, man. Clean vampire count play. I know a lot of people in chat were kind of doomsayers for the vampire counts, but vampire counts are top tier, man, especially when you have someone like Alfredino playing them. Really well played to Subutai. I thought the build was incredibly nasty. I think the horsemen were the deciding factor. Like, the horsemen being hunted and punished was pretty rough for sure. So, yeah, I think that was it. The Chosen performed pretty well, 1,000 value on each, but how'd the Aspiring Champions do? Not so hot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and update this bad boy. So where are we at? Here we go. And let me update this. So switching on over. So it's going to be Skaven versus Vampire Counts. Hadrius is ready. He says he's ready to suffer at the hands of Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts have been winning recent faction wars pretty well. They've done very good. Now we got Lizardmen versus Dowie. Are you ready to satisfy the grudge? Because I sure am. All right. So where are we at? There we go. Perfect. GG, well played to those two mighty Chads. Well, thank you, Subutai, for playing, man. I always appreciate you. Uh-huh. And we don't have that one yet. Dwarf. Okay, let's see what they named their game. I'm looking. Warriors of Chaos versus Vampire counts. Okay, where are you at? Perfect. Let me find the players. Dwarfs versus Lizardmen. All right, let's make sure they got their lobby, and we'll be good. We will be good. Hey, Turin, been meaning to suggest something for a long time. What do you think about a tournament where humans, empire, demons? It'd be okay. I don't think it'd be as interesting. Dimitar. I think the variety is what makes this game interesting, so yeah. Okay, what is the map for this? Let me change the map. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay, the game is full. What was the password? He's put some super elusive password on there for me. Hold on, let me go ahead and find it. Okay, what is the password, Mighty Dwarf Lord? Oh, okay, I love it. Come on, man, you gotta do the password a little bit. Oh my God, it's he put a case-sensitive, complicated password for me. Come on, man. All right, loading into the battle here in a second. We are on Galbaraz. It's going to be an OG matchup, which we've seen quite a bit. Lizardmen versus the Dowie. Let us know in chat who you're rooting for, and we will update the nameplates. I will not forget this time. It is going to be the great Bob Tresh versus Gron Brindle, one of several dwarven kings in our community. I would say him and Umais are probably the dwarf kings out there. Yeah, it's been great. When's the next Everchosen tournament? Well, we had the Summer Championship, which was the new Everchosen. So we're basically, Everchosen was a tournament that I created with Italian Spartacus back in the day, and then we pitched it to Total War, or to Creative Assembly, and they started doing it. But the problem was Games Workshop then created their Everchosen painting competition, so we had to change, the name had to be changed. Yeah, if it was going to be an official CA event, it had to be changed. So that's kind of the story there. All right, so here we are. The battle is upon us. GG, well played. Had some really, really fun games today. You know, I was expecting Be'lakor to come in and yeah, do some work, but Vampire Counts is a tough matchup. It's going to be a fun battle. Get the book. This battle always goes super long in my experience. Both Lizards and Dwarves are just like super stalwart with like tons of leadership, so it's like this one can go a long, long ways. By the way, let me know in chat, what are the scores you guys have? For any of you guys playing ECL wins, so ECL has been replaced by Total Tavern seasons. So Total Tavern tournaments and seasons are the new ECL. But Total Tavern Season 1 is going to be taking place in like 2 weeks. I'm going to coordinate with the players, and so that's going to be like your ECL Grand Finals, basically. Yep. It's going to be good, man. Everchosen was a good tournament name. It was. Yeah, it was pretty much perfect. You couldn't beat that one. I mean, I get it though. It's their name, so I have no problem changing it. I wouldn't have called it Summer Championships. I think like coming up with like a cooler name would have been way better. But yeah, it is what it is. What's up, Turin? Last time I caught a full stream of yours, it was the Barriots every game, and the only Chaos factions played were Tzeentch and sometimes Khorne. Glad to see my favorite factions are still doing well. Yeah, no, Immortal Empires has changed a lot. It has. Anyone can sign up for Total Tavern tournaments. We have beginner tournaments if you're nervous about playing against, you know, super high level players. We have Platypus is hosting those. I host you know, all comers tournaments. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for sure. Gorok is pretty good here. It looks like the dwarf might have disconnected. Let me see. Nope, that was just a long load time. Hopefully the game isn't laggy. We'll hope for the best. Yep, Rock Drop's a classic against the Dowie. Oh no, it looks like it was just his computer. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our dwarven... Oh, dude, look at this scheme. This scheme is rad. The red and teal. I plan on making a dwarven tabletop army someday for Warhammer Old World when that comes out, so I'm trying to like decide what scheme I want to do. Yeah, I want to make a dwarf army. I want to make a Vampire Counts army, and I want to make maybe, I don't know. I'm looking at Dark Elves because I'm going to start when Old World Tabletop comes back. If you guys don't know, Games Workshop's bringing back Warhammer Fantasy and Tabletop. The Old World's coming out hopefully in the next few years. I'm going to start a second channel for that where I do battle reports for Old World. So I'm going to try and get like 4 or 5 armies in house and do that. I already have a fully painted Empire army, so Yeah, if I can get like 4 armies, we can get some cool matchups right away. Yeah, Slaanes are very thick indeed. All right, guys, for the Dowie, it's going to be Longbeards. Longbeards trade super well. They crump Sars, they crump Skinks, they got shields, they're armored. What's not to love? Thunders, of course, great against Dinos. Direct line of fire, very good at killing Pterodons. We got 2 cannons. We got Thorgrim. Oh, the High King is here, baby. Hell yeah, the High King is here. Look at that. So his High King buff got changed, by the way. It's now if he's in melee, his nearby units within 50 meters get melee attack. It's okay. It's okay. For sure. But that's going to be that. Now, taking a look here at the army of Bob Tresh. Bob Tresh, one of the great Lizard players of all time here. He's going to be coming in with Pterodon Riders, also with Cold One Riders. We do have a Slann Mage of Life, double Bastillodon. We have some Cold One Riders on the side and more Pterodons. So the whole point here, guys, this is the recipe for Lizards, okay? They rock drop and kill all the Thunders with rock drops, and then they just grind the infantry fight using Bastillodons, and they eventually win it. That's kind of how you do it. Turin living the life. Yeah, we're trying to, man. The stream quality should be fine. Just try and refresh it. Yeah, the Old World battle reports will be very, very fun. I'm super excited for it. Yeah, I got my Empire army I've been working on. I just need to paint, what, 6 more Demograph Knights and it's all painted? Yeah, I guess a couple more Handgunners and State Troopers, but it's more or less finished. I got my painted Carol Franz and everything, and yeah, it's a good time. Got to get some other armies. Cannons going downtown. Going to be shooting into Sars initially. They'll be switching on to the Bastillodons shortly, I'm sure, but the cannons do take out several of those Sars worth of shields. A little bit of value going in here for the brave Dowie. And I would imagine he's going to switch on to the Feral Bastillodons because those are one of the big issues to kill. We do have the Dragonback Slayers. Dragonback Slayers often die to the darts. Like once the rock drops potentially kill the Thunderers. That's the thing, right? The Thunderers get rock dropped, they get like poked a little bit, then they run, and then they get cleaned up by the Cold Ones like on the back of the formation. That's really, really how you do it. So the guns are forming ranks, preparing for the Pterodon Riders. You're going to have to focus fire those pretty hard. I still think that having Thorik would be a little bit stronger because he could slow things. You could slow down the Pterodon Riders and keep them from like jumping in and doing the business here. So, big shots going into the Pterodons. Those guys are going to be getting pushed off here. On the other side, we do see ye old Pterodon Riders kind of circling about, preparing to engage against the Dowie army. Cannons are in position. Looks like Cannon's going to be going after the Slann. Interesting. So they're going to be going after the Slann Mage of Life. Curious target. I guess he's kind of hiding in the low ground, though, so you can see it's not going to be easy. Thank you, Coconut, for the donation. He says, how about a Carrick 8-Peak Steam tourney where 8 players compete for the title of High King? So just all Dwarves, Skaven, and Goblins. The Dwarves would get wrecked. Unfortunately, Skaven is like the hardest counter to Dwarves in land battle, so it's not as bad in domination, but in land battle, it's pretty rough for sure. So the battle is on. We see the big banana Slann here getting poked pretty heavily by the cannon. Pterodons are going to be moving in, but a lot of gunfire going to be getting their Daki going. What is this? Oh, is that going to be Dweller's Blow? It is, but the Dowie actually kind of dodged that, man. Really, really good play by the Dwarves. That's going to be mitigating a lot of value coming in there. I don't know if he overcasted it. It looks like he did. And now the rock drops come. So rock dropping is probably one of the biggest skill sets that Lizard players have to beat Dwarves, because if you don't have it, the Dwarves are just going to get you. So rock drops coming in. It was a decent one. Not probably enough to tickle the pickle, though. The Dwarves are certainly pulling ahead in value, and the Longbeards will trade so cost-effectively here. Looks like Bob may have forgotten about some of his Bastillodons, too, which is also a big mistake. You need to get those guys in there to kind of win that trade there. Now, cannons, the Slann is hiding on the low ground, and the cannons are line of sighted, so they're not quite able to shoot. But now they're shooting point blank into the Feral Bastillodon. Slayer's going to have to get their hands dirty. They have to go in and clean off these Pterodons. Really good dive there by Bob. Bob able to get in on top of the cannon and shut it down. The guns are trying to shut down the Pterodon Riders to the best of their abilities, but yeah, the cannons are in a little bit of a precarious situation. But High King Thorgrim, man, he's given a buff to his nearby Dowie. Stand your ground plus the High King buff is going to be giving them additional armor-piercing damage and base damage and also melee attack, so that'll help them trade into the Sars even better. And the Oath of Vengeance is active as well! Satisfy the grudge! The Oath of Vengeance is on these bad boys, and they are going to be paying the troll toll, my friends. They are going to be paying the troll toll. Now, as far as the backfield engagement goes, we do have some red-crested skinks coming in, so the cohort of Sotek going to be trying to sneak in there, and they do get past the Dwarven defenders, and now they're going to be kind of saturated into the gun line. Might have to use Dragonback Slayers to kind of fend them off. That's going to be very, very unfortunate. But the guns, looks like they're forming ranks to get back and trying to get away. Oh my god, the Dweller's Blow is going to be so good here. Oh, that Dweller's was so nice. That's going to be hitting several units. Banishment coming down from the Banana Toad, going to be hurting pretty good, I suppose. Not too bad. Thorgrim, of course, winning in the front line. Thorgrim taking that Feral Bastillodon. Bob with the dreaded tactical reserves as well. He's forgotten his Bastillodon, which I know it's only 600 gold, but still, that's a pretty unfortunate thing to forget. Now, the Thunderers are heavily shut down, and the value's pretty close, though. Dwarves are ahead by a little bit, 4,300 to 34. Bob is certainly on his way back in, though, getting a nice compromise here as the Golden Riders do jump into the back of what appears to be some Dwarven guns. Yes, they're Dwarven guns. Shutting down all the missile pieces is going to give the Dwarves a lot more freedom. But the thing is, like, normally when Dwarves lose all their guns, if they have Thorik on foot, you know, they're going to lose. But the fact that High King Thorgrim is here, and if this gets forced into a Dwarven blob fight, where it's like a Dwarven infantry blob versus a lizard blob, and he doesn't have enough wins for Dwellers below, well, that's basically going to be GG, because Thorgrim is like a crazy good fighter. He's really, really tough to kill, and the buffs that he's going to be giving to the Dwarves nearby is going to be very strong. So the value difference is being closed. The rock drops looks like maybe coming in for another round. I don't know if they used them earlier, but the Powhawks of Sentinel is going to be trying to jump on top of the cannons. You have Dragonback Slayers cutting through the skink cohorts, and it looks like there's going to be another Dweller's Blow coming in to try and punish the Dwarves. But man, I gotta say, Gron Brindle's dodging has been super, super on point today. It's been Bardzo Dobja for sure. Dwarf Warriors in the back, chilling out. Looks like they are going to be rode down by some Coldwind Riders, I would imagine. He manages somehow. Look at this. The Dwarves like found a way to get some guns online in this tiny little pocket. And they're now shooting into the Battletoad a little bit as Thorgrim tries to fight in the front line. And I think Bob finally realized he forgot about this Bastiladon, which is going to be huge. It's going to help him defeat these Dwarf Warriors, and it looks like it's now moving into the middle to help out a little bit. Coldwind Riders just bullying these Dwarven Thunderers, and Thorgrim Grudge Bearers trying to satisfy the grudge. He's got a lot of these Longbeards here, and the Oath of Vengeance keeps perpetually being activated on the Saurus Warriors to give his guys a little bit of a better fighting chance. Gron Brindle's holding up the value a little bit. It looks like Thorgrim on his big... I feel like Thorgrim should have armor piercing. He's literally wielding a rune axe of Grimnir, like an ancient rune axe. I mean, Gotrek has the same type of weapon, and he has armor piercing. Like, just give it to him, man. He's already so slow. He's already so slow. Anyways, the Bastiladon gets hammered. A couple of the guns are still online, although skink cohorts look to be moving in to try and shut those guys down. Bob doing a very good job with the Coldwind Riders around the battlefield, kind of cleaning up and looking for scraps wherever he can. We have a lot of like little independent fights, like Dwarf Warriors here, Longbeards here, and Longbeards, all of whom will outtrade the Saurus in my experience. Especially with Thorgrim just rolling around. This Thorgrim blob is so nasty, and he still has Dragonback Slayers. I feel like the Dwarves are definitely in a state of advantage. Like, it's going to be really tough for the Lizards to win this, because obviously the Caster Lord's very good. Dweller's Blow is very strong, but I don't know if it's done quite enough, right? And Thorgrim is going to be an absolute monster to deal with in the late game. Looks like a couple guns have come back as well. I don't know if you realize this, but yeah, he does. He saw the guns come back, so he's going to get those shooting into the Bastiladon most likely. The Grudge is potentially going to be satisfied here, guys. Thorgrim Grudge Bearer chewing through it. Dragonback Slayers cutting down these Coldwind Riders. Coldwind Riders getting wrecked. And now we have the toilet seat battle. God, look how big Slaanes are, man. I always forget that. Dweller's Blow coming down. It's going to be a nice one of the Dwarves here. Certainly going to get some punishing damage as Bob has fallen behind in value a little bit again. And yeah, he's running from Thorgrim. Thorgrim is just too much of a Chad. It's going to be forced back. Dweller's Blow does beat up the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, but they are a stalwart folk. And the Dwarves are going to turn around and countercharge the Coldwind Riders so they don't get charged in the back by the big Cav. And the Dragonback Slayers are here to help. Dragonback Slayers got their Mohawks out for Grimnir and Grungni. And yeah, they're going to be getting in there and going after him, man. So they got their anti-large bonus. They got their slow. These Coldwind Riders are certainly not enjoying themselves. Also, some Dwarven guns are back online, which is pretty crazy. Dwarven guns getting some shooting. I think the Dwarves are pulling ahead a little bit. We still have a full health Bastiladon, though. And we do also have Coldwind Riders for Bob that are reasonably healthy, too. The Dwarven army is looking a little bit beleaguered, but still getting these shots from these guns has got to feel pretty good against those units. Bastiladon is on its way back here. It looks like Cold-Blooded is being used. Don't you guys dare crash right now. Don't you dare. Humpty, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. Greatly appreciate it. And the members grow. Red-Crested Skinks fighting to the bitter end. Going to be killed by these Dwarves 100%. And the Dragonback Slayers in the back fighting against Skink cohorts. Bob uses the Cold-Blooded on them to actually give them a little bit of leadership to maybe help them pick off a couple more Slayers if they can. Dwarven Guns get to move up, probably going after the Battletoad. I think Thorgrim carries this, though. That would be my guess. I think that Thorgrim is just going to be too hard to kill. If the Coldwind Riders can surround him with the Bastiladon, like, kind of beating on him, maybe. But Thorgrim is so hard to kill, guys. Thorgrim has, like, almost the HP of a Greater Demon on his altar. He's got, like, 7,000 or 8,000 HP. It's nuts. Now in the back, nice charge from Bob. It looks like he caught the Dwarves a little bit unprepared, although the Dragonback Slayers seem pretty ready for it, and they're going to get in there and start cutting apart some of these Golden Riders. And Thorgrim's going to be going after the other Bastiladon, while the Saurus Warriors will be getting ready to engage against the stalwart Dwarf Warriors. Dwarf Warriors will not do super great here, but stand your ground active. They should trade okay into Saurus. And with Thorgrim's attack buff too, right? They got melee attack. So basically Thorgrim being nearby kind of turns these Dwarf Warriors into Longbeards. But that was a beautiful little concave fight. Slayers pulling back. I guess Thorgrim can only be in one place, right? He can't be everywhere, so he's going to have to rely on the tenacity of his troops to fight here. And Thorgrim's going to go after the Battletoad. Yeah, I feel like that's a mistake. Going after the Battletoad is not a good idea. I think Thorgrim should be fighting shoulder to shoulder with the boys here, but I guess he's a little bit slow, so you can't really decide where you want to fight. Dwarfs coming back, Longbeards. Anything else on the edge of the battlefield? Doesn't look like it. What you see is what you got. Really, really good cab play. These Colden Riders might be enough to kind of win the day. These Dwarves are definitely dishonoring their ancestors here by breaking right when their High King needs them the most. A couple Slayers in the back trying to fight, but ooh, maybe the Lizards are going to pull this off. Like, a lot of the value for the Dwarven army is still just tied to Thorgrim, right? And Thorgrim could for sure lose against all this stuff. Like, 2 Bastillodons hammering him will probably be enough. Longbeards are just such a resilient infantry unit, man. They just fight so long. But Lizard leadership is also very insane. Bob is so scrappy, man. It looks like he is going to be going after the Slann, and he does get a nice shot on the Slann. Balance of power, strangely enough. No, not strangely enough. Yeah, it's for the Lizards, which makes sense. Even though, look at the value discrepancy. Although he's got a Slann of Life, right? The Slann of Life has been healing, so that's mitigated a lot of the Dwarven value here. And the Dwarves basically just have Dragonback Slayers, and now High King is going to be listening to some Disturbed. He's like, stand alone. Going to be holding here. So it looks like in the next round we'll be having Lizardmen versus Vampire Counts. I don't know who's probably favored for Vampire Counts, although I think Lizards have a decent time there. Like Treader of Lustria boxes, all that kind of stuff can be very nasty, and a lot of it just comes down to SCM play. But I would say, you know, Gron Brindle did the Dwarves very proud today, despite, you know, probably losing this game now, and I was certainly wrong. I thought the Dwarves were going to be able to kind of hold there at the end, but the second Bastillodon surviving with a little bit of HP, and also I think a big mistake that the Dwarves made to lose this game was trying to snipe the Slann. Like, using cannons to go after the Slann is such a big mistake. Those things are just unholy to kill. They have so much HP. Like, if Thorgrim had just allocated his resources elsewhere and the cannons had shot the Bastillodons, could have been a different game for sure. Now, Dwarf Warriors have come back, but any Dwarves that do return are going to be hunted down by the Colden Riders pretty easily, and, you know, Thorgrim's just going to fight here, man. We'll see. I mean, if Thorgrim pulled out this win, that would be absolutely nuts. Godsmack. Oh, it's Godsmack, not Disturbed. I'm sorry. I always get them confused. For years, I thought they were the same band. You know, for years. Well, looks like the Lizardmen have maybe done it. I think the Bastillodons will get there. Oath of Vengeance is used on one. Thorgrim trying to hunt down that Bastillodon. Bob playing very well, pulling it back as soon as it, you know, gets a little bit beat up here. So now Thorgrim just needs to fight in the blob, basically. Colden Riders will cycle charge. He did kill one of the Bastillodons, though, or it shattered, yeah. So you can see one Bastillodon did shatter there. The other one's on the run. Thorgrim just needs to fight here. You don't want to go after the Toad. Don't be baited. Just get whatever value you can, basically. Dude, Thorgrim is such a raid boss. Oh my god, look at his stats. 60, 62, 125 armor. Leadership's pretty insane, too, despite being exhausted. So Bastillodon's coming in. Colden Riders moving in. Foe Seeker is going to be trying to replenish his vigor a little bit, but probably not going to do the trick. I wonder if he's going to go after the Bastillodon. It looks like he is, but dude, Colden Rider's just doing mad armor-piercing damage against him. Like, huge. What Thorgrim needs now is just, like, a ton of Gyrocopters to fly in. Yeah, Gyrocopters wouldn't be very good in this matchup in general, though. Pterodon Riders can just kill them too easily, so Gyros are a little bit too risky to bring here. But the High King, you know, while being circle beaten, he's still writing in his book, you know, making sure that every single one of these lizards is in the book for his friends to find after the battle. And the Feral Bastillodon here is getting the work in. Thorgrim's got 4,000 HP. Balance of Power is looking close to army losses as the lizards kind of pull back and forth and back and forth. This is a good play, by the way. Resting your troops on the outside in these like kind of circle beating situations. The Saurus Warrior is kind of able to do this. So obviously, if this a little bit different in land battle, how this usually works, right? You just got to army loss them. Whereas in Dom, you would probably just leave because of the points at this point, right? Lizards would have a triple cap on you. Thorgrim Grudgebearer. Leadership is going down. A nice attempt. Bob showing that he is a very good lizard player, because I can assure you from experience, it's not an easy one for the lizards, nor is it for the dwarves. It's hard for both sides. It's hard for both sides. GG, well played, and the dwarves have fallen, but they made it past the first round, so hey, you know, can't complain. Bob played like an absolute Chad, so too did Thorgrim. It was a very scrappy game. Or Gron Brindle, he goes by, yes. Dweller's Blow, good spell. And, you know, Bob even forgot about his Bastillodon for a lot of the battle. Like, if he had brought that in sooner, I think his Colden Rider play was super clutch as well. All right, GG. Very well played to those two champions. Let me go ahead here, switch it up. This is going to be a victory for the Lizards. Yes, yes. And now we are going to have the Dark Elves versus the Tomb Kings. Ice Power Total War versus King of the Dead. Ooh, this is an exciting one. Satisfy the grudge. The Dowie have lost. Yes, they have. But I think they did you guys proud, man. They didn't do bad. It's not like they just got annihilated in the first round, so... Faction War. Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves. This is going to be a fun one. Two OGs. We got King of the Dead, having defeated Slaanesh earlier, versus Ice Power on the Druki. All right, so let's get this going. And let's get the King of the Dead versus Ice Power. Let's update that. They can start when ready. I'll be back in just a second, guys. I heard my dog making some noise. I'm going to make sure she didn't knock anything over. BRB. All right, guys, I return. So yes, we do have the King of Belgium here. It's going to be King of the Dead, which is pretty good. And yeah, we're good, man. My dog was she was just playing with her toy. It sounded like something big fell in the kitchen, so I went to go check, but she was just kind of playing with her toy. All is good. So we got Ark in the Black. Yeah, it's going to be Ark in the Black once again. Spirit Legion Buna, very, very good. Tomb Prince. King of the Dead really likes that as kind of his core. He used that against Slaanesh pretty well. And honestly, his playstyle is pretty similar too. He's got the Tomb Guard. He does also have the double Ushapti to kind of, and this is really good because what people like to do is they like to bring the Black Ark Corsairs against you. So using the Ushapti to kill the Corsairs is incredibly cost effective. A couple Chariots. Honestly, as King of the Dead using yeah, he doesn't have the Boner Giant in this build, but there are many things here which are pretty similar. Skeleton Horseman, Carrion, and that appears to be it. So looking here, Malekith is going to be up in the sky. Oh, hell yeah, we get the Witch King. I don't know if he knows Soul Stealer isn't quite as good as it used to be, but it's still decent. Gaze of Malice is really good against Tomb Guard and Kepler Guard type units. So he's got Corsairs, Bleak Swords, some Harvesters in the back to try and shut down some Tomb King's range. But yeah, I was expecting Ice Power to come in with like Repeater Crossbows and Scourge Runners, but both players basically have rush builds. It's Cold One Knights in the back. He's got triple Cold One Knight. Yeah, like it's just going to be a knockdown, drag out fight. Man, the maps look so much better in Warhammer 3. Like this is an old school map, Altdorf Outskirts. It got reworked and yeah, CA did a really good job with the maps. Like you guys have seen how nice some of the older maps look today. Yes, yes. Let us know who you think's going to win in chat. Do you think it's going to be the dreaded Tomb Kings led by King of the Dead? Or are you rooting for Ice Power Total War? Let us know. Curious where you guys stand on this one. By the way, also, I'd love to see in chat how everybody is doing with their predictions. So for anybody playing Match Madness, what are your scores out of the total game so far? Do let me know and I'll read them out once we see those. Yeah, no crossbows. No crossbows. Man, it's going to be wild. Malekith with Gaze of Malice is cool, man. I love seeing Malekith up on a dragon. It's so neat. It's so fun. Yeah, he's up on a dragon. This is not like Ice Power's usual style. Ice Power usually kites and uses like Repeater Crossbows. Although Tomb Kings are pretty good at shutting that down because Skeleton Horseman, Carrion, Nehekar Horseman really are just trade super well in that game. So I do like this. I do like this quite a bit. Okay, we got people cheering for both sides, it would appear. King of the Dead's going to be moving up. You know, I got to do another head-to-head campaign with King of the Dead. Those were some really, really funny ones we did. Yeah, those were always a good time. Skeleton Horseman waiting in the wings. Ark in the Black, as well as the Tomb Prince preparing to maybe drop a Skeleton Summon. I'm really excited to kind of follow Malekith's progress this game and see how he does. You know, looks like the Dark Elves going to be taking the high ground a little bit, forcing the Tomb Kings to advance on them. Not really, they'll both be moving up. And, yep, here comes the Cav. So we see the Bleak Swords and company getting ready to fight. The Carrion not going to be super useful this game. Although using Carrion to rear charge enemy infantry to break their leadership certainly isn't a bad idea. And we see the Tomb Guard getting ready to move up as well, while Malekith, the Witch King, circles and cackles. He's going to be eyeing his prize, looking to get some breath attacks. We have the Kepler Guard. No Kepler Guard this game. I think it's a little bit of a mistake. Kepler Guard are just super good. Pretty much an auto take in every matchup, in my opinion. But Corsairs versus Tomb Guard. Interested to see how this goes. Ark of the Black's going to be helping out a little bit. We can see the Tomb Guard do take the lead initially on the trade, while up in the sky we have the two Carrion kind of circling about, looking to fight. And nice breath attack there. Beautiful one by Ice Power. Oh, yeah, baby. That was a keeper. Really wrecks those two Tomb Guards. So the Tomb Guard got wrecked. You're 7 out of 11, Benson, and 8 out of 11 for random nicks. Okay, so you guys are doing pretty good on Match Madness. Not bad. Gaze of Malice on the Tomb Guard. Not that much damage, but still a little bit. Malekith's going to be jumping into fight. Got to be careful not to get that dragon trapped. And we do get Cold One Knights moving in. Ark in the Black doesn't really have any big punishing, AoE abilities, but dropping a Skeleton Summon right behind this blob would be super strong. And boom, King of the Dead read my mind. And he does get a nice one, while Malekith is now also being attacked by Arkan. Now, of course, Arkan would lose that fight, but Arkan kind of got the jump on him a little bit. In the back, we see Chariots pulling around. We see the Tomb Guard moving up to fight. Tomb Guard moving up. And King of the Dead is going to be going in here. But a huge Soul Stealer coming down from the Druchii. Malekith is going to be getting some fat healing, and that is going to be punishing the Tomb King's blob. Granted, it doesn't do that much damage compared to what it used to do, but it still does some good work there. So that blob does get punished a little bit, and Ice Power does pull ahead on the bounce power, while Chariots do penetrate into the Blackheart Corsairs, getting some good work done. Coconut, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. Carrying in the backfield are going to be attacking into Slaanesh's Harvesters. Kind of an interesting choice for King of the Dead. Seems to be throwing those away a little bit, but we will have to see. Now it looks like the Carrion are going to be circling back up. In the meantime, Ark and the Black King Company do win the fight in the middle. Now remember, Tomb Kings have pretty crazy healing with the Realm of Souls, so even if they're a little bit behind on value, they still are going to be healing quite a bit. So they're a faction that can afford to take damage, whereas Dark Elves cannot really afford to take too much damage. Dude, another Soul Stealer going down in the middle, man. That's going to be hitting a lot of units. Arkin and the Tomb Prince, and Malekith on the Dragon being a pretty big difference maker, and it looks like the Ushabti have been caught in 2 of those. The Tomb Prince actually trying to go after Malekith here. You can see he's trying to get his anti-large character to battle the Witch King. Arkin the Black also trying to go after him, maybe drop some Spirit Leeches, but the healing on the Dragon is very impactful, and he's already gotten 1800 value. Man, Malekith is going ham. The Witch King not taking any prisoners as he just beats down this Tomb Prince. Now in the flank fights, we see some Skeleton Horsemen sitting idle. Should for sure charge these idle units here. Spears against Corsairs, going to be losing that fight. Tomb Guard fighting all across the battlefield. Pretty even trades against the Druchii infantry. Really, a lot of it's coming down to the Soul Stealer blobs, which have been very, very punishing. And if Malekith is able to actually kill the Tomb Prince here, that would be a pretty rough play. Looks like a Spirit Leech is going to be coming down from Arkin. He's going to be trying to get in there and help. Curse of the Jaff is active, so that's going to be rampaging your boy Malekith if he takes a little bit more damage. But overall, Ice Power Total War does have a decent little lead in value, about 800, but King of the Dead also breaking these Slaanesh's Harvesters, has Skeletons, still has plenty of Chariots left, and how are the Knights doing? It looks like we have some good Coldman Knights back here. Interesting Ushabti summon. Oh, that's going to be a Buna. Okay, so Buna's going down, or is that Ushabti summon? That would be a really awkward, weird Ushabti summon, just like on top of some cav that can easily move away from it. The Tomb Prince managed to survive somehow, and the Ushabti summon is used back here, which was a really Bronzodia Ushabti summon. For sure should get into the backfield against these guys here. And the Coldman Knights are now battling Nehekar Horsemen, which they're going to love. And another Soul Stealer. Oh my god, Malekith is just the value king right now, dude. Oh my god, 2,600 value. He's paid for himself. And he's still got a lot more to give, that is for sure. Looks like he's going to be hunting down Ark and the Black now, while the Coldman Knights continue to just do the work of the gods. The Ushabti summon, of course, will help break some of the Bleak Swords fighting here in the middle. But, yeah, man. Coconut, you've been watching since 2016, right on. It's the Curse of Jeff, yes. And it's funny because King of the Dead's actual name is Jeff, so. Skeleton Warriors battling. Chariot's still getting some decent trades here. How's this fight looking on this side? We do see one of the true Ushabti doing great work against the Bleak Swords and the Corsairs. Nehekar Horseman losing to the Dark Riders. Looks like he didn't get the charge. The Tomb King still have a lot of infantry left. Malekith, it might be a situation where Malekith stands alone and he has to start listening to Godsmack. We'll have to see. But, I mean, the Dark Elves still have a fair amount of calves, some Coldman Riders. We see Corsairs around the battlefield. Arkin the Black with another beautiful skeleton summon from the Tomb Blade of Arkin. He gets it on top of these Coldman Knights, which is going to target a lot of those calves to their death. And where's the Tomb Prince? Did the Tomb Prince live, or did Ice Power get him? Okay, Ice Power is very, very close to killing this Tomb Prince, which is going to give Malekith a ton of agency to kind of just rampage around the battlefield. Tomb Prince has done some good work, but Malekith has been healing a lot. He's at 2,900 value. We get the Tomb Kings moving in with a bunch of Tomb Guard and Carrion, and the Ushabti summon also going to be rear charging into these cav units. Yeah, Dark Elves look pretty low numbers around the battlefield. I guess over here they still have some horsemen, but the crew should be able to do it here. These Ushabti might be able to finish off these units. We'll have to see. Another cackling Spirit Leech. I love the hand just coming down. It's so funny. Ark and the Black could potentially die as well, though. I mean, Malekith is hunting their souls, and Malekith probably upwards of 3,000 value right now. Looks like he did kill the Tomb Prince, so the Tomb Prince of the Tomb Kings did die. Malekith able to get the kill. So now the only hope for the Tomb Kings here is going to be wiping the Dark Elf army and just surrounding Malekith with shitty chaff units and just dragging him down and hoping he's out of Winds of Magic at this point. Because he's cast a lot of Soul Stealers, like a whole bunch. A couple Chariots coming over here to try and rout off these infantry units would be a very, very good choice. Arkin needs to make sure he doesn't get cheesed either, because he probably still has a lot of Spirit Leeches in his back pocket, so he's going to want a Spirit Leech all day and not fight Malekith up close, although he does get a nice attack on Malekith, but you better watch out, man. Oh no, the Tomb Prince is still alive! Oh my god, the Tomb Prince still lives, dude. That's not good. He did not kill the Tomb Prince. I was very wrong. Beautiful Gaze of Malice coming in from Malekith. Value trading is dead even, which actually is going to be favoring the Tomb Kings a little bit because of their healing probably. But again, Dark Elves have gotten a lot of healing too on Malekith. Malekith is being hunted by Ark and the Black, trying to get away. The Haggard Dragon trying its best to escape. But the Dragon's been doing well this game. It's 3,200 value, but Ark and the Black is not a bad combatant. He's pretty good as far as wizards go. Coldwell Knight's going to be moving around. Oh, big counterpunch here by Ice Power. If Ark in the Black gets surrounded by Coldwell Knights and then Malekith comes in and steel chairs him, then that's probably going to be GG. Oh, but another skeleton summon. He had another one. Might be able to escape here. We'll have to see. Ice Power Total War does have some Bleak Swords coming in. We do also have Coldwell Knights as well as Blackheart Corsairs waddling back this direction. King of the Dead is losing out on the bounce of power. He doesn't have a whole lot left. The Druki looking very numerous now, so we see a lot of the Tomb King's units are getting very beat up, but another Spirit Leech coming in on Malekith. Maybe, just maybe, can do some work. Now, we have some Dark Riders here looking around the battlefield. Obviously, Tomb Kings aren't going to have any units coming back from route, but we have a lot of Coldwell Knights. We got 16 Coldwell Knights here. We got 18 Coldwell Knights here. Tomb Kings have a fair amount of infantry left. We have some Skeleton Warriors and some Tomb Guard here, but it looks like they're going to be kind of disengaging because he's obviously attacking with the Bleak Swords here, so kiting out the Skeleton Summon here I think is a very, very good call. Ark in the Black gets a little bit of a break there, but they're going to be moving over there. King of the Dead looks like he might be on the back foot. I think the Druki might be able to get it. Looks like, oh yeah, the breath attack. Where's it going? Nice one. It does hit those Tomb Guard in the back then. Oh, look, the Noxious Gas. It lowers their melee attack by 30%. It's pretty cool. Is that a new thing? Yeah. Well, anyways, I don't remember seeing that before. But Bleak Swords here are broken. Tomb Kings, they have Arcane. They have some crumbling Tomb Guard. I don't think they got it. I think Ice Power has pulled this one out using the Witch King, dude. The Witch King has been a raid boss. Dude, the Dragon Master getting 4,000 value. I mean, that's what happens when a dragon can heal, right? That's the problem with a lot of dragons. Like, I mean, I guess High Elf dragons can heal themselves, but High Elves just suck, so you can't really draw any metrics from them. Ark in the Black has been defeated. Ice Power Total War. The Witch King. He has done it. GG, well played. What a great game, man. That was a solid, solid scrap. I loved every second. Both players played super well, but in the end, Ice Power Total War. And we get an epic, look at that ending shot with Malekith just ascending on his dragon there. Oh, so cool. Well played, King of the Dead. Hope to see you back, man, in the future. You were a beast as always. Arkin got 3,000 value from just beating on Malekith there. It was pretty cool. The raid boss fight. It was very close. That was a very close game. All right. So, yeah, we have a Discord. Yeah, you can join it. You can go to totaltavern.com, Total Tavern, and you can join there, or our glorious Discord. Our mods here, Gunhound, is going to be dropping the link, so should be all good. All right, so let's go here. Update the brackets. So we have our late round matchups now. We have Ice Power Total War versus Lizardmen. So Lizard Dark Elves and Skaven Vampire Counts. And now we have Empire versus Khorne, which is going to be a really fun one. I played this in Domination. I haven't played this in land battles. Well, maybe once or twice, but it's yeah, it's going to be really fun. Hype for this one. Yeah, Kepler Guard, not having Kepler Guard hurt him. I think Kepler Guard could have potentially won the game too. They're just such a good unit. Sad bone noises. Hey, King of the Dead did great, man. He played like an absolute Chad. So Empire versus Khorne, we need a spec slot. Okay, so let me do this. Spec slot, please. All right, very good. Let's get that spectator slot in there and we'll be able to join, no problem. Yeah, Malekith was great, man. He was a raid boss that game. Oh, it's so nice. The weather isn't too hot today. Let's see how hot it is outside. It's 84 degrees, and it's like kind of humid because there's a tropical storm coming up from like Mexico. But it's so nice. Like I'm not sweating profusely. Oh, I love it. Sigmar, bless us. So I don't think I've ever seen the Plague Penguin play. I was recommended Plague Penguin by another land battle enjoyer. So I am really curious to see. Because, you know, you better do good, man. Sons of Sigmar are my jam. I'm a competitive Empire main, so you gotta perform. Penguin versus Hanadins. Hanadins. Looking good. Some of the Elector counts. Against Khorne? Yeah, I guess you could. It's time, man. These are crazy games. I miss these. Yeah, land battles are great. It's good to go back and forth. Land battles are good as invitationals, I think, or like casual events. If you have like big money events for land battles, that's where it kind of gets degenerate and not fun to watch, in my experience. But yeah, these type of events are great. Plus, it's best of one, and also you also have to recognize that we don't have to wait for army picks, right? So that's like making it a much smoother viewing experience. Oh my god, this map is bright, Jesus! Look at this one. That map just woke me up right there. Face Steel and Gunpowder. Penguin is a solid Empire player. I'm excited to do it. I would play Empire in one of these, but the problem is I like to focus on casting, yeah, on this event. I'll play in other like Dom tournaments and things like that, but Faction War, I want to keep the format as it is. We humans have to stick together. We have Garethos from Warcraft 3 in chat. Garethos, how long have you been here? Did you just appear to cheer on your fellow humans or what? Invite the right people, and land battles are great. Yeah, for sure. When the Old World channel comes out, will you do guest challengers? Yeah, for sure. We'll have a studio. So I'm going to rent a little studio space wherever we live at the time. And yeah, we could do like guest challengers, kind of like how Mini Wargaming does it. Yeah, it'd be fun. We will see, man. I just want to see the Empire. You know, the Empire actually won a faction war before. It was the very first one, though. It was a long time ago. Gus, thanks for becoming a new member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Valkia is good against Empire. She can beat Volkmar. She can trade pretty well into Franz. Like, she's a solid. She can hunt casters and mages. And even if the Empire nets and tries to snipe Valkia, you can pop her Demon Shield and she's like invulnerable. So there's a lot of really cool tactics with Valkia in this matchup. I've been lurking now. Humanity needs me. That's true, they do. Simon says, thanks as always for the frenetic commentary. I wonder what words per minute you get up to. Oh, dude, I can get pretty serious on that, yeah. It didn't used to be that way. You should have heard my dad when he was when he was acting. My dad was quite the wordsmith. Empire is super out. Empire is a very hard faction to play, but they're very rewarding. I love playing the Sons of Sigmar. They're for sure my favorite. Now for the Khornate army, taking a look here, we do have the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, a couple of Fleshhounds, always good stuff. So Fleshhounds of Khorne are certainly no joke. These guys can put some hurt on the heavy cav of the Empire and can also dive into melee and kill state troopers. We have Fleshhounds and regular hounds. A skull cannon! What the hell is this? Oh my god, it's a dreaded skull cannon. Minotaurs of Khorne, more horsemen. Yeah, okay. This build has like no melee. So Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Okay, it has a little bit. I take that back. He's got 4 Chaos Warriors of Khorne, but a shit ton of skirmishers and a skull cannon. This is a wild, wild build. Yeah. Now, taking a look at the Empire build, we got Flagellants and Sigmar Sons, the classic front line, just to take a beating for Sigmar. Marcus Wolfheart could potentially snipe Valkia, but Valkia could also just, annihilate Marcus up close. So it's a little bit scary. Pit of Shades, caster here in the back. We have a single mortar, which is kind of an interesting choice. Sterling's Revenge and Silver Bullets and Double Wagon. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in the build. One thing I like to bring against Khorne sometimes is one Demogryph Knight Halberd. I feel like that's such a powerful sweeper unit, but I do like the wagons. I think war wagons are super good against Khorne. But yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about Marcus Wolfheart. I feel like Valkia is a good counter to him. Marcus could just get gooned and killed, but potentially could put out a lot of damage. If Valkia is not paying attention, she could get sniped and go down pretty quickly. So we will have to see. Yeah, he's got plenty of melee though, and skirmish cav are very good against the Empire, so you need to do it. I like Hanniden's build. The only thing that's a little bit suspicious to me is the skull cannon. Tim, longtime Total War player, historic and fantasy here. Never really gotten a multiplayer, but Total War Warhammer 3, these tournaments are really getting me into it. Keep up the coverage, man. I'm enjoying it a lot. By the way, that's thank you so much, Tim. That's the next feature we're doing on Total Tavern. Now that we've finished like most of the main features, we're going to be adding a leaderboard and stats for land battles. So people can host, including myself, land battle tournaments if they want to on the website. I know Human Boy and a lot of ODM people are hosting them, so they'll be able to host them on the website and get all the stats and everything. So that'll be pretty fun. So that's one of the next big development cycles I'm going to be doing in the next couple weeks. I just got to talk to my developer and go from there. So. Now, Khorne has melee. They have 4 Chaos Warriors. Mortar shooting downtown. So the mortars are blasting into the Chaos Warriors here. We do have the War Wagons. War Wagons going to be scooting up, looking to put some hurt here on the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. Hey, if that Skull Cannon pays for itself, man, I'll be very shocked. I mean, I guess in land battles, Skull Cannons are better. I use them with some builds against like Nurgle, but I feel like factions with shooting can shut down Skull Cannons relatively well for sure. So War Wagons circling about, going to be shooting into the Chaos Warhounds. I honestly like 3 or 4 wagons in this build. It's so nasty. Okay, this wagon got karate chopped by something. I don't really know what did it. They got the hammer. They got the hammer time. Is it large unit size? Yeah, it'll be okay. It's fine. It'll be fine. So here, Marcus Wolfheart going to be shooting up. This is basically just like Warhammer. I'm pretty sure the unit size is correct. Yeah, this is on large. Yeah, is it? Well, that's fine. Large is what Warhammer 2 is played under, so it'll be totally fine. Oh my God, the Spear of Sleipnir, dude, on the silver bullets. Oh my God, that was some big damage. But we do see a net coming down, and the silver bullets are going to be dropping some damage. And Spear of Sleipnir just does so much damage. The Warriors of Khorne going to be moving in, looking to surround on each side. War Wagons kind of skirmishing about. Fleshhounds and Doggies here in the back. Going to be kind of creeping in there, but we do have halberds and spears all over the place. A little bit of lag coming in. Hopefully nobody disconnects. That would be pretty inconvenient here. But so far, it's been a very good start for Khorne. The Spear of Sleipnir is very good. We do also see the War Wagons here getting pounded a little bit. Dude, the hell? Look at the Skull Cannon. It heard me talking shit, and it's not having it, man. So Flagellants versus Shielded Warriors. That is going to be an absolute massacre. Those Flagellants are going to get beaten down so badly. there's going to need to be a big Pit of Shades here or something. Khorne obviously going to be pretty heavily favored. The Mortar is also a very curious choice by the Plague Penguin. Sigmar Sons might be able to win against these Chaos Warriors considering their very kind of beleaguered state. Here a little bit of skirmishing going down, both sides value trading pretty well. And we do have, of course, the shooting coming in. Sterling's Revenge with some nice DACA here. Shooting into the Skull Cannon, getting good damage value. Pit of Shades here, overcasted most likely, is going to be doing some big damage there. And the Pit of Shades does hit those warriors, but yeah, man, Flagellants do not trade well into Khorne warriors. They will fight to the bitter end, which is nice, which allows your other Sigmarites to trade well. Valkia going to be getting hunted by halberds, but Valkia should be able to escape pretty well. And Marcus Wolfheart, he's like shooting at Fleshhounds. Like, I feel like Marcus is a really poor pick against Khorne. He just, you know, they don't really have any great targets to snipe. I guess maybe the Skull Cannon is something decent to snipe. Anyways, here, yeah, Skull Cannon is almost already dead. Let's see how much kind of value it got. 400 value in the Skull Cannon. Halberds moving in to fight. Fleshhounds and other doggies moving in from the other sides as well. Sigmar Sons still almost losing to these Chaos Warriors. And Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, a great anti-infantry tool with their 44 weapon strength and bonus for infantry moving into the sides here. Spears and Halberds getting ready to Royal Rumble. And Halberds are fending off the Fleshhounds. Honestly, the fight's pretty close. The fact that the Haggard Skull Cannon is dying, the War Wagons are still very functional, is going to be a big problem for Khorne as this game does progress here. Spears and Flagellants holding on the sides, but the Halberds are a really nice addition. Like, Halberds, this unit of Halberds will probably be able to defeat these warriors, but not with another unit of warriors kind of moving in there right there. So the warriors are moving in on the side. And the wagon's still alive, but this is where the game could be lost for the Empire if Marcus... Oh, Marcus with the 360 shot! He nets Valkia and is able to get away while she dives. Spear of Sleipnir. Oh, it's so good! Oh, Spear of Sleipnir so strong! Khorne does have magic. Khorne was lying in his advertising. He does have a little bit of magic. Sterling's Revenge here. We're going to be on the run, and we do see the War Wagons going to be circling about, continuing to shoot. And it looks like Valkia is going to be going after Marcus, and if Marcus can just kind of hide amongst halberds, maybe. But Valkia is infantry size, so halberds actually won't do that much. Big Pit of Shades going to be going down from the Empire over here. Nice Pit of Shades, dude. The Khorne Warrior kind of bunched up a little bit. And allow the halberds to kind of box them in, and that's going to be doing some big damage. But Valkia is on the hunt, and Marcus is getting his butt kicked pretty bad. Halberd's trying to buffer her out. Valkia is only infantry size, so Marcus might be able to get away, but him escaping is going to be pretty much tantamount here, and very important. Like, they need to get away. And yeah, he's trying to put the jukes on Valkia, but she is indeed a Valkyrie, and she is hunting very effectively. Now, the main Khorne army is buckling a little bit. We see the Fleshhounds being pushed back, Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, and Chaos Warriors doing what they can. War Wagon's going to be shooting into Valkia, and yeah, Marcus is really on the run. She's very tough to kill, but it's looking pretty good for the Empire here. They're up by about 1,000 value, and the remaining state troopers, like the halberds, are trading very well into the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs of Khorne are also another choice I find to be very strange. Like, Empire isn't known for its good infantry. Why would you bring like a big anti-infantry monster? I feel like there's just many better choices you could go with, but I could be wrong. Plague Penguin juking about. Hanadin's on the hunt, trying to get Valkia. Valkia takes another arrow. He's getting there, man. Marcus Wolfheart juking. Oh, the Sword of Khorne! Big damage right there coming in. Tons of work against those halberds. I mean, Valkia would have to just kill Marcus and then get the caster. There would have to be a lot of carrying here. I feel like the Empire still having its War Wagons here is very problematic. Here we have Sterling's Revenge, the Free Company Militia, fighting to the bitter end against these Chaos Warhounds, but the Warhounds will get them. More Warriors of Khorne on their way back in. Halberds, 77 of them, going to be surging in. Valkia does get netted by the Hunter's Snare, and she is being shot by some of the remaining DACA of the Empire. The Mortar Crews are back online. The Mortar Crews could jump on here and potentially do some work. Flagellants moving in to the old Chaos Warriors. Not going to be a pretty fight, but somebody's got to take it. Halberds into Minotaurs, very cost-effective. Empire pulling ahead in damage value, but again, Valkia might be able to get Marcus. I still just think Khorne is too bare bones on the battlefield. I feel like the Skull Cannon was just such a weird investment. Like, this big, expensive, like, if you had just replaced that Skull Cannon with like 3 Marauders of Khorne, I feel like this battle would have been won by Khorne. The Skull Cannon was just got like 400 value and just died to shooting, right? It's just such a weird thing. It's such a weird thing. So Marcus Wolfheart going to be pulling back. Very impressive play. The War Wagons from the Plague Penguin performing very well. And I got to say, he's doing Sigmar proud, man. He gets my stamp of approval. Flagellants battling into the Chaos Warriors of Khorne, and more Flagellants over here are going to get massacred for Sigmar, which is what they want anyways. Valkia is going to probably just die to wagon fire. I think she's going to get away a little bit, but yeah, the wagons are going to eventually be able to kind of pick her off. And this is why War Wagons are really good against factions that want to dive you, because they're really hard to kill, actually. They have 90 armor and are very durable, very similar to like Kislev wagons in that way. And Valkia's got a fair amount of HP, but too many state troopers and halberds left. Halberds do have good armor piercing, so they can get through Valkia's armor. Marcus Chadhart is still alive, too, the huntsman. He's so cool. I want to get his tabletop model so bad, but he's like out of print and super hard to find. He actually has a really cool tabletop model, too. It's like old, but it's like a really good classic piece. So he's going to be shooting into Valkia the Bloody, but Valkia juking, Fleshhounds diving into halberds, not a good trade for them. And it looks like the Empire endures, baby. Halberds everywhere, Flagellants doing their thing. Valky up in the sky, getting dacked down by the war wagons. The Demon Shield is active. She's going to be going for one last hoorah here. Demon Shield, of course, makes her invulnerable for about, what, 13 seconds or something like that? And she gets the charge, and is she going to get the kill on the Huntsman? Or will the Huntsman elude her once again? And it looks like he's able to kind of avoid Valkia. And that's going to be it. Aberland has won! The Sons of Sigmar have defeated Khorne. The Blood God has fallen this day. GG, well played. I thought Marcus was going to die. And the Khorne build was fine outside of the Minotaurs and the Skull Cannon. If you cut the Minotaurs and the Skull Cannon and just get more good infantry and more Fleshhounds, the Empire is really going to struggle against you. Because Halberds will lose the Khorne Marauders, especially the dual-wielding variant. So, you know, that's the direction you want to go. I just think the build was a little bit off for Hanedins, but well played to Hanedins, man. He had a great first-round game, and the Sons of Sigmar are going to be advancing on, so let's go ahead and do this. GG, well played. Summon the Elector Counts. All day, baby. All day. So let's get you. That's going to be advancing there. And now we have Bretonnia versus Tzeentch. I feel like this is going to be really difficult for Bretonnia. Granted, Blessed Field Trebuchets could be very strong here. Very, very strong. Okay, so let's jump out and do this. Bretonnia versus Tzeentch. Looks good. Okay. Perfect. All good there? Sounds good. No problem, Bob. You're good, brother. You're good. And we are in the game. Okay. Talking to some of the players here. Bob just needed to take a quick break, so we'll be pushing past his match and coming back to it later when he returns. And now we have Guac on Bretonnia versus Tzeentch. So Tzeentch and Cathay are the last of the Game 3 factions still standing today. They've all had good games, though. What was the first word you said as a baby haggard? Oh, you're not going to believe what my first word was. Oh my god, there's actually a really funny story about that. Yeah, well, I'll share it on a different stream, one that's a little bit more casual. My first word was actually unintentionally a very crass word. Yeah, one of my first words, I guess. I don't know. I have to get the story straight from my mom. Great, the Green Knight against Tzeentch would be terrible. Tzeentch is like all magic damage. Yeah, I think you go 4 trebuchets. That's what I would probably do. Just like, maybe not 4, maybe like 3 trebs. You just like sit back. Oh wow, he actually has foot squires. Holy shit! And the Fey Enchantress. Okay, it's a very different build than I was expecting. Yeah. All right, this is gonna be kind of a cool one. Yeah, Cathay's still in it. Cathay and Tzeentch are the remaining Game 2 or Game 3 factions. 0 halberds. Yeah, no halberds. Yeah, he just looks like he's got mostly marauders. All right, guys, taking a look here at the army of Moffat, Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, just going for shielded boys. Going to be a little bit vulnerable against the Fey Mortis. We got a big chicken in this guy, Exalted Lord of Chicken, with Final Transmutation. And of course, we do have the Screamers and the Furies, both of which are really good. Like, if you get a Screamer and a Fury diving on a Bretonnia Knight, you're going to put a lot of hurt on them. So I think that Guac is going to be playing around that and going for more of like a peasant-type army, which I like that quite a bit. Now, looking here at Guac's build, I think it's kind of cool. Like, Foot Squires have never performed well for me, but he's got Spearmen, Archers, backed up by Foot Squires, Peasant Mobs, and a couple of Questing Knights, it looks like. So, yeah, he does have triple Questing Knight. I actually like this build a lot from Guac. I think it's pretty sustainable. Maybe no Trebuchets. Trebuchets, I guess, are hard to protect against all the diving, too. With all the Furies flying around and shit, it might be a little bit annoying to kind of protect them, but Fey Enchantress is always a good choice. Like, she has a Mortis engine, which isn't as good as, like, the Nurgle ones. Her Mist of the Lady, if you look at the damage, it does 8 to 16, whereas Kugath does 24 to 36, I think. So hers isn't quite as good as Nurgle, but it does lower melee attack as well, which is reasonably nice. And it adds up over the course of a long game. So Bretonnia is going to be advancing up to meet the forces of Tzeentch. Tzeentch going to be trying to blob punish. Blob punishing is very good against Bretonnia, because typically they send these big Knight Alpha Strikes in with like multiple valuable units. So getting the Final Transmutation can be very, very destructive here. So Moffat coming in. Guac representing Bretonnia for a long time. He's been one of the Bretonian Chads from Warhammer 2. He's done very, very well. Good cab micro. Good build. I think it's well thought out. I don't see too many holes in the Bretonian build other than maybe just like not being good against Tzeentch. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I'm surprised we're not seeing Halberd spam. I was expecting maybe Tzeentch and Halberd spam as well. But a little bit of skirmishing going in. Moffat going to be using some Marauder Horsemen here. Peasants could, always turn and shoot. But honestly, I'm more than happy to let, peasant mobs absorb Marauder Horseman fire. And that's probably what you want to do. So Guac, a little bit idle on his micro here on the back. The companion's going to be getting focus fired by all those javelins and losing unnecessary models, which is not good for him. You know, those companions are very, very expensive units, so you want to make sure those guys are holding it down. And probably just advance up on the Tzeentchian army. And, like, these companions need to be microed, man. That's a 1,600 gold unit. That's just taking unnecessary damage here. So maybe Guac will notice in a second and he'll be able to move those. This is very, very poor start here with these guys. They're going to be moving up now. Like, you just hide them amongst here and leave peasants out, and then you just advance up on the Tzeentch army here. Tzeentch playing a little bit of a skirmish game, trying to pick them apart a little bit. Looks like there's going to be a bombardment going down. And will he be able to dodge that? It's a Searing Doom. Yeah, it was not bad. Yeah, the peasants are still 81 of 90 models. They're going to be fine. So, but it's still damage value, right? So Bretonnia is going to be moving up. Moffat is sitting back with his Marauders, just trying to take advantage of his skirmishing advantage with all the horsemen picking on these units. Questing Knight's going to be chasing them a little bit. Now, Tzeentch skirmish units actually they sunder armor a little bit. They have the Warp Flame, if I'm not mistaken, so they do lower armor by 10, which isn't insignificant against Questing Knights. Puts them down to like 70 armor. But Moffat pulling back with his units, going to be hunted down by the Bretonians. So Bretonnia is going to be forcing him most likely to the edge of the map. He's got a little bit of room to work with, so just trying to prolong the skirmishing phase here of the game. Warpoke coming down to the Questing Knights. Peasant mobs are being sent back there to kind of screen those bad boys out. It's a little bit micro-intensive to deal with. On the other side, we do have... Ooh, this could be a big mistake. If Guac lets his Questing Knights get caught by the Screamers as well as the Furies here, that could be very, very rough. And it looks like he's going to go for it. It looks like there's going to be an engagement. So the Furies are being sent in. Portal Glyph and the Big Bird is active. Now, that actually might be a little bit of a win for Guac because he baited out the Portal Glyph thinking there would be a big fight there. So now the Portal Glyph is probably just going to move in after some Peasant Archers, I would imagine. So Marauders are moving up. So the Marauders are getting in there. Yes, they are going to be preparing to fight the Haggard Men-at-Arms. Some of the Knights of Bretonnia are going to be going after these, which is always a bait for Final Transmutation. Enchantress attacking the big chicken out in open field here. Definitely don't want to be doing this. Enchantress is not the worst fighter, but this is not what you want to be doing, fighting a Greater Demon when you're like a support caster, right? So those guys get punished a little bit. In the backfield, Moffat encircling with the Marauder Horsemen. But again, ammunition's mostly just going into chaff units. And the Furies have been dealt with here. In the front, we got Spears on Spears. A little Searing Doom from Moffat does some work. It kind of tickles the pick a little bit. And this is going to be very cost-effective. Getting Questing Knights into just basic shielded Chaos Warriors with the Mortis Engine active is going to be very good. So Bretonnia finally gets a really good charge here. That's got to be a little bit of a release for them. They've been kind of struggling to get these good damage engagements, and they finally get one. What I suspect will happen now, though, is going to be a Final Transmutation, maybe. But if you just have the Questing Knights there, it's not going to be the end of the world. Now, Peasant Archers haven't really been able to kind of find a home. They need to be shooting at the Marauder Horsemen. They're kind of being picked apart a little bit. Some Mounted Yeomen maybe would have been prudent to deal with these skirmish units, but again, easier said than done. Chaos Warriors here being drained down pretty heavily. In the front, we do get the Questing Knights and a Final Transmutation going. It's going to hit 2 units. It's not going to be that bad, but Guac is behind on value a little bit, but killing these Chaos Warriors here has got to feel pretty good. And we do get the Marauder Horsemen moving in, so this is an opportunity maybe to grab these Knights here and come in here and hammer these Marauder Horsemen and punish them a little bit. Here we get Chaos Furies of Tzeentch moving in after the Peasants. And it seems like he's kind of a little bit spread out, having trouble dealing with all these threats, but more Marauders on the other side are dealt with here, as the Tzeentchian army ability does go down. Foot Squires, you know, in reserves a little bit. I think the Foot Squires may have moved into combat now. Yeah, so the Foot Squires are now engaged against Chaos Warriors, and the Foot Squires will win this with their bonus first infantry and armor piercing against an already beat-up unit. Now, Enchantress is trying to get into the blob fight to maximize her Mortis Engine, which is a very, very good call. And remember, Enchantress does have access to a little bit of healing, but if she just keeps fighting this chicken, it's not going to go well. She's going to have to overcast an Earthblood or a Regrowth on herself. Oh, that's going to be a Dweller's Below, which actually will do self-damage against the Enchantress. So she's got to watch out if she's not in the radius. Okay, she does have the magic resist. That's actually doing a lot of work. Guac got a huge value right there. Hits these Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, hits the big chicken. But if Enchantress dies, that's basically going to be game over. Now, looking around, the value trading was pretty even, but Enchantress getting her butt kicked certainly doesn't feel good for anyone. Marauder Horsemen doing well, but you can see here Guac using his Questing Knights, pretty good effectiveness, chasing down some of these units, but pretty much all the Haggard Archers have been taken apart. It's very, very tough to defend against Demon factions with all those Archer units. Enchantress is going to be casting a Regrowth on herself, most likely. I wonder if he had that much magic. He did. Wow. So he gets a Regrowth. He still has some Peasants nearby, and that may allow him to continue fighting there. Now, Screamers of Tzeentch have landed on the low ground. Questing Knights piling in. Still some Foot Squires sitting a little bit idle. Most of the Archers around the battlefield are being hunted down. And we see more Spears moving in to try and chase the chicken. But Guac going to be trying for the countercharge. Okay. Now, if the big chicken doesn't have any way to blob punish here, and he does get taken down, then Enchantress 100% wins this game. But nice Searing Gym right there. Very, very clean. Going to be hitting those Questing Knights. And we do get Screamers moving in, a couple Spears. Yeah, had the chicken died to a surround there, that probably would have been game blouses. Moffat probably going to be able to pick apart these Foot Squires. Foot Squires versus Furies here. Just a bit of a fun contest. Marauders being picked apart by Questing Knights. We got Peasants everywhere. Both players have taken some pretty heavy casualties. Value trading's pretty even. A lot of the value for Tzeentch is on the Fey Enchantress, and she was able to heal with the regrowth. And it looks like there's going to be some Spearmen at Arms moving into fight as the Fey Enchantress continues to bump and grind here. Have to be careful not to get caught in another Blob punishing effect. Oh, but the Fey gets attacked by the big chicken. Scary, scary stuff. Is she going to be able to hold? That's going to be the big telling factor for sure. But Fey Enchantress fighting against these Screamers here who do have anti-large. The chicken is being poked by a couple spears on the ground, which he certainly doesn't enjoy. Marauder Horsemen, there's still 3 of them very, very much online. Here we get Questing Knights being attacked by Screamers of Tzeentch, which has got to not feel good. But if the Fey does manage to kill the big chicken somehow, then it's for sure over. Fey Enchantress will Mortis Engine everything down and just cackle all the way to the bank here. So Exalted Lord is on the run. Screamer's going to be diving back in, but they will be diving to their doom. Fey Enchantress needs the regrowth on herself, and it looks like there's going to be an Earthblood going down, which is very, very clutch. And here, Questing Knight's going to be getting wrecked by the Screamers. Screamers are just so good against Bretonnia. They're really, really solid here. Men-at-Arms battling Marauders. Just little kind of loose battles all over the battlefield. Certainly could still go either way. It's really going to come down to the decision-making with the big lords, how careful they are. We have a fair amount of Foot Squires, but a lot of the Bretonian army here is going to be routed most likely. With the Marauder Horsemen coming in with the rear charges, it's mostly peasant mobs and stuff. We have some Spearmen at Arms, but the mobility that Tzeentch has is pretty advantageous for them. Now, shields are regenerating, but you'll notice the shields are only 300 now, so it's basically one attack from the Fey Enchantress. When characters get low, the shields get weaker. So the healing is not quite as good as you do progress in the game. But Fey Enchantress is going to be hunting here. She for sure needs another heal, and she needs to make sure she doesn't get isolated by that big chicken, because that thing will give her the dirty. It looks like some Questing Knights have come back in for Guac. Guac is going to be making his way in. And I think that's going to be a regrowth coming in, some sort of magic going down. We'll see. Oh no, that was a final transmutation. Ouch. Fey Enchantress does have spell resist of 60%, so she takes very little damage from this, but it still might be able to break her leadership, and an Earthblood going down as well. So, you know, using that on the Fey Enchantress could have actually been a mistake, which will open up a potential for Bretonnia to kind of grind with their infantry and whatnot, right? So Fey's probably saving up for a regrowth, I would wager. We have the Screamers, we have the Horsemen. Horsemen are almost all out of ammo, and Bretonnia still has a fair amount of haggard infantry all over the battlefield. Marauders here being pushed back. We got the Foot Squires and a pretty cost-effective trade. It looks like they're cutting through the remnants of these Chaos Warriors here. So there they go. Yep, they are doing some solid work. Yep, getting them karate chomps. Chaos Warriors might be able to win the fight just due to sheer numbers. Chaos Warriors are very, very frightening lads. And it looks like Moffat's going to be gathering up his forces, while the Marauders of Tzeentch are hit with a fat Mortis Engine right there. Peasant mobs gathering up. And is Fey going to be able to heal her way to victory? Maybe so. Foot Squires are on their way in. Moffat has a little bit of ammo left. He's got 60 ammo here. This one has, like, I think 1 or 2 volleys left. A little bit of ammo here. Going to be going into the Foot Squires. Might as well just turn and fight that at this point. And the Foot Squires might actually be able to put some hurt on these units. Fey Enchantress able to kind of bunker bust this. Good charging there from Moffat. And Chaos Warriors on the other side of the battlefield were able to defeat the Foot Squires. No, wow. These Foot Squires are doing it for the lady, man. They managed to take out both those Chaos Warriors here. So we see 10 leadership against 5, 800 HP against 1,000. Will these mighty champions of the lady get it? This would be a pretty big one. I mean, I always figured Tzeentch would be pretty favored into Bretonnia, but I guess I was wrong. Moffat is one of the best players in the world, and Guac is clearly showing that, you know, he is as well, and Bretonnia can do it. Now, what happened to the Fey there? Man, oh, she just took a fat volley to the face. That is not good. Oh, that might have been the throw right there. Fey Enchantress charged into these Marauder Horsemen and just took a huge volley, like right direct into her 15 armor. Oh, no. That could have been... Oh, no! The Fey Enchantress dies to the javelins! Oh, my goodness! That's game blouses! Oh, my goodness! I think he might have had a chance there if he didn't chase those Marauder Horsemen. If he had just screened out the ammo... Oh, no! GG, well played to both players. What a great scrap. That was very, very good. But in the end, sending the Fey into those Marauder Horsemen was not going to end well. Just slap those things in guard mode and just focus fire her down. Oh, no. The lady does not will it. Well played, man. Well played. That was a great game. Tzeentch for sure planned that one. Yeah, he did. So we got Tzeentch versus Empire in the next game. All right, so Moffat's going to be advancing on. I think Bretonnia might have had a chance there. They were looking like they could have cleaned up. If they just... Because if they absorb all the ammo from those horsemen on their crappy units... Like, Moffat has to constantly attack, and then he would have to come in and attack into a Mortis Engine later, and he probably loses. Fey was really trading well into the chicken, actually. GG. Yeah, that was nasty. All right. No problem. So let's get this going here. For the next match, we have Skaven versus Norska. Now, this is going to be the debut of the Chosen One versus Norska. So Chosen One, of course, is our other Skaven player. So we have 2 rats in this tournament, which is very exciting. The double rat party. And let's get this. I have to find our other rat. Where is our other rat? He's around here somewhere. Okay. There we go. Thank you to all the players for doing such a good job getting these lobbies up today. It makes it a very smooth experience for everyone. And now Norska versus Skaven. It's a classic matchup. Should be fun. You guys remember Chosen One from Kung Pao? Guak, you played super well, man. Everyone's proud of you, dude. It's a tough opponent and a tough matchup, and you still almost won it. Hold your head up high, Guak. All right, so Trader versus Chosen One. All right. A rat mirror match in the grand finals. It's going to be tough. They have some hard opponents to fight. You know, poor Hadri's ran into vampire counts, which is a really hard matchup for Skaven. It's winnable, but it's really vampire count favored. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we brought 2 rats because we had 23 factions and I wanted to have an even number, so yeah. So that's why we did it. And I figured, you know, 2 Skaven is always, it's lore friendly, right? They're the most, you know, populous probably faction in the old world, so yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, the Fae charging into melee was rough. Yeah, I understand the idea, thinking, but like those javelins hit really hard. They lower her down to 5 armor. Any way to see the brackets? Yeah, I just showed them, but they're on. I can give you guys a link to the brackets. Hold on. If you guys want to see the brackets for today, you can go here and check it out and see. Okay. I always like having Chosen One in my tournaments because I can make Kung Pao references. Chosen One, I'm coming. Why are there 2 Skaven teams? Because we wanted to even it out, and you know, I figured having 2 Skaven would be fun. So here they are. It's gonna be every event. I'll probably have like 2 of a random faction. Maybe I'll do 2 High Elves next time, so they have a better chance of winning. We'll see. The High Elves haven't played yet, though. High Elves are on the bottom side, and they have to play Cathay. That actually is interesting. Bolt throwers could maybe snipe Cathay artillery, and then you go with like shadow magic to nuke their infantry, and then like white lions and things like that to trade. That could actually be really interesting. Yeah. All right, guys, taking a look at the forces of Trader, coming off a first round victory here against Kislev. He does have Throg the Troll King. He's got Marauders in the front line. Throg is not bad against Skaven. He's a bit of a big target, but he can kill, you know, the Screaming Bells. He can kill Rat Ogres. He can kill Chieftains. He could do all kinds of stuff. In the back, we do have Shaman Sorcerer Metal. So Shaman Sorcerer is going to be dropping some bows. We got Condom Wolves in the back, the Skin Wolves. And yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, they counter Rat Ogres, and they're good against pretty much any Skaven large. Marauder Horsemen, Hounds, more Marauder Horsemen, and more Hounds, and that's it. So classic kind of Norskin rush build for sure. High Elves are better in land battles than Dom probably, but they're still bad. Yeah. So Chosen One is going to be going for a Warp Lightning Cannon position. Very similar to Hadri's in that regard. He's got his glorious Zap Zap Cannon here. He's got Globadiers just facing outward. He's doing the Game of Thrones Globadier build where you just put globes in the front and you just let him take the charge from the White Walkers. We got Rat Ogres in the back, Rat Ogres, and I would imagine he's got some infantry. Yeah, okay. He's got some Skaven Slaves. I was about to say, if he doesn't have infantry in front of those, that's just going to be pure Game of Thrones, and that's going to be a rough one for sure. That is going to be a rough one. So we will see, ladies and gentlemen. The fight is soon to be on. Let us know your predictions in chat. Who do you think is going to be winning? Do you think it is going to be Trader and the Norskins, or will it be our second Skaven champion, the Chosen One? Oh, I forgot to say his name the right way. Oh, we messed it up, man. I hope High Elves get crumped. You know, I don't mind High Elves getting karate chopped all the time because they're one of my least favorite factions. So, you know, it's kind of funny to have one meme faction, but I do feel bad for people who actually enjoy playing High Elves because they are very weak. But it's also kind of cool to be an underdog. Like, that's why I play Empires, because they're an underdog faction. Like, I like that, the appeal of that as well. Yeah, you think High Elves would be good. Like, they have good monsters, they have good magic, they have, like, you know, I guess they're just a little bit overpriced. I don't know what it is. Hadri says a solid rat build. I vote for Chosen. You're voting for your fellow Skaven here, huh? Warp Lightning Cannon's going after the Condom Wolves, missing the shot so far, so the Zap Zap Cannon not zapping too well. Looks like he does nail a couple wolves there, so... Oh, that's going to be a fair amount of wolves lost. Yeah, looks like he did take 3 of those guys out. Maybe going to be switching on to Throg. The Skin Wolves are going to be running. It looks like it's going to be a big flank overload, so there's just going to be like a huge load of Norskins over there, while the infantry slam in. Although it looks like he's pressuring both flanks pretty effectively, so... Here they come, man. Skin Wolves on this side. We do also have Norskin Warhounds over here as well. Empire and land battles are good. Well, I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear that. I mainly play Domination, where they're on the more middle of the road type thing, but I'd hesitate to believe Empire are top tier in land battles. I mean, like, they were weak in Warhammer. They were weak on Warhammer 2, and all those factions still exist. And then on top of that, like, some of the newer factions I feel are good against them too. So I don't really know if I buy that. But again, you've been playing more land battles, so you could be 100% right. Council Guard going to be surging forward to protect. You really don't want to Globadier whatever your Council Guard are fighting. That trade is not going to be pretty. Throg taking some of the Warp Lightning Cannon shots to the face. Grayseer Plague just sitting in the back, maybe looking to get a Scorch or a Zap on these guys. He's kind of just hanging out. And we do see the big surround of Norska. So Warhounds just kind of parked everywhere. And dude, Skaven Globadiers are so strong. Those Marauders just get their bread buttered. And then, dude, look how clean that play was from Chosen One. As soon as they get into contact with the Council Guard, he switches targets to make sure he doesn't friendly fire himself. Also, there's going to be a Scorch coming down from the Skaven here. On the flanks, we get Skaven Slaves being buckled by the Norskin charge from some of the Marauders. Condom Wolves kind of waiting in the wings. But so far, the Norskin infantry in the front are just bouncing off like the Skaven army. Oh my god, they're just bouncing so hard. Oh my god, those globes are just wrecking them. Oh my god, they're tearing them apart. Skin Wolves looking to move in the side. A lot of units kind of waiting to pull the trigger. It looks like some of the globes are being killed by a big concave fire of Marauder Horsemen, getting that big kind of semicircle shooting angle. Throg Daddy still sitting in the back. He's been zapped into the Shadow Realm pretty hard. It looks like he's quite low at this point. And Clan Rats are holding pretty well. Globadiers fighting, and Rat Ogres holding back the Ogres in different mass. Chieftain and Spear is able to force back those Horsemen. Honestly, it seems like Skaven are doing pretty well. I mean, I see the value trading going relatively even, I suppose, but I feel like the Skaven have been having some really nice trades here. I guess there's a lot of friendly fire going on as well. Skin Wolves, Poison Wind, getting hit by that. Rat Ogres and Council Guard Halberds should be able to kind of fend them off, so that's a pretty unfortunate engagement here for the Norskins to have their anti-large Skin Wolves fighting Halberds. So they're going to want to pull those guys back, as they do get just absolutely brutalized there by the Skaven. Chosen One pulling ahead on the bounce of power. Throg has not been able to get away from this Warp Lightning Cannon. Usually I've seen Wulfric be the more common pick here because of the fact that he gets the boat to kill the Council Guard, and then you use like a Pit of Shades or something else to kill them, and that's like really, really how you beat the Skaven. The dreaded 13th spell, For Whom the Bell Tolls, one of my favorite Metallica songs. Storm Vermin, they're getting in there with the spears. Going to be shanking up into these giant condom wolves, so those bad boys going to be getting wrecked. Oh my god, dragged down, baby. Absolutely dragged down. So those condom wolves paying the price. And honestly, the Skaven are just controlling this game. Like, their Warp Lightning Cannon is still online. It's still blasting Throg. He's just... Throg's, he's trying to dance. He's doing some moves back here, but really, they haven't been able to get in. We still have 3 globes online. The globes are just punishing the Norskins whenever they come in. Although some of the globes do get partially shut down here. And Throg does have the ability to heal, so maybe if the Troll King can find a way to survive, and the Warp Lightning Cannon maybe going to get shut down here. Okay, Trader is scrapping, man. He's not going to go quietly into this good night. You can see he's behind the bounce of power pretty substantially. It looks like another Scorch is going to be coming in from the Grayseer, or a Pestilent Breath, or whatever the hell that's called. Poison Wind Globe still online. Throg is in mortal combat. This is a little bit of a mistake from the Skaven. I think throwing the Chieftain into Throg is not going to work out well. Throg just punting that Skaven away. He's like, get out of here, man. Get out of here. And right now, the Chieftain is going to be on the run. And the Council Guard or Summoned Storm Vermin, those are summoned, yeah. So look at that. The Summoned Storm Vermin just pieced out. And Throg might be able to get this Chieftain pick. That could actually be pretty big. And he is healing as well. Marauder Horseman still dancing back and forth. The Warp Lightning Cannon still somehow is online. I have no idea how this thing is still functional. Really, really nice Searing Doom, though. That's going to be hitting the Warp Lightning Cannon. It still does hold its leadership, though. And it looks like the Warp Lightning Cannon hasn't been given a new attacking order, and now it's going to be shooting. So Throg is going to be the new target. Globadier is cleaning up any Norskin advances, except these damn Horsemen, man. They're doing a great job. Condom Wolves do return back in, but they return to their former home, which is into the pointy sticks of these Council Guard here. The Council Guard, of course, with the Halberds will do quite well. Battling against these Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves have 10 models left. Council Guard will easily dispatch them. Balance of power looking really good for Skaven. The Norskin army's looking very beleaguered and tattered. We still have the Grayseer. We got Globes. We got the Chieftain. Warp Lightning Cannon still very functional. Council Guard still relatively healthy. You need Wulfric's boat. You need to kill Council Guard. Council Guard in the late game are just going to be such a problem for sure. Such a problem. Council Guard are holding here. Grayseer Plague chasing off those Norskin guys. Rat Ogres holding back the Condom Wolves, even though that is favored for the Skin Wolves here. And Globadier is going to be punishing into the Norskins, but really good play, man. Trader is a really scrappy player. I'm really, really impressed with his Norskin play. He's been doing great work. And it looks like he is going to be shutting down some of these Javelins here. So the Poison Wind Globadier is going to be shut down. Oh my god, what is this going to be? We have to keep tabs on this, ladies and gentlemen. The dreaded 13th spell! Oh my god, the nuke! It just punished that whole Norskin blob. Crazy stuff. I always thought Dreaded 13th only had one charge, but it looks like it has two, which is pretty substantial for sure. Warp Lightning Cannon in the back does get taken offline. Is Norska going to be able to scrap this game back somehow? They do have a lot of horsemen coming back in, which are pretty annoying for Skaven to deal with. And now that the Warp Lightning Cannon's offline in Throg is back on the menu maybe. With the Skin Wolves, the regeneration from Norska could do the trick. We'll have to see, man. What a scrappy game here from Trader. He has been having a rough run in some regards, but he is just doing a great job coming back. I feel the Council Guard carry this game. Now, there's so many of these rats. There's 160 of them, man. And, well, there's only 123 left. But, yeah, Throg getting punished here is going to hurt. Looks like he gets a nice Searing Doom on those Council Guard. And the Condom Wolves here are actually tearing apart this Grey Seer. They're doing a lot of damage. Looks like there's going to be a Clan Rat summon to try and buffer. So we see some Clan Rats come from the deeps. And, yeah, they are able to break those Skin Wolves there. Norska had a little bit of a resurgence in the fourth quarter here. Council Guard, though, I think are just going to be too much. And if Throg gets broken and killed, that might be it. It might be enough. Looking at Norska, do they have any Skin Wolves kind of around the battlefield? It looks like there's some horsemen chasing down Skaven Slave Slingers here. Throg is being escorted away by that Chieftain, who did a very unfortunate attack animation. The body slam is always rough because it gives your opponent a little bit of space. Oh, here comes the steel chair, man. He's coming from the top ropes. Oh, that's a mistake. Condom Wolf's coming in. I guess he had to deal with the Condom Wolves. Yeah, those things are a little bit problematic. Shaman Sorcerer Metal is still here. Globadier is still online. Dude, both armies are just... Oh my god, is Throg going to come back? Oh no. If Throg is able to regenerate to like a couple thousand HP and rally here, that could actually be a bit of a problem. Shaman Sorcerer Metal is going to be going after the Globadiers. Looks like the Council Guard do get hit with a little bit of friendly fire from the Globes, which is unfortunate. It's going to be doing some damage to them. And Throg is healing. He's almost back up to about 500 HP. Norska is coming back in with some horsemen. We have Skin Wolves regenerating back here, and we do also have Norscan Warhounds. What a scrappy game, dude. I can't believe Norska's in this one still. And Throg is healing, man. He might be able to get away. Looks like there's going to be a Searing Doom coming down. Nice dodge by Chosen One. It does hit a couple of the rats, but for the most part it is a dodge. And the Shaman Sorcerer, he's not a good fighter. He's going to get beaten down by the Chieftain for sure. That will probably start to tilt the bounce of power. Trader actually pulls ahead in the bounce, though, a little bit. Oh, the fact that he has two Skin Wolves is very, very scary. So the Skin Wolves do charge in. They battle into the Globadiers, and they are still regenerating. Globadiers aren't that good against like monstrous infantry type models. And Hounds, oh my god, there's still Hounds left? Oh my god, Norscan Warhounds with poison. Condom Wolves getting in here. It looks like there's going to be a Clan Rat summon. Definitely disengage. And if Throg rallies, oh no. The Troll King rally. Look at the bounce of power, guys. He's at 800 HP here, but Norska is so beat up. I think Council Guard probably still carry this. But look at this. The Grey Seer is broken. Is Norska going to be able to pick him? And the Shaman Sorcerer is still fighting. Norskins, of course, a very tenacious people. He currently has physical resist and leadership and melee attack from his Enrage mechanic. So the Shaman Sorcerer, if he can defeat those Rat Ogres and Marauders are coming back in, dude, this is a stressful game for both players. Absolutely stressful match. As we have the Skin Wolves, what are they going to be chasing right now? Uh-oh, sounds like something's going on outside, some treachery. The Shaman Sorcerer going to be dropping a Searing Gem here. It actually does decent damage against monstrous infantry, and it looks like those Rat Ogres might break. The Grey Seer is broken as well. It's going to basically be the Council Guard versus the world. Oh my god. This is a scrap, dude, and this is a problem. Throg healing and not being finished. If Throg had been finished by that Chieftain, I think that's probably game over. I think Council Guard solo everything, but now that the Troll King is coming back in, and he also has Copious Vomit, he's going to be able to throw up on the Council Guard and do some big damage. Plus, he's got Marauders. Thankfully for him, though, Council Guard are unbreakable, more or less, right? So, Chosen One does get the rally. It looks like his Grey Seer is back. We have some Hounds chasing around the battlefield. They do get the Globadiers, and the Hounds might be able to fight that Chieftain for a second. Looks like the Hounds are going to get broken, and they're shattered. So both sides are shattering. The final battle for the fate of Middle-earth is going to be taking place here. Globadiers need to try and get some volleys down on Throg before they break here. A little bit of globe action. Okay, Throg taking some damage. I mean, oh wow, okay, I was wrong. They still do good damage here. Throg instantly wavering. Here comes the throw up onto the Council Guard, and it does some okay damage, but those globes, I think, might be able to carry it. Chosen One! Chosen One's getting in there. Rat Ogre's going to be charging down the hill. Those globes are just the world enders, dude. So good. Throg battling into the Ogres. He does get a nice engagement. Will the Ogres hold? Rat Ogres are shaken and stirred, but Norska is very, very much standing alone here. I stand alone. Oh, and the body slam, dude. He like went over the ropes there. Throg is very close to breaking, but the Council Guard probably going to edge this one out. What an absolute knockdown, drag-out fight we've had here. Looks like a Searing Doom going to be going down. That's a beautiful Searing Doom, too. If Throg hadn't broke, that would have been so money. And it looks like it does hit a lot of the rats. It hits the Ogres, who might break here. Council Guard still have 50 models, though. Shaman Sorcerer battling into the Poison Wing Globes might be able to finish him. Throg is broken, but the Chieftain is not going to make the same mistake again. Hound's coming back in. Very, very useful stuff. And will the Chieftain finish off Throg? He better, dude. If Throg comes back again, oh my god. And Hounds are also rallying. Looks like the Hounds are going to go and try and liberate Throg while the Shaman... Oh my god, but the Globes picked off the Hounds before they could get over there and help. And Throg gets steel chaired by the Undertaker from the top rope. Although Undertaker wasn't much of a kind of a jumping off the top rope guy. But yeah, Chieftain gets it, man. That's going to be a victory for Chosen One. What a scrappy game. Oh my god, imagine how stressful that would be. I would imagine both their heart rates are just like, just off the chains right now. And the bell tolls one last time as Chosen One has won for the Skaven. He has done it. What a crazy, crazy match. That one was an emotional roller coaster. Throg got decent value. Condom Wolves 1400 and 16. Yeah, Condom Wolves were hard carries. The infantry, of course, got crumped, which is to be expected. Globes are crazy good. 1600, 1000, 700. Very, very good stuff. Warp Lightning did great. Yeah, just a crazy good game. Crazy, crazy good game, man. No complaints whatsoever. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. It's what happens when you invite a bunch of good players to an event. You get good matches across the board. And also, no, not really much lag today, which has been good. All right, so that's going to be Chosen One advancing on to face the winner of the High Elves and Cathay. Skaven versus Grand Cathay would be really, really interesting, actually. I feel like Skaven can do well against them. It's true, Way. It's true. So, I think we move on to the next match. Yes, we now have... Oh, you guys ready for the dreaded High Elf game? Dude, if High Elves win, I think the Earth will implode. Okay, let's find their match. Grand Cathay versus High Elves. So Felcon was going to play High Elves. He subbed in Rider of Rohan for himself at the last second. So that's going to be fun. Rider of Rohan is a good elf player, and I'm sure he's had the tutelage of Felcon. Felcon, I'm sure, has been giving him some pointers for the build. We'll have to see. All right, so we have Random Nix, of course, coming off a victory over Anticity earlier on. And we have the old Rider Reavers, High Elves. Yes. Rider. We'll just put Rohan for now. That'll be a little bit easier. There we go. For the Glory of Ulthuan. Okay, I like the build so far. I like the quad bolt thrower and Tyrion. I think that's pretty Chad. He also has just archers and spearmen. Interesting. I would think some white lines would be good, but they are a little bit vulnerable to being kind of poked here a little bit. You guys need a High Elf hero? High Elves are pretty rough, and Random Nix is like probably one of the scariest players in the event, so it's going to be hard for the High Elves for sure. For Cathay, Zarix is still about. He still plays High Elves? I'll have to invite him into another faction war then. I think next time we'll do 2 High Elves in the faction war, so we'll get some more people in there, which would be good. Quad bolt throwers, dude. I know. I think quad bolts is the right choice. I mean, it's a relatively good map for bolt throwers too. Fire Rain Rockets, if left unimpeded, will absolutely just absolutely ravage that build, the Elven Infantry build. So it's going to be Bolt Thrower, Spearmen, Archers, Lothern Seaguard probably on the wings of the formation to deal with like Peasant Horsemen and Jade Lancers, which I don't really know about Lothern Seaguard here. And we do have Tyrion. Tyrion could hard carry too. Like he's a great character. Sunfang is really good, and it's going to be a Mage of Dwellers below, which is very meta. Dwellers is just a great spell. Riders of Rohan is really good with Elves. I hope to see it. Poor Sparty, being an elf fan, must be sad hearing you say that every time. Yeah, but he doesn't really care about Total War multiplayer, I don't think so. Like, I don't think for him, like, High Elves are great in campaign, which is what he prefers. So yeah, I'm sure he's fine, don't you worry. And I'm sure High Elves were, I wonder if they were good in tabletop. Curious question. All right, guys, Random Nix coming in with the Dragon Emperor's Chosen. Jade Warriors, double Crane Gunners, which should wreck a lot of the Elven army, and the Fire Rain Rockets. Now, the big issue is going to be Bolt Throwers, though. Bolt Throwers could counter a lot of this army on paper, right? Like, Bolt Throwers could counter Fire Rains. They could counter the Crane Gunners, potentially, with proper magic usage. There's a lot of cool tech, and the Jade Warrior Crossbowmen are not the shielded variant. 80 armor is usually enough to deal with that, so he is going to be going for the Jade Warrior Crossbows. Yeah, Professor Poe and Cathay did defeat Anticity, and Random Nix had a really good game. Anticity, actually, I thought they were going to have a shootout, which I think would have been better for Coast, but he tried to rush Cathay, like bum rush him with Depth Guard and Sirens, and it didn't go so well. J Phoenix says High Elves were good in tabletop. There you go. That's great. There are some hills on this map, but bolt throwers kind of have an up and over arc, so do fire rain rockets, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. Probably the most mitigated units will be the crane gunners by that. The magic here is going to be yin. So random obviously loves this combo. You come in, you stealth yourself, or in this case, you don't need to. You move into the High Elf army. Their shooting DPS is so crappy when you have scales of the Celestial Court. It'll put you up to 75% ward save, and then you could just drop magic on the bolt throwers. And if random can get in there and cast Ancestral Warriors on one bolt thrower, and then use the Talons of the Night on another one and just kill 2 bolt throwers right away, I think he probably has a big advantage for sure. So we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. Arise, riders of Theoden! Dude, I wish I had all the Lord of the Rings speeches memorized. I gotta get good at those. Yeah, that'd be fun. But I'm excited to see what Rider of Rohan can do. Tyrion is a big X factor as well. If you look at the Cathay army, there really isn't anything that's good against Tyrion. Like, the Crane Gunners are probably the only thing that can actually do some good DPS against him. You know, he's armored and very, very fast and elusive, has good armor piercing. Like, there could be a situation where if the Crane Gunners get shut down somehow, Tyrion might be able to carry this game. Like, 100%. Ride to ruin. You know what would have also wrecked this Cathay army? Would have been SEMs. Like a Phoenix. Like, if you had come in with, like, like 2 Phoenixes and just gotten into this Archer line, I think Cathay's just dead. Like, there's a lot of angles the High Elves could have taken here for sure. And the world ended. Yeah, just yell death a few times. Yeah, you got to get it right, though. Oh my god. Imagine filming that scene, how epic that must have been. That must have been so fun. So the Fire Rain Rockets will unleash their hellish salvos. I love Fire Rain Rockets. I use them in Cathay and Domination all the time now. With the new Domination, they're quite good. And we see some... oh, dear God. Oh, my God. Look at these guys just get wrecked. Those both... What you should do in this case is hide your infantry back. So this is a bit of a misplay by Ryder. Although, what is the range on this Fire Rain Rocket? Yeah, he could have pulled back. Probably pulling back your infantry and letting your bolt throwers trade is the way. Because, like, you're moving into Cathay's kill box. Like, the bolt throwers could accrue value, and then you can engage, right? So the bolt throwers are going to snipe the Fire Rain Rockets. It's going to happen reasonably quick, but not before a lot of value is accrued for sure. Now in the backfield, random's going to be dropping the Celestial Warriors, as is expected. Lothar and Seaguard going to be going to fight them. Bolt throwers still very much online, and the Fire Rain Rockets are buttering the bread of much of the High Elf army. Going to be actually going after the bolt throwers back here, and they're doing some decent trading for sure. Elven Cav looking to circle around. We see some Reavers moving, but overall this trade is not going super good. It looks like the old bolt thrower build is being shut down by the Ancestral Warriors, and Tyrion's trying to help out a little bit, but Tyrion should be diving in here. Like, Tyrion, just get back here and jump on top of some of the Fire Rain Rockets. You're never going to be living your best life. Now, the High Elves are starting to shoot back. They have their Archers. Archers do outrange the Cathay Archers. They have 180 range, and there's a chance that the Illyrian Reavers... Yeah, these Fire Rain Rockets aren't very well defended. If he just comes around here, both of them are dead. And the other Fire Rain Rocket is open as well. Like, random is not going to be able to defend everything if you get those guys in there. Crossbows shooting up into the Lord. Random Nyx, of course, feverishly diving and dodging and doing all that sort of fun stuff. We do have another 30 seconds of these Ancestral Warriors, which are just absolutely karate chopping. One bolt thrower is taken offline, so one of the Fire Rain Rockets is indeed dead. And now the bolt thrower is going to be going into the Crane Runners a little bit, while we do get some Illyrian Reavers circling around the back. Now, huge openings, man. With good micro, you can for sure get in here and shut down a lot and really, really punish the Cathay army and maybe put it into a situation where Tyrion is going to be able to hard carry. Ancestral Warriors here will be disappearing in about 5 or 6 seconds. But yeah, the Spearmen are just going to get wrecked by Jade Warriors. There's a lot of things that just are not going to go well for the Elves in terms of the mainline trading. Now here comes the Cav, and you can see the crew is trying to run. The Fire Rain Rocket crew is running. You need to be very scrappy with the micro back here. Like, pull up and around and just like be dodging away from those spears. A little bit slow, you can see that the Reavers kind of get left in position. They could perhaps try and penetrate through here. But overall, bolt throwers are coming back online. So I think only one bolt thrower no, it looks like all the bolt throwers will be coming back. And that Dragon-Blooded Lord is just causing such problems. Looks like Tyrion's going to be trying to jump in. That is a really good Dwellers Below. Beautiful cast there by Rider of Rohan. That's going to be killing a Fire Rain Rocket, the other one, and also doing massive damage against the Crane Gunners. That was a beauty right there. Very, very well played. And it looks like the Reaver Cav have kind of scooted back a little bit. High Elves and Tyrion moving up. Value is actually really even now. It looks like the High Elves have shutting down the Fire Rain Rockets has been very good. And Chad Tyrion needs to go shut down the other Crane Gunners. Because if Tyrion can just basically kill all of his natural counters, maybe. And we see the Ancestral Warriors. So that there's 2 charges of that. And it looks like that one's going to be dropped there. Storm of Shadows active. It's kind of a weird one. I guess he's just trying to trigger the passive. But yeah, the bolt throwers are getting like hit, but they should be able to all come back online over the course of the game. Once again, other Fire Rain Rocket is taken down. Tyrion is going after his natural predator here, so he is making sure to finish off the Crane Gunners, or at least do some damage to them. Crane Gunners are trying to flee the scene. Probably pulling back the Spearman at this point wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea, but that Dweller's Blow is very good, and Rider of Rohan has really kind of pulled this game here. Yeah, really has gotten this game here. Spearmen battling. We do have the archers in position to shoot, and Illyrian Reaver still harassing at the backfield. Cathay looking pretty numerous still, but there is the Tyrion factor, and the Bolt Throwers will be coming back online. The Bolt Throwers were harassed. You know, these Ancestral Warriors are here for another 15 seconds. But really, like, all the Bolt Throwers are still functional. You could even just get these Lothern Seaguard to just perpetually shoot here. Put some damage on those, but it looks like it's going to be going after these archers now. Oh, the Sunfang's going to be nice. Oh, and they all bunched up for it. Oh, no. Sunfang, hear the call. Man, that did, like, no damage. That spell needs to be buffed. Sunfang needs to be like what Spear of Sleipnir is. That was really disappointing. It's such a, like, a hype moment, and then we just, like, look and we're just like, oh, that's not going great. Now, Random is a little bit ahead on balance of power, but the Elves, again, still have Tyrion. It looks like there's going to be a Talons of the Night going down on those Lothern Seaguard there, and that's going to be pretty painful. Going to punish those guys. Bolt Throwers are still functional. Looks like we still have one Bolt Thrower, two, and maybe a third one that can come back at some point. The Mage, of course, still causing problems back here. I feel like the Spearman Archer thing was not great. Like, if you just went 4 Bolt Throwers and then masked White Lions of Krace with Cavalry, I feel like he wins this game. Like, I actually feel like the High Elves had a decent chance to win this in many regards, but the value trading's pretty good, all things considered, but yeah, it's tricky. So Bolt Throwers getting back online here. It looks like some Jade Warriors have made it into the backfield, so those are pretty much going to be shut down. It's like Spearmen, I just don't see the appeal, because Cathay isn't going to utilize their cab against you, so White Lions of Krace would just be so much better. Yeah. So Tyrion on the hunt, looking around, going after the Jade Warriors, and we do see some Elvish bows that are back in business, trading into these. A couple of calves skirmishing in the backfield. Tyrion still being a Chad, but the thing is Tyrion's going to die to Peasant Spearman eventually, right? And yeah, this mage is just being allowed to do whatever it wants back here. There needs to be something to deter this, like whether it be like an archer unit or, I don't know, some like Illyrian Reavers. This is very punishing. I do feel like this matchup is winnable for High Elves, having seen this. I feel like Rider of Rohan's build was extremely suboptimal, and he still is trading very evenly and keeping the game close. Now, imagine if there was like a really well-tuned High Elf build that I think was addressing many of the weaknesses we just discussed. I actually think High Elves could actually win this, believe it or not. I do, which is a weird thing to say, but I think it's possible. Now, looking at the value, 57, we have the Bolt Thrower getting taken down here. It looks like they're just shooting. A couple loose archers coming back for the Elves around the battlefield, but Tyrion is like a good armor-piercing character, but dealing with all of this is just going to be so much. Yeah, Spearmen are just typically kind of bad. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the cheapest chaff you can get if you're trying to go for like a wider build, but Crane Gunner's being taken offline. We still do have the Dweller's Blow coming in for the Mage of Life, so there is a chance that Rider of Rohan might be able to kind of bait Random into a big blob and then use Dweller's Blow and just karate chop him. It's a slim chance, but it's certainly possible. Spearman moving in. Looks like Rider of Rohan's going to be pulling back. With his SEM's going to be bouncing about. I mean, the Cathay army is pretty beat up too. I mean, he's got a lot of healthy infantry, but aside from that, all of his utility pieces are more or less offline. Looks like that Mage is going to move in. A Dweller's, like right here, could also be very good. Like in this position here. And Tyrion is going to be going after the Crane Gunners, which is the right play. Dwellers, yeah, maybe the Mage, you just let them blob up on you and then you use Dwellers on yourself. But Dwellers actually does good damage against SEM, single entity model, so it could kill that character. And, you know, I've always said that the best way to kill Tyrion is just army loss him. And it looks like that might potentially happen. Like, if Cathay manages to butter up this Mage, take it down, that will probably be army losses for the forces of the Elves. As Jade Warriors are kind of cleaning up across the battlefield, we see the Lothern Seaguard and the Archers doing their thing, and some Jade Warriors. Yeah, they're moving up, man. Random Nyx trying ferociously to defend his crown in the faction war. Random Nyx did win the last faction war with Kislev. Granted, that was only with 7 or 8 factions. It did not include the Old World. It did not include the Old World. You know, in my experience, White Lions don't do terribly against crossbows because they have high armor and they also have missile resist from their Lion's cloaks or whatever. So they do okay. They do okay. I see somebody in chat kind of talking about that, but yeah, the Mage and Tyrion are just going to be standing shoulder to shoulder. Tyrion going to be recharging his Sunfang, which has infinite charges, which is kind of nice. We see an Earthblood going down, going to be healing these characters up. And wouldn't it be funny if Random just lost to Tyrion? Like, just Tyrion just, like, solos his whole army. That's going to be a nice Sunfang there. That should do good damage. I mean, that should wreck those Peasant Spears, right? Yeah, that's what I was expecting to see. Dude, what if we see the dreaded Tyrion carry here, guys? 18, dude, Cathay's leadership holding on because of the harmony gives him +6 leadership here, so it's very, very strong. Tyrion, you don't leave your mage here to get shanked. Okay, looks like they finally break. Tyrion getting into those units. There is another spear unit, but are we going to see a Chad Tyrion victory? Maybe. I mean, the mage... Oh, Dwellers Below. That's a little bit preemptive, I think, but he's going to be casting it. That was a big mistake. That was a huge mistake. He had the Dwellers Below, which he could have punished the Peasant Spear Blob with, but he uses it here, and it kind of just tickles, like, one unit. That was potentially throwing away the last business there. Yeah, Tyrion's going to be a raid boss, but like if army losses trigger on the Mage of Life dying, Tyrion also has the Rebirth ability, so he's got the Heart of Avalorn, but it's not even going to have a chance to proc. And he does get after the crossbows here. Oh my god. I bet you Random Nix is kind of sweating bullets right now, because like, yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of good stuff. It's just Jade Warriors. If there was no army losses, I would be concerned that Tyrion might actually be able to win this. So he's going to be going after the crossbows now, or maybe after the Jade Warriors. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it looks like he moves into the Jade Warriors here. And, yeah, the High Elf Blob is still going, dude. This is exactly what we talked about in the beginning of the game. Like, Tyrion maybe carrying this. Yeah, Tyrion is more of a duelist character. It looks like the mage is going to be using Storm of Shadows, which will put the debuff on them, which lowers their speed. And I believe the army, I can't remember quite what it does. Oh my god! Random does not want to throw away his Dragon-Blooded Lord here. He does have the scales of the court here, Celestial Court, which give him quite a bit. And now we're going to be seeing, I think, a Dweller's Blow. Now, this is a good Dweller's Blow. This is a good one. This is what he should have done before. Because that's going to hit, like, all these units. It probably will finish off those Spearmen. And we get another Earthblood. Oh my god, the Elves are holding, dude. See, imagine if that other Dwellers had been good. Maybe he could have done it. Oh my god, if army losses don't happen, maybe Tyrion carries this. Yeah, the mage dying might trigger army losses, which would be very... And then Tyrion getting low will trigger army losses, which is a shame, because he still has that Rebirth ability. The mage, I think, is out of Earthbloods. Probably really low in wins. We've seen a lot of Dwellers going to be dodging away here. Dude, Random has got to be sweating bullets right now. Okay, he's coming in for the charge on the mage, and he misses... Or does he hit the mage? He hits the mage here. The mage is shaken, but it looks like the Dragon-Blooded Lord does take a shot from Tyrion there. Storm of Shadow is going to be going down, slowing down that character. Mage is wavering with a little bit of leadership. Is the mage going to get any more magic off before it breaks? Most likely not. Chad Tyrion is just going. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Like, unless you blobbed everything on that, the mage of life is at negative leadership now, so that's going to be the end of the magic. Oh my god, it stabilizes. Oh my god, and Sunfang's coming! Here comes Sunfang! Okay, and roasts a couple spears. Would have maybe been better against these guys, but it does kind of potentially free up the mage. The mage is now broken, and Tyrion's going to have to deal with a lot of these Cathay spearmen. So the mage is gone. Army losses is very close. If Tyrion didn't get army loss and got his rebirth effects, like maybe he wins this, actually. I don't know. Do the High Elves... Oh, the High Elves have some Lothern Seaguard coming back and some Bolt Throwers? Are you serious? They actually have some shit around the map, dude. Yeah, Tyrion's gotten some good value this game, probably, I would imagine. Yeah, he's up to 1400, which isn't bad. And now the mage is down for the count. So army losses is like literally a couple hundred HP away from happening, which is a pretty feel-bad thing, you know? But yeah, that's how you gotta beat him here in this case. Hadri says, man, I thought I'd be dying to vampire counts by now. No, dude. You gotta watch Chad Tyrion fight to the bitter end, and he's gonna get another Sunfang. He's just like randomly breaking shit, which is gonna potentially just start shattering units, which is really funny. If he can get this Bolt Thrower crew back online too, like, that would be nuts. Yeah, the Bolt Thrower crew is actually on its way back in. Okay. If a Bolt Thrower crew gets back, that's going to be wild. Okay, really close. Oh my god, he got army lost. That feels so bad. GG, well played. I still think he probably would have lost in the long run, but oh man. Tyrion tried. That was a great game. You know, Rider of Rohan's build wasn't like optimized, and he still almost you know, brought it home there. Great game. Random Nix is a very tough opponent, and that was a good High Elf effort. So, that is going to be a victory for Random and Grand Cathay. So now, in the top 8, we have Skaven, Vampire Counts, Lizards, Dark Elves, Empire, Tzeentch, Skaven, and Cathay. A pretty good balance ratio, actually, of like Game 2 to Game 3 factions, which is pretty exciting. Yeah. What, Lord? I didn't hate the Tyrion pick. I just didn't like the Archer-Spearman combo. I think like White Lions and more cavalry would have been really strong. I'm not a High Elf player, but that's just my observation. So GG, well played. Next up, let's look at the brackets. We have Hadri's has to pay the Troll Toll and play the dreaded Vampire Counts now. It's okay, Hadri's. You've done great, man. I believe in you. I think either you or Alfred could both win it. You're both guys I like, so you know it's gonna be a good duel of fates here. Okay, so we got Hadri's, and we have Alfredinho. I'm really curious to see what Hadri's does here, because this is a hard matchup. Army losses is why your friends don't play. Why one of your friends doesn't play. Yeah, it is what it is. We have 2 Skaven for fun, because we needed one more faction to bring it up to an even number of players. So we just added another Skaven in there. Since sub-factions don't really matter anymore, since you can just play whatever banner you want, and all those sub-faction units have been added to the main roster. It's like, you know, there's no more sub-faction. So yeah, we've had a really good faction war today, man. But now we're on to the, you know, hard matchup here for the rats. Oh my god, 4 VAR guys. Jesus, look at that. Yeah, vampire counts are I actually don't mind playing them in Dom as much now, because in Dom you can kite them for a while and, you know, kind of play that way and run away from them, and you can like summon in things to, you know, react to them. But in land battles, vampire counts are probably my least favorite faction to play against. They're just so hard to beat. Your thoughts on endgame scenario where Wulfric shows up? Is that a thing? That's not. I don't think there's a Norscan endgame scenario. Yeah. The Skaven cometh, dude. They come from their undercities. Yeah, it's been a very smooth tourney today. That's faction wars are always smooth though. Typically, as long as there's no rule breaking, because the games are rapid fire, because they know their matchups several days ahead and they can prepare their builds. So it keeps it going much. Whereas in Dom or regular land battle tourneys, like you have to wait like 45 minutes for people to build their armies, and then they lag and disconnect, and it's just like, like it's rough, you know. That's a lot of VAR guys for sure. Henri Lamassif, he's not bad. Yeah, I think there's matchups for Henri Lamassif. Yeah, he's decent. I actually have been practicing Bretonnia a lot, trying to like figure them out in Dom, and I've had some success. I was able to beat a Tzeentch build at one point. I was able to do well against Khorne with Bretonnia using Trebs. Like Trebs were like a big playmaker there. Yeah, vampire counts are always the villains, and everybody likes to see them lose, typically. Yeah, in my experience. All right, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at the army of the great Alfredinho. He's going to be coming in with zombies. He does have the Blood Dragon Lord, once again proving to be very meta in land battle. And in domination now, with the new changes to Dom, you know, being more value trading. Yeah, I like him. The sled factions weren't smooth, to be fair. Yeah, well, that's just because it was just, you know, we only had a couple factions, so it wasn't as fun. Vargheists into the sunset. Vargheists are pretty scary. I mean, they cause fear. They have huge shock damage, really hard for Skaven to hold. Dire Pack, we got a Necromancer on a Corpse Cart. We got the Forbidden Rod stroking and a White King with Scab's Graith as well. Yeah, pretty classic stuff. Just like dive the Skaven army and just, you know, give them the business. It's tough. It is tough indeed. Now, looking at the army of Hadri's, it's going to be Ikit Zap Zap, Teethbreakers to try and snipe the enemy lord, triple Stormvermin Halberd. There's no Mortis engine, so maybe they'll be a little bit happier, including Council Guard. I love Deathmaster here. Warp Fire Throwers too. Oh, I love it, Hadri's. He's also going to be packing a Warp Grinder in the middle of his army to try and punish and trap any vampire units. And we have a Plague Priest of Mortis engine. I actually really like this build from Hadri's. Like, there's a reason why he's one of the best Skaven players in the world. He's really good at these builds. I mean, it potentially could just get alpha struck really hard, but I think there's some principles in this build that are good against vampire counts. And I do like it. I do like it quite a bit. Skaven versus... I would like to see a Skaven versus Cathay match. That would be really interesting. Skaven versus Cathay I think would be fun. I think Skaven versus Tzeentch could be really fun too. Yeah, Tzeentch is tough to beat though, especially with Moffat playing. Moffat is a really strong player. Really strong. So Hadri's still going to be setting up his Skaven slaves. Obviously, you have to be kind of taking your time, making sure your formations are nice and, you know, together here. The Mortis engine is still good. Even if it's like crappy vampire infantry, it still will clear out chaff and kind of allow you to isolate things over time. So I really do like the Plague Priest pick. And, you know, if the Blood Dragon Lord gets trapped, gets focused by any sort of shooting, you know, that could be very painful for sure. This is a good build by Hadri's, though. This is a strong build. Yeah, it's a vampire favored matchup. I would say 70-30, 65-35 maybe. In all my times of casting it, which is like probably 100, I think vampire counts win most of the time. If they're equally skilled players, which in this case, Alfredinho and Hadri's are both top tier players, I think it's usually going to favor vampire counts. The Warp Grinder is not a bad choice. If vampires land and make a mistake, you can trap them, and then you can also net them with Deathmaster, so there's nice little kind of combos and synergies and all that sort of stuff that you can do. Where are the Warp Grinders chilling, by the way? Okay, they're on top of the Warp Lightning Cannon, which is pretty neat. Hey, Okoy, how you doing, man? The Chad-themed builds are such a... Well, these builds are both very meta-competitive builds, actually. But yeah, we've had some really good scraps today, Okoy. Really good ones. A lot of even games. A couple one-sided ones in the beginning with Red Ogre trying to fight vampire counts, but aside from that... I don't know, Way, you gotta tell me, man. The Blob is one zombie summon from Chaos. Yes, but you can still put things in guard mode. And then it's a little bit harder. You know, they can still shoot when zombies are on top of them with guard mode. It's not ideal, but you can. In spite of all your rage, I'm still just a Skaven in a vampire count's cage. A very apt description. Warp Lightning Cannon's going to be going after the Necromancer downtown. And oh my god, is Alfredino juking with the Necromancer? It's so haggard. 23 speed jukes are just such a meme. But it still actually is pretty good at dodging. But Skaven are holding. Vampire Count's taking it easy, leaving most of their Air Force back and just wait. They're just waiting for their crappy draft to get in there, and then they're going to bring in the big, because you don't want to just fly up and run into like shooting and all this different stuff. You want to just have a big alpha strike all at once. So vampires are very slow, obviously, right? We have zombies, we have skeletons, we got the works. But again, it's a very, very hard matchup for Skaven. I'd be really, really shocked to see a Skaven victory here. But, you know, I believe in Hadri's, I believe in Alfred. They're both great players, so it could go either way, for sure. Deathmaster and the Assassin I like. I feel like they can kill the White King. I think they have some nice niche applications. And the big Blood Dragon Lord's going to move up. Hadri's will probably switch on to the Blood Dragon Lord at this point. Alfredino, if your opponent knows what you're shooting, it's pretty easy to just kind of dodge back and forth. It looks like he did hit it again, but probably switch on to the Blood Dragon Lord at this point. Just start trying to... You got to start working on that big Vampire Lord. It's they're so menacing, man. They're so menacing. So still going after the Corpse Cart, which I guess isn't bad. It gets rid of the mana battery, and, you know, he is hitting it. I believe it got healed, so did it get an invocation? No, it didn't. Okay, Corpse Cart's getting tagged. It's starting to take some work. And now Hadri's going to be using a Clan Rat Summon to kind of blob these zombies and keep them at bay, while the Mortis Engine kind of keeps a little bit tight to the formation. Warp Lightning Cannon still going in there. And yeah, let's get work done. It's going to eventually kill that Necromancer. That is a character, too, and it has a fair amount of HP, so... Globadiers on the flank, really nice. Oh, the Globadier Rattling Gunner combo. Oh my god! Absolute deletion. Jesus, dude. Oh my god, Alfred just lost a very high value unit early, but it's certainly not going to be the end of the world for the vampires. And now the Rattling Gunners of Hadri is going to be turning about face and just putting some hurt up into the Vargeist. And what spell is that? Is that Howling Warp Gale? That was the Globadiers coming down, and the Suppression. So yeah, that is a lot of damage coming in, guys. So far, a very good start for this Skaven. I mean, killing the Dire Pack, like, immediately has got to feel pretty good. So Rattling Gunners get attacked pretty heavily. I would imagine the Warp Grinder will move in and get its bump and grind now. But yeah, you can see how quickly the Vampire Counts can return the favor with the shock damage coming in, right? Warp Fire Throwers compromised, pretty much all the shooting. Halberds are here. But that was a very, very quick deletion, which the Skaven really needed, because aside from that, this is just so hard to deal with, man. Just look at the nastiness. Now, the Warp Grinder probably has popped his business here. Yeah, he's got the Warp Quake going, and it looks like Skaven Slave Spears are going to be moving in to fight some of these guys. Deathmaster and company chilling out a little bit. And so the Skaven did their initial business, but now the Vampire Counts have returned the favor, that is for sure. So, on the ground, we see the big Lord landing. He's getting a little bit of flamethrower action, but Deathmaster looks like he's a little bit trapped up in zombies, so he's having a problem kind of getting through here. Stormvermin Halberds have moved back here. I don't know if the Zap Zap Cannon will stabilize. Maybe it will. Vargeist have very good cycle charging, so obviously Alfred is very, very good at that. Warfire damage getting in there. Hadri's keeping the value pretty close to the Vampire Counts, which has got to feel pretty good for him. And we do see the Deathmaster Sigil going down to snare the big Dragon Lord. Maybe he's going to be trying to get those Warfire throwers. And look at that. The Vargeist getting pounded pretty hard by that Warp Flame. And the Deathmaster Goon Squad is on its way over to help out against the Vargeist. Now, there are a lot of Stormvermin Halberds and a Mortis Engine for the Skaven, and something the Vampire Counts don't have is a Mortis Engine of their own, so that's going to potentially be good. A lot of it's going to depend, obviously, on the Lord engagements. Warfire Throwers, of course, still bathing these Vargeist in hot fire. Vargeist numbers are still pretty good. We have 2 Vargeist units up in the sky. The Dire Pack, of course, dying early on, has got to feel really, really good for Hadri's here. And his Plague Beast is still in good shape. Now, his 2 rats are sticking together. Rats strong together. They definitely need to make sure they stay together. If Skaven characters get isolated by a Blood Dragon Lord, you're going to have a really, really bad time. So it looks like the Blood Dragon Lord going after Deathmaster. Oof! And a big hit. There's going to need to be some supporting magic. Deathmaster needs to turn it up to 11 here. Scroll of Shielding, as well as Sword of Antiheroes, all the items being popped by the Blood Dragon Lord. There really needs to be some sort of support for the Skaven, like some Halberds, but obviously they got caught a little bit out of position. Deathmaster being gooned by this giant dragon character is no surprise, and we see the Skaven Plague going down. It's going to be cackling and dragging down many of those units. Deathmaster does get beat up, but he manages to survive. Slippery is active, which gives him a little bit of melee defense. And the Mortis Engine Drain is still doing well. Warp Grinder probably just saving up for another charge, while the Stormvermin Halberds continue to trade very effectively. So value trading is actually very even. But if there is no Deathmaster, Deathmaster is going to have to play very conservative here. Like, get Ghost down on top of the Council Guard for the rest of the game and just hope that the Dragon lands in Halberds, and that's how you play it. Mortis Engine proven to be mega valuable. It's hitting everything, and the Warp Quake is also draining down a lot of the Vampiric Chaff. And now we got the Warp Grinder going here. We got Halberds nearby. The Dragon coming in again, swooping down to the little Deathmaster. But he does dodge that attack, and the Dragon takes the unfortunate attack animation into Halberds. A little bit. I guess it's mostly zombies here, but Deathmaster might be able to return the favor. We'll have to see. Some more Vargeist moving in, and Stormvermin Halberds trading into zombies. Mortis Engine draining all these units down. A lot of rats, but the problem with Stormvermin Halberds is they're not ITP. So in the late game scenario, they could potentially just get caught by, you know, some nasty terror routes from the big Blood Dragon Lord, who did get actually hit by the Weeping Blades. Looks like some Warp Grinders are on the run there, so they might potentially come back. Now, is there any routing units for the Skaven? It looks like Globadier's probably not going to come back in. Mortis Engine getting huge value, I bet. Yeah, it's only 1,000 right now, but it is hitting everything. It's draining all the zombies and all these different units. And there still are a shit ton of Skaven infantry. So as long as Deathmaster doesn't get gooned, potentially an opportunity for Hadries to get this here. Warp Grinders are not meta, but they're if you're going to be playing a blob, then they are probably very good. They're probably more meta in that build. Breath Attack coming in on the Council Guard. Very good awareness by Alfredino to kind of see that. We see the bounce power going into the Vampire Count's favor a little bit. Classic Vampire Count's fun. Still a full health unit of Storm Vermin with 160 models. Vampire Counts still have a fair amount of chaff in the battlefield, mostly zombies, and nothing of good quality. And Deathmaster's using his Slippery. He's able to kind of get away from that Blood Dragon Lord again. And the Plague Priest is also quite damaged. I just feel like, man, that Blood Dragon Lord is so nasty at just gooning that character. So Deathmaster does use his snare on the Blood Dragon Lord and is kind of trying to get some prison shanks in on him. He's got about 900 HP, and it looks like Deathmaster does get a couple good shanks. But yeah, Skaven are just looking a little bit beat up. You know, they have their Council Guard, they have their Storm Vermin still fighting. That's pretty much it. And they're trading well, but the leadership situation for the Skaven is just too rough. Little poor rat Deathmaster getting hunted down by this big, scary, you know, duelist character, which, I mean, of course, Deathmaster's a duelist, but not quite able to stand up to the big boy here. That is for sure. Looks like there's going to be a summon. Will Deathmaster rally? Probably not. He is broken. He's on the run. And the Mortis Engine's still going strong. Halberd's still going strong. You know, if the leadership, you know, as much as I hate to say it, you know who probably would have maybe helped win this game would have been Tretch Craventail. Like, Tretch is, like, impossible to snipe. He can duel against such characters reasonably well with his Pitchfork. But yeah, you can see the leadership of Storm Vermin just isn't great. Like, even though they're trading cost effectively, it's like, just with big terror-causing monsters and Vargeist for charging them, it's going to be too much. That was a really good attempt by Hadries. He kept the value very close, and that was like some very clinical, competitive Vampire Count play. Yeah, GG, well played. That was a great attempt by Hadries, man, but that matchup is so hard. It's so hard. It's so stressful. It can be won, but it's so Vampire Count favored. GG, well played, man. Alfred played just like a super clinical game, and Hadries played very well too, but it was just too much to overcome. That matchup's too hard. So Vampire Count's advancing on to the semifinals, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. And that is going to be that. Then Empire versus Tzeentch and Skaven versus Cathay. Okay. Pretty hyped for this, man. Pretty hyped indeed. Skrulk can be sniped pretty hard, though. Skrulk is good, though, in blob fights. Yeah, Liber Bubonicus can help snipe enemy characters as well. So, next matchup, we have Empire Tzeentch. Oh, that's right. Bob had to he's taking a little break. So we'll go into the next game, which I believe is Empire Tzeentch. All right. So let me get into this lobby. It's going to be Penguin versus Moffat. Well played, Hadries. Hold your head up high, man. It's a hard one. Okay, so where are we at? So Empire and Tzeentch, we're doing your game now. Perfect. Oh, Bob is ready? Is he back? Okay. It's fine. I'm already in this lobby, so we're just going to do this one. Okay. Just do this one. Very good. So loading into the match here. We got Penguin versus Moffat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how you... Yeah, the Vargeists were terrifying. The amount of shock damage they do with armor piercing, like, even Storm Vermin can't hold up to that. Has anybody... Yeah, and, like, I feel like kiting Vampire Counts wouldn't work for Skaven either. Yeah, I don't know. So, we have the Penguin versus Moffat, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Volkmar the Grim coming in with the dreaded War Wagons and Pistolier build, which I like. Pistoliers should do pretty well against the Tzeentch Skirmish Cav, I think. I haven't really tested it too much myself. Profile pic of Turin. So, oh, one of them has a profile pic of me? What? Oh, I didn't see that. Did I miss something? I'll have to check it out after the game. Yeah, I'll have to check it out after the game for sure. Yeah, the Strigoi Lord is okay. He's okay. The Blood Dragon Lord's just such a killer, though. Like, Helm of Discord is so good. Howling Warp Gale, maybe? Yeah, that could be useful, I guess. Yeah, like maybe bring double... I think Land Battle might restrict double Mortis Engine, though, because Skaven could bring double Mortis Engine. In Domination, you can do that. You know, we don't have the rules there, but... And I don't know about here. The Mustache is coming, yeah. So we'll do the Skaven game after this. No problem. We are at the 4-hour mark. You know, I thought this would actually take like 7 or 8 hours, but considering how it's been going, it's been pretty smooth. We're rapidly approaching the finals here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Plague Penguin on the Sons of Sigmar with the Pistoliers, mass amount of State Troopers, wagons, silver bullets, and a Light Wizard. I love the Light Wizard because if Tzeentch is coming over to your house trying to do some bullshit and harass you with their flyer, you can net it down and shoot it. So I do like that quite a bit. Now, the big thing for the Empire, though, is going to be dealing with all the Tzeentch skirmish cav, which is very nasty. Now, for Moffat, we know his playstyle. He really likes to use the Marauder Horsemen. He does also have a couple pinks, backed up by Marauders of Tzeentch. In the back, we have a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. Interesting. So the anti-large Tzeentchian Soul Grinder with Chariots as well as Furies. And only one Screamer, so he doesn't have a ton of tools to deal with the cav for sure. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, hey Drews, I hear you on that. I think that's probably what you would do in a Domination game, though. In Domination, though, you could also kite the Vampire counts a little bit more. You know, like, and if they overextend into your deployment zone, you can punish them. You know, I think it's a little bit different in Dom for sure. This is this Violent? No, this is I don't know which Empire sub-faction this is off the top of my head. The Volkswagen will be tough to kill, but you know the Soul Grinder is pretty good against him. So it seems like there's an intuitive counter. The Soul Grinder needs to be killed by the wagons and by the silver bullets. It could also be killed in the late game by halberds and State Troopers if they're still in good shape. Pistoliers, obviously, range is 80 against 80, so they have the same range. So a lot of the skirmishing from the Plague Penguin and Moffat will come down to just basically control and to see who's going to be doing a little bit better here. We'll have to see. Volkmar the Grim moving up. Plague Penguin has done the Empire proud today. He has banished Khorne's champion back to the Shadow Realm, and now he's going to be taking it to Tzeentch, or at least trying to. And if that bird comes close, you basically Light Wizard him with a net, and then you Silver Bullet him. Big mistake putting Light Wizard on foot, I think. I think putting him on horseback is probably a little better. Although maybe he's worried about being sniped. Hard to say, because yeah, Moffat's going to be able to just get tons of value that way. Volkmar pulling back. I think Volkmar could probably stay in the front and be okay. Looks like some pinks are going to be screening here. Man, Moffat is just like 40 HS here. Like, screening out enemy skirmish cav with some pinks on the flank seems like a very, very strong play. Soul Grinder's going to be sniping that caster, and we could see the Light Wizard going down pretty quickly. I'm surprised we didn't see, like, some sort of artillery for the Empire, too. I feel like a cannon might be pretty good against New Tzeentch with all the armor they have and some of the SEMs they like to enjoy. But that Light Wizard getting punished early is a big, big setback for the Empire. Not having magic is obviously pretty rough. So, we do have the Pistoliers moving about. Not able to get any good engagements yet. Pistoliers should probably be front and center, in my opinion. Like here, you want to use the Pistoliers to keep the chicken from doing this. Because otherwise the chicken gets to do as it pleases, and that's not good for anybody, right? So Light Wizard is broken. It's probably going to come back, but being on foot, it's like, if you're going to have a net character, it needs to be on a mount. So you can actually get those nets off. That's going to be a very, very painful one there. Pistoliers with a little bit of DACA, and the chicken does get forced back by the silver bullets. Empire, you know, does have a couple Marauders over here that it can maybe go after, but it looks like it's going to be turning about face to try and shut down some of the pinks here. All right, so Empire Pistoliers blasting into the Furies here. Chaos Furies of Tzeentch do get wrecked a little bit. Plague Penguin pulling back the value a little bit. Maybe he's going to be able to salvage his Light Wizard. We'll have to see. Silver Bullets need to come over here. You need to come right here and just screen out this big chicken. Make sure you punish him for his transgressions. But the Pistoliers seem to be trading pretty well, as long as he doesn't let the pinks shoot him, like right there. He is killing a unit of Furies outright, which has got to feel pretty good. And the War Wagons, I think he forgot about... Yeah, like, there's a lot of big misplays coming in from Plague Penguin here. Like, he forgot about his War Wagons in the back when he could have been using those to keep the enemy skirmishers. So, yeah, I think this game was for sure winnable for Empire, but I just feel like the execution from the Empire has been relatively poor here. Which, you know, it happens to everyone. You know, everyone kind of forgets things every now and then. But, like, he has the skirmish advantage with 2 wagons and 4 Pistoliers. He should be dominating Tzeentch's kind of skirmishing phase here and doing some work. But he already lost a wagon right away, and now he only has 1 wagon. I mean, if the Empire managed to win this one, it'd be a pretty crazy comeback. Volkmar is going to get in there and for sure punish some of these pinks. Looks like he's moving this way and corralling these forces. But yeah, if the Empire had their wagons up front, like they could have kept the chicken from, you know, blue firing the caster. There could have been a lot of screening that he could have done and would have done quite well for him. But he's not out of the game yet. He's only down by about 700 or 800 value, but I would say a big advantage for Tzeentch at this point after having such efficient trading for sure. Moffat pulling back, playing a little bit of a dangerous game, of course, as Volkmar the Grim is going to be chasing those Marauders. And the State Trooper Corps is moving up. Light Wizard in the back, going to be dropping a net. And for a second, I thought he got unsummoned. I was like, wait a second, this isn't domination mode. And the wagons are so good against Tzeentch. They're like, sleds for Kislev own Tzeentch. They don't really care. Like, Blue Fire might kill a wagon here and there, but it's really not cost effective. And we do see the old chariots getting into the Marauders there, and they are able to butter these guys up. So Pistoliers moving in, getting some work in. Somebody in chat saying that Penguin might be tired. Well, I'm sure his opponent is too, because for his opponent, where Moffat lives, it's, oh god, it must be like 1 in the morning now. Yeah, it's like close to that, like 11, 12 at night. I'm not sure. Mustache Man might be able to pull this out for sure. And here he is getting some freebies, right? He's getting some Marauders and should be able to get on those pinks here. You could also send some Swordsmen. I would probably send Swordsmen with an angle of pursuit to go after those and shut those guys down. The Empire's not out of this game yet. They just are at a massive deficit, which is very, very lore friendly, right? Putting themselves at a bit of a disadvantage here. So the pinks are quicker than you think. They have 38 speed, so they can actually kite the State Troopers, and Silver Bullet's going to be turning about face, going to be unleashing some ammo into the old Marauders, and they do get a little bit of good value, while the Mustache Man is just getting some freebies on pinks, so that's very cost effective. Volkmar killing pinks there has got to feel pretty good. Meanwhile, a lot of good potential here. I would probably just take these skirmish cav and just go kill all this really quickly. Like, these pinks are dead, these Marauders are dead, and suddenly, hey, look, you're back in the game in terms of value, feeling good, feeling cozy. So War Wagons are pulling back. It looks like there's going to be another blue shot going. And now, the Penguin is getting back in the game a little bit. He's been able to scrap back. He's been getting some good picks. Just imagine if he had his caster and also had his other assets. It could be very, very different, right? Now, you have to remember against Tzeentch, when you shoot, you get value when you shoot him, but the shields also regenerate, so it's a little bit tricky for sure. In the meantime, the Mustache Man is just wiping out a unit of pinks, which will be good. That's, 7 or 800 value, something in that ballpark. So that's going to be good. The Empire, of course, has its big State Trooper formation, which isn't going to be easy to kill, especially with Volkmar's mustache kind of helming the charge there. Some of the swordsmen a little bit out of position. Silver Bullets probably need to turn around and shoot that chicken before it gets in there and harasses. Wagon also needs to be up here going after the bird, because Pistoliers are, I think, around the same speed as the big chicken, so if they catch the big chicken, they can just run up under it and shoot. So this is a really, really good play. Knowing how dangerous the Silver Bullets are, he is going to snare them in place and use his Tzeentchian army ability to punish them. I don't think it'll wipe them out completely, but it's going to be big damage. So more shots coming in from Tzeentch. Volkmar the Grim still hunting over here. Man, what he would give for like a single Empire Knight to like push in there. Yeah, that would be very, very strong. Pistoliers could also screen. It looks like they're going to be going after the Screamers. You need to run under them though, like chase them. Because obviously Moffat's micro seems to be pretty incredible. Like, he doesn't leave units vulnerable for too long. And he needs to get up there and keep chasing. Because Pistoliers are just so strong here. And I mean, over here, Moffat's not really doing anything. It's just State Troopers kind of screening stuff out. So, it's not really any value being accrued either way. Like, these Pistoliers could really punish here. So they're moving in. Looks like Volkmar the Grim decided to abandon those pinks. I think there was an opportunity where the Pistoliers could have came over there and just annihilated those guys and given them the dirty. And are the Pistoliers chasing? They are. Might be able to get some damage on the chicken if he's not careful. Yeah, the chicken going to be trying to get in there, but Pistoliers showing that they trade very, very well into this matchup as the Plague Penguin is reforming ranks. We have some swordsmen finally able to capture some of the pinks here, but the pinks getting a nice volley shot right there. Able to put some serious work in them. Okay, a little bit of a blunder by Moffat. He moves in and lets his chicken lose a lot of HP, so the bird is going to be getting cooked a little bit. War Wagons in the meantime causing some problems, while Moffat's pink horrors here are on the run. The other unit of pink set was allowed to live. It's on the edge of the battlefield. Maybe just take the Pistoliers over here and go smash these guys really quick. I think that would be very, very good. So another blue fire coming in, going to be going after a unit of halberds. Does some decent damage if you shoot at them from the side. It certainly can do some work. Silver Bullets and the wagons are both very, very tattered. Was that actually the wagon that got away? Or no, I think that was, yeah, that wagon I think got chased off by these Chaos Furies of Tzeentch. Nonetheless, Pistolier still on the hunch. Going to be looking to shoot the goose, and it looks like they do hit him, which is going to be blocking his shield recharge. Chariots are here. Volkmar feeling probably a little bit helpless right now, like he can't catch anything. I think Volkmar needs to just commit to killing these things. Like, send Volkmar and take a Pistolier, do this, sandwich them, and kill them. There's a lot of opportunities for that right here. But, yeah, just kind of missing a couple little things here and there. So shots going into the sleds for the Sons of Sigmar. Balance of power is relatively even. It's more or less where it started. And Volkmar the Grim not quite able to catch those guys. He has 50 speed, so he's slightly faster. But Moffat is doing a very good job just, like, sticking and moving and, scheming. He is indeed the changer of ways. So who made more mistakes in this match? For sure, the Empire. Losing a War Wagon and your caster right out of the gates, which didn't need to happen, is really going to be rough. Really nice Alpha Strike here, too. But this is a good opportunity for the Empire to turn around and just blast that chicken. Send some State Troopers over there to help out. Volkmar the Grim's coming in. And those Pistoliers are still steady, actually. They're holding on very, very well. But are they not shooting? The Pistoliers are running from the Goose. Oracle of Eternity is active. We see the Soul Grinder in the back. Volkmar the Grim does get in there and is going to maybe be using a Soulfire Bombardment. This could actually be a big value train. If Moffat doesn't see this one, this could be very painful. And it does actually do some, oh wow, big damage against that Marauder right there. State Troopers are at the ready, and it looks like he was conserving his ammo. I don't think he wanted to shoot the Goose while it had its Oracle of Eternity up. State Troopers fighting against Marauder Horsemen here, able to get a couple kills. We have some State Troopers battling. Of course, Chariots doing good damage against them. And I think Silver Bullets are still kind of barely online, which is kind of interesting. So what are the shots going to be? Silver Bullets getting attacked by the Soul Grinder, but big volley from the Pistoliers. But Pistoliers are kind of running a little bit low on ammo. And a lot of the value that's been accrued by the Empire is on the Shields of Tzeentch, which much of which has regenerated. So you got to kind of take that into account as well. Chaos Chariots of Tzeentch. You definitely got to like be a little bit more aggressive with these Pistoliers. Not in this situation because of the Furies countercharging you, but there's a lot of opportunities to kill these Pinks over here, which could have been dead. And they've just been really conservative here. So Halberd's moving in, going to be going after the Handgunners. Pistoliers are on their way back. The Big Chicken is on its way in. So the Goose is coming to try and cook some of the Pistoliers. And it looks like they're shooting, dragging down some of the big monsters. We got Marauders of Tzeentch moving in, as well as the Furies. Furies are going to be very good here, especially since Pistoliers are running a little bit low on ammo. Mainly just State Troopers at this point. A lot of Halberds, a lot of State Troopers, which means Moffat is going to be able to use all of his ammo with the Pinks and really just get a ton of work in there. This has been some crazy clinical play for sure. So pulling back here, Pistoliers moving about. We do see Spearmen fighting against the Chaos Furies. And Halberd's going to be battling into the Big Chicken. Might be able to get a couple anti-large attacks in there. But the Pistolier core is pretty much the main thing that is holding the Empire together here. Volkmar the Grim going to be moving into these Marauders who are shaken. A little bit of value being taken there for the Plague Penguin. But yeah, the State Troopers, the thing is they're not going to be able to deal with the Chicken. He's a big, good fighting character. I mean, Kairos isn't as good of a fighter as the Exalted Lord of Change. You know, Kairos isn't, he's more of a, Harry Potter type character, but still going to be doing well. The Pistoliers are on the run, shooting the Chicken. His barrier, maximum barrier is now, I believe, like 500 or 600. Wow, it's still 800. That's pretty crazy. So the regeneration on that is just nuts. Halberds pushing into the Marauders. Now, in Domination, it's not as much of an issue, right? Because in Dom, you could just, like, the points would really be dictating the pace of the battle, and Tzeentch wouldn't be able to pull you apart quite as much like this. But here we see the old Pistoliers getting chased off. And I think this is the end of the Empire. I think they're going to pay the Troll Toll, as Moffat's Kairos is probably going to take the day here. There's still, like I said, a lot of State Troopers. Maybe there's a slim chance, but it just feels very bleak. Marauders fighting here. Volkmar will be super tough to kill. That's the one thing. I guess the Soul Grinder is still active, and that's why you that's why I think Moffat feels pretty confident right now. The Soul Grinder should be able to kill Volkmar pretty decisively, and I still think it's healthy. Yeah, the Soul Grinder only took a little bit of HP damage. Spearman going to be gathering up, and I think this is just the time for the Plague Penguin to gather his forces and just kind of hope for the best here. It's going to be very tough. Now we see State Troopers on the run here. I don't know where these guys are going. It looks like they're just kind of running off to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, they were running from the Spearmen, and now they're on their way back in. And, the Empire didn't bring any cav. Not having a wizard the entire game was very painful as well. Having a net, you could lock down a lot of these Tzeentch things that are mobile against you and focus fire them. But it is tough, man. It is tough. These Chariots are just running rampant through this Empire game. And Moffat showing just why he's been winning land battle tournaments. Just very scary play. Granted, I think if the Empire didn't make those mistakes earlier, it could have been a very different game for sure. But Plague Penguin is still playing very well, considering the mistakes. So now the Halberds get killed. That's the problem. The Halberds just get karate chopped by the Pink Horrors. Pink Horrors are a great counter here, and their ammo is okay. Maybe the Imperial Troopers can do something. We'll have to see. Spear's going to be moving in, and it looks like that's going to be a Tzeentch army ability. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's going to be rough. Okay, nice dodge by Plague Penguin. He gets away for the most part. Most of the Halberds do get out of it. And it still will do a little bit of damage to some of the retreating units, but most of the primary damage has been mitigated. Volkmar going to be using his Volkswagen to get in there and attack Kairos Fate Weaver. Pinks are almost out of ammo. Chariots attacking here. These Pinks up here, they could have been killed earlier. Like, that was another mistake, right? These guys could have been just dead and gone at this point. But Kairos does pull back, takes a little bit of damage, but, for the most part, should be okay. And more Daka and shooting going down. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch just throwing into the sides, looking to rear charge into some State Troopers. And Spears will do okay against Chariots. You can see some of their HP damage is going down, but this would be a pretty crazy comeback for sure. So here we see the shots through the heart, and you're too late. Big damage going into those State Troopers there. The Warp Flame is down. If you shoot blue fires down the line, it usually does quite a bit of damage for sure. And we see the State Troopers still holding. Their leadership is still decent. I mean, they're tired. They're not exhausted yet. Here we see some swordsmen finally getting into contact, but now they're just going to get terror routed and killed. So The Marauders will, they'll break them, and then they'll just chase them off the battlefield with the Marauders, and that's going to be game blouses here. Plague Penguin going to be setting up formation. We see Spears reforming ranks. Marauder Horsemen around the wings. Yes, yes. And these Horsemen, you know, throwing ammo into the Halberds. Protecting the Halberds is one of the most important things that the Empire can do here. Value trading obviously going to be going for Tzeentch at this point, considering the shields are probably up in reality by about 1,500 to 2,000 value, I would say. And it looks like there's going to be a bound banishment going down from Volkmar. And it does get through the shields of the pinks, but, you know, you can't really get the best, like, turning and angles on that. So you are going to be playing the Troll Toll. Yes, Kairos Fate Weaver. Regrowth going down as well. So Regrowth going to be healing that bird up. Army losses is approaching for the Empire. You know, they don't have much left. Mainly just 8 troopers. Moffat has just been picking them apart, man. Very, very good play. Very, very good play. And he's been attacking the whole time. It's not like he's not obeying the attacking rules or anything. He is attacking. This is just, you know, what land battle can often turn into, for sure. At the higher levels. So Spearmen, Swordsmen, Halberds. Halberds are battling against the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. They are going to be surrounding this unit and getting those nice prison shanks going. Anti-large, armor piercing. Looks like the Soul Grinder is going to move away using a 75 speed to just basically take on these isolated units. Sigmar Sons over here are just getting absolutely wrecked. And the chariots are hammering them, the horsemen are wrecking them, and they're doing some work. I feel like if you're playing Tzeentch against Empire and you go with like a traditional like just infantry, like warrior gun line, you're probably going to lose. I feel like Empire artillery could really, really just do a ton of damage against you for sure. Yeah, just being picked apart for sure. Here comes another spell. And over here we do see the Chaos Warriors attacking, as well as some Marauders, as well as the Pink Horrors shooting into the side against these Spearmen. Yeah, Tzeentch, he's really showing the capabilities of Tzeentch in land battle, though. Tzeentch in domination is a little bit harder to kind of have this playstyle with, but it still can be played. I mean, Moffat has been winning domination tournaments. Yeah, he won one of the recent ones we had. Very, very strong play for sure. Yeah, his micro is insane. Like, Moffat's micro, he doesn't, like, miss anything. Like, I don't think he made any real big mistakes this game, like, at all. Like, just super clean play. He must have, like, an RTS background for sure, because his micro is just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, Tzeentch Vampire Count's final is certainly very, very possible. Very, very possible. But Grand Cathay is still in here. Grand Cathay, of course, can trade pretty well into Tzeentch, in my experience. Like, Tzeentch, you know, they can slow you, they can shoot you, they have a lot of punishment for this type of stuff for sure. Yeah, GG well played. Nothing the Empire can do here. It's basically just a couple of Haggard State Troopers being terror-routed and chased off, while the shooting from the Pink Horrors. Dude, that was one of the most technical games I've ever seen. Just very methodical, like perfect micro just about. And yeah, really capitalizing on the mistakes of his opponent here. The Spearmen moving in, a couple State Troopers grinding, able to take down some of the Marauders. Volkmar will take a long time to kill. I think Volkmar will eventually just die to the Soul Grinder, though. So there's not really any point in staying in the game and just fighting with Volkmar. A couple Spearmen, dude. Oh my god, this is just pulling it apart. Moffat is actually a very good Wood Elves player, too. He was the first person to really start using Arrows of Kurnus again in Domination, in sniping enemy artillery and things like that. So looking at the bird's value, the bird has gotten only 1,300 value, not that much. Soul Grinder has gotten 1,100, but it's not the point, because otherwise, if you didn't have like the bird and or, you know, Soul Grinder, like nothing. Volkmar will solo this whole army, like the entire army. Like, and he's unbreakable too, so he won't be army lost. So that's the precarious aspect of that. So here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. The Soul Grinder is going to finish the job. GG, well played. That was a brutal game, brutal game. Banishment going to be going down there, but well played to the Penguin, man. If he didn't make the mistakes in the beginning, kept his caster alive, kept his wagons alive, it could have been a little bit of a different match for sure. There's Volkmar the Grim Man. He's trying. Soulfire Bombardment going down. Going to be hitting some of the warriors right there. And I don't think there's any point in really staying here. Volkmar is just going to die a slow death. GG, well played. GG. As much as I hate to see my Sigmarites lose, I'm very impressed by that Tzeentch play. I mean, his micro is so good. He noticed like every little thing on the battlefield. Crazy stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the brackets. Hey, at least Sigmar got out of the first round. And let's go here. And Moffat is going to be advancing to the semifinals. There he is. And now we have Skaven versus Grand Cathay. Hey, Trusty, I'm glad you're enjoying the land battles. It's been a lot of fun today, for sure. Okay, so where we are. Let's get this. Faction War and Skaven versus Grand Cathay. I need a spectator slot, guys. Random and chosen one. I'd be curious to see this. I'd be really curious to see this. We have some interesting matchups coming up here. Cathay versus Skaven. How the hell does that work? Crane Gunners, Jezzails, Poison Wind Warders. Do Skaven rush you with globes? Like there's so much. There's so much action. Yeah. Okay, so look at that spec slot here. Give it to me, precious. Okay, the game just disappeared for some reason. Let's see if I can find it again. They'll be setting that bad boy up. Come on. Okay, we'll let them do their thing here. Yeah, Skaven probably... but what if in an artillery battle Skaven wins? I'm not so sure about that, Johnny. Because what if Skaven come in with... What if Cathay comes in with triple fire rain rocket? That's going to nuke the Skaven so hard if they have an artillery box. Yeah, so that would be pretty cool. Okay. They got a spec slot for me. Outstanding. Let's get the names all set up. We have the Chad Cathay champion Random Nix, who defeated Anticity earlier, and Chosen One versus Random. The winner will be playing Tzeentch, which I'm really interested. I would love... I think Tzeentch versus either of these factions is really interesting. Yeah. I think Cathay wins the artillery duel against Skaven, but Skaven has more like sneaky tricks. They have some fun. They have some fun stuff they can do. I love Skaven. Skaven are one of my favorite factions. I would play a Skaven tabletop army, but I just don't want to paint another 100 models. Like if I have to paint 100 clan rats, I'm just going to be... I already have 120 painted Poxwalkers and 90 painted Chaos Cultists and like 90, like a ton of State Troopers for my Empire army. I don't not want to play another Horde army. It's too much. All right, Skaven versus Grand Cathay on the Southern Chaos Way, so relatively flat map. So they could be getting some DAC into one another. We'll have to see. Thank you all for joining today. If you're enjoying the stream, please do drop a like. It's been a lot of fun. Super hyped. And let me just check this real quick. Hold on, guys. All right, guys. Professor Pone wants to see the bracket again. Sure, brother. Let me pull it up for you. So let's do this. And we go to the bracket. Here it is. Your beloved High Elves got canned in the earlier rounds by Cathay, but I know you like Cathay too, Pone, so you're probably happy. What's going on with subtitles? I don't know, man. They get pretty crazy. The Orcs actually lost in the first round, but it was a really close game. It was Greenskins versus Khorne. It was a really good match. Really fighty. I enjoyed every second. Once you paint 300 Orcs and 200 Gaunts, you've had enough with it. Yeah, exactly. It's so quiet. Sorry, yeah, I was just had to check my phone real quick. So here it is, man. We got Vampire Counts. Lizardmen and Dark Elves will be after this game. We have Tzeentch advancing. Vampire Count. Dude, Vampire Counts versus Tzeentch would be some wild shit. Especially with Alfredino and Moffat playing. Those are some serious players, man. Dark Elves and Lizardmen. I wonder, yeah, Dark Elves have tools against Vampire Counts, for sure. Cathay versus Skaven. This will be a really curious one. I haven't actually seen this, so... Yeah, let's load into the battle. Tomb Kings beat Slaanesh. Yeah, Slaanesh lost in the first round. King of the Dead defeated Loopy there. And then King of the Dead lost a very close game against Ice Power after that. Oh, Pone, you missed a game. The Dark Elf versus Tomb King game was crazy. We got to see Malekith on a dragon get like a shit ton of value. Yeah, I'm going to be doing tabletop videos once Old World comes out. Once Warhammer Fantasy's back, we're doing it, baby. It's on. All right. Let's load into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. This is exactly what I wanted to see. So Skaven have 4 Jezzails and 3 Globadiers. It is just a Skaven gun line, but with no artillery, which is going to be interesting. You know what actually could probably counter fire rain rockets? Would be like 4 Plague Claw catapults, just sitting back and bombarding them. Maybe? And then you go and cast the dreaded 13th spell on top of the Cathay artillery? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. But it's going to be Quad Jezzail, Globadiers, and then we got Rat Ogres as well. Now for the Cathay build, it's going to be the dreaded triple fire rain rocket. I love this. This brings me so much joy. And honestly, if you're playing Empire, you can do this as well against Skaven. It works, but Skaven will build differently against you in that case. But it is fire rain rockets. We have a dragon-blooded Lord of Yin with the usual good spells. It's going to be some Peasant Horsemen, Jade Warriors, and Jade Warrior crossbows. So Random with a very, dedicated playstyle today. It's been more or less similar builds with slight variance in terms of a couple units here and there. Yeah, 4 fire rain rockets or 4 Hellstorms would be pretty epic for sure. I would be so down to party with that. I would be so down to party. So, looking here at the Skaven army, like I said, it's going to be Jezzails. I think they might struggle against the fire rain rockets. I have a little bit of a suspicion that Cathay's build is going to be very, very good against this Skaven build. Because if Skaven loses the shootout, then it's basically over, I think. Because the crossbows will counter the Globadiers, and then, you know, you're just basically trash canned at that point. So this will be interesting. One of them is the Natty Boobos. Each of them has a pet Rat Ogre guarding it, so these guys will be able to kind of creep up and get some work done. But those Fire Rain rockets for random are going to be shooting like right away, dude. They're going to be unleashing just a hellish salvo into those Skaven. The Jezzails, obviously, if they started in range. The problem is the Fire Rain rockets have 400 range, so they're probably going to get 3 or 4 volleys off on the Jezzails before they get close. And what else is going to happen is random is going to fly his Lord and drop a summon on top of the Jezzails. More specifically, probably the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. And he's probably going to use Talent of the Night on another one. It's a very common tactic we've been seeing him do today, which has been very, very strong. So, yeah, great games, man. Great games. It's been a really fun faction war so far. I think Cathay probably, in terms of builds, maybe has a slight advantage. I could be wrong, though. I could be 100% wrong, but I just kind of have that feeling. I have that feeling indeed. This is a weird map. Well, it's the Chaos Waste, so it's supposed to be weird and not make sense. Yeah. The wastes of chaos are upon us, ladies and gentlemen. It is Chosen One versus Random. Random Nix, I do not believe is in a clan. I think he's unaffiliated like myself. Hadries, yeah, we have a lot of people who aren't in clans today in the event. We have several folks. So Fire Rain Rockets about to unleash their full heavy-duty salvos on the Skaven as soon as they see the Jezzails. So both players have time to kind of assess the play. What would be a really metal play for the Skaven is to move up and use the dreaded 13th spell to kill one of the Fire Rain Rockets, if you can. We'll have to see how that works out. But the Jezzails are creeping up. Some of the Jezzails are hiding, except the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. And it looks like the Grey Seer of Plague for Chosen One is going to be scooting up and getting ready to drop some summons here. So here comes the Fire Rain Rocket, wasting a little bit of ammo into the Grey Seer. Doesn't do that much damage. He's obviously a big SEM, and those rockets aren't necessarily super hard hitting. Random does have the Peasant Horseman angle as well, so he's got a couple Peasant Horsemen looking to kind of flank and pincer here. I don't know why he's wasting ammo on that Skaven character. Definitely doesn't feel good. Peasant Horseman going to be moving up, but look at this. He actually got in range with some of the Jezzails, so they're going to be firing. And now Random is going to be knowing the Jezzails are here. But man, look at the damage. They just pound those Jade Warriors. So Skaven are super favored versus Dwarves, and there's a lot of similarities between Dwarves and Grand Cathay, that's for sure. So I'm really curious to see how this one kind of plays out. I do not know why he's shooting. This is a big, uncharacteristic mistake here for Random. He's shooting 2 Fire Rain Rockets into that Grey Seer for some godforsaken reason. It's a very, very strange decision. But now the Fire Rain Rocket's going to be going into the Jezzails, and the Crossbows and company are going to be moving up. One Fire Rain Rocket is being shot by the Natty Bubos, and his caster, the Dragon-Blooded Lord, kind of hanging out in the wings, being a little bit kind of conservative here. So we'll have to see how this goes. Chosen One going to be dropping a summon in the backfield, so dreaded 13 spell. So far, some good trading for the Skaven, I would say. But now the Fire Rain Rockets are going to start shooting the correct targets, hopefully, and going after the Jezzails and some of the other shooting units. You can see the Peasant Horseman kind of pulling back here a little bit. And Random is being very conservative with his caster for some reason. He didn't bring the Scales of the Court to give him the physical resist to move in there. And it looks like the Grey Seers is rolling into the front line, and we are going to be seeing the dreaded 13 spell 100%. Crossbow's going to be turning about face, and Fire Rain Rockets now doing some good damage. It would appear into the globes, into some of the infantry, so the Skaven slaves are mainly being punished. But even value trading for the most part, but this could have been a throw by the Grey Seer. If Random Nix had the slowing ability, this could actually just be GG right here, but he doesn't have it, so the Grey Seer might be able to get away. The dreaded 13th spell! Nobody expected the Skaven to come from under the Chaos Waste, but oh my god. That crew just got wrecked so hard, jeez. Beautiful dreaded 13th spell. And the Peasant Horsemen are going to be rushing over to try and salvage this. And it looks like it's a shatter. So he instantly kills a Fire Rain Rocket. But on that same note, Random might actually get the Lord here. You can see that the Grey Seer of Plague overextended. He delved too greedily and too deeply, and might actually straight up die. So this is an opportunity for Random to win the game simply off a blunder. The dreaded 13 spell should have just popped that in and then ran away as soon as you could. Rat Ogre's coming in to try and protect this character, but only 300 HP, and the Grey Seer is shattered! Oh no, what a potential throw by the Skaven. He was playing so well. And then that little misplay, man, that's just going to be buttering his bread. Random also a little bit out of position with these horsemen. They should be over here getting ready to kind of protect into the battle lines here. Cathay obviously has a little bit of an advantage now, but their Lord is very, very kind of beat up, and Chosen One still has a fair amount on the battlefield. You can see the Fire Rain Rocket is kiting away from the Storm Vermin, and here we do have some clan rats. Are these actual clan rats? No, they're summons on top of the Jade Warrior crossbows. So that is going to be a tough one to recover from. Losing that Lord will hurt very, very badly, but I don't think Chosen One's out of the game yet. I think Chosen One is very scrappy, and if anybody can find a way to win, it will certainly be him. Because Chosen One still has his Globadiers. He's got all his Globes, all of his Jezzails, and the Cathay army is looking extra haggard right now. It's just super scattered, just a bunch of random shit everywhere. Fire Rain rockets are still partially online, but apparently they don't do that much damage against the Jezzails. They haven't been like big breadwinners. And here we do see a Peasant Horseman charging into Skaven Slaves, kind of strange. Maybe just trying to get on top of the Globadiers. Yeah, and it looks like they're moving through onto the Globes. Fire Rain rocket shooting in, friendly firing the Cathay units here. Looks like more Fire Rain rockets into the Skaven Slaves. And man, that Cathay Lord is going to have to... They're really going to have to carry this game. The Cathay Lord is going to need to get some magic, some Harry Potter shit. Maybe get like Talons of the Night, swoop around, shut down these Jezzails, because the Jezzail shooting line is just doing the work of the gods against Grand Cathay here. See, they're getting pushed back pretty badly. You know what would have actually been pretty interesting to see is like a Cathay Rush build. Like Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen backed up by like a Dragon Lord with like some Terracotta Sentinels running in there. That could have been very, very interesting for sure. Now crossbows shooting into the Poison Wind Globadiers. And we do have the Jade Warriors moving up to intercept them, so the Globadiers could be blundered here. If the Globadiers do get blundered and Cathay is allowed to kind of keep its hordes of infantry, that is going to be very rough for them. The Globadiers need to be prioritized, need to be protected, and they need to do the heavy lifting for sure. Because look how much damage this is going to do. Oh my god, it's so much damage, and the damage over time effect is like a Mortis engine, so it's just so good. Now what is this Dragon-Blooded Lord going to be doing aside from getting shot? Probably dropping a summon here on top of the Jezzails. What a lot of people don't know about Jezzails is they have 38 speed, so they can actually kite foot-based infantry relatively well. Talons of the Night still in the back pocket. Looks like he's kind of holding that one. And maybe he's going to be landing to go after the Poison Wind Globes. But look at that. The summon was so perfect that it actually got right on top of the Jezzails. So the Ancestral Warriors of Grand Cathay have been summoned from the depths. And they are going to be able to shut down those Jezzails for now. So very, very close scrap, guys. This is a tight game. The Jezzail shooting into the Dragon-Blooded Lord, who might actually break off here. In the meantime, we got some spears hunting rat ogres and battling Skaven Slaves. The true starvation battle right there. Although it looks like the Cathay peasants, honestly, as far as the cinematic trailer is concerned, it looks like they were pretty well taken care of compared to just janky old Bretonnia, who obviously abuses their peasants pretty hard. Jade Warriors have gotten onto the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. That is definitely not good. The Globadiers need to be protected at all costs. Move them up, start globing these units, pull these Jezzails back. So these guys need to pull back, send the Ogres and the Globes up to start punishing these guys. A full health unit of Rat Ogres here, though, is very, very nasty. Talons of the Night coming down. It looks like, didn't do too much. Was that a Talons of the Night, or was that a Skaven spell? I think it was Talons of the Night. Now, Rat Ogres, man, they're doing work. Fire Rain Rocket has only accrued, only about 1,500 value, actually, making me eat my words a little bit. I was about to say they probably haven't done that much, but looks like it's still going. Ancestral Warriors still in the hunt. Jade Warriors battling in the backfield. Looks like Warplock Jezzails are taken offline, but the Globadiers have finally emerged from their hibernation here, and they are going to be nuking these Cathay infantry, and the Ancestral Warrior will be disappearing in 1 second. So down goes the Ancestral Warrior. That's a big piece of power there. Chosen One is falling a little bit behind in the bounce of power. Grand Cathay, the fact that they killed the Grey Seer in the beginning was so big, because if that Grey Seer had lived, I honestly think this game would be over by now. There would have been a second Dreaded 13th spell. There would be a ton of summons, but yeah, losing that character really, really hurts this Skaven. Spears moving in to pin in these Rat Ogres. Peasant Horsemen, of course, not great at fighting them, but with Peasant Spearmen saturating into the back, you can see these brave peasants of Grand Cathay. They got their long spears, and look how nicely dressed these peasants are compared to the Bretonnian ones. They got like cool hats, and their spears actually aren't farming tools. Yeah. So Rat Ogres are broken here. Fire Rain Rocket. I'm sure Random Nix right now is like, why can't I unsummon the Fire Rain Rocket and get my value back? Rat Ogres here getting punished by some of the crossbows, and it's looking like it's a pretty close game. Keeping this Dragon-Blooded Lord alive for the late game is really, really important. You don't want to be taking the penalty for your Lord having died, and also it probably has some, Talons of the Night and different things in the back pocket. We'll have to see. We will have to see. So Horsemen chasing down some of the scraps here. Globes are on their way back. That really, really isn't good. Random is like desperately microing these Peasant Horsemen. They're going to just eat some globes in the face here. Oh my god, nasty. Nasty stuff. So those Peasant Horsemen do get the charge. Going to do a little bit of damage, but the, Skaven have 100 armor here. They're like, what the hell is this shit? Get out of here, man. So they push those guys back to the Shadow Realm, and Poison Wind Globadier is going to be hustling across the map. This is still a pretty contested game, man. With these globes being active, like globes and globes, they could potentially just steamroll this entire Cathay army here. Like, those things do so much damage. And he has Ogres. He's got 2 units of relatively healthy Ogres. I don't know, man. The Skaven might be able to win this. Jezzail shooting in. Crossbow's trying to do a little bit of DACA. They might be able to break some of the Skaven. The Lord is, like, too low to get nearby. When the globes... Oh, nice Talons of the Night coming down. He caught those globes who, had come back from rally, but I don't think Chosen One had noticed yet. And he does get that off. So the Poison Wing Globadiers here might actually break. -2 leadership. If they do break, oh my god, look at the Giselle fire! Shooting into the Lord. Random Nix is so attentive, man. The Pride of Poland is watching here, and he is dodging with this Dragon-Blooded Lord. And it looks like he does get the dodge. And is he going to go after the Poison Wing Globes? No, it looks like they're going to break, but... yeah, Cathay is basically, I think, resigned to just eating it right now, dude. They're just like, all right, well, it's time to just suffer. Let us go, man. So the Globes are coming in. Oh, my God. Cathay sending in the Fire Rain Rocket Crew first. Oh, my God. This feels so bad for Random, dude. Having to just march into Globe Fire with, like, Jade Warriors is so rough. And the Giselles are being sent into melee, which is pretty funny. So the Giselles are being sent in to just fight. Obviously, they have nothing else to bring to the battle, so might as well send them in. And now Skaven can do a little bit of kiting as they pull back. They still have their Giselles shooting from the deeps, and Random is just sweating profusely, I'm sure. Dodging back and forth with this Dragon-Blooded Lord here. Just brutal, brutal stuff. More Globe Fire coming in. Going to be hitting these peasants here. And Talons of the Night might be able to save the game. The fact that Random is microing well and not losing his cast here is pretty big. And there it goes. Will it actually kill them? Their model count's pretty low, so it's not going to be as devastating as it usually is. But with the crossbows shooting into them as well, maybe. Okay, it looks like Grand Cathay might slowly be taking this game back over. You know, methodically kind of taking out some of the Globe teams, but it looks like we do have triple Globes back online. Rat Ogres being chased by these spears. And Jade Warriors coming back here as well to hunt down the old Skaven slaves. What a scrappy game, man. Peasant Long Spearman going to be hunting them down. And Random has been getting shot at by those Giselles for like a good 2 minutes, and he has been microing while managing the rest of his army. He is probably sweating profusely. Yeah, Skaven are having mass routes. They're like, screw this shit, I'm going back to my rat's nest. And I think that's probably game. But the Globadiers breaking here. We have a couple Ogres still in position. But Cathay, you know, the Dragon Emperors are certainly very, very durable. Now, for the record, not quite as durable as our beloved Dowie, but they try their best. And, you know, they're getting there. They do have magic, of course, and some other tools. Grand Cathay is going to be circling, chasing down these units, making sure they break. And, yeah, it just honestly looks like a lot of the Skaven leadership is starting to really fold. Warplock Giselles moving back in here. The Globes looking not as numerous. And there are 3 Rat Ogres on the battlefield, which, you know, Rat Ogre will decisively trade well into a Jade Warrior, but there's also spears in, and still there's some crossbow ammo, so the crossbows could actually put some hurt on them. We'll have to see how that goes. Rat Ogres here kind of circling as the Globes are getting in position to maybe throw some volley fire here. More Globes coming back, 21 models. This is a very scrappy fight. And just imagine if he had kept his Grey Seer alive in the beginning, right? It's a completely different game. Completely different game. So the Globes are moving up. Obviously, both players kind of reposturing here a little bit as the Globes are moving into position to attack the Cathay army. Rat Ogre is going to be getting us around, and the Cathay Lord is dangerously close to the edge of the battlefield, but just escorting these Skaven slaves off, just making sure they stay gone. And if that Dragon-Blooded Lord has another Talons of the Night, I don't think the Skaven can win because their Globes are just going to get taloned. And the crossbow is going to move up. You know, the leadership is so low. He probably just needs to get in range and try and get a Globe or 2 off if he can. Because the Crossies might move up. And, you know, the Harmony is so strong here, actually. We actually get to see the Harmony come into play. Because the entire Cathay army is getting a leadership buff, melee defense, you know, a bunch of other stats. Jade Warrior crossbows being shot by the remnants of the Giselle ammo. And you know what? I'm starting to think. I'm thinking maybe if he had not tried to kill the Cathay Lord and had used all of his remaining Giselle ammo earlier, he maybe could have killed all the crossbows. And that could have opened up some pressure because the crossbows were able to put some work back in there. So here comes the Globes, man. And looks like he's trying to get the Flying Lord. Globadier fire, nasty stuff. Hits those Jade Warriors. And do the crossbows finish them? Yep, they shatter. They shattered. The Globe shattered. That's brutal. Skaven leadership showing its face here. And now Random is going to be escorting those Poison Wing Globadiers off the battlefield here. And yep, Rats are just coming in for this round. And it looks like, yep, they're going to be boxing up. Both players preparing for the Duel of Fates. And Ogres everywhere, my lord. They're coming. Globadiers are gone. They're escorted off the battlefield. Skaven have attacked into the defensive position of Grand Cathay. They don't really have much of a choice. Because no matter where Grand Cathay goes, they can just stay in this formation, in a tightly packed formation, and Skaven are going to have to deal with it somehow. These are just Skaven slaves. Let's see if any of these Chad Skaven slaves can get in there and get the work done. They got their little daggers. The Jade Warriors having a pretty cool looking formation with their shields and, you know, just shoulder to shoulder. Very badass. Shaken because the Lord is dead. I don't blame you. Giselles moving in. Rat Ogres. Oh, look at this! A twist of fate! The Dragon-Blooded Lord is broken. It must have tried to land. Oh my god, and the Rat Ogres must have gotten it. Okay. This is kind of an interesting situation here because now the Globes are going to make their way in. So the Globes are coming downtown and the crossbows are in position as well. Okay, so Dragon-Blooded Lord is cruising. We do have 26 Globadiers here. If I'm Grand Cathay, I probably just move everything I have after the globes, right? I'm just like going for it. Jezzails are still attacking. They have a little bit of ammo left, so the Jezzails are sitting up on the hill and trying to finish off the crossbows. Skaven slaves are broken, and we do get some more Skaven slaves being sent back into the battle here as the globes make their way back across. So the globes are hustling with their little rat feet. And it's pretty funny. Since the rats are wavering, their speed is faster, so they get a speed buff from scurry away, even though they're scurrying towards the battle. And that's going to be 42 speed on those guys. Now, do the crossbows have any ammo left? Looks like 0 here. The globes are on their way in. Skaven are regrouping a little bit. So, you know, the attacking rules do allow you to kind of regroup your army in these later stages here. So the Globadiers will be moving up. Grand Cathay is going to be hustling. And it's time, man. It's time. Here comes the Jezzails. Here comes the Poison Wind Globadiers. Looking around, we got some Rat Ogres coming in. Can the globes carry this? It's going to be hard to say. I think they're just going to break as soon as like there's any pressure on them. But the globes, man. 26, they're going to be going after the Peasant Spears, which is the right choice. Oh no, don't charge in there. Okay, he's going after the other spears. That's okay. So here they come, the final fate. It is on. Globadier fire really does quite a bit against those spears. They're already shaken. They're like, screw this shit, we're going home. But the friendly fire, you can see a lot of the Skaven units are being hit by friendly fire, which I think is pretty devastating here. Globadiers and spears still holding. These globes have gotten about 700 value. You can see their value climbing super quickly here. The Cathay peasants are wavering. The Lord has recently fled. More ogres on the other side. Oh my god, are Skaven going to be able to pull something out here? The peasant long spearmen. If the peasant long spearmen are gone, then the rat ogres can feast. Let the ogres feast. Looking around, Cathay doesn't have a whole lot left. They're just kind of moving into fight, man. The globes are sitting at 4 leadership right now. Oh my god, it's doing so much damage. It's doing so much damage. Look at that. Oh man, 8 leadership. But Cathay is like, they're just barely enduring. Like the Harmony. I mean, it looks like the Harmony's gone now, so I guess that wasn't a factor as much. But the globes get pressured and run, and that's probably going to be it. I think they shattered now. Yeah, the globes had broken like 5 times. And Grand Cathay just barely edges out the battle. Yeah, the globes do poison your own units too, so you have to. That's part of the factor. But man, Random just barely winning. So he's going to be going on to the semifinals to face Moffat, our Tzeentch player. Oh my god, that was a scrappy-ass game. And really, I think Chosen One had that one in the bag until he blundered his Lord. So that was that. So let's go to the scorecards here. And we'll do this. And that's going to be random. Grand Cathay getting there, man. We got Tzeentch versus Cathay here, which is going to be quite fun. All right, very good. Now let's do Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. Pretty hyped for this matchup. All right, one sec. Perfect. That was a good game indeed. Yeah. Chosen One's like talking about his Lord in Discord. He's like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Yeah, that hurts, man. That hurts. So now we have Dark Elves versus Lizardmen. I'm going to tag those two fine gentlemen. If he's not back yet, sounds good. Code, please. I don't see the lobby at the moment, even when I search FW. Let me dig around here a little bit and see if I can find it. One of them can give me the old code, and we'll find our way over to the promised land. Yeah, poor Skaven Lord, man. That hurt. That hurt bad. Losing that bad boy. Let's have some water here. Play at. Yeah, the rats had a good run today. Hadri's did really well. Chosen One did really well. Both of them were capable of advancing. You know, one of them ran into vampire counts, which is really unfortunate. But it is what it is. So, waiting for a lobby code from these two gentlemen. Okay, there we go. It just randomly decided to appear that time. Professor Pone striking from the depths. Yeah, for sure, man. Pone's always striking from the depths. All right, so Ice Power Total War versus Bob Trish. This is going to be a fun one. Altar of Outskirts, classic matchup. This is like an early Warhammer 2 matchup. I am going to go get some additional water because I have run out. I'll be right back. Go feast like the heathen kings of old after this. Yeah, Ice Power is a very good Dark Elf player. Oh, we got Malekith on the dragon again, I think. Yeah, I love it. So we got a Slann double Rev Crystal for healing on the horned ones, because we have the very elite Lizard Cav, the horned ones, which are pretty mean. But Ice Power's got double Bolt Thrower. He's got his own Dread Knights, and then also Repeater Crossbows. Yeah, cool armies on both sides for sure. I think the factions that are like kind of playing heal a little bit are probably Tzeentch and Vampire Counts. Just the way they play in land battle is very, very villainous. Oh, that's the stuff. Okay. So we're on the Altdorf outskirts. We got Malekith on the dragon. The double bolt thrower to snipe Bastillodons. We got Bleak Swords who've recently been buffed and they trade super well into other chaff units. Blackheart Corsairs, Dark Riders, Repeater Crossbows. What's not to love, man? Soul Stealer on the dragon for healing, obviously. Saurus Warriors, Skink Cohorts, Pterodons are there to rock drop Dark Shards and to deal with Dark Riders. Dark Riders really, really hate Pterodon Riders. They can chase them down. They can beat them in melee. It's pretty tough. Overall, looking at the builds, though, I do feel like the Dark Elf build is pretty well designed to deal with this, but we'll have to see. Rev Crystals on the Horned ones could be pretty strong if they're able to catch, Ice Power slipping up, making some mistakes. We do have the double Horned ones coming in from Bob Tresh, so we will see, my friend. We will see indeed. The battle's soon to be on. Malekith, yeah, he just got Soul Stealer. That's pretty much it. That's the business. It's a good spell. Yeah, there's no solar engines. Looking at this build, the only thing that can really kill Malekith are Horned ones, maybe. But that's not even like super effective because he'll just Soul Stealer and beat them down. I think Malekith is just going to go absolutely bananas here and just tear apart a lot of this army. Because like his healing on the dragon, he's got what, like 90, 100 armor or something. Yeah, he's going to be really, really tough to kill. We will see, though. Bob Tresh is a very, very good Lizard player. He's got Dwellers Below, which is pretty good at killing static positions, and Earthblood. And looks like it's mainly just going to be a bunch of Saurus Warriors, like I said. Dude, what if this Battletoad just goes like Super Saiyan and takes down Malekith with his little tiny toad hands? I guess their hands are proportionally sized, right? I mean, the hands are pretty damn small if you really look at his full body. Got little tiny toad hands. Yeah, pretty fun stuff. All right, guys. Repeater Crossbows in the back. Dark Elves setting up their position. Obviously, they want their bolt throwers to shine. This map isn't the best for artillery, but they're going to be able to instantly shoot at things. They'll be able to shoot at, these Pterodons and Vanguard and kind of keep tabs on all that. So we'll see. Lizards, might trade okay into melee. Bleak Swords, though, getting buffed is pretty crazy. Like, Bleak Swords are just so much... Like, if you compare, like, a Bleak Sword to an Empire State Trooper, it's insane, the difference. Bleak Swords have 36 melee attack and, like, 35 weapon strength. They are really, really good. Dark Elf Infantry got massively buffed. And that's one of the reasons why Dark Elves perform so much better than High Elves, is they have a really good, cheap, cost-effective unit, right? Whereas, like, a Bleak Sword for, like, what, 150 less will probably trade pretty decently into a High Elf Ranger, which costs 600. And they're shielded to boot, right? So it's just, like, that's a big thing. I think if Creative Assembly, like, reduced the cost of Rangers by, like, 50 to 100, that would really help High Elves out a lot for, like, playing the wider game. I don't really know, man. High Elves need a lot of help. They need some milk. So... Tiny little toad hands. Yeah, it's pretty great. So, Bolt Thrower shooting in. Looks like they're going after the Pterodon Riders initially. That's going to be the opening play. Well, Malekith kind of circles across. And, like, if I'm Malekith here, I just see this Bastillodon and I'm like, oh, baby, I'm coming for that. Going to move over there. Looks like Pterodon Riders going to be screened by Malekith. Yeah, I don't know where they're going. They're flying right into Malekith's mouth, basically. This dragon is going to feast. It looks like Bob realizes that. He does lose a Pterodon. No, he doesn't. He doesn't lose any Pterodons, but... he is going to be pulling back at least, so Malekith doesn't get any kills there. Now, Repeater Crossbow shooting into Saurus, big damage. Bolt Throwers also do have... Oh my god, look at the damage! The Bolt Throwers with the spray fire, backed up by the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbow shots, into the Saurus Warriors here, very, very clean. Maybe, maybe Bob is just so used to Ice Power using Marathi Double Manticore that he kind of played around that, but then seeing like a big Powerhouse Lord come in is really going to potentially be kind of catching him off guard. We'll have to see. Malekith is pretty badass. Yeah, I'm happy he's being played. He's such a cool character, man. He looks so cool. Warhammer Darth Vader, basically. So Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows continue to just pound into the Saurus lines. Value lead for the Dark Elves is not massive, but it is substantial enough. They got about 400 or 500 points on them. In the backfield, we do see Pterodon Riders circling about, maybe looking to get rock drops on some of these positions, on some of the better infantry. Granted, Druchii don't really have any like amazing infantry, right? So Bleak Swords into Saurus. Saurus will win that fight. They just have they have 60 armor. They have way higher weapon strength, way more HP. But Bleak Swords will put a little bit of a dent in them. It's not terrible. So the Blood Statuette of Spite going down, that is one of the Slaan's activated items right there. able to kind of slip into the Dark Riders and do a little bit of decent damage. Malekith with the Steel Chair, breath attack coming down the side. Nice breath attack, dude. Man, ice power with a beautiful, beautiful play right there. Now, I would imagine Malekith is going to be slipping in to attack these Saurus Warriors, these King cohorts, and get a terror out on them. We'll have to see. In the backfield, though, we do see one of the Dark Rider repeater crossbows get killed, most likely by the Pterodon Riders with the Rock Drop. And the Cold One Dread Knights, the dreaded Dread Knights, are preparing to move in. Oh, I finally get to say dreaded without just shoving it into situations where it doesn't make sense. And I think the Dread Knights are going to come after these Pterodon Riders. So they do that. Slaanesh dropping a nice big AoE buff here, so Shield of the Old One's going to be giving ward save and leadership. Malekith is being uber conservative. And it looks like now he's going to move in. Yeah, he's got. This is a weird play. The Horn One's bull rushing into the artillery piece, like, which isn't even that devastating, and they're going to be charging into spears and into Malekith and Dark Riders, of course, buffering them off. Dread Knights here in the back, they do successfully peel these Pterodon Riders, and it looks like they should be okay. Slaanesh, oh, nice play. Oh, this could be clutch. If Ice Power doesn't see this, Dwellers below. Oh, that's so money, dude. Oh my god, that was money. It hits the dreaded Dread Knights, it hits the Dark Riders, and instantly shoots the Lizards up in value as the Bleak Swords in the front line do start to break a little bit. Dark Elves, of course, getting punished by that Dwellers there. And the Blood Statue of Spite kind of layering that on. Dude, Bob is just such a scrappy player, man. Horned One's coming in, Rev Crystal pushing into the back, gets onto that. Malekith, of course, able to kind of clean up the scraps there a little bit. But it could be a situation where it's Malekith versus the world, right? And if there's still Dread Knights on the table, or Horned Ones, I should say, that's going to be very, very good. But that Dwellers Below play was so good, man. That was so good. Banana with the big money plays, indeed. Malekith may be looking at the toad like he wants to eat, but going after Slaanesh is, I can tell you from experience, a mistake, and you'll probably lose the game. But Malekith is still, he's still playing here. He's only down by about 500 value, and he could for sure start picking off some of these guys. Going after the Pterodon Riders is not what you want to be doing. It looks like he's lining up a breath attack, maybe? The way he's kind of posturing, he was like eyeing those Horned Ones, and looks like he's going to be chasing out there to go after the horny boys. Here we have the Dread Spears. Dread Spears and Saurus going to be a losing fight, as well as Bastillodon Rev Crystal. Up in the front, we do have Bleak Swords being smashed by Saurus, and over here, Corsairs trading well into Saurus, but the healing from the Gary here. Gary's doing a great job healing up these Saurus warriors and giving them the advantageous fight here. Now, there's going to be some sort of witchcraft going down. I believe another Dwellers Below from the Battletoad, but it looks like it's going to be dodged, so that one won't be impactful at all. But the first one was really big. I mean, you got his 2 repeater crossbows and his Dread Knights all in one, just like really haggard blob. I mean, that was super, super good. Malekith seems to be having a little bit of trouble finding out where he wants to go. Breath attack coming in, and that's going to be hitting those Lizard Cav, and it does kill a couple models. I think Malekith needs to commit to a fight and start generating value for the Druki. And it looks like he is. So there's going to be a Soul Stealer. This is a beautiful play by Ice Power. Nice kind of retort here. As he's going to be hitting the Horned Ones, and it also hits the Rev Crystal and the Skinks. And that is going to be getting Ice Power quite a bit of value. As you can see, he does start to edge back a little bit here. Dark Riders still alive, hunting down Skink cohorts, looking for scraps on the battlefield. Bleak Swords are going to be heading back to the Witch King, trying to reunite with their posse here. Reaper Bolt Throwers are back online. I think the repeater crossbows all got chased off, which is pretty painful for sure. But the big Bastillodon does not want any piece of Malekith, man. Malekith is an absolute beast. Heals going down, really nice Earthblood. Spear's going to be screening out into the Horned Ones here as these Dark Riders trying to escape. Nice rear charge. Dark Riders from Ice Power coming in here to try and surround the Horned Ones and trap them in. But man, Bob has just been going crazy with these Elite Cav this game. I doubt their value's that crazy, but they've just been really, really disruptive and hard to kill. The Rev Crystal, of course, providing the double Rev Crystal healing to the Cold Ones or the Horned Ones seems to be pretty good. Do they still rampage? Yeah, they do. Oh, no, they don't. They just got buffed. Oh, wow. So they just get melee attack. And yeah, because I know they changed the way rampaging works with some of these elite units to actually make them viable. So now when these guys get below a certain threshold, they just get a buff, which is really, really good. Yeah, the Dark Elf numbers are looking very limited. Ice Power looks to be on the receiving end of this giant lizard business here. A little bit of a charge coming in. Blood Statuette of Spite. A lot of people in chat were counting out Bob Tresh. I thought his build was in a little bit of danger looking at it, but the execution, the Dwellers Below punishing the blob, and just his play with his Cav has been just so immaculate, man. They've been so good. So it looks like if the Lizards manage to win this, it's going to be Lizards facing off against Lizards against Vampire counts, which is super exciting. On top of that, it's an RTK versus ODM duel, which is another really fun element to it, right? Like Bob Tresh and RTK, and of course Alfredino and ODM, 2 of the classic Total War competitive clans. Malekith getting in there, man, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. There's just too much. There's way too much. He has some Haggard Spears, which are still fighting. Malekith might be able to get some Soul Stealers, but there's another full health Rev Crystal back here. That Toad is probably going to grind him down. And I don't know. I mean, maybe Malekith can pull out some witchcraft. He is the Witch King after all, and he does have some spears. Yeah, maybe there's a slim chance. Malekith is very strong. It depends on his Winds of Magic. If he's got Soul Stealers, we'll have to see. We will have to see. So there goes the Giant Soul Stealer. Very, very cost effective. Going to be healing up Malekith. Granted, he has almost no damage on him. Rev Crystals and Earthblood healing on these horny boys has just been so, so good. Dreadspears here fighting, but battling Saurus is not going to be a fun fight for them. Pterodon Riders diving in. Pterodons are considered large, so Spheres actually do some decent damage against them. And where's Malekith going to go? I guess he's just going to kind of bounce back. He still does have his Haggard Dark Riders here. Looks like the Dark Riders going to be trying to battle the Horned Ones on the edge of the battlefield. But Horned Ones and Saurus and Lizards in general are so incredibly tough to break off the battlefield, guys. They're just so tough. They got about 400 HP right here. Malekith, the Witch King, is going to be descending from the skies. Dude, look at the terror up here. Dragons are just so cool, especially Malekith. Like, I think Dark Elves have the coolest looking dragons, like, hands down. Dude, these guys holding on. Cold-blooded, dude, from Bob Tresh, giving them just barely enough leadership to hold on. Malekith going to be strapping against those guys, and it's basically, again, just Malekith versus the world here. It's going to take a while, but I think Malekith will eventually lose. He might even get army loss here. We'll have to see, because the Lizards can just heal, and that'll actually trigger the army losses faster. That's some really good stuff. Some delicious. I like this like lemon sparkling water thing. So good. All right, Malekith. 8,300 HP. Horned Ones are coming in to get a little bit of DPS on you. They should be able to, and it looks like another Soul Stealer is going to be going down, trying to break these Horned Ones. If Malekith managed to Super Saiyan this game, that'd be crazy. So Shield of the Old Ones goes down at the same time as Soul Stealer, which will mitigate about 22% of the damage, or 20%. Also gives a little bit of leadership, so Malekith's going to be hunting. Guys, could we see a Super Saiyan Malekith victory? It's certainly possible. I mean, the Lizards are pretty haggard here. Malekith is going to just be attacking whatever he can, basically. He's just gotta go after it. I don't think so, though. With double Rev Crystal and a Slann hitting you, I think that's enough. Looks like maybe a Breath Attack. He's attacking some of the Pterodons up in the sky. He does rip apart that Pterodon, geez. And maybe he's going to go after the Skin Cohorts of the Saurus Warriors now. Maybe he's going to be trying to get a Breath Attack. Who knows? So it looks like he's going after these units in the forest. Yeah, he's trying to salvage his spears. So over here, Ice Power does have a couple spears fighting. So Malekith maybe he's going to be going over there. Dread Spears should be able to beat the Skin Cohorts. It's hard to say. He does land amongst the Saurus Warriors. So the fact that he does have the Dread Spears fighting in the forest does allow him to kind of have more maneuverability with his Lord here. Yeah. Healing says, better not melt. It's actually not as bad where I am, because there was a tropical storm right off the coast of where I live. And so it's been raining, and it's been cool. But yeah, the heat wave has been awful. I've been so miserable. It sucks, dude. Does Malekith have another Soul Stealer, dude? That would be... Oh my god, he does! Oh my god, Malekith with a huge Soul Stealer into this blob. Hits the Horned Ones, hits all the infantry, and the Dread Spears are dreaded. They were able to beat the Skin Cohorts back here. And now they're going to be moving up. Dude, is Malekith going to be able to edge this one out? I mean, he might be able to, man. He's going to be going to his Dread Spears and unifying with them. So the Dread Spears will move up. They're going to have to move out and attack here. So Dread Spears will move out and probably just chase those skinks off the battlefield. Ice Power is basically just trying to buy time. He's obeying the attacking rules by attacking here and chasing this off, but he'll have to move out of the forest now. But he's also giving the Lizard some time to heal. Like it goes both ways, right? Like Malekith saves up some Winds of Magic, and yeah, the Rev Crystal, of course, is going to be generating value here on the old Horned Ones. I just look how big Bob's army is, guys. He's got these two. There's no way Malekith can win this. He's very edgy, but I don't think his edge is sharp enough to win all of this, especially considering there's still a fat blob of Horned Ones. Not blob, but, you know, there's still a fair amount of them. So Spears are on their way in. Saurus going to be doing it. Malekith is going to be choosing the fight of his own. Probably going after Horned Ones, I would wager. Trying to break those guys. Maybe just jump on these Saurus right here. Pterodon Riders kind of poking him a little bit. Very, very cagey game right here. Very, very cagey. And those Dread Spears need to attack. Yeah, he can't camp in the forest with those. He needs to attack here. So I'll give him a warning if he doesn't come out and attack with the Dread Spears, because you can't just attack with an SEM and not attack with anything else. So here comes the Dread Spears, maybe. You got to move out. The dreaded Dread Spears must fight. I'll let him know in a second. Oh, wait, here come the Dread Spears. Okay, so hopefully he's paying attention there. But he might just get army lost, honestly. I think Bob is just going to use Rev Crystals and probably army lost them, because the Rev Crystals have a ton of charges, and every charge you use on these guys is just going to push the Dark Elves even further into army losses. Malekith attacking into Cold Ones, a little bit risky. Cold Ones might actually be able to get some work done against him. And the Dread Spears are now here. So basically, it's just going to be the Dread Spears getting wrecked, instantly terrified and broken. And we see the Horned Ones, you know, they don't really care. Their leadership's insane. Cold-blooded is going to keep them fighting. Malekith is taking damage. Army losses will trigger in a second. And 2 Bastillodons with the cross healing will trigger army losses most likely. Still any poison darts up here in the sky? No. Malekith is fighting the good fight. You might have another one. I think the healing... Oh yeah, Rev Crystals resurrect models, don't they? Yeah, so Soul Stealer going down once again. That's going to be healing Malekith up. Ice Power is scrapping so hard to try and get this game. I just feel like Malekith, though he's been good this game, a lot of us in the game saw the glaring weakness of the Lizard Army, which had nothing to deal with Malekith, but I guess you just, you know, you just deal with it. Yeah. There you go, man. So here it comes. Malekith the Witch King being hammered by the Bastillodon. We do see the other Bastillodon with the Rev Crystal coming in, and Malekith's fully surrounded now. Yeah, he does get a nice charge there into those guys. Dude, what if Malekith did win this? Okay, I'm just going to rest my hands for a second. I'm just going to sit back and have a little sip of coffee here. So this is like, you know, this is where you see where Dom has advantages over land battles, because, you know, you don't have to worry about those type of things, right? But both formats are very fun. They're both very different. Personally, for casual events like this one, it's a competitive casual event. There's not like a big money prize or anything. I really do like land battles a lot, but when you have like open land battle tournaments, you know, on average, just when you're hosting land battle, you can run into anywhere between on average, I would say 3 to 5 rule breaks per tournament, with 2 people arguing and you have to deal with that drama. Yeah, it's a lot. But the Bastillodons are doing it. Battletoad probably gets in there, dude. I don't know why. He needs to get his tiny little toad hands and start giving Malekith a shoulder rub here. He needs to just move in there. Saurus Warriors, of course, have decent DPS as well. I can't believe Ice Power isn't leaving, though. This is, like, so over. Yeah, and the Saurus just getting, like, models resurrected and healed. I don't think they resurrect anymore. Let me check. Oh, it does. Yeah, resurrects dead combatants. GG, well played, Bob Tresh, versus the Vampire Counts in the next round. Yes. GG, well played. We are also going to have a domination faction war very soon, actually. So I'm going to have faction wars, 1 faction war per month for each format. Because land battles are very fun to watch, too. They're amazing to watch. They have some great moments. Not every land battle game, but a lot of them are. It was a decent build. Really, the Dweller's Blow, I think, is what did it. Like, when he got that, I think that was Game Blouses there. So, the Druchii, close to winning the faction war, but no cigar. Let's update it. It is going to be the Dark Elves. Nope. It's going to be Bob. All right. So Bob advances. We have Vampire Counts versus the Lizardmen and Tzeentch versus Grand Cathay. So we have like Game 2 and Game 3 factions. It's actually kind of fun. I like that. So we're going to do Tzeentch and Cathay first to give Bob a chance to rest. And all right, so Tzeentch versus Cathay. You're up now. Gonna give Bob and Alfred some time to rest. All right, very good. I know Bob mentioned to me that he has hand problems similar to myself, so I want to give him a little bit of time to rest here. So, all right, so we got Grand Cathay versus Tzeentch. Dude, this is going to be an ultimate sweaty battle. This is going to be the sweatiest of sweaty battles. Random Nyx versus Moffat. Oh my god, it's on. There we go. And then we have Moffat. Release the sweat. Yeah, Cathay's been doing work. Random's a really good player, and Cathay's much better in land battles. Reginald, we had Vampire Counts. So I had a land battle tournament after IE, and we had someone's Lizardmen just crushed Vampire Counts. I don't remember who it was, but things have changed, right? The way healing works has changed. There's a lot of different mechanics now for sure. Hey, well played, Ice Power. It's a good game, man. Played like a Chad, as always. We'll see you back next time as Dark Elves, if you want. All right? So let's set this bad boy up. Here we go. The map for this one, I think, is outdoor. Oh, wait, that's the wrong lobby. Wait, why am I in that one? What the hell? Where'd that lobby go? There's not that many games. Let me jump back. It's so weird. Sometimes they just disappear. I saw 2 people and they're ready to go, and I was like, okay, Vampire Counts and Skaven is... That's an old game. I don't think they named it with... Oh, Vampire Counts Skaven, yeah. We're not doing that one yet. And can I get the code as well, guys? Code also. Code, please. All right, so they'll send me that in a second. We should be good to go. Thanks for the hours of entertainment. You're better than honey garlic stir fry. Oh, dude, that's not true. Oh, that sounds so good, like a honey garlic like stir fry. Oh, what do you have, like chicken with that or something? All right, cool. So let's go to this. We have Grand Cathay versus, yeah, okay. That should be good. Chad Gelt campaign coming. I'm just playing that on my own. Yeah. All right, so we got Grand Cathay versus Tzeentch. Dude, if you guys are ready for like borderline rule breaks and just sweaty action, you're in the right place. Because I feel like that's what we're going to get this game. I think one of the vetoes that I think Moffat might have, let me go check in Discord, because each of the players in today's tournament got a veto. They got to pick two factions they didn't want to play in the early rounds. Let me see. Yeah, for Tzeentch it was Dowie and Cathay, and for Cathay it was, what did Skaven and Vampire counts? Interesting. So apparently he didn't want to play Skaven with Grand Cathay, but he still won it. So he still won it. Yeah, Moffat seems to have a pretty dedicated playstyle, right? Oh my god, look at the balloons. And Miao Ying the Storm Dragon. Oh, these builds are so degenerate. But there's Doom Knights. Oh no, the Doom Knights could just wreck those things, couldn't they? Dear God. No, this is some filth on both sides. All right, so for the Grand Cathay build, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be crossbows and Jade Warriors and spears. Backed up by double Skyjunk and Miao Ying the Storm Dragon. So Miao Ying is really good against like sniping cheese because she can regrowth herself and she has a shit ton of HP. So you're not going to snipe Miao Ying. And Skyjunks have 10,000 HP also. So if you're expecting like a really cheesy horseman sniping type build, you're going to be pretty scary for sure. Yeah, I like the Cathay build. I think it's pretty resilient against like this type of play. The only thing that's tough for the Doom Knights could actually wreck them. If Cathay loses there, although Miao Ying up in the sky can definitely beat up Doom Knights. If she does have Talent of the Night, no, she just went with healing. She just got Earthblood and Regrowth. Oh my god, this is gonna be so foul, this game. This game is gonna be so filthy. Prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. What's he gonna do with all that junk? All that junk? Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is a big one. The winner of this goes to the grand finals to face the what's it called? To face the winner of the Vampire Counts up on the top side and the Lizardmen and Bob Tresh. Yeah, I wouldn't bring any Cav against, like, he's seen Moffat play before. He knows how Moffat plays. Moffat's done more or less the same playstyle every game, which is Marauder Horseman, a single chariot, and Exalted Lord of Change, and then mixing in like various harass units. In this case, he brought Doom Knights, so he did bring the big scary Doom Knights, which is cool. But like if you try and charge Grand Cathay with like Tzeentch infantry, like blues and pinks, you're just dead. You're not going to win that fight. You're not going to win it at all. Yeah, this is going to be some random. Random is one of the best players at coming up with just really hard to beat builds. I would say he's got great micro as well, but he's also just a master of just degenerate builds. So, we saw him dominate the last faction war, which was a little, he basically just had like a Kislev bear blob and was just cackling and just nobody could kill him. It was just such a meme. This is basically the Cathay trailer. That's true. There's like Doom Knights. There's no Forsaken moving in. There's Forsaken in the trailer. So, we'll have to see. These junks also have a shit ton of ammo. They shoot out of the side. The junks can for sure shoot the skirmish cav because Moffat has to attack. So if Moffat doesn't attack with his horsemen, and I'm going to be really strict on rule breaks in this this tournament. If he I'll give them a quick warning as well. So, okay, and Cathay. Here, we are going to be very strict with game loss for attacking rules. All right. So I'm telling them right now, I just gave them both a warning in Discord. I said, hey, you guys need to attack at all times. For Cathay, that's very easy because, they're just going to waddle up and use their blimps to shoot. It's more of Tzeentch not wanting to attack because I feel like Tzeentch is going to really kind of try and abuse the magic and not attack here. Considering it's just such a difficult army to attack with what he has. Yeah, Cathay's just going to kind of move up here. And, yep, we're letting him know. The battle is on. And all Cathay needs to do to attack is just move towards the Tzeentchian army. But the Tzeentch army is playing this very scattered style of play, which is very, very skittish about wanting to engage you. So yeah. We need to see if Tzeentch is going to be attacking. So the Tzeentch army is moving up, albeit very slowly. Looks like they're just kind of waddling forward. We got chariots moving up as well. The Exalted Lord of Change is going to be sitting in the back. Grand Cathay waits in the shadows with their crossbows. Also, Turin, what are the most commonly broken... The most commonly broken rule is usually, I mean, just attacking rules. You know? Yeah. Well, the thing is, the Cathay army can't, like, catch the Tzeentch army easily. And he's marching towards Tzeentch, but if Tzeentch just keeps running in all directions and doesn't attack while Cathay is advancing and trying to fight, then it's on Tzeentch. It's on Tzeentch. So we'll be pretty strict with that today, though, for sure. We'll be pretty strict here. A little bit of lag coming in, but shouldn't be too bad. So Sky Junks are moving up. You know, they're trying to get in range to shoot. They're trying to get in to attack these Furies in these different units. And these units are just parked on the edge of the map. I do not know what's going on here. So we have the two Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, as well as these other units. The infantry are getting in position. So maybe he's just waiting for the infantry to get in position, for sure. We need a GG emote? Yeah, we do. We do for sure need one. Yeah, 100%. So Tzeentch Warriors on their way up. We got Marauders. Oh, we actually have some Warriors. Yeah, so they're not all Marauders. So it looks like there's one Warrior in the mix. He probably had just enough money. The Knights of Immolation seem like a decent choice here. They got silver shields against the shooting, and they can also drop some bombardments. So they're moving up to fight Grand Cathay here. The Sky Junks will probably start shooting in a minute, but, you know, they're just going to go after some random infantry here. So, yeah, just shooting into the Marauders of Tzeentch. Does take down their shields, and immediately it looks like Moffat's going to be pathing them forward once again. And the shooting from the Junks will also be a thing as well. So they can of course, blast there. So Grand Cathay is getting ready to party, man. Tzeentch is moving in. They got Marauder Horsemen coming around the back, so they're going to be trying to encircle the army. I wonder if Tzeentch is going to go for an Alpha Strike here and really try and do that. They do have the double Chariot, and, you know, they can drop some sick bombardments as well. Yeah, the Junks moving back a little bit, and their little darts. You can see the little junk guns aren't bad. When the shields are up, they're not super good. Portal Glyph is going to be active, so Portal Glyph is going to send a Fury, most likely. I wonder if where he's going to go. Miao Ying's still on foot, obviously. She hasn't gone Dragon form yet. And we do see the Junks trying to pick off the Marauder Horsemen, which is the correct choice. You want to be shooting the Marauder Horsemen nonstop with your Junks. That is where you drop the junk. And a little bit of damage, not enough to get through the Protoss shields, though. Protoss shields OP. Chariot's trying to move in here. Shield Breaker's active on them. Is there something? Oh, that's right. These things have the Shield Breaker trait. So the big Lord of Change moves in, and he does attack the Jade Warrior crossbows, and it looks like there's going to be what appears to be a regrowth going down on them. It's kind of curious. I guess it'll potentially, you know, keep them in the battle, but I feel like they're just going to get broken out of the formation here. We'll have to see. Junk's getting huge work in, though. So they're able to shoot into the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, and we do see the Doom Knights now moving in. So the Doom Knights are going to go after the Junk, but something you're going to learn about Junks, which makes them very similar to, for example, Slaans, is they take like 45 minutes to kill. I think the regrowth on the crossbows was a mistake. I think they were already doomed. The regrowth on the Sky Junk would have been much more warranted for sure. Frontline fighting soon to be underway. Sky Junks are still kind of shooting. Oh my god, Random's so bunched up here. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He's going to have a bad time. And Miao Ying is still in human form. She hasn't switched yet, so she's potentially going to be paying the troll toll here. If she doesn't get up and help her Junks, those Junks are certainly having some problems. You can see some shooting into the front, going against the Chaos Warriors. Nice little damage. Picks off a couple models right there. And, oh my god, is Miao Ying going to get caught? Is that overcasted? That final transmutation is going to be quite nice. So far, Moffat is definitely getting some good value trading. Both the Junks are a little bit beat up. You might need to kind of get the Junks together and start getting Earthbloods on them. Because if the Junks die, then I think Grand Cathay is probably going to die. And Moffat with some really, really clean Alpha striking here. Beautiful, beautiful bombardment coming in. Hits the Jade Warriors. The Junks are holding on just by a thread. I'm surprised we haven't seen Dragon Ying yet. I think she wants to get an Earthblood off on both of the Sky Junks first. I think that's what we're going to be seeing. So Tzeentch with another bombardment here, but the Cathay infantry are holding very well. Obviously, the Tzeentch army has very little to actually kill Jade Warriors. So even if the Junks die, I suppose, then, you know, maybe there's going to be something going on here. So that's going to be a regrowth. And then after that, Miao Ying needs to go Dragon form. So regrowth is down. That's going to keep that Junk active. Miao Ying needs to get up there and start kicking some butt on those Doom Knights, and she's going to do it now. So crossbow shooting up into the Doom Knights, doing some decent damage. The Tzeentchian army is up on value, but, you know, there is healing. The healing's a big factor. Cathay doing the dragon dance here, as we do get the big dragon up, and now the dragon is going to be going after those Doom Knights, man. Going to be doing some huge work. The only downside is Miao Ying can't heal when she's in her dragon form, and this Junk might potentially get chased off the battlefield by some Haggard Furies or something. We'll have to see. Portal Glyph is active. Portal Glyph is going to be giving more Furies, some more pressure up on the Sky Junks. Value trading is pretty even, as we see the Peasant Spears forcing back a lot of these units, and the Junks are still shooting, getting a lot of DPS, and now Miao Ying is defending the Junks with everything she's got. She is going to be able to most likely fend off these Chaos Furies, although they are just a summon unit. The Junk fire is really, really adding up here. Jade Warriors against Marauders on the ground is going to be tough, and Cathay is still going to have a lot of durable units you have to deal with in the late game. Chariots here are broken. A lot of crossbows running, so this is a big win for Tzeentch. If you look right here, you can see the all these units are just on the run, right? So Jade Warriors being chased off by Chariots. That is super cost-effective for Tzeentch. Miao Ying, a little bit out of position. How are the Furies doing? Furies are getting there, but they're going to disappear in a couple seconds, so about 7 or 8 seconds they'll be gone. Doom Knights are on their way back in, and Miao Ying is going to intercept them, and she does get some nice damage onto the Doom Knights here. But there's no more shooting on the ground. Moffat has done an excellent job of kind of cleaning that shooting. And you can see here the Doom Knights are confident. One of the junks, the dreaded junk kite is on, so the junks are going to be running. Final transmutations have been so good this game. Miao Ying, I'm not sure what she's doing. Is she going back into human form? She is. So she's going to be going down to cast a regrowth now, trying to stabilize most likely one of the junks. Because, you know, one's for sure going to die probably, this one. Yeah, this junk has 74 HP. So it's got to be this one here. So she's going to get a regrowth on it. And, oh, just an Earthblood actually. Does she have a regrowth as well? She might want to save some of those for herself, because she's still going to be a big force that has to be dealt with in the late game, 100%. So this junk is on the run. Earthblood has gotten it. Oh my god, junks can be terrified? I didn't know that. That's kind of a weird interaction you wouldn't really think of. You still got to deal with Miao Ying, though. Miao Ying's going to be a pain. Both junks are down, so well played there. Moffat was able to do it using his Doom Knights. Balance of power is pretty even. A little bit of a value lead for Moffat, but it's certainly not over. With Miao Ying here, it's going to be very problematic to deal with. We see the Jade Warriors fighting against the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. We see Chariots into Jade Warriors as well. Miao Ying probably just going to go Super Saiyan, and both of the junks have fallen. Yeah, I'm surprised. You know, I feel like if Random had cut all of his crossbows and had gone for the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, this would have been a pretty easy win for him. But, I mean, obviously the crossbows are pretty good against Spawn and Tzeentch rushes in general, so I get that for sure. So Miao Ying battling the big chicken, and it looks like Jade Warriors trading reasonably effective. Doom Knights, the Knights of Immolation, probably still have their bombardments. We got the Searing Torrent in. And yeah, this is a great game, man. This is a really good game. Miao Ying able to beat up the bird a little bit, so the bird is going to be forced back. Dude, the Cathay infantry are going to be very tough to remove, because Moffat didn't bring anything against infantry, really. Like, he didn't bring any armor piercing, no chaos spawn. The Chariots, I suppose, are like his one boon that he has. But shit is going to get super real when Miao Ying goes back into dragon form. That's when it's going to be tough, because the Chariots are going to get bullied pretty heavily, right? So Chaos Warriors broken off, Chariots pulling in there. And over here it looks like the some Jade Warriors being chased off the battlefield by the Knights of Immolation. Some Chaos Chariots getting a little bit of pressure in there. Chariots, of course, going to be charging back in. There are some spears, but Miao Ying most likely has a regrowth in the back pocket. So it's going to be very tough. Yeah, it's a bunch of dudes on a blimp. That's true. It's just weird to see like a giant war machine getting like terror routed, you know? Like steam tanks and all sorts of other things like that. So we will see. So, going to be boxing up here. Tzeentch is just going to be chilling out. A little bit of ammo. Marauder Horsemen need to certainly throw some of those javelins in. We got Warriors moving into attack, some Marauders of Tzeentch. Marauders moving in, so this obviously counts as attacking. So we do have the Marauder Infantry moving in from both sides. And it looks like maybe an attempted charge here. It's a little bit hard to say. The Big Goose trying its best. Here we have ye old Knights of Immolation. They're going to be sitting and watching. For sure going to want to drop some really sweet bombardments. And Chariots will be running into the infantry. Miao Ying will be dragon form soon. She's going to get a heal and then probably go dragon form here. So the dragon form will come in just a moment. Doom Knights flying across, Chariot screaming into the Jade Warriors, and there they go. So the Jade Warriors are going to be getting hit a little bit as some spears do saturate in to try and help them a little bit. And yeah, it's certainly not going to be an easy fight, man. Knights of Immolation are coming, but Miao Ying is going to be a big scary SEM here. And are these guys actually throwing their ammo? I know the Chariots are charging in pretty effectively and Warriors are moving in. Knights of Immolation getting a big bombardment. Horsemen throwing the last of their ammo, so they are attacking here. So they are throwing into the Jade Warriors. Now going to be charging into the spears. Miao Ying, though, is still going to be a big problem to deal with, man. One problem for Cathay, though, is we still have Doom Knights and we have double Chariots as well. I feel like Tzeentch is in a slight favor here. The Doom Knights with the bombardments are actually really good. And it looks like Miao is going to be attacking the bird. Oh, that's strange. I feel like Miao Ying could have won that fight 2v1 up in the sky and maybe should have taken that one, but she opts to kind of land on the ground instead. Chariot's going to be moving in, Horsemen moving in to attack. Perhaps it looks like they're throwing some javelins at Miao Ying, so trying to get that, what little value you can here. Trying to get that poke if you can. Chariot screaming across on the side. Jade Warriors moving on in. Marauder Horsemen are up in the melee with those guys, so they're going to be taking some substantial damage. Miao Ying can always turn back and, you know, get her heals going. Doom Knights into Jade Warriors. Doom Knights are pretty healthy, but obviously taking advantage of the charges here. And Moffat has a little bit of ammo left. He's got one volley as the Chariots continue to cycle charge in. Getting some nice attacks here. And now Miao Ying is kind of forced into a bit of a blob fight, right? Which, honestly, if I'm Cathay, I take this fight. I would probably start fighting the chicken. Although it looks like he's really just trying to shut down the Chariots, which is probably the smarter play. Searing Doom onto the big Cathay formation. That is nasty damage there. as the chariots might potentially be dragged down. They're shaken and very beat up. They have 11 leadership. Miao Ying, of course, trying to bounce back and forth and deal with all these threats as, man, Moffat is just all over the place, man. All over the place. Marauders of Tzeentch going to be piling in to fight. Looks like a Tzeentch army ability coming down. Is that going to be the Tzeentch army ult, or is that another Searing Doom? Some sort of a vortex of Tzeentch is going to be opening up, which is really, really punishing the blobs. Okay, it was a single target ability, which doesn't even do that much damage in the first place. Miao Ying doing some big fancy attack animation, which unfortunately does kind of bog her down for some time. Chariots getting a rear charge. Doom Knights piling in. Cathay Infantry just so very, very stalwart. Even in a very, very stressful situation, they seem to be doing pretty well. Meow might be able to break these Marauders. We'll have to see. Chariots moving in from all sides. Doom Knights, of course, attacking too. Spears into these... Oh, man. He had another unit of Chariots around? How many did he have in total? Yeah, they are kind of like Dwarves in that way. In late game, they can often devolve into like these positions here. Spears into all the Horsemen. Moffat is so quick on his micro. He pulls back so incredibly fast. And right here, we do have the old Marauders of Tzeentch still fighting. But yeah, Random is going to withdraw. He might have had a slim chance with Meow, but it looks like Moffat maybe pulled that game out. Crazy. His micro is so good. And he just like always barely obeys the attacking rule. And it like really takes advantage of the strength of Tzeentch. It's pretty wild, man. It is pretty wild. So GG, well played. Let's look around here. All right. Perfect. And let me just go ahead and find this. Let's look at the value first, though. Meow did pretty good. I mean, the junks failed. That was the big gambit in the strategy. Like, the junks got no value. The crossbows all got no value. That was really what lost him the game. If he had had something to protect his Air Force, I think that's an auto win. I don't think Tzeentch can win that. If you protect the two blimps, I think it's just over. GG, well played. GG, well played. Okay, so let's go ahead here. Set this up. Where are we at? Yeah, I still think Miao Ying could have maybe won it, but I understand not wanting to have to like grind that out. Like, you know, it's each their own. Okay, so let's advance here. Let's go to the brackets. And that is going to be Tzeentch in the grand finals against either Lizardmen or Vampire Counts. I actually have never seen either of those matchups in land battle, so I really don't know how that's going to be going. All right, so jumping out. Cool. And now let's find the other game. Alfred versus Bob. Okay, what is the password they have here? They have some mysterious password, which I am not privy to. Tzeentch and... Okay, Tzeentch and... No, not Tzeentch. Bob and Alfred. Okay, perfect. All right, cool. So they got to send me the super secret password here. Let's see what's going. I forgot to change it. Okay, no problem. No problem, I got it. Got the password. And we are in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. And the other semifinal with Tzeentch awaiting. This one is going to be Bob Tresh versus Alfredinho. So Vampire Counts and Tzeentch, in my experience, seem really dominant in land battles. Like when you put them in the hands of top players, they just seem so strong. What's the bracket looking like? I wonder how many people got it right. Yeah, I wonder how many people got it right. Crazy stuff. Okay, so we're in. It is going to be the Lizardmen versus the Vampire Counts. Yes. How does Vampire Counts counter Tzeentch? I think Vampire Counts are really good at chasing down skirmishers. If you try and use skirmish cav against Vampire Counts, they can use Fellbats and Direwolves to just chase you, and you're not going to get away. Usually, I bet you Moffat will switch it up and go with a box, or some sort of like a defensive type build with like Chaos Spawn and that sort of thing. I don't think he can. The playstyle you've seen from him, I don't think would work. Yeah, I don't think it would work. Okay, so players can start whenever they're ready. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost there. Yeah, I don't think you want to play mobile against Vampire Counts. Maybe. I mean, Tzeentch might be able to do it. I guess you can go Chaos Knights and Soul Grinder and stuff and maybe try and defend that way. Use like Furies to kill Direwolves. You know, maybe Tzeentch could do it. Maybe Tzeentch could do it. Hank says, if the Counts win to the Lizards, I got the final correct. That's pretty impressive. Finals are best of 3. So they get multiple chances on the grand finals. Yeah. It is best of 3. Okay, where are we at? Okay, where are we at? Cool. Battle started. Was just making sure all the settings were set. If you could goon vampire count characters, yeah, that's what this really comes down to. It's like, if vampire counts could avoid the gooning, they usually outgrind the lizards, but oh my god, look at this build from Bob! It's a Dread Saurian, Slann, double Rev Crystal, triple Temple Guard box. Oh my god, look at that. That is some wild shit, man. We are at the semifinal, yes, the sweatier factions are emerging. The haggard, hard to play factions like the Empire are down to the pits. That's what's going down here. All right, guys. Dread Saurian is here. I know everyone loves a good Dread Saurian appearance. It's always good. And we do have the Slann of Life. It's going to be a Skink Chief. We have double Bastillodon Rev Crystal. And then we do also have the Dread Saurian as well. So that's pretty strong. You guys get the idea. Dread Saurian kills the enemy monsters. You know, you heal, you grind. There's no Mortis engine. You just do your thing. So it's very, very hype. And it is going to be the dreaded Barona's Time Warp box build, yes, for the melee attack. It's pretty fun. The classic Felcon. Now, looking here at ye old vampire counts, it's going to be very similar to what we saw earlier against the Warriors of Chaos. It's Graveguard, Great Weapons, Zombies. We got Crypt Horrors up in the sky. We got Vargeists, Blood Dragon Lord. Blood Dragon Lord's like a scalpel. He can dig out like any sort of a threat for sure. So yeah, it's going to be good. One sec here. All right, outstanding. And we are good to go. My boy, the dreaded Dread Saurian. Yes, indeed. Yes. Come forth, Crypt Horrors. These guys have recently been nerfed a little bit. They got a cost increase, but they're still very good. They have high mass and they can block up the dinos. Now, Temple Guard trade pretty effectively for sure. I'm really eager to see if Bob's Temple Guard box can pull this out. I wonder, now, for all of you guys who have been maybe playing more land battles than I have, how do both vampire counts and Lizardmen fare into Tzeentch? I wonder who would be better in that matchup. I feel like the Lizards could definitely do well because they have a lot of healing. So they could just bring Rev Crystals, and with all the cheesy Tzeentch sniping, they can just kind of like heal and heal and heal. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. It is a very grindy build. He does have one Chameleon Skank, which is usually what you do. You just park it in the middle of the box, and oh my god, it's actually a box. It is actually a box. Oh my god, look at it. This is land battles, baby. Let's go. We got the dreaded boxes. Yes, bring them on. So it's going to be Star Chamber Guardians backed up by Temple Guard, and we do also have we have some Slann, some Dread Saurians, all sorts of good stuff. All sorts of good stuff. So Tzeentch is in the grand finals right now. Tzeentch is waiting. This is literally a Warhammer 2 Felcon build. Felcon has done this before, but Felcon typically plays wider. But yeah, against vampire counts, he would have probably have done something like this. I would wager. So top 3 for land battles and top 3 for domination is very different. Yeah. So he did not bring Winds of Death. No, he does have Gaze of Nagash and a little bit of sniping. Honor or Death. Well, aren't they already dead? So I guess it's just kind of like, I guess it's just Honor. Yeah. We will see, my friends. We will see. Here they come. The undead Rohirrim prepare to charge. All right, one sec here. All right. Some of the players had questions. You guys ready to see some high quality bumping and grinding? Always a good time. Elite Lizard stuff is fun. Yeah, it's great. I mean, double Rev Crystal is very scary. Like, double Rev Crystal can do a lot of healing. Are they waiting for me? They're not. Okay, I was just making sure. By the way, for anybody who's participating in Match Madness, how are you guys doing? What is it looking like? Dude, the only thing about Domination Faction War is that's going to take a long-ass time. This is already going to be like almost 7-hour stream. And the fact I might have to split the Domination one into 2 days. Because it's just gonna take too long otherwise. Yeah, that would be like a Saturday, Sunday type event type thing, like once a month. Because Domination games are probably like 2.5 times longer than land battles. Land battles are usually between 5 and 9 minutes, and new Dom is like 15 to 20 per game. Unless people concede earlier or just get smashed, which is totally a thing. Technically, it's not a box, it's a rectangle. That's true. That is true. Gaze of Nagash going down, but like, dude, this Dread Saurian does not give a shit. The Rev Crystals are going to be able to just heal this thing all day. Rev Crystals have so many charges, and yep, there it is. Rev Crystal going to heal this bad boy up, and that Winds of Magic from the Vampire Counts is not going to be doing a whole lot, as the Gaze of Nagash tries its best. The Bob moving up. He seems to be very prepared for this. That's one of the things about being in these Total War competitive clans like ODM, RTK, is that you get, like, there's such a wealth of knowledge amongst all the players in these clans that you can really, you know, design good builds because you have so much experience and knowledge to pull from, and oftentimes they'll sit together and like scheme the builds, and it's very strong. Yeah, that was an overcasted gaze. When you overcast gaze, I'm pretty sure it increases the armor piercing damage. But, you know, the Rev Crystal, a single charge from your Rev Crystal, which you have 6 of them, just basically countered that. So it didn't really do as much as Alfredino would have wanted, I'm sure. Chameleon Skink's poking up. Vampire counts are waddling slowly. They are moving fast, according to the zombies. Vampire counts usually just kind of poke and harass anyways until the zombies get there. I really like the Skink Chief pick on the ground. I feel like that's nice. Oh my god, is the Dread Saurian going to go for it? It looks like he was going to for a second, but nope, back into the safety box. Here we get the Chameleon Skinks. They're going to have to retreat back to the formation. A little bit of a blunder from Bob. He might lose this, but it looks like his box is going to move there and should be able to liberate these Chameleon Skinks. They'll take a little bit more damage than they wanted to, but you want to get those guys back. You could use a Rev Crystal to even save some of them. So Zombie summons up, and it looks like the battle is on, so we know where the old world's fate is going to be decided here. You get the zombies moving in, Direwolves as well. Direwolves going to get crumped pretty hard. Obviously, the Temple Guard. Is he going to use Barona's Time Warp? I don't think you want to pull the trigger on that yet. I think you want to wait for the Vampire counts to commit more. They're going to be losing zombies here, and we do get the big Blood Dragon Lord moving in. So the Dread Saurian is probably going to move across and start crumping this guy. Oh, yeah, he's moving. He's coming for it. You better watch out, man. Looks like the Blood Dragon Lord is able to kind of get away by the hair on his chin there. The Stillodon Rev Crystal is just kind of healing. Temple Guard grinding against zombies, and now the Vampire counts have pulled the trigger. They have put their pedal to the gas. They have pushed the Nitro button, and we see all the big, scary, you know, Cryptors and different units like that piling in here. So Star Chamber Guardians are going to be pretty MLG. Shield of the Old Ones, plus the healing of the Rev Crystals is very, very strong. Zombie summons being perpetually dropped in the back line while the Temple Guard continue to grind and trade. Vargheist moving in, a little bit of a wild one, although we do have an isolation here. So if you look right here, you can see we have an isolated Bastillodon, which is kind of away from the pack. This one's also a little bit isolated, so there's an opportunity to maybe get the Blood Dragon Lord and start, you know, picking out some of the Bastillodons here. We'll have to see. Some of the Vargheist a little bit trapped on the ground. Temple Guard with the Barona's Time Warp is active, so their melee attack is going to be pretty fat. This one unit of Star Chamber Guardians, though, getting a little bit beat up by the Cryptors, and it looks like the Toad tried to snipe the Necromancer, but that didn't work out. Oh yeah, that's right. Lore of Life probably would have just been better here. Like, if you got like a big Dwellers Below on this like front fight, I think you just win it, right? Like, it's just like crushes that army there. But the Lizards are going to be consolidating their forces. Temple Guard trading reasonably well. Trading is still favoring Alfredino, but it's not taking into account the healing that the Lizardmen have access to. Here in the back, we got the cohort of Sotek battling against what appears to be just 2 zombies. And yeah, the dogs are just waiting for something to break, and then they're just going to try and chase it away there. So it's always been a pretty miserable matchup, to be fair, but there still are some fun elements here. Star Chamber Guardians getting the Rev Crystal, they're actually shaken, but those units are very, very tough to break. But they are fighting the entire front of the vampires, right? Like Cryptors and Graveguard and a lot of very, very scary units. Here you can see the Blood Dragon Lord is able to get the good goon on the Bastillodon with the Rev Crystal. And the Blood Dragon Lord here, yeah, getting a lot of damage. It seems like the battle is starting to favor Alfredino. The momentum of the lizard monsters, unless they get like a really good goon in isolation. And why did he not bring a net? Like, bringing nets of Amatoch could have been really good for like netting down the Blood Dragon Lord and getting a lot of damage. Temple Guard are able to clean out that flank. Vargheist are crumbling down, and you know, the value lead again is for Alfred, but there's still healing on the table. I feel like the Light Slan and the Barona's Time Warp isn't performing as he kind of expected it to. Dread Saurian going to be moving in. It looks like the Blood Dragon Lord trying to land there, but the Dread Saurian is getting on top of the Necromancer, doing some good damage, and Barona's Time Warp is going to put the melee attack up to 75 on this thing. Man, Dread Saurians only have 29 melee defense, very, very low. Now, are the Star Chamber Guardians still going? They are. Looking at the value accrued, Star Chamber Guardians have probably done well. Dread Saurian is going to be battling against the big guy. He's going after the Blood Dragon Lord, but not quite able to kind of get the break there. Shield of the Old Ones, 20% ward save, basically to your entire army. That is indeed very, very strong. Cohort of Sotek, as well as Temple Guard, fighting relatively well. And the Dread Saurian is going to be going after the Cryptors for now, and yeah, whatever he can basically get. You can see Invocation going down. I think he resurrected a couple of the Vargheist there. Very, very good stuff. Looks like the Vargheist going to be diving in. Temple Guard, though, are waiting for them. Temple Guard will trade very cost-effectively. And the Dread Saurian is trying, but it's getting very beat up. I don't know if 2 Rev Crystals are going to be able to kind of maintain this whole army. This is where having a Life Slan would be exponentially better, because you would just heal this Dread Saurian to like full health, and you would use Dwellers Below in the Graveguard box, and I think you just really, really punish them for sure. So Temple Guard are trying their best. The Vampires, though, have a lot of Graveguard great weapons left. They don't have any magic to punish the Vampire Blobs either, which is certainly very painful. Pretty healthy Cryptors back here. Dire Pack is in weak binding. But Lizards are looking awfully enveloped right now. It's becoming Battle of the Bastards from Game of Thrones. We have 74 Temple Guard here. We got 39 Temple Guard here, which are basically just grinding into zombies, which is not really how they want to be spending their time. That is for sure. And the dog's trying to get in there, but, you know, not having a great fight. Alfredino with very, very clean cycle charging. It's been very, very good. Going to be moving into the Bastiladon with the Rev Crystal, and that bad boy is going to be out. And with that, I think that's going to be the straw that broke the Lizard's back. It's a very vampire count favored matchup in my experience, but I think Dweller's Blood would have been better. I think he could have won the front line that way, at least. Like 2 or 3 Dwellers on those really static vampire Graveguard positions would have been big money. All right, so now we're on to the grand finals. And if you guys thought these last couple games were sweaty, you have seen nothing yet. Just wait till you see this. So with that, vampire counts are going to be ascending to the grand finals versus Moffat. And let me get the lobby up. GG, well played. Yeah, Alfredino's a very, very scary land battle player. Okay. Grand final. All right, cool. Do that. Do this. Surprise, it's domination. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be pretty funny. Okay. So let's go ahead and get these guys. So let's get to the Discord. Moffat and Alfred. Remember, finals are best of 3. I will pick maps in lobby. All right. So they're going to be joining up here. The first map is we're going to take it to the Bone Zone for the first map. Welcome to the Bone Zone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure the deployment is fine on this one, right? I don't think there's any issues with that. So we're going to do the Bone Zone here for the first one. Surprise domination finals. I think Moffat's been playing more Dom. I don't know. I'll have to go take a look. So let me set this up. So Moffat's going to be player 1. Alfred will be player 2. Let's switch it to the best of 3. And 0-0. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be a really interesting one. Moffat's certainly doing the changer proud. Zeech is very happy with his champion's performance here today. Alfred will be joining in just a second. It's going to be the Pillar of Bone for the map. Hopefully the deployment zones are fine for this one. All right, so we'll do Bone Zone, and then we'll do like a more open map. I mean, they're both like melee-ish factions, so it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Here with the domination pick. Yeah, don't worry, we'll have domination faction wars too. But this is a tradition that I'm going to keep alive for all time. I love land battle faction wars. We've had so many good memories together. We have to keep the torch lit. Okay, so let me go to Total Tavern real quick and see. 1 second. So now that we're more or less done with the brackets, we can pull this up here. Okay. Hold on, guys. Let me fix this. Fix this. There we go. So we can go to the leaderboard. Leaderboard's here. Okay. So Moffat, yeah, Moffat is the number 3 ranked player in the world right now in domination. 16 wins and 2 losses is pretty crazy. Alfredino, I don't think has been playing as much. Dom, let's see. Alfredino's only played 1 tournament, and he won 2 and lost 1. So yeah, he's definitely probably been focusing more on land battle. It's hard to say. But eventually we'll have a land battle leaderboard as well. You can see all the cool stuff here. I'll get your haggard boy Turin here at number 11. Just need to get a tournament win, get to that top 5. Yeah, it's been great though, man. It's been fun. Been fun. Got all the avatars unlocked. We got a couple tournaments coming up, just to announce. If you guys want to see an unholy, like 14-hour tournament, there's going to be one tomorrow. Platypus is doing a newbie tournament tomorrow, so you can go here and see that. So that's just going to be absolutely wild. 134 people signed up, and guys, it's double elimination, which double elimination means you have to lose twice to get out of the tournament. So it's like, let me show you what that looks like. Yes, midweek madness. Okay, so this was a recent tournament we had. Yeah, like, so you lose here and then it sends you to a loser's bracket. So there are so many games. And with 130, we just added this on the website. So we have double elim now. So I'll run double elimination for smaller tournaments probably. It does take a long time. Anticity is running a domination tournament on the 12th and also a beginner tournament on the 12th. Oh, he's running 2 tournaments simultaneously. Wow. That's going to be a lot of admin work, but it should be fun. All right. Well, anyways, guys, that's what's going on with the multiplayer scene. Looks like Alfredino is ready. Pillar of Bone stands at the ready as well. I'm finally starting to sweat a little bit. I'm glistening here. Let's open the door, get some cool air in, man. Oh yeah. 24-hour tournament. Anticity should have a scurvy dog. I don't know what he has as his avatar. Yeah, vampire counts got buffed by CA, which is weird. Like, they were already like a top tier dominant faction, and then they're like, I think that vampire counts need buffs to come up to par with other factions probably in campaign, which is not true because they were already strong in campaign. And then they're just like these terrors, but they can be beaten for sure. But yeah. Oh my god, look at Moffat's build. Doom Knights, Chaos Knights, a Flamer of Tzeentch. Oh, the Burning Chariot, Horsemen, and Kairos. Oh my god, that build is degenerate. Holy shit, look at this. Nick says, Anticity is too powerful. Yeah, dude, Anticity is very scary, especially in Dom. He did get defeated by Random Nicks today, though. Random Nicks gave him the business in the first round a little bit. It was a great match, though. It was a good match. Anticity is always a terrifying opponent. He's very technical and really just knows the mechanics of the game, like, in and out. Dude, these builds are just pure filth. Like, this is like the pinnacle of land battle filth right here. So we got Kairos Fateweaver, we got Blues, Screamers, Mass Air Force Dominance build from Tzeentch, looking to just dominate the skies. And for the vampire counts, we have what appears to be Chillgeists, some doggies here, some Black Knights. We have a Lamian Vampire Lord backed up by a second Vampirus with Fellbats. Oh my god, this is just so foul. This is just so foul, dude. See, if it were me on Tzeentch, I would just be mouth breathing with a halberd box and be like, it's gonna work, I swear. But no, Moffat clearly has the intent of winning here. Tzeentch and vampire counts, yeah, I know. It is. It is. No, I agree, Hadrius. That's a great point. It's a great point. Yeah, I don't know why vampire counts got buffed though. Somebody at Creative Assembly probably just has a hard on for them and just like, oh yeah, they'll rise to their glory once more in Warhammer 3 and be the tyrant. Just some villain in the depths of CA's offices who just loves them. They've just always been tyrannical. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is on. The Burning Chariot. I mean, it's going to be easy for Moffat to obey the attacking rules. He just moves up and throws javelins at random shit while he tries to snipe with Kairos. That's basically it. The javelins are just an excuse to do whatever he wants with his like magic and characters. Now, in domination, it's not an issue because you just play the objectives, and you know if your opponent wants to run around and kind of use magic, that's fine. They're losing on objectives, and also resummons are a thing. But here, it's a little bit more problematic for sure. So Kairos is here. Vampire counts are going to hunt down everything on the ground, and that's going to be the tricky part. The Hex Wraiths are a little bit vulnerable in this Tzeentch matchup. There's a lot of magic damage, Like, the Knights of Immolation should wreck the Chill Guys, right? Like, the Chill Guys seem like a little bit of a strange choice. Oh, look at that! The Scepter of Stability! It gives him 40% magic resist for that sniping attempt from Moffat. So reducing damage by 40% is pretty substantial, right? So to be curious to see how they change up their builds, because this is a best of 3, right? So the Screaming Chariot gets a little bit of Jackie going, but it's already being attacked by Fellbats. And the Vampire Goon Squad probably going to be just hunting down this squad here, this Chariot. But the Doom Knights do move in, and the Vampire... Okay, one Vampirus is going to be going after the Chariot to make sure it doesn't do anything. Doom Knight's getting attacked by the Big Lord here. Vampire of Shadows does have Pit of Shade, so going to be looking to Pit of Shade some units, but unfortunately there's not really too many good targets. And the Vampires are just pressing hard, which makes sense. They're moving up, they're trying to corral these Marauder Horsemen. We'll see if they're going to have any success. Chill Guys do get hit. Look at that. Chill Guys get hit with the Gaze of Fate from Kairos, which is very, very strong. And Chaos Fury is now going to be getting attacked. Horsemen throwing in there. And Tzeentch Horsemen do magic damage, right? So the Chill Guys seem like a very odd pick. Like, there's so much magic damage to really punish them here. Whereas something like Black Knights might have been a little bit more durable, although, I don't know. They still have that chilling aura, which is nice for, like, catching and harassing units. And Alfredino is just a relentless predator, man. Truly embracing his inner vampire here. As he chases down these Screamers. And the Chill Guys and Doggies, I mean, if these Horsemen get crumped off the battlefield for Moffat, that's going to be really, really scary. This is like, dude, I feel like I'm watching the grand finals of, like, some world championships. Super sweaty stuff here. But yeah, he's going to take the angle of pursuit, and for sure these Horsemen will probably pay some sort of a troll toll. Up in the sky here, we do see the Screamers of Tzeentch battling against the Vampire Lord. The Lamian Lord has lightning reflexes, which gives more ward save, and the Void Pendulum helps as well. And we do see a single unit of Horsemen getting crumped, although the Warp Flamer is getting a little bit of Dak over there. And yeah, one Horseman getting just absolutely hammered by these Chill Guys and by the Dire Pack. But the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch do engage, and the Chaos Knights get in there and might be able to get some healing going. But now the big Vampire Goon Squad is going to be landing. Is there going to be a Pit of Shades coming down? Oh, Zombie Summon most likely. So Zombie Summon Knight, not right on top of the Knights, but still getting a little bit of work in there. Moffat, of course, is up in value, which is pretty much to be expected in the initial engagements. And the Tzeentch army ability coming in once again. So the Burning Chariot of Tzeentch, yeah, the Chill Geists were the weird pick. Like, the chill guys just kind of strange here. They just, like, are so easy to kill. It kind of just gave Moffat, like, 1,500 value. The Black Knights seem much more cost-effective and hard to kill. They do get in there, and they're able to kind of crump some more horsemen, so horsemen getting pounded. But overall, Moffat seems to be doing very well. His Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are just so solid and so cool on their big new horses. Like, they're not using those haggard ponies anymore. And the Vampire Lords, maybe with a big Pit of Shades, he can get back into the game. I feel like Alfredino's army is for sure struggling a little bit here. Got some Graveguard in the trees, but Moffat is really doing well in the skirmish game. Granted, his horsemen are relatively damaged. One unit of horsemen might actually break off the battlefield here. And the vampires, again, do have access to healing and some really good gooning. So you always got to put some respect on it. Also, another thing to consider is that the Burning Chariot is a unit that is very terrible once it runs out of ammo. Like, it's really not going to provide much of anything to the game. So Moffat continuing to get us a little bit of a circle here. Black Knights trying to chase down Marauder Horsemen. You can see they're trying to chase them to the edge of the battlefield. Granted, the Doom Knights, the Knights of Immolation might be able to kind of get some jump there. And, you know, even if you guys are Domination players, you can learn a lot from, like, because Domination it definitely has more similarities to land battles now with its new variant. So, like, a lot of the tactics, not all of them, but, like there's certain things like Knights of Immolation being a decent kind of hammer piece for Tzeentch. I think there's a lot to be learned. Because Moffat uses very similar tactics in Domination. Although, a little bit more infantry focused, obviously. So big Invocation going down. That's going to be healing up the Vampire Lord. And Kairos going to be dropping oh, he misses! That was a whiff, dude! The Vampirist going to be chasing down the Burning Chariot, which I feel like you just kind of ignore, actually. Like, is that Burning Chariot actually a threat to you? The Marauder Horseman kind of circling about. Alfredino going to be attacking here. Looks like Chaos Furies are going to be sent in to try and free up the Chaos Knights. So the Chaos Knights are getting hunted pretty heavily. And Regrowth going down from Kairos. Kairos has a really good kit of spells for sure. But the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch maybe going to get trapped. The zombie summons have been just off. Moffat just barely dodges it. But a lot of the Chaos Knights do get trapped here. And the Vampire counts are scrapping. Dude, these are just such high-level players, man. That zombie summon, he traps the Chaos Knights. He does have his Black Knights and Dire Pack here with the zombie summon. There's going to be a little bit of flamethrower action, but the Burning Chariot barely has any pressure left. So Tzeentch army ability going down. Lightning Reflexes is going to give that 20% ward save, so it'll mitigate some of that damage. And the Burning Chariot also gets a big payload in there. And it looks like Alfred is going to be trying to maneuver, where the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch did get crumped. So Chaos Knights of Tzeentch got absolutely hammered right there. So those bad boys did get taken down. They're broken. That gave the Vampire counts quite a bit of value, but their army is just looking so beat up. Although the Vampirists here are doing good work. Doom Knights are still full health. I wonder where they're going to go. Maybe go drop some Immolations on the Graveguard, different things like that. The Lamian Lord does get the Scroll of Shielding as well as the Invocation, man. So much value there. And now the Black Knights are really going to be punishing the mobility. Yeah, they're going to probably be able to harry some of these guys off the battlefield. And the Dire Pack is still somewhat numerous. They have 22 models as well, and they are doing some serious work. Now, remember, the Grand Finals here are best of 3, so players will have an opportunity to kind of revisit their builds and mix things up a little bit. But the Black Knight's going to be going after the Marauder Horsemen here. Might be able to route them off the edge of the battlefield. We get more Marauder Horsemen maybe looking to push into the Dire Pack here. We'll have to see. Burning Chariot's still a thing. You know, that it can kind of attack in melee a little bit and apply some fire damage and Warp Flame, but not the most useful unit. And where's the Vampirist? The Vampirist is alive, although I don't know what Alfred's doing with it. The Vampirist probably needs to come over here and help. Yeah, I think he just forgot about it. But I would imagine it will be on its way. Black Knight's chasing, trying to get these Marauder Horsemen off the battlefield. Moffat is shown to have pretty insane micro on that for sure. Now, Gaze of Fate going down on the Lamian Lord. Scepter of Stability is going to be helping with spell resist, but it doesn't help against magic damage. And that Lamian Lord probably needs to land on the ground and try and get to some of the Graveguard here, because the Lamian Lord is being circle beaten by the Burning Chariot, by the Doom Knights of Immolation, and now the Lamian Vampire Lord's going to be lowering down onto the ground, trying to get over to the Graveguard here. And Moffat does pull ahead a little bit in the bounce of power, having really successfully gooned that Lamian Lord. Lamian Lord's going to be on the run. Vampire counts coming in. We have the two sweaty factions going at it, which is pretty funny. Tzeentch, of course, not quite as strong in Domination, but still a very good faction in Domination. I mean, almost every faction is viable in Dom now except High Elves. Like, High Elves and Bretonnia are probably two of the weaker ones, but really, in the new Dom mode, I think almost every faction can be played viably, which is pretty cool to say. Whereas, High Elves just remain in the pits of hell, and that is something. Yep, so some people commenting about the value. And the big difference is Vampire counts have a shit ton of healing. So that kind of changes the dynamic of things. So it looks like there's going to be a snipe attempt going down here. The Doom Knights are going to be moving up, and Marauder Horsemen are pushing in as well. Alfredino going to be getting attacked by the Doom Knights in the sky. The Doom Knights are on their way in, and the Lamian Lord is going to be going fisticuffs, trying to take down the big chicken. Balance of Power is getting a little bit more Tzeentch favored at this point, and Tzeentch just kind of chilling out, having this big fight up in the sky with the Knights of Immolation. They, of course, do fire damage? No, they don't. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do fire damage. That's really going to be nullifying the healing of the vampires, which is really strong. Some Javelin Fire going in here, and it looks like the Lamian Vampire Lord is going to be biting the bullet. Landing on the ground for now. Tzeentch army ability going down, and man, this has been such a scrappy game here. If the Vampire Lord can somehow survive, like, there might be a chance. Like, vampires are that scary. We get a little bit of Daka coming in from the Marauder Horsemen here. Marauder Horsemen here are out of ammo, and we do have some Chaos Furies over here on the other side. Knights of Immolation going to be attacking in once again, going after the Vampire Lord of Shadows. And the Lamian Lord is in critical binding with about 600 HP. I wonder if the Lamian Lord has access to any sort of invocations right now. Landing on the ground, just like kind of baiting a little bit. Oh, did he just lure the Kairos down to the ground? He might have, man. Alfred with the sweat. He's able to lure down Kairos Fateweaver here. Kairos getting a little bit beat up, and is he going to be able to get away? Yeah, it looks like the other Vampire Lord gets in there. The Doom Knights are maybe going to pile in and help. Dude, Alfred with the sweaty bait. And now the rest of the Tzeentchian forces are going to need to engage. I don't think he's attacking. Yeah, the Doom Knights are attacking, though, so that counts as attacking. But he is getting a fair amount of damage here. It looks like the Knights of Immolation trying to get a bombardment there. Marauder Horsemen thinking about engaging there. Doom Knights will be attacking in right now. Furies also piling in. And the Marauder Horsemen getting ready for a big fight. Zombie Summon here is going to be very, very clutch. And the Vampirus is actually still putting a little bit of damage here on Kairos Fateweaver. So, yeah, it's getting in there. Yeah, Kairos is at about 6,000 HP, so certainly able to kind of break him a little bit. Doom Knight's pulling back, and the Lamian Vampire Lord does have the hunger. Gets a big shot here on Kairos. Looks like it broke through his shields, but then Furies are committing to the fight. Black Knights should be able to kind of hunt those Furies down, I would imagine. And yeah, it looks like Alfred is just going to be going pedal to the metal to try and hunt down Kairos here. Keeping the Vampirus on Kairos is quite strong. Now we do see the Chaos Furies of Tzeentch kind of getting melted from Moffat, and the Burning Chariot is just like haggardly running through some of these units here. Meanwhile, the Marauder Horsemen there, I'm not sure what they're doing, just kind of idling a little bit. Sword of Antiheroes and Immortal Will activated on the Vampirus. Balance of power is pretty even. And it looks like there's going to be some magic going down. Big damage! The Lamian Lord is probably going to bite the bullet here. Blue Fire, obviously, very, very good here. And talk about the sweatiest of sweat battles. I can smell it for sure. It's happening. So Tzeentch getting a little bit of work in. Tzeentch is going to need to attack here, so Horsemen are moving in. See, the thing is, I really hate having to watch attacking rules. It's probably one of my least favorite things. But he does attack into the zombies, which is, of course, bang the attacking rules. And, yeah, Kairos Fateweaver up in the sky. Going to be battling against the Vampirus. Oh my god, the Lamian Lord is alive with 180 HP. And is still able to get kills to the bitter end. It's going to actually have to commit a fair amount of Tzeentchian forces to get this. Which is just crazy. And Kairos getting in there, 12 HP on the Lamian Lord. Oh my god. I think it's just a monster. Right now, you can see Kairos Fateweaver going to be trying to get away. Pit of Shades actually pulls a couple of the Doom Knights in. So it looks like some of them are kind of getting tickled there by that. Marauder Horsemen throwing their javelins into the Graveguard Great Weapons. Lamian Vampire Lord still in this. Balance of power is pretty damn even. I mean, there's still a fair amount. Kairos is going to run out of magic eventually. Eventually he will. And the forces of Tzeentch will have to move in there. Doom Knight's going to be going after the Vampirus, which is obviously very, very strong here. So there they go. The Vampirus has an ability called Immortal Will, which is a self-heal ability. So that's how the Vampirus is able to kind of get that value. So Tzeentch army ability is going to be coming down here. I think the Doom Knights are chasing the Vampirus, which of course counts as the attacking rule. And looking around, we do have the Horsemen just kind of chilling out. A little Tzeentch army ability, going to be getting so much damage there. And the Vampirus with the Immortal Will going to be dropping down to the ground once again. They're still, we have the dreaded... Oh my god, he brought the Tithe! He brought the Tithe zombies, dude. That is so funny. That is so funny. Well, he's going to have to attack with something here. He's sitting back a little bit. And is going to have to move in. So we will see. If he doesn't attack soon, I'll give him a warning here. Looks like the Horsemen are going to be sent in, because you can't just sit there and use magic all day. You have to move in. It's been a really good match so far. Very sweaty. But of course, when the games get sweaty, so too does the rule situation. That Vampirus though has been getting some work in. I mean, Kairos is getting beaten up. Alfredinho has kind of pulled the balance of power back a little bit. But there's a chance that you just don't have enough to deal with this, right? Like Alfredinho is moving after him. And, the Tzeentch army is out of ammo. So we got 0 ammo here, 0 ammo here, 0 ammo here. The Doom Knights will need to engage. I'll go give them a warning in Discord now. So, all right, so Moffat, ammo, you'll need to attack. Or stay constantly with something. All right, so I just gave him a little bit of a warning there. Looks like he's committing. So he didn't even see my message probably. So Marauder Horsemen have moved into combat. The Burning Sled is now in combat as well. Alfredinho able to kind of bump and grind that thing down. So obviously the Vampire is able to get some good work in there. And this is the smart play. You commit 1 horseman at a time to obey the attacking rule, but you don't leave too many in there. And Yeah, here comes the Screamers of Tzeentch, maybe looking to get in there. The Vampires still have a Necromancer with a Forbidden Rod and just a fair amount of power here. Here we see the Burning Chariot getting chased off, but Alfred should be able to pull these guys back here. So as it pertains to the attacking rules, like you can't, like the Vampires can't actually catch Tzeentch. Like they can waddle after them, but they can't actually catch them. But this could have been a potential throw by Alfred. We do see a Pit of Shades coming down. Pit of Shades could be pretty devastating. That actually does free up the Vampirus. That's going to force a bit of a scatter there. So that was a very, very good pit because that could have been a potentially throwing play right there. All right, so we'll see it. And Marauder Horsemen on the other side. We do get the Screamers of Tzeentch engaging as well. Black Knight's able to kind of drag some of those guys down. Marauder Horsemen are pretty close to breaking. It looks like there's going to be another blue fire going down. And the Tzeentch Air Force is back up in the sky. Shields are regenerating, which is one of the reasons why Tzeentch is so degenerate in land battles. They can really just barely obey the attacking rules, and then they just they regenerate their shields. Vampires are kind of in a similar boat. They have a lot of healing, so they can do something very similar here. So he charges in the Marauder Horsemen, and the Doom Knights are coming in here to attack. It would appear. We'll have to see. Looks like the Knights might be doing an immolation drop. It's hard to say. I know, Random Mix. It's painful for sure. So the Vampire of Shadows pulling about. Looks like there's going to be a Knight of Immolation drop here, and it does do some good damage against the Vampire Army. Nothing too crazy. Marauder Horsemen move in, but then he doesn't actually stay and fight is the problem. So probably I'm going to have to punish him for this. Because he moves in and like pretends like he's charging, but then he pulls back at the last second and continues to cheese the Lord, right? So he's not really fighting. It's very tricky. I might have to do a replay review of this, unfortunately. Attacking rule says temporary lapses in fulfilling the attacking rule should be excused. So if he's not attacking for a few seconds, it's still, it's close though. I guess with cycle charging, but yeah, maybe I'll consult someone who actually knows the land battle rules better than me because I'm mostly focused on domination right now. It's a little bit precarious. So Kairos is in there, still a shitload of vampire units. We got the Chaos Furies of Tzeentch moving in there as well. Well, the vampires can't catch them. The entire pacing of the battle is dependent on Tzeentch attacking, right? Like the vampires are all shitty zombies and Graveguard and things like that, which I don't even know if they're going to be able to kill, to be completely honest. It's hard to say. We do see the Chaos Furies moving in, a little bit of cycle charging. And, yep, Doom Knights are pulling back, regenerating the shields. That's kind of the tricky thing with Tzeentch, because what they can do is they pull back and they can regenerate their shields, and they can cycle charge with the units who already have their shields regenerated. And they can generally do some very scary stuff. Marauder Horsemen moving in. Looks like there's going to be a very big charge there. And then they pull back, of course. Refreshing that glory. This is the land battles that everybody knows and loves for sure. Kairos Fateweaver is on the run. The Vampirus is still somewhat healthy with 1500 HP. I have a feeling Kairos is out of magic at this point. We do get the Doom Knights moving in, but yeah, just very cagey cycle charging here. Trying to do whatever he can. Tzeentch coming back down, going to be landing against the Vampirus. The Vampire of Shadows is going to be attacking here. Kairos Fateweaver getting a little bit trapped up here though. Looks like a Gaze of Fate going down, or no, that was actually just one of Kairos' attack animations. But the Vampirus is able to kind of give the damage back. He's still at 5400 HP, so Kairos really hasn't taken much damage at all over the course of this battle. Moffat going to be charging in, but the Tithe doesn't have enough DPS to really break through the shields is kind of the problem here. And the Doom Knights are just like lurking out here, right? Yeah. So here they come. Vampirus of Shadows moving after Kairos Fateweaver. Getting some damage. Shields are being worn down slowly. The Graveguard Grey Opens are, of course, charging in, trying to support the Burning Chariot, if I'm not mistaken, moving in. So the Burning Chariot was able to get a decent little charge there. Let's see. All right, so where are you at? I wonder how much value that Burning Chariot has gotten over the course of this game. Marauder Horsemen going to be charging in there, hammering into the zombies. The Knights of Immolation, I don't even know how many charges they have left. Alfredino is basically just in a blob that just has to waddle after the nearest target. You better be careful not to blob up too much, though, because he could just get Knights of Immolated here. The Knights of Immolation could do some big damage. So another charge right there. We see the Vampire of Shadows continuing to fight. Oracle of Eternity does get 44% ward save, but his shields are now officially broken. So he could be getting attacked here. We'll see. He takes a little bit of damage. It looks like the Haggard Zombie Claws able to get in there. And the Tzeentch Knights, man, the Knights of Immolation are just doing such work. But the Graveguard Grey Weapons are probably going to be one of the tougher elements for Tzeentch to actually kill. We have one Graveguard Grey Weapon, I guess. I guess the rest of it's just kind of like zombies. Pit of Shades might still be here. Sword of Anti-Hero is getting a little bit of work done. And Kairos is down to 4900 HP, dude. This is like the ultimate sweat battle, 100%. Alfredino just microing like an absolute maniac. Some Marauder Horsemen just move back and forth and just sort of remaining confident in their trades. The Vampirus hunting, but got to be careful. Now going to get countercharged by Kairos. Zombie Summon here could be pretty strong, actually. The Vampirus is a little bit surrounded. I think Immortal Will is probably off because he's heal capped. Sword of Antihero is still getting good damaging. Kairos actually at about 3,000 HP, so Alfredino might be able to pull this one back. So you're reading the attacking rules, cycle charging at a reasonable pace. Is attacking, disengaging. Yeah, so I guess technically he's probably obeying the rules, which is pretty wild for sure. Pretty wild, but that's, you know, that's the nature of land battles. So Vampire of Shadows is here. Attacking, the Staff of Tomorrow is there. Somehow Kairos healed. He was at like 30. Did he use a regrowth? He must have had a regrowth. The Vampirist hasn't been hit in a long time. And we do see some of the Tzeentch units getting a little bit worn down, so some of the Marauder Horsemen getting quite damaged. And the Burning Chariot is actually dying here. Alfredino is pulling the Balance of Power back, which is pretty crazy. So they're going after it. Kairos Fateweaver is on the run. The Burning Chariot is dead, which is a huge win for the Vampires, like a massive, massive win. Because looking at the army, it's pretty freaking tattered for Tzeentch, man. And we do see the Marauder Horseman move in, but he kind of like charges it, but doesn't actually charge, and then just pulls back at the last second is what I've noticed. So it's like really, really borderline, which is unfortunately a shame. Yeah, I hate that you have to say, yeah, I know. Well, that's why we focus on domination mostly, is because of this kind of stuff. So Knights of Immolation going to be circling back around, and the Vampires of Shadows. Honestly, Vampires are actually in a pretty good position to win this game. Like Kairos regenerating a shield right now. Doom Knights are doing their thing. Like, see, he's not attacking here. He's just running, and dropping that bombardment doesn't count as attacking. Like he's definitely he's definitely breaking the attacking rules. He doesn't have any ammo, so he literally just magic kited there for like a good like 30 seconds. That was not reasonable. So if Tzeentch does end up quote unquote winning this game, we're probably gonna have to punish them for that, because they're literally just sitting there regenerating magic and dropping bombardments and not attacking, right? So in this case, we would probably give Alfredino the win, but we're gonna play the game out and see what happens anyways, because you know you never know. The sweat could pour, but that was for sure. That was for sure. Like that moment there, that like good 20 seconds of not attacking and just waiting for magic and abilities is definitely a problem. I could change my name, but it would change my... Hey, how's it going, Arrow? Hope you're doing well, dude. Are you just watching in the shadows? Your beloved land battles. Yes. I'm sure you're reminiscing on the old days of the banner rules, right? So Doom Knights are back, and it looks like the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch once again going to move in. Vampires still have a very healthy unit of Graveguard Grey Opens, I think, though. Yeah, the bombardments. So bombardment abilities, yeah, like abilities don't count as attacking. Yeah, the regenerating shields is a huge issue. Oh, I 100% agree. It's not a problem in Dom though. In Dom, you know, we have like the battle would have just been won by vampires on objectives. It kind of nullifies a lot of that kind of cheesy stuff, right? But you know, Moffat can keep scrapping if he wants to, but it's still going to be a game loss because people need to learn they can't do this. Like if they're going to play in these type of events, you just like this isn't not attacking here. Like he moves in, he charges, but you see he pulled back at the last second. He's not even actually charging with the units. So that's for sure going to be a rule break, 100%, because we've seen it over the course of the whole game. Kudos to Alfred for scrapping though, man. He's still staying in here despite this. Pretty clean gameplay from him so far. All right. So we do have the Marauder Horsemasters charging back in. Well, the vampires have no choice. For anybody saying like vampires is like OP too, like they only can waddle and attack. But you know, it's you have to have such rules for land battles, because if you don't, if this was like a ladder battle and there's, you know, what would happen is horsemen would just run in circles for 45 minutes while Tzeentch just cycle charges you with SEMs. There has to be rules for land battles, sadly, guys. No, I agree. I dislike having rules. That's why I focus on domination. Yeah, that's why I focus. Ice Power, I don't know him. I don't know who this. I just saw you won a land battle tournament, so that's it. So, all right. So Kairos Fateweaver's here. See, like no attacking. Like vampires are trying to shamble after them, but they can't catch him. See, this is 100% a rule break here. He's just sitting here, like regenerating magic, regenerating shields. Yeah, so it's fine. They can keep playing, but it's going to be a game loss and a victory for Alfred. So Marauder Horseman moving in once again. He does get the Vampirist this time, and we do get the Graveguard Great Weapons continuing to fight. There they go. Kairos pulling back with about 4,000 HP. It's going to be kind of tough. But I can notify them in Discord right now too, just to. But the thing is, it's going to be a game loss either way. So I'll give them the notification, and then they can decide if they want to play that. But he's not even attacking with the horseman, like really at all. Yeah. All right. So let me just go ahead and tell them. Okay. So Counts and Moffat. Multiple attacking rule breaches. Pulling back. Painting charge, pulling back before actual contact. Game 2. All right. So I just gave them the notification in Discord. Yeah, sorry guys, it just happens. You know, we had so many good games today and so many good moments showing what land battle can be. But you know, this is unfortunately when you get to high level money events, this is the kind of stuff that you run into. Which is such a shame, man. But I don't know if Moffat's checking Discord right now. But yeah, he's broken the attacking rule too many times. Yeah, I'm not, like he's probably going to charge properly now since I warned him. Yeah, you can see a proper charge now, right? But like earlier he would charge and pull back before he actually made contact. Where from a distance it looks like a charge, but then he wasn't actually. Now he's actually charging a little bit. But yeah, there's got to be some rules for that. Oh, well, I mean, Tzeentch is really problematic in land battles. The shield mechanic with infinite shield recharge, I got to tell you, when I was in giving feedback to Creative Assembly about this, I was like, dude, you have to cap the shield regen, at least in multiplayer, because in campaign, who gives a shit? Campaign, I could beat an entire campaign with zombie units, but in domination, it's really problematic. So the Knights of Immolation here, getting pounded. Yeah, he's staying in combat with them. Oh, he's actually trying to escape. Never mind. So. Once again, he's pulling back. Yeah. There you go. Here they come. Oh, it's a spicy chat, man. It always is. It's always got to be drama with land battles. It's, you know, it's got to remind me every now and then why I focus on Dom. All right, so yeah, Knights of Immolation going to break. It honestly looks like Alfred's just going to win the game anyways. Despite the massive cheesing attempts, I think Alfred still manages to win the game, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'd rather watch a blob than this. Oh, me too, dude. Me too. So Doom Knights are shaken. They keep getting pulled back into combat. You can see he's like trying to pull them back. And like the units don't even make contact. He just like moves in and touches them to like obey the attacking rule and then pulls back. It's like not even an actual charge. There's no sustained combat. This is so sweaty. There's not even a money prize. There's no money on this event. It's just a for fun event. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, yeah, the Knights of Immolation still just cycle charging. I still think Alfred honestly just wins it. I let them know in chat. Alfred probably knows it's over. He's just going to keep grinding it out because he's competitive, so. Yeah. But like, dude, this is just so haggard, man. The Doom Knights of Tzeentch keep getting pulled back into combat because some of the models are actually trapped, but they're steady. They're going to pull back up in the sky and let the regeneration. And Kairos is here. Is he actually going to commit to a fight? Yeah, he surrenders at that point. There's no prize for this event. It's just it's a fun showcase event. Yeah, there's no money. Yeah. And even still, Alfred still wins the game. Because there was no way. Eventually, the Graveguard would have won the fight. So, yeah, Alfredinho claims game one fair and square despite the rule breaks. Okay. Good luck in game two. Let's keep it more clean. All right. Perfect. And there we go. Okay, so for the next map, we will do... Let's do something fun. Eshin multiplayer. We could do Eshin. I think Eshin is still a decent map, right? Yeah, we can do that one. I don't know if this one got reworked to have like any weird win balances or anything. Random Nick, stop it, dude. Why are you such a troll? Why do you want to watch me suffer, you know? Why do you guys want to watch me suffer? You know, I've been getting comments for weeks like, oh, come on, let's get a land battle event. And I'm like, all right, we're going to do it. And I loved it up until this kind of stuff happens. You know, it's just like, oh. Yeah. But, you know, we got to be strict on the rules. Like, like that's a game loss. Even if Moffat had won it, we're giving him a game loss there. I told them earlier. I warned them at the beginning of the event and before that. I was like, let's keep it clean, obey the attacking rules. You know. Give Alfredinho a haggard icon for the win. Okay, I'm actually down for that. We'll give Alfredinho a tavern avatar. It'll be like a zombie getting like bombarded and just like trudging through it or something, you know? Yeah. All right, so they can do their builds here. I gave them warnings. Alfredinho won the first game despite the dreaded cheese. Yeah. Dude, you don't need to tell me, Pen. I'm suffering too. It was so fun. The faction war was so fun up until the end. Yeah, it was so fun. Hey, but you know, on the bright side, guys, you have to look at the bright side of life. We had so many fun games today. So many great matches with legends of the community, but it just shows why in a competitive environment, Dom is just a better format. Like, it just straight up is. Yeah. Yes, this matchup seems vampire count favored. Yeah, it does. It does. I think Tzeentch can play this matchup actually fair and square, or more fair. Yeah. Tzeentch has a 0% chance in this best of 3. You'd be surprised. Moffat is a very good player. Like, let's be honest. His micro is very good. You could see his micro is insane, but you know, some people just walk the edge of the rules, and he was fine earlier in the tournament. It was more so just this game. Yeah. So we'll see. Why is it... So for anybody who's new to LAN battles, many of you guys may have found my channel through Domination, Age of Empires, things like that. Warhammer 2 LAN battles and Warhammer 1 LAN battles have no victory conditions outside of killing the enemy army. Therefore, you can basically run in circles around the map, not attack your opponent. You can just wait for magic. There's nothing to really make you attack. Like in StarCraft, you have your base to defend. In Age of Empires, you have your base. There's sacred sites. There's wonders. In Dawn of War 2, there's objectives to be claimed, so your opponent can't like play those kind of ways. But in Total War, that's always been the problem. That's always been the problem. But it's gotten a little bit... Now we have domination mode. So, you know, there's objectives. So that's kind of, for me, the preferred multiplayer format. I still like playing LAN battles and doing casual events, but... Like, if I were to go to, let's say, like a sponsor, okay? Like Red Bull, or like a big kind of esports sponsor, and be like, hey, you know, I cast Total War games. I want to have a big Total War event, et cetera, right? And you tried to present to them LAN battles with like attacking rules that are community made and like are a little bit arbitrary and hard to enforce at times. It's just like that would never go as like an actual competitive format. Whereas Domination, you can pitch it in that way because it has conditions. There are things in Domination which aren't balanced, and there are some glaring issues with Domination mode, but it pales in comparison to games like that. Yeah. So game 2 here. Let's see what they can do. Anyways, hopefully that helped. Let's get this party started. No, not at all, Spud. Not at all, man. Trust me. Unless you've had the experience playing in tournaments. Like, vampire counts, of course, it does force you to attack with something, but here's the thing. Like, if there were no rules and the vampire counts only had infantry left, Tzeentch could just run circles around the map for like 45 minutes. Like, Tzeentch could just run circles around the map for like 25 minutes and never attack, and the game would never end. There's no way to end the game. So that's the problem. That's why there has to be rules. That's why there has to be rules. Yeah. So we'll give him another try. Oh, he got the DQ in the game, but, you know. When we do another faction war in the future, you know, it's things like that factor in. If people have rule breaks, they probably won't get invited back to faction wars. So that's that. They can play domination mode and do whatever they want, but not a problem here. The Wargaming channel is a ways off. Oh my god, did Moffat just bring the exact same build? Wow, he brought the exact same build. So he's got the Doom Knights, the Chaos Knights. He's got the everything is the exact same, but this time Alfredino mixed in some Vargeists. So he took some of the infantry quality away and just got the Goon Squad here. Simon says an extra 20 quid for the stress of handling the finals. Next faction war Dom mode. Oh, we'll still do it LAN battles, but we'll just be more particular. Like if people rule break, we won't invite them back. So that's that. It's a shame, too. Today it was so good. It was going so good. It was going so smooth. No, he changed the build up. The vampires changed the build. They brought... you guys... Wait. The Vargeists were not in the build last time, correct? I think? They were not in the build, right? I don't think so. He did not have the Vargeist before. No, but Moffat brought the exact same build. Alfredino did switch up his build a little bit. Yeah. So there is a little bit of difference here. Are you guys ready to suffer? Let's do it together, baby. Hey, you know, you guys are all my pals. Don't leave me suffering alone. We need to endure this communal experience and have fun. All right, so vampires are here with the Vargeists. They're up in the sky. They're chilling. Graveguard great weapons. We will see if the dreaded Moffat can obey the attacking rules this time. We're gonna have no mercy this time, though. If it even comes close, you know, there will be punishment. It's pretty easy to obey the attacking rules in the beginning, though, for sure. You just like, you know, use your Marauder Horseman to kind of poke and do all that sort of good stuff here. Can't wait for another 20-minute rule break with drama at the end. Yeah, I know. It's always a good time, man. we'll see. The Vargheists might be able to get some work done. I mean, they for sure will dominate those Doom Knights, or trade well at least. Dominate is a bit of an overreaction, but once again, the sweaty battle is on. The Tzeentchian army is here. Yes, we cringe and suffer together. That's right. Hey, Uber Shouts, how you doing, man? I'm sad, Uber, that you may have come in at the most degenerate, haggard part of the tournament. I hope you got to see the glory we had earlier. So, Blue Fire going down, Scepter of Stability used once again to give the 40% ward save. Very, very nice. That's going to be mitigating quite a bit of that damage. The Vampire's just going to be doing a nice slow push, as they usually do, just waddling up after you. And the old Chillgeists, if you get that nice chilly aura on you, uh-oh, a little bit of a mistake. Chillgeists might have gotten too close. Is the aura in range? It is not. But this is actually a really rough start for Tzeentch, because with proper control, now Alfred can probably catch these guys. We do see the Gaze of Fate go down once again, so the Gaze of Fate is active, but Fellbats are on the hunt, and the Direwolves are just right on the tail of those units. And it looks like Alfred's actually going to pull back after that. So he's going to pull back, maybe drop an Invocation on the Direwolves to try and keep them alive. They're a pretty useful unit for sure. Anyway, Tzeentch with a little bit of a skirmish and poke and all that sort of good stuff. Uber, he says you've been out in and out today. Okay, good. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you and the wife and the kid are all doing great over there. A little bit of poke going down. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch going to be throwing into the zombies. In the meantime, Vampires are going to be consolidating their forces and maybe looking to do a little bit of skirmish here. I'm not sure. Oh, Alfred's doing a big overcasted invocation. Talk about Value City. Burning Chariot's going to potentially punish this blob a little bit. It looks like the Burning Chariot, just its horrific accuracy, still able to get it some damage, but Invocation should resurrect some of those models that just fell there in that particular attack. So Alfred going to be pushing in. Obviously a little bit of skirmishing going down on the side as Moffat is just harassing. We see the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch kind of lurking in the shadows. And the Chill guys do not want to get too close to the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. That is for sure. And we get, more horsemen around the back of the army looking to get some picks, looking to get a little bit of poke here. In the meantime, Tzeentch just biding its time. Marauder Horseman isolating a zombie here. Are there any actually good units here? No, it's just Marauder Horseman and Tzeentch doing a little bit of poke. So, yeah, getting some decent fight here into these zombies. Alfred taking some heavy damage into the Vargheists here, so the Vargheists kind of getting worked a little bit. And we do get the Blue Fire coming in as well. Yeah, I think that was the Blue Fire. It's a little bit hard to tell. A lot of the Tzeentch shooting looks pretty similar to some of the spells that they have. Burning Chariot, yeah, I think it's going to be very similar to last game where Alfred's just going to kind of run him out of his ammo and then just outvalue him, using the Grave Guard and the infantry and just being a little bit more conservative. This time it looks like he might have wanted to chase those horsemen, which I wouldn't disagree with that decision. I think the horsemen are isolated, they're away from their help, and if you just get your Chillgeists and your dogs and you just chase down those Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, I think you can really punish them pretty heavily. So we'll have to see what they do. So over here we do get the Vampires or the Vargheists, so it looks like an Invocation is going to be going down here, so that's going to be healing them up for 0.80. And zombies just waddling about while Moffat continues to use his horsemen and just, plays the same style that we've seen here in the grand finals. Vargheists not able to kind of find a home yet, but Tzeentch, of course, magic is an expendable resource. It's not going to be there forever. Maybe the Doom Knights are going to fight here. Doom Knights have 90 speed. Vargheists have 92, so Vargheists should be able to potentially catch them. And it looks like we do have a fight now. Vargheists against Doom Knights. Unfortunately, the Vampires don't have any sort of a slow. They could use Von Hells to try and get a speed buff. They're now chasing Kairos, and a lot of the skirmishers are just kind of poking and moving here. Marauder Horsemen, fighting back here as well. I think the Marauder Horsemen are attacking. It's a little bit hard to tell. Doom Knights taking some HP damage on their shields, but not too much. Kairos Fate Weaver is going to be pulling back. He's on the run. And we do see the Vampire of Shadows going after the Oracle of Eternity, so the Oracle is going to be getting poked a little bit. And ammunition here on the Burning Chariots running a little bit dry as it does shoot into the Vargheists, and Alfredino is able to dodge that a little bit. Doom Knights turning around for the return fight, but obviously these Vargheists are going to pull back, and they're simply just going to get healed by Invocation. And they should be pretty feasible as we do move forward here. So Vargheists also being poked by Marauder Horsemen, so attacks going down on the other side as well in the sweatiest of sweat battles that we've seen in ages. And seems like it's just kind of a very much a recreation of the previous game with Vargheists being included. And Vampires are gathering up right now, so they're going to gather their forces while they continue to push forward and attack with zombies. And just try and get another Invocation going down. You want to wait till your units aren't on fire anymore, though. The Warp Flame... Oh, that imbues weakness to fire. It doesn't actually light you on fire. Okay, so the healing is still very much a factor now. So zombies tying up some of these units here on the side. And here we do have the Screamers of Tzeentch as well as Kairos Fate Weaver. And looks like they're just posturing while the Vampires are going to be gathering to heal up their forces. And another spell. Yeah, that's going to be trying to snipe the Vampire Lord. Oh, no, going after the Chill guys, actually. Okay. So yeah, this is for sure a big sign to the Vampire counts that you want to get that big Invocation down on everything. Which is just going to be Value City, because Moffat is obviously crushing it on value, but, Alfred can just heal, and then that value doesn't mean as much. So he's gathering up his units. Does Tzeentch have any way to punish this? Not really. So he's gathering up the units. Invocation going to be coming in a second. I would wager so. Tzeentch going to be surging back in to go after some of the zombies here on the other side. And where is that heal? So there's the invocation. Oh, we get a big army ability going down. So that's going to hit, I think, just the Chillgeists. I'm surprised he brought the Chillgeists again. They feel like such a strange pick into like the magic faction. Maybe Blood Knights would be better, right? With their armor and their missile resist, like they just feel objectively better. I don't like the Chillgeists very much. Feels a little bit strange. So Chillgeists get the Scepter of Stability, which gives them a little bit of spell resist, but they just get absolutely flattened there. So Moffat able to get some huge work done. And the Chillgeists, yeah, have basically just paid the Troll Toll. The Vargeists probably have made him a little bit weaker this game. So let's see here. Flying units gathering, maybe for another invocation. It's hard to say. Chaos Fury is going to be attacking in, and this is going to be very cost effective for the forces of Tzeentch as they move, although the shields of the Chaos Furies do get bunker busted a little bit. Blue Fire going down, it's really good. It can pick off Vargeist models like outright, and this game seems to be much more of a clean showcase of what the Tzeentch Mass Kite can do against the Vampire Counts. Granted, I still think it's like, overall, like if you have two average players playing it, I think that the Vampire Counts probably are favored in this matchup, but man, with the playstyle we're seeing here, and here the Marauder Horsemen are throwing their javelins, so everything is kind of clean and good to go in that case. And the Vampire Count's just going to keep waddling after him. Zombies just moving in each direction. We have Graveguard trying to chase them, but obviously can't catch anything. Zombies doing their thing as well. We do get another breath attack. Yeah, we get this. I almost feel like we should just make them play Game 3 in Domination. That would actually be really, really funny. Do we just want to make them play Game 3 in Dom? No, so the Vampire Counts are trying to catch them. They're moving and it's giving attack orders to their units, but they simply can't catch them. Like every time they go, they just can't catch them. So that's a little bit of a difference for sure. So Marauder Horsemen on the run. Fellbats are on hot pursuit. Might be able to get some of the Horsemen. Ammunition starting to run a little bit low for Moffat, and this is where you start to see potential issues. Some of the Vargeists are close to their healing cap. They do heal with the Hunger, so they have to be in melee to get the healing, so it's not quite as good. But really, Moffat hasn't taken much damage on anything. He's just kind of parking his Chaos Knights in the back. We get Screamers up in the sky. Screamers going to be moving in after Vargeists with their anti-large attacks, and they're doing it. You guys want it? I'll see. Since it's not a money event, who cares? Like we could totally do that. A Domination cage map. No, Tzeentch is good against new vampires on Domination. They are. All right, so here we have ye old Vargeists up in the sky fighting. Alfredino does have that vampire character. The Vargeists, of course, getting beaten up. But a lot of the equity in this battle is also pertaining to magic and ammunition, right? The Burning Chariot trying to use the last of its ammo to snipe the Necromancer, but Scroll of Shielding is active, giving a little bit of ward save here. We should make this the best of 5, and they can only use the same builds over and over. That would for sure be fun. The Dire Pack's going to be pulling back at this point. Kairos Fate Weaver going to be battling the big vampires up in the sky, but Doom Knights are coming in as well. The Air Force of the Vampire Counts is mostly dissipated. I mean, we have the Vargeists, and we have the... yeah, I think that's it. I think it's just like a couple Vargeists, as well as the Vampire Lord, and also the Lamian Lord. We still have a little bit of ammo, too, on the Horsemen, so there's going to be a little bit of poke going down. So they're going to be going after the Necromancer here, and Scroll of Shielding is active. That's going to mitigate some of the damage. Last game, I think the Necromancer died earlier, so I don't think that was a factor going into the late game. Although, yeah, the Necromancer did die earlier and get gooned before. So Blue Fire going in. Looks like the Chariot teasing, and the Dire Pack's going to bounce out and get a nice engagement versus the Marauder Horsemen. But again, even all that damage they take when they come in, they just pull back and regenerate their shields. It's what makes Tzeentch so damn problematic on land battles. Like, so problematic. So Graveguard, Great Weapons, and the Tithe, all moving up, ladies and gentlemen. Lamian Vampire Lord, and the Vampire Lord of Shadows, going to be turning about to go after Kairos once again, and it looks like they do get a shield break on him. A rare misstep here by Moffat, perhaps letting Kairos take a little bit of unnecessary damage. And we see the Doom Knights moving in. Direwolf's going to be pulling back tightly into the formation, and Kairos does take a fair amount of unnecessary damage here. Now, we still do have Pit of Shades on the table. There's a Pit of Shades caster, so if those Chaos Knights get a little bit blobbed up, it could be a problem. Oh, the Chaos Knights aren't even active at the moment. Moffat committing pretty heavily with a lot of these Marauder Horsemen. Looks like he might actually take some casualties now. A lot of the Marauder Horsemen are a little bit tied up here. In the meantime, Dire Pack going to be going after the Chaos Furies of Tzeentch, so they are getting in there for sure. Marauder Horsemen going to be circling about face. We do have the Chaos Furies of Tzeentch embroiled in combat. Really, really nice play here by Moffat. He's able to isolate that Necromancer and get that good sniping going, which is going to be taking away zombie summons and the Forbidden Rod, which is quite helpful. But one unit of Furies does pay the Troll Toll, and another bombardment going down. The Necromancer seemed to take that one like an absolute champion. And the last of the Tzeentchian ammo is really getting in there to focus him down. The Lamian Vampire Lord is going to be moving across, going after the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, and we do get another Volley Fire going in. So the Volley Fire does go into the Necromancer again, And yeah, he's almost dead, but that's a lot of magic. Tzeentch probably has a little bit of magic left, like a little bit. It's hard to say. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch pulled back. Chaos Knights maybe looking to get engaged now. They're thinking about it for sure, and he is throwing javelin. So right now he's technically attacking, right? Like you can have a javelin attack, and then you could keep the other one back even and pull it in later to even prolong the phase there. But Dire Pack is basically dead in the water, just trying to get picks wherever they can. It looks like, oh, this could be a Pit of Shades. I think Moffat would be probably too on top of things to get caught in a Pit of Shades. His micro, you know, to his credit, has been very, very good today. He's been able to dodge most effects. Burning Chariots out of ammo is basically useless. They're still Screamers. We still have the Knights of Immolation, which are pretty much in perfect shape. And it looks like the Necromancer here is going to be pretty beat up. So Chaos Knights of Tzeentch getting hit with the Sweet Seduction. Lamian Vampire Lord here with the Lightning Reflexes. It is indeed active, and the I think it's basically just going to be a replica of last game. Do we still have the Graveguard Great Weapons in here? I don't know if we did. Yeah, I think the Graveguard Great Weapons might have gotten killed, which is for sure going to be given the advantage to Moffat here. Chaos Knights have engaged. I think this is time for Pit of Shades. Vampires are going to need some, you know, big tools like that. And he does charge in this time. And now there's going to be a zombie summon coming on. Does he have a zombie summon? He does. And that was really good. He got a zombie summon on the Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights have good mass, though. They can kind of push their way out of it. Huge Tzeentch army ability. See, that was very, very good. And that is going to be just crushing that zombie horde. Oh my god, that was brutal. And yes, there are still some Graveguard Great Opens, but they did get hit with that big Tzeentch army ability. In the meantime, the big chicken of Moffat has taken quite a bit of damage from the Lamian Lord. Zombies and Graveguard trading well. And the Lamian Lord might be able to put this game on her back here, as the big chicken is getting a little bit beat up. Actually, the shields are penetrated and a fair amount of damage is coming out. A zombie summon right here would actually be really good too. Like right over here would be very, very nice. Lamian Vampire Lord continuing to fight, and it looks like a Pit of Shades is going to be going down to the back, and that's not going to do a whole lot. I think it just barely tickles these Chaos Knights, yeah. So he just missed with that Pit of Shades. If he had popped it right here, could have been a potentially comeback play. Could have been pretty big. But Moffat committing to the blood fight, Marauder Horseman getting a little bit damaged, and the other Marauder Horseman here fighting Screamers trapped in melee too. Lamian Vampire Lord and the Graveguard might be able to do it. There are 33 models left. You know, obviously Alfred's army is very bare bones in terms of what it actually has with units. Marauder Horseman coming back in for the kill. Moffat does not want to lose to Rule Break this time. Granted, he still lost the game last time even with the Rule Break, but this time around, this will be putting it to game 3. And yeah, this is actually a good game. See, he can play clean. He's attacking in. He played a cleaner game. They're fighting properly now that he's out of ammo. But yeah, obviously Moffat is, like you can see, if he just follows the rules and plays clean, he can still win the game. Although, you know, this one isn't necessarily over. Zombie Summon on top of all those Marauder Horsemen is very, very nasty. But Screamers of Tzeentch here are going to be super useful against the Lamian Vampire Lord. Burning Chariot is still very much in play. The other Vampires of Shadows is still fighting. And Tzeentch doesn't... So here's the thing. Tzeentch doesn't need to be attacking with all these units. They could leave like 3 horsemen back here. They only need to be attacking with 1 unit to technically, you know, be obeying the attacking rules. And it can't be an SEM. SEMs don't count as attacking. So that's basically how that works for anybody who's a little bit newer to land battles. This is different than Domination. So Lightning Reflexes are here. It's going to be giving a little bit of ward save. And the Vampire Lord, I do not know what's happening here. It looks like maybe he's trying to escape with some of the units. It depends, I suppose, on how many zombie summons we have left on the table, but it looks like the Kairos is getting some good work in on the big Vampire Lord, and most of the Vampiric army is going to be crumbling there, and that is going to be that. So, GG, well played. That was a good, clean game. So he gets the win fair and square there. And, you know, that was a good show. It was good. Clearly the build works for him, but it just didn't work in the previous game. All right, so let's check it out. The Doom Knights are having a rave, yes. 900 value. Kairos did good. Right, Marauder Horseman did good as well. Yeah, I think the Vargai switch was not good. Check that out. So we have 59 value on these guys, and then 28 value here. So this is probably what lost Alfred the game. I hate the Chillgeists. I hate the Chillgeist pick. Like 0 value Chillgeists, 59 and 28. Just so many things. Like a Blood Knight, like Black Knights, just more mobility. If you get just mass mobility, like Black Knights, and he brings the same build, you're probably going to be able to hunt him down here. Yeah. So players are up for it. I'll put up 50 quid prize for the Dom match. All right. So let me check here. Let's check with the players. Update the scorecards. All right. So Alfredinho, and would you two like to play Dom for your last game? Chat offered a $50 prize for it. All right, so I offered it to them. Yeah, the Graveguard build might do it too, because he wouldn't have enough like to get through it. All right, so it's 1-1. Simon, thank you for the $5. I just gave the players your offer. So Simon, shoot me a message in Discord if you could. All right, we'll see. Both players have to agree to it, though. I put it out there to them. Alfredino says it's fine. Moffat, are you down to party? Let's see. So you want Dom or land battle? You hear my chihuahua barking? Yeah. The dreaded chihuahua is like, I want it. Moffat says he's down for domination, but I have to see what the vampire counts want to do. We'll have to see. So yeah, this is a pretty wild ending. This is like a WWE when something really unexpected happens, like a big plot twist. You know. Let me go see what my chihuahua's up to. All right. So 1 second here. What's up, Lola? You all good? Is someone in the house? Don't bark at me. I fed you a huge feast this morning. Okay. We're doing Dom, baby. All right, so we're just going to do it on the... we'll do it on... Okay, so we're switching to domination for the grand finals. LOL. Battle for Itza. Let's go, baby. All right, so it's going to be battle for Itza. I love the meme that Random just posted in Discord. All right. Both the players wanted to do it. Both Alfred as well as Moffat were like, yeah, let's just play Dom. Oh, my God. I fed the dog just all the treats this morning, and she's just sitting there complaining. I could show that. I don't have my webcam set up, so. All right, so now it's domination mode. We've seen the some of the glaring holes with ye old land battles, unfortunately, and we're going to be switching to Dom by the request of the players, mind you. I was down for either, but both of them were like, yeah, just end me, bro. Just put me in a Dom battle. Simon, if you could shoot me a message in Discord, that'd be great. So then I can direct you to the player who wins this. we got there, man. Lola, what do you want? Hold on, I gotta go make sure. 1 sec. Lola. Come on, Lola. What is it? You go outside? Is the door shut? The door is wide open. It's not there. Okay, guys, I'm back. So so my Chihuahua demanded early dinner, and I'm a really big pushover, like with my dog. My wife is more, you know, my lovely wife Anna, but yeah, I gave in. I gave her a little bit of an early dinner. Yeah. Hey, Simon, thank you. Holy shit! Oh my God, what is this? Here, take 100. Okay, sounds good. Simon, oh my God, thank you. Really appreciate that. By the request of the players? No, so here's the thing, Cooper. I gave them an offer, and they both chose that offer. I said I'm good either way, so. Dude, Simon, thank you. Ice Power says, let's see. Hey, we punish the rule breaks, Ice Power. Don't give me that. It's definitely not fun. You should have like a separate admin team. If you're going to be running land battles competitively, you need to have like an admin team or someone adminning aside from casting. It definitely makes it much smoother. Dude, Simon, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And yeah, I'll give the winning prize to the players here. Whoever wins it. Yeah, the dog just like looked at me with its like stupid underbite and was like just like made a whining sound. I was like, all right, fine. Take it. It was all a ploy on the part of the grand finals to bait out a big donation. It was, yes, of course. The conspiracies flow. All right, so the players are building their armies. I'm curious to see what Alfred will do. I don't know if Alfred has played a lot of domination, but he wanted to do that, so. Platypus says, shh, don't tell them. I love your picture, Platypus. Just some like bulging-eyed platypus. It's hilarious. Warlord of Gaul, I watch your multiplayer videos by lunch break. Enjoy the content. Keep up the good work. Thank you. The Nomi, thank you for the 100. Oh my God, you guys, what is it? What's going on here? You guys need to stop right now. You're out of control. Nomi, thank you, and Jeroma, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate that. Because honestly, yeah, these events are stressful. Like it stresses me out the rest of the day because then I feel bad for I hate having to punish rule breaks. Dude, thank you guys so much, man. Goodness gracious. All right, Tzeentch versus Vampire counts in domination. So obviously it's a very different beast. The objectives will force the fighting. There is still long-term trading, but you know, you can't just run. You have to play the objectives a little bit. Gray, thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you. Random's conspiracy theory is coming true. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friends. Yes. Tomorrow, what am I doing tomorrow? One sec, guys. My phone's going ham. Just gonna make sure. All right, guys, I'm back. Alfredino's still scheming his build, it would seem. Oh, one sec. All right. Oh my God, Aledron, thank you. Really appreciate that. And Nomi. You guys are going to make me weep a tear, dude. The conspiracy is all but proven now that I did this on purpose. Yeah. Oh my God, the rule breaks just are so stressful, dude. So stressful. No, Ice Power. Dude, Ice Power, you definitely don't have any idea about that now. That's not true. So Ice Power in chat saying that. Nomi and Aledron, man. Thank you guys so much. So Ice Power, I come and battle me in a domination game and spam infantry and see what happens. It's not what it used to be. Infantry spam still can be good with some factions like vampire counts, but in general, the domination meta is very different now. It's actually it's more similar to land battles than it's ever been. And it's more about value trading. Because like it takes a long time to win on objectives. Dude, thank you guys so much, man. No, infantry spam is definitely not. I mean, yeah, okay, with vampire counts, that's all they can do, really, with some cap play. But, like, other factions, like, definitely don't do that. Droma, thank you for the 20. Dude. Droma had the 69 donation, the blessed number. And then Garland, thank you for the 10er. Oh, my God. I really like land battles, though. Like, I'm not, like... I just think from a competitive perspective, I think Dom is way better. But like, I still think there should be land battle tournaments because they're really fun to play when you're playing against the right opponents. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's been a good event. It has been. Yeah, it's been a fun one. Now that we have the modding tools too, we can start experimenting with, let's see, make sure the players don't have any questions. Okay, all good. Shows infantry spam the Sunmaker? I will, dude. I will. Sort of alienated me to it very quick. Oh, dude, Ice Power, you really, really should go back and play the new Domination. I'll straight up play games with you, man, if you want sometime this week. Dude, it's a whole different beast now, brother. It's a whole different beast. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I can't thank you guys enough. That's huge, and that'll help me put. I'll put some of those donations towards the grand finals of season 1 on Total Tavern as well. Alfred taking his time with the build, but understandable. You know, it was a curveball compared to what we were used to here. And yeah, man, we're going hard in the paint. Thank you guys all for joining today. It's been fun. A lot of people in Total War don't really, they're not used to like leaving games early when they're getting crushed. So that's one of the issues with Dom is there's no like crush, like army loss type thing if somebody's just getting smashed. But yeah, it's tricky. The modding tools can do all kinds of crazy stuff. Have you guys seen those, by the way? Like map making? Yeah, it's gonna be pretty crazy. Tobizzle, I have no idea why. But I appreciate the gesture. No worries, dude. Thank you guys so much today. Jesus, dude. Out of control. Battle Fritza is fine for both factions. You know, Tzeentch can kite if they want to, but you know, then they can basically just play it like a land battle with reinforcements, and then you know, the objectives will eventually be the Doomsday Clock. Oh, dude, Icefire, that's definitely not true, man. In my opinion, but of course, you're entitled to your opinion there, but that's definitely not true. Unique builds, like your opening build is extremely important in Dom. Yeah, but you know, to each their own, man. It's not for everybody. Yeah, Dom is pretty similar to tabletop. I mean, fantasy tabletop often, so Warhammer fantasy tabletop battles were often just big fights and there wasn't objectives, but there were certain essentially missions in Warhammer Fantasy or game modes where there were objectives. But if you look at like current tabletop gaming, like balanced tabletop gaming with air quotes, because you know Games Workshop isn't the best at balance, you know, objectives are a big variable. Horse Heresy, thanks for the event, mate. Great show. Hey, hopefully you enjoyed it. We got some crazy good games earlier on for sure. Crazy good games. It's the Horse Heresy, it is. Praise Sigma! Dude, Horse Heresy, man, thank you, dude. God damn. I don't even know what to say. So Alfred kind of playing a bit of an old school style of play. You can see he's got the Lamian Lord, but like, you need to play it like land battles more so now. Like, if you just spam infantry, you can get picked apart pretty easily. But with vampire counts, they're different because their infantry are unbreakable and really, really hard to smash. But you need to still play as if it's kind of a land battle initially, in my experience. So High Elf and Bretonnia are the worst factions, and they just randomly the damage dealing cheap infantry. Well, High Elves just suck in general, and Bretonnia hasn't been explored. Phoenix King, they haven't been. Yeah, they haven't been. I guarantee. Like I went on with Bretonnia a night or two ago, and I beat a top 10 player in the world in domination with Bretonnia, and they were playing Khorne or something. So it's like, so yeah, like it's totally possible. Bretonnia is weird more so because like I feel like Cav aren't in a good place. Like shot cavalry in general just don't feel very strong. They're okay, I guess. They're more of like a sweeper unit than like an actual finisher. Yeah. Dude, Horus Heresy, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so we got the battle. It is going to be, are these black coaches or these corpse cards? Oh, corpse cards, Unholy Lodestone. See, my only concern with Alfred is he's playing like old Dom a little bit. He's playing Dom how it used to be played, whereas now you need to trade a little bit more because it's more about like the skirmishing and the haggard battles and all that sort of good stuff like that. So I don't know what you need to do with High Elves. I'll have some I'll have a podcast where we talk about, you know, High Elves. I'll get some top High Elf players. Maybe we can collect some good feedback to give to, like, you know, it's not the same build. He brought a bit of a different build. Moffat actually brought Blue Horrors, which he didn't bring before. He brought a similar Air Force, and there's no Marauder Horsemen in this build either, guys. Like, none. It's blues, a couple characters. Alfred can, of course, summon in some tools. He can summon in some Bargeist if he wants to, whatever. But the objectives will force them to fight. They will force them to fight. So here we have the first spell. Looks pretty much the exact same, Scepter of Stability going down. He's able to kind of mitigate some of that. And the Doom Knights of Immolation going to be looking for some engagements, but the Graveguard should be able to kind of tank through that. Graveguard, and Graveguard moving up to all 3 points here. And Knights of Immolation, nice drop there on those Graveguard, but again, not going to be as punishing. He's not like blobbed up, so it's not going to be like game blouses, right? Now Tzeentch looking for a little bit of harass. And it looks like Vampire Count's going to be moving up onto the 2 objectives here. And they for sure want to get something on the triple cap. The triple cap's going to be pretty big. Gaze of Fate going down. Oh, the Burning Chariot, Gaze of Fate. You better land on the ground. That's what you do. You land right now. Land. You didn't do it. He did get hit by the Burning Chariot. Nice little combo right there. Certainly quite cool. Nothing an Invocation can't fix up, though. So Invocation should be able to patch up those wounds. Objectives are going to be opening up soon. And what is Alfred waiting for? Okay. Look, Alfred brought like a very similar build, too. Is the game sound muted? No, it shouldn't be. Nope, not at all. Oh, maybe it is on my OBS. Yeah, thank you guys. I got it all fixed. Sorry about that. So here we do see the Goon Squad going after the old Burning Chariot. The Burning Chariot's going to be getting buttered up pretty good. The vampire characters can land on the ground and can certainly lure their opponents into a little bit of a ugly battle here in the bushes if they so decide. But Alfred has the home field advantage. He should be able to summon in something to help him out in this fight a little bit. He obviously has his objectives back here, different things like that. And now both objectives are going to be opening up. But for vampires, you need to get all 3 objectives. Like, just playing, these 2 is not going to do it for you. So what are we going to be seeing? Are we going to be seeing flying units coming out for Alfred? Objectives open up in about 12 seconds. Tzeentch really doesn't look like they have too many tools for this, but you see how different it is. We already see, like different units coming out, right? We see, like, Flamers coming out, which are going to fight you in the traditional sense, and it will be a bit of a different beast. Up in the sky, the Vampire Lords hiding in the bushes, which is fine. They can just hang there and enjoy themselves. We do see some Fellbats coming out. Both players, spending quite a bit of resources. We see the double Flamethrower coming out. The Bats can hunt them 100%. Looks like the Bats are going to be fighting Furies here. The Vampires needs to get up there and help, though, because Furies will actually trade reasonably well into Bats. You can see these Bats are kind of getting crumped a little bit, so Alfred is going to be paying the Troll Soul right there. Whereas the Vampire of Shadows is going to be hunting down the Burning Chariot. So 2 objectives owned by the Vampire Counts. They really need to push these Flamers, though. If the Flamers are just allowed to sit and shoot, it's going to be very punishing. I think the Fellbat Gambit was not the best. The Vampirus is going to come over and help. And the other Vampire is going to be hunting the Burning Chariot. But Gaze of Fate coming down. That's been a really, really clean combo here by Moffat. So there you go. Burning Chariot, and the Vampirus is going to have to use Immortal Will right now to probably survive. And how do we look here? Yeah, Moffat with some very clean micro. Using the Flamers of Tzeentch to kind of burn down some of the Vampire Count units. Alfredino very much playing like old school Dom style, which is not going to suit him. You need to be more aggressive and more value trading. We need like some Black Knights, some mobility, different things like that. Like even I wouldn't say the Chill Guys, but Blood Knights for sure could do a little bit of work. Vampirus getting hit by the Blue Fire. Invocation going down, trying to keep this character alive. Value trading is going to be heavily favoring Tzeentch at this point. Vampires are just kind of parked up on the 2 objectives though, and currently Vampires have a pretty good points lead for sure. Well, Vampire Lord, though, finally getting a good trade, able to shut down these Chaos Furies, and these other ones could be in a little bit of danger as well. Graveguard trying to hide in the back. The Vampirus going in here. What you want to do against Flamers is just send shitty zombies after them. Just force them to kind of waste their time here. We see the Vampirus here is going to be running for the hills, so it is on the jam. Warp Flame is active, and the Lamian Vampire Lord is going to be back in business. The little blue flyer going down. Vampire is also making a colossal mistake not playing the high ground objective. They could just easily send some Graveguard over there and cackle. But right now, Tzeentch is able to get some more shooting. So obviously, if this were the old domination, Vampire Counts would be, close-ish to winning the game. They would be, have a substantial amount of points. But it, again, is more like long-term value trading there for sure. So here comes Lamian Vampire Lord. Lamian Vampire Lord's going to be piling in. Graveguard with Grey Opens doing their thing. And these were Black Knights being attacked by Screamers. That's got to feel pretty bad. So far, it seems like Moffat is getting a lot of good counters out. The Dire Pack battling against Furies. Dude, Moffat is playing so tight right now. And he does get the Harmonic Convergence going down. So the Harmonic Convergence is going to make his Furies trade very, very well here. In the meantime, maybe he needs to move out and deal with these guys. Currently, he does have the 2 cap. 1 unit of Black Knights could certainly do some work. Although the thing is, Moffat is not even using his Doom Knights. He's just leaving them in the corner to probably guard that top objective while he continues trading and scrapping down here. Dire Pack pulls back. Certainly sitting on the objectives, and we do see ye old Lamian Vampire Lord. So you can see what I'm saying about how it's very similar in terms of like having many of the same characteristics of the previous land battles you saw, but there's like something that forces them to fight basically. And if it were like a 45-minute like weird attrition trade, it would be a different beast. You guys talking about Empire? So I am single-handedly have been bumping that Empire win rate. I think there's a couple other people, but yeah, we've managed to get them to a pretty good win rate in Dom. Okay, the Blue Fire, I thought it was going to go after the Lamian Lord, but it doesn't look like it. We are going to get some Black Knights coming out. No Blood Knights. Blood Knights could be nice, too, because they can destroy the Screamers pretty well. Looks like the Screamers maybe going to take that fight. That'd be a little bit precarious. Doggies move again. And, ooh, nice sandwich there by Alfred. He does get the big sandwich on the Marauder Horseman, which is going to feel pretty good. Vampire Count's parked up on the objective. And the Screamers are almost out of ammo, guys. Look at this. Vampires are like, screw you, man. I'm not even going to... Like, dude, this is a mistake, though. This one zombie should be just, like, chasing them away. but I guess he's just going to do it. So the Marauder Horseman here gets punished pretty badly. So in the backfield, they do get shut down. In the meantime, the Graveguard are holding on to the center objective pretty well. We do see the value is about, yeah, it's a pretty substantial points lead. If it were a triple cap, it would be bigger. And now that Tzeentch has abandoned the high ground objective, it might be a good time for Alfredino to send some Graveguard up there, like 1 and 2, and just get that triple cap and try and win that way. So Flamethrowers online, but they're melting mostly zombies, so it's not terribly impactful. In the backfield, it looks like Alfredino is kind of resurgent. He's come back here, and he's really getting good surrounds on a lot of these units, but it looks like the Tzeentch army ability is going to come down, which is going to be very, very nasty, and do a lot of damage to these units for sure. Zombies moving over to help out. Screamers in a little bit of danger, and it looks like the Screamers have been sent into melee to fight, so they're just going to kind of probably die to some of the basic spear units. And the Tzeentch army ability, once again, doing some excellent, excellent work. Lamian Lord still circling about, not near healing cap, so still has plenty of room to kind of play with here. As the objectives are getting a little bit scary, it's 500 to 200 right now, which is pretty standard for a 2-to-1 cap. And Cryptors have now surged forward. Will Tzeentch be able to remove the vampire counts from the objectives in time? I think they have plenty of time to do so. But Alfred is doing a good job keeping a lot of his Graveguard alive. Like, he still has most of his Graveguard in decent shape. But his Lord is getting beat up. So again, it's very similar to the land battle we just saw, but they actually have to fight over something. Like, you can see Spawn coming in, so Moffat is actually fighting here, moving in with the spawn of Tzeentch. The Flamethrowers are kind of running out of ammo against the vampires, not quite able to do the trick. And now Alfredino is kind of just summoning in Cryptors, knowing that he can just kind of, you know, party on these objectives. And we see blues starting to come in. So the playstyle of Moffat is starting to switch pretty heavily, as we do see the blues moving in. Objective is double. Tzeentch is doubling the value of the vampires, but a lot of that is from Lord sniping. And honestly, this Lamian Lord is in pretty good shape going after the Flamers. But you got to be careful. If these guys get a good surround on the Lamian Vampire Lord, it could be just absolutely brutal for sure. It looks like there's going to be a zombie summon here. Really nice. Going to be targeting some of those spawn. Pinks are here, getting ready to shoot, but these are shielded Graveguard with silver shields. They do not give a shit. They're going to be tough. Alfred probably needs to get to the point where he can win on just one objective, or Alfred needs to go for this top objective. Like, this is a freebie, man. Send some Direwolves over there. Send something there. You are going to just be laughing all the way to the bank. So Cryptors are on their way in. Lamian Vampire Lord going to get popped. Lightning Reflexes is there. He tries to land to dodge it, but that has really, really good tracking for sure. We do see the Lamian Lord going after some of the Chaos Spawn there, able to push those bad boys back. Meanwhile, on the objective, Doom Knights cackling above. We have a Corpse Cart with the Unholy Lodestone, which is going to be giving these zombies pretty good stopping power. What is Alfred going to do? Yeah, most of the blues have already used all of their ammo, and Alfred seems to be chilling, although if he does lose the Lamian Vampire Lord, that would be a pretty big throw. Lamian Lord's back up in the sky, and I would imagine Invocation will come shortly after. Scepter of Stability is here, and not going for the top objective is really, really hurting my soul. It really is hurting. He needs to go after that. He needs to get objective 1, because that's just a freebie. Like, Tzeentch isn't even contesting that. Just send some skeletons up there or something, and it's going to force Tzeentch to have to react to that, or maybe some Black Knights. I don't really know. Lamian Vampire Lord kind of juking out Kairos Fate Weaver, holding on to the middle. We do see now the halfway point has been crossed, the threshold, so the vampires are halfway to winning if they can continue maintaining this double cap here. But it's going to be hard. Over here, Tzeentch does have a fair amount of weight on the objective. We see some Forsaken of Tzeentch. We do also see some Graveguard. And we do see Knights of Immolation as well as the Graveguard right here. And the Knights of Immolation getting a nice charge. Looks like Tzeentch might be able to wrestle this objective. Tzeentch is basically just using all of its ammo, and the vampire counts are like face-taking it so hard, man. We'll see if it works out for him, man. We will see how it goes. So moving over here, Lamian Vampire Lord with another Invocation. Just huge value city. The Flamethrowers are back online, so it looks like they're functional once again. So there's another Flamethrower here. The Pinks are shooting into the Cryptors. Talk about a good counter. I would love to see some Vampire Count Cav, although it's a little bit precarious with some of the spawn coming out in these different units. Vampire Counts do get some Graveguard on the point, so they might be able to push some of the Tzeentchian forces off. It looks like they are able to maintain that, while holding on to the middle. Alfredino really just scrapping super hard. Somebody getting some Fellbats actually to deal with these Furies, and it looks like they get some good work done. Again, I would like to see some pressure up on the top objective. We do get the Cryptors moving in after the Old Flamers, but that's going to be a big value discrepancy. Losing 2 Cryptors, which are what, an 800, 900 gold unit, is tough. And we got the Corpse Cart with the Unholy Lodestone. We got the Graveguard here. But it looks like Vampire Counts are probably going to lose this objective. We got some more Graveguard Great Opens coming in. I mean, they might be able to value trade their way back onto that point, but it's hard to say. It's definitely hard to say. In the back, we got more Pinks, more Horsemen, more Furies. Moffat clearly has a selection of units that he really enjoys playing. Now, as far as the objectives go, we currently have, Alfred is sitting at 900 or so. He's going to be breaking 1,000 here soon, but he needs to get a double cap back somehow. He might be able to get it here with just simply the quality of the Vampire Counts trading. Like, the Graveguard might be able to pull their way back into this. We'll have to see. So they're going to move in, attack these guys, and we do get the Corpse Cart with the Unholy Lodestone, the Graveguard doing their jams. Whereas the Lamian Lord might be at the end, 1600. It looks like the Flamethrowers bathing that Lord in some serious damage. But Alfredinho, his Lord micro, is very, very scrappy, dude. And he's actually starting to wrestle this objective back. Like, the Tzeentch units are not going to trade super well into the Vampires here. And the Vampires using Fellbats to shut these down. And honestly, it looks like he might get this objective back. Vampire counts are getting some pretty heavy-duty capture weight. So they're going to be wrestling that. The Graveguard are just such a fighty unit if you can just maintain there. Alfredinho currently sitting at about 988, so he's closing in on the 1,000 mark, and he's going to be getting to that double cap again. So it could come to the point where Vampire counts actually have like a Helm's Deep victory. Looks like the capture weight is going just so heavily for the Vampires here. And we are starting to see more Marauders coming out. Marauders are not going to win you objectives against the Vampire counts, although the middle's looking very flimsy. He's going to have to send out more quality troops, and we see more zombies. And Lamian Vampire Lord is at the healing cap, going to be dodging and juking, but it looks like every shot will hit more or less. Those ones kind of tickle the tail there. The Lamian Vampire Lord could, of course, go attack up on the high ground. And we do see some Black Knights coming out. So no Blood Knights. Blood Knights would have been pretty cool. Black Knights are super good. They got a bonus first infantry, and they actually do magic damage as well. Alfred holding on to the point. He does get the side point. He's currently at a pretty high point value for sure. Knights of Immolation looking to do some bombardments, most likely in the Graveguard. Graveguard are pretty heavily armored, though, so they don't really care. Breath attack from the old Lamian Lord. I do like that he did that. He could unsummon the Lord to mitigate his Lord dying penalty, which would be a good idea. But it looks like he just breath attacks those guys and is setting up for a little bit later. So the Vampire Lord going to be running away, crumbling, lightning reflex is active, just trying to get as much damage as he possibly can here, as Alfredinho does hold on to the side point, and the Black Knights are postured and ready to defend. It's going to get to the point, though, where Alfred can win on one cap, but it's going to take a long time. At the current rate, if we look, it's going to take Alfred, 300 plus seconds to get the victory, right? Because it's 1 per second. Graveguard being roasted by a Flamethrower here. So you can see the Flamethrower here is getting popped. And they are paying the price. Zombies moving up to the point, Skeleton Spearmen. Alfred just kind of throwing everything he can at the wall now to try and mitigate some of the capture weight. Alfred does have a really nice cap here. Now, here's what you do if you're Alfred. In this situation, you have to defend the hell out of this objective right here. And then you wait for Moffat to overcommit down here to desperately get that objective back, okay? You save up bank, and then you go for a snake on the high ground with like 2 direwolves. And you just get back there. Just 100%. You just cackle and you do your thing. The big shots coming in. Black Knights there getting popped. Black Knight's going to be chasing down those Chaos Furies. Looks like Graveguard great weapons, able to hold on to the point. It is for sure going to be a situation where Tzeentch is going to have to get a triple cap, though. And it's not going to be like the Vampire counts are just going to give up on the other points either. You get some more Skeleton Spears moving in, going to be battling Marauders. If Alfredinho just stole this high ground point, he would probably win the game. He's managed to catch up in value. Tzeentch Army ability, just huge value city. Able to hit all those Graveguard. It's so incredibly good. It looks like some Black Knights are going to get through. They might be able to find their way over to those Flamers and do some work, but man, that Tzeentch magical barrage was nasty, dude. Those Graveguard just got absolutely thumped right there. And the Vampires going to be pushing out. They do have their zombies and Graveguard moving over to the side point, but Alfredinho needs to bank and go for the high ground objective, and then Helm's Deep there with a bunch of shit. Because this is a lost cause. There's a big Lord of Change. There's a lot of scary stuff here. Alfredinho is very, very close. Hey, thank you for the 50 faction war, baby. All day, man, all day. But the Graveguard's still holding on like absolute chads. And Alfredinho with the MLG plays. He needs to bring more here, though. He needs to get like zombies moving there. Because, there's going to be a response from Tzeentch, but those direwolves are going to jack the hell out of that objective. That is the big brain play that we were all talking about here. So Graveguard holding down here. We do see the Forsaken of Tzeentch holding on. Corpse Cart with the Unholy Lodestone doing its thing. But now this objective is going to start tilting over to the forces of Tzeentch, right? Tzeentch doing a really good job intercepting here, so you can see this is a beautiful play. Like, all these units that were moving over to the kind of support there got shut down a little bit. Vampires still have some decent capture rate with the Corpse Cart. Tzeentch doesn't really have a whole lot here, but these Graveguard are trying to get to that objective, and the high ground objective is going to be stolen. And now Vampires need to reinforce the hell out of this top objective. Screw the middle. He's sending zombies to the middle. This is a mistake. You need to summon here and go here. Because the only thing that matters now is that top objective. That is your bread. That is your ticket. And that's not to say Vampire counts aren't, scrapping here. It looks like they're going to be coming in, maybe getting some units onto the objective to buy a little bit of time. They do get the double cap. It looks like some Furies were coming, but 2 Direwolves will rip apart Furies. I don't know why he's running right there. He should just let the Furies charge one and then rear charge with the other. Alfredinho wins this fight, like easy peasy. So zombies moving up to the middle. Graveguard have gotten over there, but again, sending units over here I think is a mistake. Vampires might be able to get some capture weight back, but Alfred is very close to winning, guys. Very, very close to winning. This is becoming an absolute nail-biter of a game here as they do charge in. And had he reinforced this with some zombies and chaff units, I think that Alfred would be really hard to remove, but He took it with the Direwolves, which was a great play. Furies are obviously killed, so that's nice. But now they're going to be potentially threatening this. Do the Vampires have any capture weight down here? We see Graveguard, Great Weapons, and a Corpse Cart trying their best, and a bunch of zombies just kind of bumping and grinding. Looks like he's going to be going for the middle. Zombies are, of course, expendable. Direwolves fighting here. Guys, he is 100 points away from victory. If he can just run with these Direwolves in circles around the objective a little bit to try and mitigate some of the capture weight, that is going to be 100% the play. I mean, if Alfred is able to capture any objective, he does it. So now the zombies, he's trying to reroute his units, but he needs to go to the middle here, 100%. And here they come. Direwolves are on the way back. Tzeentch is on its way with everything. You see the Fellbats are pursuing. I'm trying to get a little bit of appeal here. Tzeentch honestly has pretty terrible capture weight here. Direwolf's able to maneuver, and he traps a lot of the Tzeentchian army up, and now he gets back on the objective to maintain the capture weight. He needs to hold on for another 70 seconds, so just over a minute if he can, but it looks like he's just out of steam, man. The vampire counts are really looking beat up. He's mainly just summoning zombies right now, so he's going to try for some sort of a cheeky push probably on the other side, but this objective is going to be taken back by the Changer of Ways. And that will probably be it. I think Moffat's just barely going to get this one. It was just such a close game. And we see the bottom objective coming into play. Yeah, 50 seconds left. 50 seconds left on domination. With just one ticket, he would have gotten there. Zombie's going to be maneuvering back to the middle. Vampire counts, maybe save up for like a big push here. We get some Graveguard coming out from Alfred. If he had buffered this with zombies like we talked about, tactics-wise, for sure. It would have been probably a victory for the vampire counts here. So Fellbat's attacking. Value trading is pretty heavily favoring Tzeentch. Now we get Black Knights coming out, so Black Knight's going to be maneuvering. And can he afford multiple Black Knights or just one? I wonder if he's going to fight on the high ground, actually. The Graveguard have moved up. They're battling Doom Knights, the Immolation Knights, which are just proven to be a really, really solid MVP unit. And, since both players put on a good performance, I'll give both players a prize for this one. Considering the wild circumstances of this. Moffat has a triple cap, though. It's getting to the point where I don't think it's going to be quite possible. There's just a couple domination fundamentals that we're kind of missing there. Not quite buffering that objective. Like, if you start sending zombies there and then, have your Direwolves take it, you might have been able to hold long enough. You might have been able to. Direwolves can also maybe pressure the back objective. It's just one blue horror back here, so sending your Black Knights there could have been good, too. But it looks like Alfred's going to be committing to the high ground fight, which feels very precarious. I guess he's trying to reinforce his Graveguard here. But I don't know how that's going to go, man. That is going to be a very, very tough one indeed. A great play on both sides. I mean, Moffat is a top player in the world in domination. And Alfredinho, I don't think he plays as much Dom, but really shows that he's got a lot of chops for sure. So, GG, well played. Tzeentch wins it, baby. That is going to be it for today. Both players did so well. I'm going to give a prize to both of them. So, yeah, GG. All right, GG, well played. Much better. We'll give a prize to both of you for great performance. All right, guys. And with that, we'll make it official on Total Tavern. And we will say that ye old vampire counts have lost. Tzeentch has won the faction war. And we'll have faction wars back again. Don't you worry. We'll figure it out. We're going to do a domination faction war too. Yeah. This is good. It was a good one, man. It was a great game. You were my brother, Vampire Counts. I loved you. What a great game, man. That was so much better, dude. That was so much better. That was like just exponentially better than what it could have been with the land battle. Oh my god. Just horrible. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you all for joining. That is going to be the end of today's event. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. We'll see you back next time. Appreciate you all. I can't thank you guys enough for the donations. Holy shit, man. That is huge. And that is huge. Really, really thank you guys so much. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. We'll see you guys next time. Take care of yourselves. That is it for today's faction war. My voice is a little bit tired, so I'm going to go take it easy and get some rest. And we'll be back in the next few days. I don't know when, but sometime soon. So, GG, well played. That's it. Adios. See ya. Thank you.